Book 1. Captain Einish Skull liked to boast that he had never been thwarted in pursuit, as he liked to put it, of a felonious foe, whether Spanish, savage, or white. "Nor do I expect to have to make an exception in the present instance," he told his 12 rangers. "If you've got any sacking with you, tie it around your horses' heads. I've known cold sleet like this to freeze a horse's eyelids, and that's not good. These horses will need smooth use of their eyelids tomorrow when the sun comes out and we run these thieving Comanches to ground." Captain Skull was a short man, but forceful. Some of the men called him Old Nails, due to his habit of casually picking his teeth with a horseshoe nail. Sometimes, if his ire rose suddenly, he would actually spit the nail at whoever he was talking to. "This'll be good," Augustus said to his friend Woodrow Call. The cold was intense and the sleet constant, cutting their faces as they drove on north. All the rangers' beards were iced hard. Some complained that they were without sensation, either in hands or feet or both. But on the Llano it wasn't yet full dark. In the night it would undoubtedly get colder, with what consequences for men and morale no one could say. A normal commander would have made camp and ordered up a roaring campfire, but Einish Skull was not a normal commander. "I'm a Texas Ranger, and by God I range," he said often. "I despise a red thief like the devil despises virtue. If I have to range night and day to check their thieving iniquity, then I'll range night and day. Bible and sword," he usually added. "Bible and sword." At the moment, no red thieves were in sight. Nothing was in sight except the sleet that sliced across the formless plain. Woodrow Call, Augustus McCrae, and the troop of cold, tired, dejected rangers were uncomfortably aware, though, that they were only a few yards from the western edge of the Palo Duro Canyon. It was Call's belief that Kicking Wolf, the Comanche horse thief they were pursuing, had most likely slipped down into the canyon on some old trail. Einish Skull might be pursuing Indians that were below and behind him, in which case the rangers might ride all night into the freezing sleet for nothing. "What'll be good, Gus?" Woodrow Call inquired of his friend Augustus. The two rode close together, as they had through their years as rangers. Augustus McCrae didn't fear the cold night ahead, but he did dread it, as any man with a liking for normal comforts would. The cold wind had been searing their faces for 2 days, singeing down at them from the northern prairies. Gus would have liked a little rest, but he knew Captain Skull too well to expect to get any, while their felonious foe was still ahead of them. "What'll be good?" Call asked again. Gus McCrae was always making puzzling comments and then forgetting to provide any explanation. "Kicking Wolf's never been caught, and the captain's never been run off from," Gus said. "That's going to change for one of 'em. Who would you bet on, Woodrow, if we were to wager, Old Nails or Kicking Wolf?" "I wouldn't bet against the captain, even if I thought he was wrong," Call said. "He's the captain." "I know, but the man's got no sense about weather," Augustus remarked. "Look at him, his damn beard's nothing but a sheet of brown ice, but the fool keeps spitting tobacco juice right into this wind." Woodrow Call made no response to the remark. Gus was over-talkative, and always had been. Unless in violent combat, he was rarely silent for more than 2 minutes at a stretch. Besides which, he felt free to criticize everything from the captain's way with tobacco to Call's haircuts. It was true, though, that Captain Skull was in the habit of spitting his tobacco juice directly in front of him, regardless of wind speed or direction, the result being that his garments were often stained with tobacco juice to an extent that shocked most ladies and even offended some men. In fact, the wife of Governor E.M. Pease had recently caused something of a scandal by turning Captain Skull back at her door just before a banquet on account of his poor appearance. "Einish, you'll drip on my lace tablecloth. Go clean yourself up," Mrs. Pease told the captain. It was considered a bold thing to say to the man who was generally regarded as the most competent Texas Ranger ever to take the field. "Ma'am, I'm a poor ruffian. I fear I'm a stranger to lacy gear," Einish Skull had replied, an untruth, certainly, for it was well known that he had left a life of wealth and ease in Boston to ranger on the western frontier. It was even said that he was a graduate of Harvard College. Woodrow Call, for one, believed it, for the captain was very particular in his speech and invariably read books around the campfire, on the nights when he was disposed to allow a campfire. His wife, Inez, a Birmingham belle, was so beautiful at 40 that no man in the troop, or for that matter in Austin, could resist stealing glances at her. It was now full dusk. Call could barely see Augustus, and Augustus was only a yard or two away. He could not see Captain Skull at all, though he had been attempting to follow directly behind him. Fortunately, though, he could hear Captain Skull's great war-horse, Hector, an animal that stood a full 18 hands high and weighed more than any two of the other horses in the troop. Hector was just ahead, crunching steadily through the sleet. In the winter, Hector's coat grew so long and shaggy that the Indians called him the buffalo horse, both because of his shagginess and because of his great strength. So far as Call knew, Hector was the most powerful animal in Texas, a match in strength for bull, bear, or buffalo. Weather meant nothing to him. Often on freezing mornings they would see Captain Skull rubbing his hands together in front of Hector's nose, warming them on his hot breath. Hector was slow and heavy, of course. Many a horse could run off and leave him. Even mules could outrun him. But then, sooner or later, the mule or the pony would tire, and Hector would keep coming, his big feet crunching grass or splashing through mud or churning up clouds of snow. On some long pursuits the men would change mounts 2 or 3 times, but Hector was the captain's only horse. Twice he had been hit by arrows, and once shot in the flank by Ahumado, a felonious foe more hated by Captain Skull than either Kicking Wolf or Buffalo Hump. Ahumado, known as the Black Vaquero, was a master of ambush. He had shot down at the captain from a tiny pocket of a cave in a sheer cliff in Mexico. Though Ahumado had hit the captain in the shoulder, causing him to bleed profusely, Captain Skull had insisted that Hector be looked at first. Once recovered, Inish Skull's ire was such that he had tried to persuade Governor Pease to redeclare war on Mexico, or failing that, to let him drag a brace of cannon over 1,000 miles of desert to blast Ahumado out of his stronghold in the Yellow Cliffs. "Cannons? You want to take cannons across half of Mexico?" the astonished governor asked. "After one bandit? Why, that would be a damnable expense. The legislature would never stand for it, sir." "Then I resign, and damn the goddamn legislature," Inish Skull had said. "I won't be denied my vengeance on the black villain who shot my horse." The governor stood firm, however. After a week of heavy tippling, the captain, to everyone's relief, had quietly resumed his command. There was the opinion of everyone in Texas that the whole frontier would have been lost had Captain Inish Skull chosen to stay resigned. Now Call could just see, as the sleet thinned a little, the white clouds of Hector's breath. "Crowd close now," he said, turning to the weary rangers. "Gus and me will keep up with Hector, but you'll have to keep up with us. Don't veer to the right, whatever you do. The canyon's to the right, and the drop is sheer." "Sheer, that means straight down to doom," Augustus said to the men. He remembered the first time he and Woodrow had skirted the Palo Duro, after foolishly signing up for an ill-planned expedition whose aim had been to capture Santa Fe and annex Nuevo Mexico. That time the whole troop, more than 100 men, had to scramble over the edge of the canyon to escape a blazing ring of grass set afire by Buffalo Hump's Comanches. Many of the men and most of the horses had fallen to their deaths. But on that occasion, at least, they had made their scramble in daylight and had run for the cliffs over firm prairie. Now it was dusk on a winter's night, with no cover, poor visibility, and ground so slick that it was hard even to travel at a steady clip. A slip on the edge of the canyon would send a man straight into space. "You didn't loan me that sacking. Don't you have any?" Augustus asked. "I have mine. Where's yours?" Call asked. "I don't know if mine'll stretch for 2 horses." Augustus did not reply. In fact, he had been in a horse tent near Fort Belknap when the news came that Kicking Wolf had run off 20 horses from a ranch near Albany. Gus had barely had time to pull his pants on before the rangers were in the saddle and on the move. It had been a warmish day, and he was sweaty from his exertions with the whore. The notion that 4 days later he'd be in a sleet storm at dusk on the Palo Duro, a storm so bad that his horse's eyelids were in danger of freezing, had never crossed his mind. Most pursuits of Comanche or Kiowa lasted a day or 2 at most. Usually the Indians would stop to feast on stolen horse flesh, laying themselves open to attack. Kicking Wolf, of course, had always been superior when it came to making off with Texas horses. On the errant Santa Fe expedition, when Call and Augustus had been Green Rangers, not yet 20 years old, Kicking Wolf had stolen a sizable number of horses from them, just before the Comanches set the grass fire that had trapped the whole troop and forced them into the very canyon they were skirting now. "I plumb forgot my sacking," Gus admitted. He didn't mention the whore. "You can have my sacking," Call said. "I don't intend to ride a blind horse, sleet or no sleet." Horses were apt to slip or step in holes even when they could see where they were going. To be riding a blind horse over slippery footing on the edge of a canyon seemed to him to be asking for worse trouble than frozen eyelids. While Augustus was adjusting Call's piece of rough sacking over his horse's eyes, Long Bill Coleman came trotting up beside them. Long Bill had been with them on the Santa Fe expedition, after which, due to the rigors he had endured on their march as captives across the Jornada del Muerto, he had given up rangering in favor of carpentry, a change of profession that only lasted a few months, thanks to Bill Coleman's inability to drive a nail straight or saw a plank evenly. After 6 months of bent nails and crookedly sawn planks, Long Bill gave up on town trades forever and rejoined the ranger troop. "It's night. Ain't we stopping, Gus?" Long Bill asked. "Do we look like we're stopped?" Gus replied, a little testily. Long Bill had the boresome habit of asking questions to which the answers were obvious. "If we were stopping, there'd be a campfire," Gus added, growing more and more annoyed with Long Bill for his thoughtless habits. "Do you see a campfire, sir?" "No, and don't you be sirring me, you darn yapper," Long Bill said. "All I was asking is how long it'll be before we have a chance to get warm." "Shush," Call said. "You two can argue some other time. I hear something." He drew rein, as did Gus. The rangers behind crowded close. Soon they all heard what Call heard, a wild, echoing war cry from somewhere in the dark, sleety canyon below. The war cry was repeated, and then repeated again. There was one voice at first, but then other voices joined in. Call, who liked to be precise in such matters, thought he counted at least 7 voices echoing up from the canyon. He could not be sure, though. The canyon ran with echoes, and the gusts of north wind snatched the war cries, muffling some and bringing others closer. "They're mocking us," Call said. "They know we can't chase them down a cliff in the dark, not in this weather. They're mocking us, boys." "It's nothing but extremes around this damn Paladura Canyon," Long Bill remarked. "Last time we was here we nearly got cooked, and this time we're half froze." "I guess your mouth ain't froze, you're still asking them dumb questions," Gus observed. "I wonder if the captain heard that," Call said. "The captain's a little deaf." "Not that deaf he ain't," Gus said. "When he wants to hear something, he hears it. When he don't want to hear it, you might as well save your breath." "What did you ever say to the captain that he didn't want to hear?" Call asked, dismounting. He intended to make careful approach to the canyon edge and see if he could spot any campfires down below them. If there was evidence of a sizable camp of Comanches, perhaps Captain Skull could be persuaded to make camp and wait for a chance to attack. "I asked him for a $5 advance on my wages one time," Augustus said. "He could have said no, but he didn't say anything. He just acted as if I wasn't there." "You shouldn't have asked in the first place," Call said. "Wages are supposed to last till payday." "I had expenses," Gus said, knowing well that it was pointless to discuss financial problems with his frugal friend. Woodrow Call rarely even spent up his wages in the course of a month, whereas Gus never failed to spend his to the last penny, or perhaps even a few dollars beyond the last penny. Something always tempted him. If it wasn't just a pretty whore, it might be a new six-shooter, a fine vest, or even just a better grade of whiskey, which in most of the places he bought whiskey just meant a liquor mild enough that it wouldn't immediately take the hide off a skunk. Before they could discuss the matter further, they heard sleet crunching just ahead, and suddenly the great horse Hector, his shaggy coat steaming, loomed over them. Captain Einish Skull hadn't stopped, but at least he had turned. "Why are we halted, Mr. Call?" he asked. "I didn't request a halt." "No, sir, but we heard a passel of whooping down in the canyon," Call said. "I thought I'd look and see if I could spot the Comanche camp." "Of course there's a camp, Mr. Call, but they're the wrong Comanches," Captain Skull said. "That's Buffalo Hump down there. We're after Kicking Wolf, if you'll remember. He's our horse thief." As usual, Captain Skull spoke with complete assurance. They had only been on the edge of the Palo Duro a few minutes, and it was too dark to see much, even if the sleet would have let them. Buffalo Hump and Kicking Wolf, though rivals, often raided together. How did the captain know that one was camped in the canyon and the other ranging somewhere ahead? They had a gifted scout, to be sure, a kickapoo named Famous Shoes, but Famous Shoes had been gone for 2 days and had made no report. "That's Buffalo Hump's main camp down there, Mr. Call," Einish Skull said. "We're no match for him. We're only 13 men. And anyway, it's Kicking Wolf I want. I expect to overtake him on the Canadian River about sunup day after tomorrow, if there is a sunup day after tomorrow." "Why, sir, there's always sunup," Long Bill Coleman said. He was a little jolted by the captain's remark, and the reason he was jolted was that his large wife, Pearl, the one town trade he hadn't abandoned, was convinced on religious grounds that the world would end in the near future. Pearl's view was that the Almighty would soon pour hot lava over the world as a response to human wickedness. Now they were beside the Palo Duro Canyon, a big mysterious hole in the ground. What if it suddenly filled up with hot lava and overflowed onto the world? Cold as he was, the prospect of the world ending in a flood of hot lava did not appeal to Long Bill at all. The fact that Captain Skull had questioned whether there would be a sunup had the effect of making him nervous. He had never met a man as learned as Captain Skull. If the captain had some reason to doubt the likelihood of future sunrises, then there might be something to Pearl's apprehension after all. "Oh, I'm confident the sun will do its duty, and the planets as well," Captain Skull said. "The sun will be there where it should be. Whether we will see it is another matter, Mr. Coleman." Gus McCrae found the remark curious. If the sun was where it should be, of course they would see it. "Captain, if the sun's there, why wouldn't we see it?" he asked. "Well, it could be cloudy weather. I expect it will be," Captain Skull said. "That's one reason we might not see sunup. Another reason is that we might all be dead. Beware the pale horse, the Bible says." Einish Skull let that remark soak in. It amused him to say such things to his untutored and uncomprehending men. Then he turned his horse. "Don't be peeking into canyons unless I tell you to, Mr. Call," he said. "It's icy footing, and too dark for accurate observation anyway." Call was irked by the captain's tone. Of course he knew it was icy footing. But he said nothing. By then Einish Skull had turned his great horse and gone clomping away into the night. There was no one to say anything to except Augustus and Long Bill. After one more glance into the darkening canyon, he got back on his horse and followed his captain north. "Gun in the water is with them," Blue Duck said. "Gun in the water and the other one, Silverhair McCrae." Buffalo Hump sat on a deerskin near his campfire. He was under an overhanging rock which held the heat of the campfire while protecting him from the driving sleet. He was splitting the leg bone of a buffalo. When splitting a bone, he was particular and careful. He did not want to lose any of the buttery marrow. Most men were impatient, young men especially. When they attempted the old tasks, they took little care. Blue Duck, his son, rarely split a bone, and when he did, he lost half the marrow. Buffalo Hump had fathered the boy on a Mexican captive named Rosa, a beautiful but troublesome woman who persisted in trying to escape. Buffalo Hump caught her 3 times and beat her. Then his wives beat her even more harshly, but Rosa was stubborn and kept escaping. The winter after the boy was born, she escaped again, taking the young baby with her. Buffalo Hump was gone on a raid at the time. When he got back, he went after Rosa himself. But a great wind came, blowing snow over the prairie and clouds so thick that even the buffalo turned their backs to it. When he finally found Rosa under a cut bank on the Washita, she was frozen. But the boy, Blue Duck, was alive, still pulling on her cold teat. It was a good sign, Buffalo Hump thought then, that the boy was strong enough to survive such cold. But the boy grew up to be even more troublesome than his mother. Blue Duck stole, killed, and fought bravely, but all without judgment. He had no interest in the old weapons. He coveted only the white man's guns. His temper was terrible. He had no friends. He would kill a Comanche or a friendly Kiowa as quickly as he would kill a Texan. The elders of the tribe finally came and talked to Buffalo Hump about the boy. They reminded him that the boy was half Mexican. They thought maybe the Mexicans had put a witch inside Blue Duck when his mother died. After all, the boy had suckled a dead woman's teat. Death might have come into him then. The old men wanted to kill Blue Duck, or else expel him from the tribe. "I will kill him when he needs to be killed," Buffalo Hump told them. He didn't like Blue Duck much, but he didn't kill him or send him away. He delayed, hoping the boy would change with age. 2 of his wives were barren, and his only other son had been killed years before on the Brazos by the White Ranger Call, whom the Comanche called Gun in the Water. Blue Duck had no good in him that he could see, but he had no other living son, and did not want to kill him if he could avoid it. Perhaps Blue Duck did have evil in him, an evil that prompted his sudden killings. But the evil might be there for a purpose. Blue Duck might be so bad that he would be the leader who drove back the whites, who were squirming like maggots up the rivers and onto the Comancheria. Buffalo Hump was undecided. He knew he might have to kill Blue Duck to keep harmony in the tribe. But for the moment, he waited. He did not look up at his tall son until he had split the heavy bone expertly, exposing the rich marrow, which he sucked until the last drop was gone. As Buffalo Hump grew older, his appetites had changed. When they took Buffalo now, he only ate the liver and sometimes the hump. But he insisted on first pick of the bones, so he could find the marrow. He knocked down prairie chickens whenever he could, and had developed a taste for possums, ground squirrels, prairie dogs, and armadillo. When one of his wives wanted to please him, they could catch him a plump prairie hen or perhaps a young possum. The elders of the tribe thought it odd that their great chief no longer hungered for horse meat or buffalo. Buffalo Hump didn't care what the elders thought, not in this instance. He had heard much prophecy from many elders, and little of it had come true. Worse, the only prophecies that had come true were the bad ones. The whites were more numerous than ever and better armed. Even a simple raid on a small farm, just a couple and their children, could seldom be accomplished without a warrior or 2 falling to the white man's guns. Even the Mexicans in poor villages were better armed now. Once, the mere appearance of a single Comanche warrior could cause such panic in the villages of Mexico that the men could ride in and take captives almost at will. But now, even the smallest, poorest villages were apt to put up stiff resistance. Also now, the Texans came with blue-coat soldiers, and with agents who talked to the elders of the people about the advantages of reservation life. Some of the chiefs and elders, tired of running and fighting, had begun to listen to these agents of the Texans. So far, the Comanches were still a free people, but Buffalo Hump knew, and the elders knew as well, that they could not simply scare the whites away by tortures and killings or by taking a few captives now and then. There were too many Texans. Too many. The very thought of them made him weary and sad. Finally, when he had finished with his marrow bone, he tossed it aside and looked up at Blue Duck. The boy was tall and strong, but also rude, impatient, disrespectful. "If you saw Gun in the Water, why didn't you kill him for me?" he asked his son. "You should have brought me his hair." Blue Duck was annoyed. He had brought his father a report on the Texans and had not expected criticism. "He was with Big Horse Skull," he said. "He had 12 men with him." He stopped, uncertain. Surely his father did not expect him to kill 12 men on a day when the sleet was so bad a horse could not run without slipping. Buffalo Hump merely looked at Blue Duck. He was gaunt now. His great hump was a weight he had grown tired of carrying. Once it had scarcely slowed him, but now he had to manage carefully if he was to avoid embarrassment. "You can kill him, I give him to you," he said to Blue Duck. "Do you think you can kill him tomorrow?" "I told you he was with Big Horse," Blue Duck said. The old man annoyed him. He knew that his father had been the greatest Comanche leader ever to ride the plains. From the age of 10, Blue Duck had been allowed to ride with him on raids, and had seen how terrible his anger was against the Mexicans and the whites. No one in the tribe could throw a lance as far and as accurately as Buffalo Hump, and only Kicking Wolf was as quick and deadly with the bow. Though nowadays his father raided less, he was still a man to be feared. But he was older. He no longer had the strength of the bear, and the ugly hump, though it might scare the Texans, was just an ugly mound of gristle on the old man's back. It had white hairs sticking out of it. Soon his father would just be an old chief, worn out, no longer able to raid. The young warriors would soon cease to follow him. He would just be an old man, sitting on his deer hides, sucking at greasy bones. "If you can't kill Gun in the Water, kill the other one. Kill McCrae," Buffalo Hump suggested. "Or if you are too lazy to kill a strong fighting man, then kill the buffalo horse." "Kill the buffalo horse?" Blue Duck asked. He knew he was being insulted, but he tried to hold his temper. Buffalo Hump had his lance at his side, and he was still quick with it. The ranger they called Big Horse Skull, the great captain, rode the buffalo horse. Why ask him to kill the horse? Why not ask him to kill Skull? "I will kill Skull," Blue Duck said. "Later we can kill the buffalo horse. He is so big it will take all winter to eat him." Buffalo Hump regretted that his son was boastful. Blue Duck thought he could kill anybody. He hadn't learned that some men were harder to kill than even the great grizzly bears. Once the great bears had lived in the Palo Duro and along the broken ledge that the whites called the Cap Rock. In his youth, Buffalo Hump had killed 3 of the great bears. It had not been easy. One of his legs bore a scar from the claws of the last of these bears. When he went into battle, he wore a necklace made from that bear's teeth and claws. Now there were none of the great bears in the Palo Duro or along the Cap Rock. They had all gone north to the high mountains to escape the guns of the Texans. Now his boastful son stood before him, a boy with none of the wisdom of the great bears. Blue Duck thought he could kill Skull, but Buffalo Hump knew better. Big Horse Skull was a short man, but a great fighter. Even without a weapon he would win against Blue Duck. He would tear open Blue Duck's throat with his teeth if he had to. Skull might suffer injuries, but he would win. "You can't kill Big Horse," Buffalo Hump told the boy bluntly. Blue Duck was tall and strong, but he was awkward. He had not yet learned how to run smoothly. He was too lazy to learn to use the old weapons. He could not throw a lance accurately or hit an animal with an arrow. He wore a great knife that he had taken off a dead soldier, but he did not know how to fight with a knife. Without his gun he was helpless, and he was too foolish even to realize that he might lose his gun, or that it might miss fire. Buffalo Hump liked weapons that he had made himself and could depend on. He chose the wood for his own arrows. He scraped and honed the shafts and set the points himself. He chose the wood for his bow and saw that the bowstrings were of tough sinew. Every night, before turning to his women, he looked at his weapons, felt them, tested them. He made sure his lance head was securely set. If he had to fight in the night, he wanted to be ready. He did not want to jump into a fight and discover that he had mislaid his weapons, or that they were not in good working order. All Blue Duck knew of weapons was how to push bullets into a pistol or a rifle. He was a boy, too ill-prepared to give battle to a warrior as fierce as Big Horse Skull. Unless he was lucky, he would not even be able to kill Gun in the Water, who had been too quick for his other, better son in the encounter on the Brazos years before. "I did not give you Big Horse. I gave you Gun in the Water," Buffalo Hump said. "Go take him if you can." "There are only 12 Texans and Big Horse," Blue Duck said. "We have many warriors. We could kill them all." "Why have they come?" Buffalo Hump asked. "I have done no raiding. I've been killing buffalo." "They are chasing Kicking Wolf," Blue Duck said. "He stole many horses." Buffalo Hump was annoyed. Kicking Wolf had gone raiding without even asking him if he cared to go too. Besides, he did not feel well. In bitter weather, an ache made his bones hurt. The ache seemed to start in his hump. It made his bones throb as if someone were pounding them with a club. The cold and sleet were of little moment. He had lived with plains weather all his life, but in recent years the ache in his bones had come, forcing him to pay more attention to the cold weather. He had to be sure now that his lodges were warm. "Why are you talking to me about killing these Texans?" he asked Blue Duck. "If it is Kicking Wolf who has brought them, let him kill them." Blue Duck was disgusted with the old man's attitude. The whites were only a few miles away. With only half the warriors in their camp, they could kill the whites easily. Maybe they could even capture Gun in the water and torture him. It was easy to cripple a man when the footing was so bad. His father would at last have his vengeance, and they could all boast that they had finished Big Horse Skull, a ranger who had been killing Comanches almost as long as Buffalo Hump, his father, had been killing whites. Yet Buffalo Hump just sat there, tilted sideways a little from the weight of the ugly hump, sucking marrow from buffalo bones. Blue Duck knew his father didn't like Kicking Wolf. The two had quarreled often over women, over horses, over the best routes into Mexico, over what villages to raid, over captives. Why let Kicking Wolf have the glory of killing Big Horse and his rangers? It was on Blue Duck's tongue to call the old man a coward, to tell him it was time he stayed with the old men, time he let the young warriors decide when to fight and who to attack. But just as Blue Duck was about to speak, Buffalo Hump looked up at him. The older man had been fiddling with the knife he used to split the buffalo leg bone. Suddenly his eyes were as cold as the snake's. Blue Duck could never avoid a moment of fear when his father's eyes became the eyes of a snake. He choked off his insult. He knew that if he spoke, he might in an instant find himself fighting Buffalo Hump. He had seen it happen before with other warriors. Someone would say one word too many, would fail to see the snake in his father's eyes, and the next moment Buffalo Hump would be pulling his long, bloody knife from between the other warrior's ribs. Blue Duck waited. He knew that it was not a day to fight his father. "Why are you standing there?" Buffalo Hump asked. "I want to think. I gave you Gun in the water. If you want to fight in the sleet, go fight." "Can I take some warriors?" Blue Duck asked. "Maybe we could take him and bring him back alive." "No," Buffalo Hump said. "Kill him if you are able, but I won't give you the warriors." Angered, Blue Duck turned. He thought the old man was trying to provoke him. Perhaps his father was seeking a fight. But Buffalo Hump was not even looking at him, and had just put his knife back in its sheath. "Wait," Buffalo Hump said, as Blue Duck was about to walk away. "You may see Kicking Wolf while you are traveling." "I may," Blue Duck said. "He owes me 6 horses," Buffalo Hump said. "If he has stolen a lot of horses from the Texans, it is time he gave me my 6. Tell him to bring them soon." "He won't bring them. He is too greedy for horses," Blue Duck said. Buffalo Hump didn't answer. A gust of wind blew shards of sleet into the little warm place under the rock. Buffalo Hump knocked the sleet off his blanket and looked into the fire. By morning, Augustus McCrae was so tired that he had lost the ability to tell up from down. The dawn was sleet-gray, the plain sleet-gray as well. There was not a feature to stop the eye on the long plain. No tree, ridge, rise, hill, dip, animal, or bird. Augustus could see nothing at all, and he was well known to have the best vision in the troop. The plain was so wide it seemed you could see to the rim of forever, and yet in all that distance there was nothing. Augustus, like the other rangers, had been in the saddle 36 hours. Before the chase started, he had been up all night, whoring and drinking. Now he was so tired he thought he might be losing his mind. There were those among his comrades who thought that it was excessive whoring and drinking that had caused Gus's hair to turn white, almost overnight. But his own view was that too many long patrols had fatigued his hair so that it had lost its color. Now, when he looked up, the horizon seemed to roll. It was as if the plain was turning over like a plate. Augustus's stomach, which had little in it, began to turn too. For a moment he had the sensation that the sky was below him, the earth above. He needed to see something definite, an antelope, a tree, anything, to rid himself of the queasy sensation he got when the land seemed to tip. It grew so bad, the rolling, that at one point he felt his own horse was above him, its feet attached to the sky. The more Gus thought about it, the angrier he became at Captain Skull. "If he don't stop for breakfast, I'm just going to dismount right here and die," Gus said. "I'm so tired I'm confusing up with down." "I guess he'll stop when he hits the Canadian," Call said. "I doubt it's much further." "No, and I doubt the North Pole is much further either," Gus said. "Why has he brought us here? There's nothing here." Call was weary, too. All the men were weary. Some slept in their saddles despite the cold. Under the circumstances, Call just wanted to concentrate on seeing that no one fell behind or straggled off and got lost. Though the plain looked entirely flat, it wasn't. There were dips so shallow they didn't look like dips, and rises so gradual they didn't seem to be rises. A ranger might ride off a little distance from the troop to answer a call of nature, only to find, once the call was answered, that he had traversed a dip or crossed a rise and become completely lost. The troop would have vanished in only a few minutes. A man lost on the Llano would wander until he starved, or until the Comanches got him. Call wanted to devote what energies he had to seeing that no one got lost. It was vexing to have to turn his attention from that important task to answer Gus's questions, particularly since they were questions that Gus himself ought to know the answer to. "He brought us here to catch Kicking Wolf and get those horses back," Call said. "Did you think he was leading us all this way just to exercise our horses?" Ahead they could see Einish Skull, his coat white with sleet, moving at the same steady pace he had maintained the whole way. Hector's shaggy coat steamed from melting sleet. It crossed Call's mind to wonder just how far Hector could travel without rest. Would it be 100 miles or 200? The captain was well ahead of the troop. Seen from a distance, he seemed very small in relation to his huge mount. Seen up close, though, that changed. No one thought of Einish Skull as small when his eyes were boring into them as he delivered commands or criticisms. Then all anyone remembered was that he was a captain in the Texas Rangers. Size didn't enter into it. Augustus's head was still swimming. The horizon still rocked, but talking to Woodrow helped a little. Woodrow Call was too hard-headed to grow confused about up and down. He was never likely to get sky and land mixed up. "He's not going to catch Kicking Wolf," Gus said. "I expect the reason he's rarely run off from is because he's careful who he chases. If you ask me, he usually just chases the ones he knows he can catch." Call had been thinking the same thing, though he had no intention of saying it in front of the men. He didn't like to be doubting his captain, but it did seem to him that Captain Skull had met his match in the game of chase and pursuit. Kicking Wolf had had nearly a day's start, and the shifting weather made tracking difficult. Einish Skull didn't like to turn his troop any more than he liked to turn his own head when spitting tobacco juice. He seemed to think he could keep an enemy ahead of him by sheer force of will, until he wore him down. But Kicking Wolf had lured the captain onto the Llano, which was his place. He wasn't subject to anybody's will, not even Buffalo Hump's, if reports were true. Then Augustus spotted something moving in the sky, the first sign he had seen that there was life anywhere around. "Look, Woodrow, I think that's a goose," Gus said, pointing at the dark in the gray sky. "If it comes in range, I mean to try and shoot it. A fat goose would make a fine breakfast." "Geese fly in flocks," Call reminded him. "Why would one goose be flying around out here?" "Well, maybe it got lost," Gus suggested. "No, birds don't get lost," Call said. "A bird dumb enough to fly over this place could well get lost," Gus said. "This place is so empty an elephant could get lost in it." The bird, when it came in sight, proved to be a great blue heron. It flew right over the troop. Several of the men looked up at it and felt some relief. All of them were oppressed by the gray emptiness they were traveling in. The sight of a living thing, even a bird, stirred their hopes a little. "I see something else," Gus said, pointing to the west. He saw a moving spot, very faint, but moving in their direction, he felt sure. Call looked and could see nothing, which vexed him. Time and again he had to accept the fact that Augustus McCrae had him beaten when it came to vision. Gus's sight just reached out farther than Call's. That was the plain fact. "I expect it's famous shoes," Gus said. "It's about time that rascal got back." "He ain't a rascal, he's our scout," Call said. "What's rascally about him?" "Well, he's independent," Augustus commented. "What's the use of a scout who goes off and don't bring back a report but every 2 or 3 days? And besides that, he beat me at cards." "An Indian who can beat a white man at cards is a rascal for sure," Long Bill volunteered. "I expect it just took him this long to find Kicking Wolf's track," Call said. A few minutes later they sighted the Canadian River, a narrow watercourse cutting through a shallow valley. There was not a tree along it. "Now, that's a disappointment," Augustus said. "Here we are at the river, and there's not any darn wood. We'll have to burn our stirrups if we want to make a fire." Then Call saw Famous Shoes. Inish Skull had stopped to receive his report. What amazed Call was that Famous Shoes had arrived so swiftly. Only moments before, it seemed, the scout had been so far away that Call hadn't even been able to see him. But now he was there. "I'm about to quit rangering if it means coming to a place where I can't tell up from down," Augustus said, annoyed that there seemed no likelihood of a good roaring fire beside the Canadian. Call had heard that threat from Augustus before, had heard it, in fact, whenever Gus was vexed, and he didn't take it seriously. "You don't know how to do anything besides ride horses and shoot guns," Call told him. "If you was to quit rangering, you'd starve." "No, the fact is I know how to gather up women," Augustus said. "I'll find me a rich, fat woman, and I'll marry her and live in ease for the rest of my days." "Now you're talking bosh," Call said. "If you're so good at marrying, why ain't you married Clara?" "It's far too cold to be talking about such as that," Augustus said, vexed that his friend would bring up Clara Forsythe, a woman far too independent for her own good, or anybody else's either, his in particular. He had proposed to Clara the day he met her in her father's store in Austin years before, but she had hesitated then and was still hesitating, despite the fact that he had courted her fast and furiously all that time. Clara would admit that she loved him. She was not the standoffish sort, but she would not agree to marry him, a fact that pained him deeply. Despite all he had done and all he could do, Clara still considered herself free to entertain other suitors. What if she married one? What could he do then but be broken-hearted all his life? It was not a circumstance he wanted to be reminded of on a morning so cold that he couldn't tell up from down, and he particularly resented being reminded of it by Woodrow Call, a man inept with women to such a degree that he had entangled himself with a whore. Maggie Tilton, the whore in question, was plenty pretty enough to marry, though so far Woodrow had shown no sign of a willingness to marry her. "You're no man to talk. Shut up before I give you a licking," Gus said. It was an intolerable impertinence on the part of Woodrow Call to even mention Clara's name, especially at a time when they were having to struggle hard just to avoid freezing. Call ignored the threat. Any mention of Clara Forsythe would provoke Augustus into a display of fisticuffs. It always had. Call himself avoided Clara when possible. He only went into the Forsythe store when he needed to buy cartridges or some other necessity. Though certainly pretty, well beyond the norm, Clara Forsythe was so forward in speech that a man of good sense would plan his day with a view to avoiding her. Even when she was only selling Call a box of cartridges or a tool of some sort, Clara would always find a way to direct a few words to him, though, in his view, no words were called for other than a thank you. Instead of just handing him his change and wrapping up his purchase, Clara would always come out with some statement, seemingly mild, that would nonetheless manage to leave him with the impression that there was something not quite right about his behavior. He could never figure out quite what he did to annoy Clara, but her tone with him always carried a hint of annoyance, a strong enough hint, in fact, that he tried to time his visits to the afternoons, when her father usually tended the store. Maggie Tilton, the whore he liked to see, never gave him the sense that there was anything wrong with his behavior. If anything, Maggie swung too far in the other direction. She could see no wrong in him at all, which made him feel almost as uncomfortable as Clara's needle-grass criticisms. Maybe the fact that one was a whore and the other respectable had something to do with it. In any case, Augustus McCrae was the last person whose opinion he felt he needed to listen to. Gus's mood bobbed up and down like a cork, depending on whether Clara had been sweet to him or sour, soft or sharp, friendly or aloof. In Call's view, no man, and particularly not a Texas Ranger, ought to allow himself to be blown back and forth by a woman's opinion. It wasn't right, and that was that. Long Bill was close enough to hear Gus threaten to give Call a licking, a threat he had heard uttered before. "What's got him riled?" Long Bill inquired. "None of your business. Get gone, you fool," Gus said. "You must have swallowed a badger, Gus. I swear you're surly," Long Bill said. "I wonder if Famous Shoes has seen any wood we could make into a nice fire while we're wandering." Before anyone could answer, Einish Skull, their captain, gave a loud yell of rage, wheeled Hector, and spurred him into a great lumbering run toward the west. The sleet spumed up in clouds behind him. Einish Skull didn't wave for the troop to follow him, or give any indication that he cared whether the 12 Rangers came with him or not. He just charged away, leaving Famous Shoes standing alone by a large steaming pile of horse turds which Hector had just deposited on the prairie. "Well, there goes Captain Skull. I expect he sighted his prey," Long Bill said, pulling his rifle from its scabbard. "We best whip up or we'll lose him." The troop with Gus at its head immediately clattered off after Captain Skull, but Call didn't follow, not at once. He didn't fear losing contact with the captain while he was riding Hector. An elephant could not leave a much plainer track. He wanted to know what Famous Shoes had said to provoke the charge. "Is it Kicking Wolf?" he asked the Kickapoo. "Is it going to be a fight?" Famous Shoes was a slight man with a deceptive gait. He never seemed to hurry, yet he had no trouble keeping up with a troop of horsemen. Even if the horsemen charged off, as Einish Skull and the whole troop had just done, Famous Shoes would usually manage to catch up with them by the time a campfire was made and coffee boiling. He moved fast, and yet no one ever saw him moving fast, a thing Call marveled at. Sometimes he responded to questions, and sometimes he didn't. But even if he chose to answer a given question, the answer would usually lay a little sideways to the question as it had been phrased. At the moment he was looking closely at the smoky green pile of Hector's droppings. "The buffalo horse has been eating prickly pear," he said. "I guess he don't like this icy grass." "Kicking Wolf," Call repeated. "Is it Kicking Wolf they went off after?" Famous Shoes looked at Call with mild surprise, his usual look when responding to direct questions. The look left Call with a feeling that he had missed something. What, he didn't know. "No, Kicking Wolf is over by the Rio Pecos," Famous Shoes said. "The captain will have to ride a faster horse if he wants to catch Kicking Wolf. The buffalo horse is too slow." That was Call's opinion, too, but he didn't say it. Then Famous Shoes turned away from the dung pile and gestured toward the west. "Kicking Wolf didn't really want those horses, not the geldings," he said. "He only wanted the 3 stud horses to breed to his young mares. Those are good young stud horses. They will make him some fine colts." "If he only kept 3, what did he do with the others?" Call asked. "He butchered them," Famous Shoes said. "His tribe took the meat, but the women didn't do a very good job of butchering all those horses. There's plenty of meat left. We can take it if we want to." "If we ain't going to catch Kicking Wolf today, maybe the captain will let Dietz cook up some of the meat," Call said. "We're all hungry." Dietz was a young black man making his second trip with the troop. He had been found sleeping in the stables one morning, covered with dust and hay. He had escaped from a large group of stolen slaves who were being driven into Mexico by the famous Chief Wildcat, a Lipan who had perfected the practice of selling stolen slaves to rich Mexican ranchers. Call had been about to chase the boy off for trespassing on ranger property, but Einish Skull liked Dietz's looks and kept him to do the stable work. He was made a cook one day when the captain happened to taste a stew he had cooked up for some black families who were at work building homes for the legislators. Famous Shoes didn't reply when Call mentioned eating. He seemed to live on coffee, rarely taking food with the rangers, though he was known to have a fondness for potatoes. Often he would slip 2 or 3 raw spuds in his pouch before setting off on a scout. Raw potatoes and a little jerky seemed to be what he lived on. Call knew that he ought to be hurrying after the troop, but he could not resist lingering for a moment with Famous Shoes in hopes of learning a little bit about tracking and scouting. Famous Shoes didn't look smart, yet he made his way across the Llano as easily as Call would cross a street. Captain Skull was particular about scouts, as he was about everything. He didn't trust anybody, not even his wife, by some reports. Yet he allowed Famous Shoes to wander for days at a stretch, even when they were in hostile territory. Call himself knew little about the Kickapoo tribe. They were supposed to be enemies of the Comanches, but what if they weren't? What if instead of helping them find the Indians, Famous Shoes was really helping the Indians find them? Call thought he would try one more query just to see if Famous Shoes could be persuaded to answer the question he was asked. "I thought there was plentiful antelope up here on the plains," he said. "I've had antelope, and it's a sight tastier than horse meat. But we ain't seen an antelope this whole trip. Where'd they all go?" "You had better just fill your belly with that fresh horse meat," Famous Shoes said, with an amused look. "The antelope are over by the Purgatory River right now. There is good sweet grass along the Purgatory River this year." "I don't know why this grass wouldn't be sweet enough for 'em," Call said. "I know it's icy right now, but this ice will melt in a day or two." Famous Shoes was amused by the young ranger's insistence. It was not the young man's place to question the antelope. Antelope were free to seek the grass they preferred. They did not have to live by the Palo Duro, where the grass was known to be bitter, just because some Texans liked antelope meat better than horse meat. It was typical of the whites, though. 17 horses were dead, and there was plenty of tasty meat left on their carcasses. Those horses would never eat grass again, sweet or bitter. Only the 3 stallions Kicking Wolf had kept would know the flavor of grass again. Yet here was this young man, Call, expecting to find antelope standing around waiting to be shot. Only buffalo were peculiar enough to stand around waiting to be shot by the white men, which was why the numbers of buffalo were declining. There were plenty of antelope, though. They lived wherever the grass was sweetest, along the Purgatory or the Canadian or the Washita or the Rio Pecos. "I don't think we will see any antelope today," Famous Shoes said, and then he left. The rangers had galloped away to the west, but Famous Shoes turned north. It vexed Call a little. The man was their scout, yet he never seemed to travel in the same direction as the troop. "I'd be curious to know where you're heading," he asked, trotting after the scout in a polite tone. After all, the man hadn't really done anything wrong, he just did things that seemed peculiar. Famous Shoes had been moving in a light trot when Call followed him and asked him the question. He looked up at Call, but he didn't slow his motion. "I'm going to see my grandmother," he said. "She lives up on the Washita with one of my sisters. I guess they are still there if they haven't moved." "I see," Call said. He felt foolish for having asked. "My grandmother is old," Famous Shoes said. "She may want to tell me a few more stories before she dies." "Well, then that's fine," Call said. But Famous Shoes didn't hear him. He had begun to sing a little song as he trotted north. Famous Shoes' voice was soft, and the wind still keened. Call heard only a snatch or two of the song before Famous Shoes was so far away that the song was lost in the wind. A little perplexed, feeling that he might somehow have been out of order, Call turned his horse and began to lope west after the troop. The tracks of Hector, the buffalo horse, were as easy to follow as a road. He wondered as he loped over the cold plains what made Indians so much like women. The way Famous Shoes made him feel when he asked a question was not unlike how Clara Forsythe made him feel when he ventured into her store. With both the Indian and the women, he was always left with the feeling that without meaning to, he had made some kind of mistake. Before he could worry the matter much more, he saw a horseman approaching, back along the trail Hector had made. For a moment he was fearful enough to heft his rifle. Out on the plains, a Comanche could pop out at you at any time. Maybe one had got between him and the troop and was planning to cut him off. Then, a moment later, he saw that it was only Gus, coming hell for leather back along the sleety trail. "Why'd you lag, Woodrow? We thought you'd been ambushed," Gus said, a little out of breath from his rapid ride. "Why, no, I was just talking to Famous Shoes," Call said. "You didn't need to lather your horse." "We heard that whooping last night. You could have been ambushed," Augustus reminded him. "I ain't ambushed. Let's go," Call said. "The boys will eat all the breakfast if we don't hurry." Augustus was annoyed. His friend could at least have thanked him. After all, he'd put his own life at risk coming back alone to look for him. But then, the fact was, Woodrow Call just wasn't the thanking kind. The morning Inez Skull first called Jake Spoon into her bedroom, she was sitting on a blue velvet stool. The bedroom was in the Skulls' fine brick mansion on Shoal Creek, the first brick house in Austin, the rangers had been told. Jake had only been with the Rangers 3 months at the time, working mainly as a kind of orderly for Captain Skull. His chief task was to groom Hector and get him saddled when the captain required him. Now and again, Captain Skull would dispatch Jake to run an errand for Madame Skull. Madame Skull was how she preferred to be addressed. Usually the errand would consist of picking up packages for her at one of the more prominent stores. Jake had come to Texas with a group of ragged settlers from Kansas. He had never seen such buying as the Skulls routinely indulged in. The captain was always ordering new guns or saddlery or hats or gloves or spyglasses. The big dining room table in the Skull mansion was always littered with catalogues of all descriptions, catalogues of combs or dresses or other frippery for Madame Skull, or knives or fine shotguns or microscopes or other gadgets for the captain. The house even boasted a barometer, a thing Jake had never heard of, and also a brass ship's clock at the head of the stairs, a clock that sounded bells every hour and half-hour. Jake had never been, or expected to be, in a fine lady's bedroom when the kitchen girl, Felice, a young high-yellow girl he had taken a bit of a fancy to, came outside and told him that the lady of the house wanted to see him upstairs. Jake was a little nervous as he went up the stairs. Madame Skull and the captain were often out of temper with one another and were not quiet in their expressions of rage or discontent. More than once, according to Felice, the captain had taken a bullwhip to his lady, and more than once she had taken the same bullwhip to him, not to mention quirts, buggy whips, or anything else that lay to hand. At other times they screamed wild curses at one another and fought with their fists like two men. Some of the Mexican servants were so alarmed by the goings-on that they thought the devil lived in the house. A few of them fled in the night and didn't stop until they were across the Rio Grande, more than 250 miles away. Still, both the captain and Madame Skull had been very nice to Jake. Madame Skull had even one day complimented him on his curly hair. "Why, Jake, those curls will soon be winning you many female hearts," she said to him one morning when he was carrying out a package she wanted sent off. The men, Augustus McCrae particularly, scoffed at Jake for accepting soft work at the captain's house when he should have been out riding on Indian patrols. But Jake had no fondness for horses, and besides had a mighty fear of scalping. He was but 17, and considered that he had time enough to learn about Indian fighting. If, as some predicted, the Indians were whipped forever before he got to fight them, it would not be a loss that grieved him much. There would always be Mexican bandits to engage the Rangers. Jake supposed he could get all the fighting he wanted along the border, and soon enough. When Madame Skull called him upstairs, he supposed it was just to carry out another package. The worst it was likely to entail was hanging a drape. Madame Skull was always getting rid of drapes and replacing them with other drapes. She was always shifting the furniture, too, much to Captain Skull's vexation. Once he had come home from a dusty scout and started to plop down in his favorite chair with one of the scientific books he loved to pore over, only to discover that his favorite chair was no longer in its spot. "God damn it, Inez, where's my armchair?" he asked. Jake, flirting with Felice, had happened to be in earshot when the outburst came. "That smelly thing, I gave it to the negroes," Mrs. Skull remarked coolly. "Why, you hairy slut! Go get it back right now!" the captain yelled. The comment startled Jake considerably, and put Felice in such a fright that she lost all interest in courting. "I've never liked that chair, and I'll decide what furniture stays in my house, I reckon," Madame Skull said. "If you like that chair so much, go live with the niggers. I, for one, shan't miss your damn tobacco stains." "I want my chair, and I'll have it," the captain declaimed. But at that point Jake ran out of the kitchen and hunted up a task to do in the stables. He had never expected to hear a captain in the Texas Rangers call his wife a slut, much less a hairy slut. Behind him, as he hurried off the porch, he heard the argument raging and a crash of china. He feared the Skulls might be approaching the bullwhip stage and didn't want to be anywhere around. The morning he got called into the bedroom, he had to make the same dash again, only faster. When he came into the bedroom, Mrs. Skull beckoned him over to the blue velvet stool where she sat. She was red in the face. "Ma'am, is it the drapes again?" Jake asked, thinking she might have got a little too much sun through the long windows beside her bed. "It ain't the drapes, thank you, Jake," Inez Skull said. "My sweet boy," she added. "I do so fancy dimpled boys with curly hair." "Mine's always been curly, I guess," Jake said, at a loss how to respond to the remark. Madame Skull still had the same sun-flushed look on her face. "Stand a little bit closer so I can see your dimples better," Inez Skull said. Jake obediently placed himself within arm's length of the stool, only to get, in the next moment, the shock of his life, when Madame Skull confidently reached out and began to unbutton his pants. "Let's see your young pizzle, Jakey," she said. "What, ma'am?" Jake said, too startled to move. "Your pizzle. Let's have a look," Madame Skull repeated. "I expect it's a fine one." "What, ma'am?" Jake said again. Then a sense of peril came over him, and he turned and dashed out of the room. He didn't quit dashing until he had reached the ranger stables. Once there, he squeezed into a horse stall and got his pants rebuttoned properly. He spent the rest of the day and most of the next few days as far from the Skull Mansion as he could get and still do his work. Jake didn't know what to think about the incident. At times he tried to persuade himself that he dreamed it. He desperately wanted to find someone to confide in, but the only person in the troop that he could trust with such dangerous information was P.I. Parker, a gangly, half-starved youth from the Arkansas Flats who was not much older than himself. P.I. had come to Texas with his parents to farm, only to have both parents, a brother, and 3 sisters die within a year. Woodrow Call had happened to notice P.I. in an abandoned cornfield one day. The farmer had been burned out and his wife killed by Comanches. P.I. was sitting by a fence eating the dried-out corn right off the cob. "Ain't that corn too dry to chew?" Call asked him. The young fellow looked to be 17 or 18. He didn't even have drinking water to wash the dry kernels down with. "Mister, I'm too hungry to be picky," P.I. said. He looked hollow in the eyes from starvation and fatigue. Woodrow Call had seen something in the boy that he liked. He had let P.I. ride behind him into Austin. P.I. soon proved to be adept at horseshoeing, a task most rangers shunned. Augustus McCrae particularly shunned it, as he would shun cholera or indigestion. P.I. had wanted to ride out with the troop, of course, but Captain Skull had left him in town at first, considering him a little too green for the field. But when the time came to visit Fort Belknap, the captain decided to leave Jake and take P.I. It was the day before they were to leave that Madame Skull put her hand in Jake's pants. Jake could not, with the troop's departure at hand, bring himself to say anything about the incident to P.I., fearing that in his excitement he might blab. On the morning the troop was to leave, Jake half expected Captain Skull to walk up and kill him, but the captain was as pleasant to him as ever. As the troop was preparing to mount, the captain turned to him and informed him calmly that Madame Skull wanted him to be her equerry while the troop was gone. "Her what?" Jake asked. He had not heard the term before. "Equerry, equestrienne, Captain Skull said. "In other words, Inez wants you to be her horse." "What, sir?" Jake asked. Since he began to deal with the Skulls, he had come to question both his eyesight and his hearing, for the Skulls frequently said and did things he couldn't understand or believe, even though he heard them said and saw them happen. In his old home in Kansas, nobody said or did such things. Of that Jake was sure. "She'll have her way, too, boy," the captain said, his temper mounting at the thought of his wife's behavior. "She'll ride you to a lather before I'm halfway to the Brazos, the wild hussy." "What, sir?" Jake asked for the 3rd time. He had no idea what the captain was talking about, or why he supposed that Mrs. Skull wanted to ride him. "Boy, are you a stutterer, or have you just got a brick for a brain?" the captain asked, coming close and giving Jake a hard look. "Inez wants to mount you, boy. Ain't that clear to you yet?" he went on. "Her father's the richest man in the South. They've 300,000 acres of prime plantation land in Alabama and 100,000 more in Cuba. Inez ain't her name either. She just took that name because it matches mine. In Birmingham, she's just plain Dolly, but she was raised in Cuba and thinks she has a right to the passions of the tropics." He paused and glared at the big brick house on the slope above the creek. Around him, the men were mounting their horses for the long ride to Fort Belknap. Einish Skull glared at his mansion as if the house itself were responsible for the fact that his wife would not desist from unseemly passions. "Lust is the doom of man. I've often forsworn it myself, but my resolve won't hold," the captain said, stepping close to Jake. "You're a young man. Take my advice. Beware the hairy prospect. Do that and improve your vocabulary, and you'll yet make a fine citizen. Old Tom Rowlandson, now there was a man who understood lust. He knew about the hairy prospect, Tom Rowlandson did. I've a book of his pictures right up in my house. Take a peek in it, boy. It might help you escape Inez. Once you start tupping with slavering sluts like her, there's no recovery. Just look at me. I ought to be Secretary of War, if not President, but I'm doing nothing better than chasing heathen red men on this goddamn dusty frontier, and all because of a lustful rich slut from Birmingham. Bible and sword." A few minutes later, the troop rode away, planning to be gone for a month at least. Jake felt regretful for a few hours. If he had tried harder to persuade the captain to take him along, the captain might have relented. After all, he had taken P.I. If there was a fight, it might have meant a chance for glory. But he hadn't pressed to go, and the captain had left him with the problem of Madame Skull. With the captain gone and the threat of immediate execution removed, Jake found that his mind came to dwell more and more on what Madame Skull had done. There was no denying that she was a beautiful woman, tall, heavy-bosomed, with a quick stride and lustrous black hair. It seemed to Jake that the captain, for whatever reason, had simply handed him over to Madame Skull. He was supposed to be her equerry. That was now his job. If he didn't do his equerrying well, the captain might even dismiss him from the Rangers when the troop returned. By the time the troop had been gone half a day, Jake Spoon had persuaded himself that it was his duty to present himself at the Skull Mansion. He had taken to going to the mansion regularly in order to intercept Felice at the well, where she was frequently sent. Mrs. Madame Skull was reckless in her use of water. Trips to fetch it took Felice back and forth to the well for much of the day. This time, though, when Felice came out the back door with her bucket, she was limping. Felice was a quick girl who normally walked with a springy step. Jake hurried over, anxious to see why she was lame, and was surprised to see that she had a black eye and a big bruise on one cheek. "Why, what done that? Did the captain strike you?" Jake asked. "No, not the captain. The missus," Felice said. "She beat me with the handle of that black bullwhip. I got marks all over from where that woman beat me." "Well, but why?" he asked. "Did you sass her or drop a plate?" Felice shook her head. "Didn't sass her and didn't drop no plate," she said. "But you must have done something to bring on a licking," Jake said. Felice's dress had slipped off one shoulder as she struggled with a heavy water bucket. Jake saw a swollen black bruise there, too. Felice shook her head. Jake didn't understand. She had come from Cuba with Madame Skull, had been a servant to her since she was a girl of 6. When she was younger, the missus might slap her once in a while for some slip. But it was only later, once Felice had begun to fill out as a woman, that the missus had begun to beat her hard. Lately, the beatings had become more and more frequent. If Captain Skull even glanced at Felice as she was serving breakfast, or requested a biscuit or a second cup of coffee, the missus would often corner her later in the day and quirt her severely. Sometimes she punched her, or grabbed Felice's hair and tried to yank it out. There was no knowing when the missus might beat her, but yesterday had been the worst. The missus caught her in the hall and beat her with the handle of the bullwhip, beat her till her arm got tired of beating. One of Felice's teeth was loose. The missus had even hit her in the mouth. Jake understood that Felice was a slave, and that the Skulls could do whatever they wanted to with her. Still, he was shocked at the bruises on Felice's face. In Kansas, few people still owned slaves. His own family had been much too poor to afford one. Jake offered to carry the water bucket, which was heavy. As they were nearing the house, he happened to glance up and see Madame Skull watching them from a little balcony off her bedroom. Jake immediately lowered his eyes because Madame Skull had no clothes on. She just stood on the balcony, her heavy bosom exposed, brushing her long black hair. Jake glanced over at Felice and was surprised to see tears in her eyes. "Why, Felice, what is it?" he asked. "Are you hurt that bad?" Felice didn't answer. She didn't want to try and put words to her sorrow. She had come to like Jake. He was polite and let her know that he liked her. Besides, he was young, and his breath was sweet when he tried to kiss her, not foul with tobacco smells like the captain, who lost no opportunity to be familiar with her. Felice had been thinking of meeting Jake behind the smokehouse one night. He had been pleading with her to do just that. Felice wanted to slip out with Jake, but she knew now that she couldn't, not unless she wanted to be beaten within an inch of her life. The missus wanted Jake. That was plain. There she stood on the balcony, showing Jake her titties. The missus would take him, too. Felice knew that she would have to give up on him and do it immediately, or else risk bad trouble. The captain was gone. Despite his stinking breath, the captain would sometimes take up for Felice, just to be contrary. But she belonged to the missus, not the captain. If the missus got too jealous, she might even sell her. Several old, ugly men had cast glances at her when they came to visit the Skulls. They looked like rich men, too. One of them might buy her and use her harder than the missus did. In Cuba, she had seen bad things happen to slaves, brandings and horsewhippings and even hangings. The missus had never done anything that bad to her, but if she got sold to some old ugly man, he might chain her and hurt her bad. Jake wasn't worth such a risk. Nothing was worth such a risk. But it still made her fill with sorrow that the missus would take the one person who was sweet to her. Once they got inside the house, Jake didn't know what to do, other than set the water bucket on the stove. Felice had gone silent. She wouldn't speak at all. She wiped away her tears on her apron and went about her tasks, looking down. She wouldn't turn to him again, not a word and not a look. It was a big disappointment. He thought he had about persuaded her to slip out some night and meet him behind the smokehouse. Then they could kiss all they wanted. But that plan seemed to be spoiled, and he didn't know why. He was about to leave in dejection and go back to the ranger stables when old Ben Mickelson, the skinny, splotchy butler, came in, shaking from drink. Ben wore a shiny old black coat and took snuff, sniffing so loudly that it caused Jake to flinch if he happened to be nearby. "Madame would like to see you upstairs," old Ben told him in his dry voice. "You're late as it is. I wouldn't be later." Old Ben had an ugly way of pushing out his lips when he was spoken to by anyone but the master or mistress. He pushed them out at Jake until Jake wanted to give him a hard punch. "What am I late for? I ain't been told," he said. The thought of going upstairs made him more and more nervous. "I ain't the madame. If she says you're late, I guess you are," old Ben said. In fact, Ben Mickelson hated young men indiscriminately, for no better reason than that they were young and he wasn't. Sometimes he hated young men so hard that he got violent notions about them, notions that affected him like a fever. Right at the moment, he was having a violent imagining in which young Jake was being chewed on by 7 or 8 thin, hungry pigs. There were plenty of thin, hungry pigs running loose within the town of Austin, too. It was against the ordinances, but the skinny, half-wild pigs didn't know there was an ordinance against them. They kept running loose, a menace to the populace. If 6 or 7 of the wild pigs cornered Jake, they would soon whittle him down to size. Then the madame wouldn't be so anxious to get him between her legs. Not if he was well chewed by some hungry pigs. Old Ben was violently jealous of the madame and her lusts. Once, years before, in a moment of anxious weakness, Inez Skull had pulled Ben's pants down in a closet and coupled with him then and there. "You're an ugly old thing, Ben," she told him after the brief act was over. "I don't fancy men with liver spots, and you've got 'em." Ben Mickelson was a little crestfallen. Their embrace, though brief, had been passionate enough to dislodge almost every garment hanging in the closet. He thought he might expect a compliment, but all he got was a comment about his liver spots. "I expect it's the climate, madame," he said as Inez Skull was fastening her bodice. "I never got spots when we lived in Boston." "It's not the climate, it's all that whiskey you drank," Madame Skull said, whereupon she left and never touched Ben Mickelson again. For days and weeks he lingered by the closet, hoping Madame Skull would come by in a lustful state again, so lustful that she would be inclined to overlook liver spots. But what had occurred in that closet, amid ladies' shoes and fallen dresses, was never repeated. Years passed, and Ben Mickelson got bitter. Jake Spoon, not yet 18, with his dimples and curls, baby fat still in his cheeks, would not likely be liver-spotted, and that fact alone was enough to make Ben Mickelson hate him. Jake looked at Felice as he stood at the foot of the stairs, but Felice would not meet his eye. He thought he saw tears on her cheeks, though. He supposed she still ached from the beating. Felice turned and took up her broom, so old Ben wouldn't see her tears. Old Ben had to be watched and avoided. He was always poking at her with his skinny fingers. But the threat of his fingers didn't cause her tears. She cried because she knew she would have to hold herself in, not let herself start feeling warm about any of the boys that came to the house. The missus wanted all the boys for herself. Jake had been kind to her, helping her carry water and doing little errands for her when he could. She had begun to want to see him behind the smokehouse. But that was lost. When Jake came back down the stairs, he would be different. He would have the missus's smell on him. He wouldn't be sweet to her anymore, or help her carry water or feed the chickens. As Felice swept, she felt old Ben following her, getting closer, hoping for a pinch or a grab. It filled her with fury suddenly. She wasn't going to have it, not this morning, when her new feeling for Jake had just been crushed. "You scat, you old possum," Felice said, whirling on the butler. The anger in her face startled old Ben, so that he turned on his heel and went to polish the doorknobs. It was a hard life, he felt, when a butler wasn't even allowed to touch a saucy yellow girl. When Jake approached Madame Skull's bedroom, he felt a deep apprehension, a fear so deep that it made his legs shaky. At the same time, he felt a high excitement, higher than what he felt when he managed to snatch a kiss from Felice. It was a little like what he felt when he visited one of the whore tents down by the river with Gus McCrae, a treat he had only been allowed twice. But this excitement was higher. Madame Skull wasn't a whore, she was a great lady. The Skull mansion was finer by far than the governor's house. Jake was conscious that his pants were ragged and his shirt frayed. To his horror, he saw, looking down, that he had forgotten to wipe his feet. He had muddied the carpet at the head of the stairs. Now there was mud on Madame Skull's fine carpet. Then he noticed Inez Skull watching him from the bedroom door. She had the same sun-flushed look on her face that she had had when she put her hand in his pants. "Ma'am, I'm sorry I tracked in mud," he said. "I'll get the broom and clean it up for you." "Now, hang the mud. Don't you be running off from me again," Madame Skull said. Then she smiled at him. She had put on a gown of some kind, but it had slipped off one shoulder. "Come to my parlor," said the spider to the fly, Inez said, thinking how glad she was that Inez had had to leave to chase Red Indians. The Comanche might be an inconvenience to the ragged settlers, but they were a boon to her, the fact being that her husband's embraces had long since grown stale. Austin was a dull, dusty town with no society and little entertainment, but there was no denying that Texas produced an abundance of fine, sturdy young men. They were hardly refined, these boys of the frontier, but then she wasn't seeking refinement. What she wanted was fine, sturdy boys with curls and stout calves, like the one who stood before her at the moment. She walked over to Jake. He had tracked rather a lot of mud up her stairs, and took up where she had left off, quickly opening his pants, confident that in a week or less she could cure him of embarrassment where fleshly matters were concerned. "Let's see that little pricklin' again," she said. "You scarcely let me touch it the other day." Jake was so shocked he could not find a word to say. "Pricklin', that's what my good German boy called it," Inez said. "My Jürgen was proud of his pricklin', and yours is nothing to be ashamed of, Jakey." She began to lead Jake down the long hall, looking with interest at what had popped out of his pants. His pants had slipped down around his legs, which meant that he couldn't take very long steps. Madame Skull led him by the hand. "I expect I'd have my Jurgen and his pricklin' yet if Inish hadn't hanged him," Madame Skull said casually. At that point, hoping he hadn't heard right, Jake stopped. All he could see was the hang noose and himself on the gallows, with the boys standing far below to watch him swing. "Oh dear, I've given you a fright," Inez said with a quick laugh. "Inish didn't hang my Jurgen for this. He wouldn't hang a fine German boy just because he and I had enjoyed a little sport." "What did he hang him for, then?" Jake asked, unconvinced. "Why, the foolish boy stole a horse," Madame Skull said. "I don't know what he needed with a horse. He was rather a horse in some respects. I was quite crushed at the time. It seemed my Jurgen would rather have a horse than me. But of course Inish caught him and took him straight to the nearest tree and hung him." Jake didn't want to hang, but he didn't want to leave Madame Skull either. Anyway, with his pants around his ankles, he could hardly walk, much less run. They were near a big hall closet, where coats and boots were kept. Jake noticed that Madame Skull was freckled on her shoulders and her bosom, but he didn't have time to notice much more because she suddenly yanked him into the closet. Her move was so sudden that he lost his balance and fell in the deep closet. He was on his back amid shoes and boots, with the bottoms of coats hanging just above him. Jake thought he must be crazy to be in such a situation. Madame Skull was breathing in loud snorts like a winded horse. She squatted right over him, but Jake couldn't see her clearly because her head was amid the hanging coats. There was the smell of mothballs in the closet and the smell of saddle soap, but even stronger there was the smell of Inez Skull, who was not cautious in her behavior with him, not cautious at all. She flung coats off their hangers and kicked shoes and boots out into the hall in order to situate herself above him, exactly where she wanted to be. To Jake's amazement, Madame Skull began to do exactly what the captain had told him she would do, make him her horse. She sank down astride him and rode him hot and hard, rode him until he was lathered, just as the captain had said she would, though the captain himself was probably not even halfway to the Brazos River yet. He wondered, as she rode him, what the servants would think if one of them happened to come upstairs and notice all the shoes Madame Skull had kicked out into the hall. Kicking Wolf had killed the 17 geldings in a barren gully. The butchering had been hasty. Though the best meat had been taken, much was left. The rocks in the gully were pink with frozen blood. The carcasses all had ice on their hides. Augustus saw one horse who had ice covering its eyes, a sight that made his stomach rise. Guts had been pulled out and chopped up. Those left had frozen into icy coils. Buzzards wheeled in the cold sky. "I thought I was hungry a minute ago," Augustus said, "but now that I've seen this, I couldn't eat for $1." Many of the men were dead asleep, slumped wherever they had stopped. Captain Skull sat on a hummock of dirt, staring toward the west. Now and then he spat tobacco juice on the sleety ground. "I can eat," Call said. "It won't cost nobody $1 either. I've seen the day when you didn't turn up your nose at horse meat, I recall." "That was a warmer day," Gus commented. "It's too early to be looking at this many butchered horses." "Be glad it ain't butchered men," Call said. Dietz, the black cook, seemed to be the only man in the outfit who could muster a cheerful look. He had a stew pot bubbling already and was slicing potatoes into it when they rode up. "If Dietz can make that horse meat tasty, I might sample a little," Augustus said. At the sight of the bubbling pot, he felt his appetite returning. Long Bill Coleman had his feet practically in the fire, his favorite posture when camped on a cold patrol. He had fallen asleep and was snoring loudly, oblivious to the fact that the soles of his boots were beginning to smoke. "Pull him back, Dietz. His feet are about to catch fire," Augustus said. "The fool will sleep with his feet amid the coals." Dietz pulled Long Bill a yard or two back from the fire, then offered them coffee, which they took gratefully. "Why'd you let all these boys nod off, Dietz?" Gus said. "Old Buffalo Hump might come down on us at any minute. They best be watching their hair." "Let 'em nap. They ridden for 2 days," Call said. "They'll wake up quick enough if there's fighting." Dietz took a big tin cup full of coffee over to Captain Skull, who accepted it without looking around. The captain's mouth was moving, but whatever he was saying got lost on the wind. "Old Nails is talking to himself again," Augustus observed. "Probably cussing that feisty wife of his for spending money. They say she spends $25 every day of the week." Call didn't think the captain was cussing his wife, not on a bald knob of the prairie icy with sleet. If he was cussing anybody, it was probably Kicking Wolf, who had escaped to the Rio Pecos with 3 fine stallions. "What was he saying, Dietz?" he asked when the black man came back and began to stir the stew. Dietz did not much like reporting on the captain. He might get the talk wrong and cause trouble. But Mr. Call had been good to him, giving him an old ragged quilt, which was all he had to cover with on the cold journey. Mr. Call didn't grab food like some of the others, or cuss him if the biscuits didn't rise quick enough to suit him. "He's talking about that one who shot him down Mexico," Dietz said. "What? He's talking about Ahumado?" Call asked, surprised. "Talking about him some," Dietz admitted. "I consider that peculiar information," Augustus said. "We're halfway to Canada, chasing Comanches. What's Ahumado got to do with it?" "He don't like it that Ahumado shot his horse," Call said, noting that some of the men around the campfire were so sound asleep they looked as if they were dead. Most of them were sprawled out with their mouths open, oblivious to the wind and the icy ground. They didn't look as if they would be capable of putting up much resistance. But Call knew they would fight hard if attacked. The only man he was anxious about on that score was young P.I. Parker, a gangly boy who had only been allotted an old musket. Call didn't trust the gun, and hoped to see that the boy got a repeating rifle before their next expedition. P.I. sat so far back from the campfire that he got little succor from it. He was poorly dressed and shivering, yet he had kept up through the long night and had not complained. "If you pulled in a little closer to the campfire, you'd be warmer," Call suggested. "It's my first trip. I don't guess I ought to take up too much of the fire," P.I. said. Then he swiveled his long neck around and surveyed their prospects. "I was raised amid trees and brush," he said. "I never expected to be no place where it was this empty." "It ain't empty. There's plenty of Comanches down in that big canyon," Augustus informed him. "Buffalo Hump's down there. Once we finally whip him, there won't be nothing but a few Chigger Indians to fight." "How do you know we'll whip him?" Call said. "It's bad luck to talk like that. We've been fighting him for years, and we ain't come close to licking him yet." Before Augustus could respond, Captain Skull abruptly left the hummock where he'd been sitting and stomped back into camp. "Is that stew ready? This is a damn long halt," he said. Then he glanced at Call and got a surprised look on his face. "I thought Famous Shoes was with you, Mr. Call," Skull said. "I had no reason to suspect that he wasn't with you, but I'll be damned if I can spot him. It might be the glare off the sleet." "No, sir, he's not with me," Call said. "Damn it, why not?" Captain Skull asked. "If he's not with you, you'll just have to go fetch him. We'll save you some of the stew." "Sir, I don't know if I can fetch him," Call said. "He went to visit his grandmother. I believe she lives on the Washita, but he didn't say where exactly." "Of course you can fetch him. Why shouldn't you?" Skull asked with an annoyed look on his face. "You're mounted and he's afoot." "Yes, but he's a swift walker and I'm a poor tracker," Call admitted. "I might be able to track him, but it would be chancy." "What a damned nuisance. The man's gone off just when we need him most," Einish Skull said. He tugged at his peppery gray beard in a vexed fashion. When a fit of anger took him, he grew red above his whiskers, and as all of the men knew, he was apt to grow angry if offered the slightest delay. Call didn't say it, but he found the captain's comment peculiar. After all, Famous Shoes had been off ever since they crossed the Prairie Dog Fork of the Brazos. The scout wandered at will, returning only occasionally to parley a bit with the captain as he just had that morning. Based on past behavior, Captain Skull had no reason to expect to hear from Famous Shoes for a day or two more, by which time the scout could have visited his grandmother and returned. It was impatient and unreasonable behavior in Call's view. But then that seemed to be the way of captains, at least the ones he had served. They were impatient to a fault. If they didn't get a fight one place, they would turn and seek a fight somewhere else, no matter what the men felt about it or what condition they were in. They had missed Kicking Wolf, so now, if Dietz was right, the captain's thoughts had fixed on Ahumado, a Mexican bandit hundreds of miles to the south, and a marauder every bit as capable as Kicking Wolf or Buffalo Hump. Still, Call had never disobeyed an order, or complained about one either. It was Gus McCrae who grumbled about orders, though usually he was circumspect about who he grumbled to. Call knew that if the captain really wanted him to go after Famous Shoes, he would at least have to try. Call felt lank. He thought he'd better quickly gulp down a plate of stew before he went off on a pursuit that might take days. Captain Skull, though, did not immediately press the order. He stood with his back to the fire, swishing the remains of his coffee around in his cup. He looked at the sky, he looked at the horses, he looked south. Call held his peace. The muttering about Ahumado might only have been a momentary fancy that the captain, once he had assessed the situation, would reject. The captain sighed, gulped down the rest of his coffee, held out the cup for Dietz to refill, and looked at Call again. "I got short shrift from my grandmothers," he remarked. "One of them had 10 children, and the other accounted for 14. They were tired of brats by the time I came along. How long do you think Famous Shoes planned to visit?" "Sir, I have no idea," Call admitted. He wasn't even sure his grandmother still lived on the Washita. "Well, if you don't locate her, I expect he'll be back tomorrow." "Unless he thinks of somebody else to visit," Augustus said. Call hastily got himself a plate of stew. He felt he had been a little derelict in hesitating to set off immediately in pursuit of Famous Shoes. After all, the man could scarcely be more than 5 miles away. With reasonable luck, he ought to be able to overtake him. It was only the featurelessness of the plains that worried him. He might ride within a mile of Famous Shoes and still miss him because of the dips and slantings of the prairie. Now he felt like he ought to be ready to leave if that was what the captain wanted. "Taters ain't cooked yet," Dietz informed him as he dished up the stew. "That meat mostly raw, too." "I don't care, it'll fill me," Call said. "If you'd like me to go look for him, Captain, I will." Einish Skull didn't respond. Indeed, he gave no indication that he had even heard Woodrow call. Captain Skull was often casual, if not indifferent, in that way, a fact which vexed Augustus McCrae terribly. Here Woodrow, who was as cold and hungry as the rest of them, was offering to go off and run the risk of getting scalped, and the captain didn't even have the good manners to answer him. It made Gus burn with indignation, though it also annoyed him that Call would be so quick to offer himself for what was clearly a foolish duty. Famous Shoes would turn up in a day or two whether anybody looked for him or not. "I was thinking of Mexico, Mr. Call," Captain Skull said finally. "I see no point in pursuing Kicking Wolf for the sake of 3 horses. We'll corner the man sooner or later, or if we don't get him, the smallpox will." "What? The smallpox?" Augustus said. He had a big nervousness about diseases, the various poxes particularly. "Yes, it's traveling this way," Einish Skull said impatiently, his mind being now on Mexico. "The theory is that the 49ers spread it among the red men as they were running out to California to look for gold," he added. "Very damn few of them will find any of the precious ore, but they've brought the pox to the prairies, I guess. The Indians along the Santa Fe Trail have it bad, and I hear that those along the Oregon Trail are dying by the hundreds. It'll be among the Comanches soon, if it ain't already. Once the pox gets among them, they'll die off so quick we'll probably have to disband the Rangers. There'll be no healthy Indians left to fight." Captain Skull finished his speech and lifted his coffee cup. But before he could sip, a peppering of gunfire swept the camp. "It's Buffalo Hump, I knowed it," Augustus said. Call had only gulped down a few bites of stew when the shooting started. He ran back to his horse and pulled out his rifle, expecting the Indians to be upon them. But when he turned, the prairie looked empty. Most of the Rangers had taken cover behind their horses, there being no other cover to take. Captain Skull had drawn his big pistol, but had not moved from his spot by the coffee pot. He had his head tilted slightly to one side, watchful and curious. "We just lost Watson," he said, examining the camp. "Either that or he's enjoying a mighty heavy nap." Augustus ran over and knelt by Jimmy Watson, a man a year or 2 older than himself and Call. At first he saw no wound and thought the captain might be right about the heavy nap. But when he turned Jimmy Watson slightly, he saw that a bullet had got him right under his armpit. He must have been lifting his gun, and the bullet passed just beneath it and killed him. "No, Jim's dead," Gus said. I wish the damn Comanches would stand up so we could see 'em." "Wish for Christmas and roast pig while you're wishing," Call said. "They ain't going to stand up." Then, a moment later, 5 young warriors appeared horseback a considerable distance from the camp. They were yelling and whooping, but they weren't attacking. The lead horseman was a tall youth whose hair streamed out behind him as he raced his pony. Several of the rangers lifted their rifles, but no one fired a shot. The Comanches had gauged the distance nicely. They were already just out of rifle range. Call watched Captain Skull, waiting for him to give the order to mount and pursue. The captain had taken out his binoculars and was studying the racing horsemen. "I was looking for brands on the horses," he said. "I was hoping our Abilene ponies might be there, but no luck. They're just Comanche ponies." All the rangers stood by their horses, waiting for the order to pursue the Comanches, but Captain Skull merely stood watching the 5 young warriors race away, as casual as if he'd been watching a Sunday horse race. "Captain, ain't we going to chase 'em? They killed Jimmy Watson," Augustus asked, puzzled by the captain's casual attitude. "No, we'll not chase 'em, not on tired horses," the captain said. "Those are just the pups. The old he-wolf is down there somewhere, waiting. I doubt those youngsters expected to hit anybody when they shot. They were just trying to lure us down into some box canyon where the he-wolf can cut us off and tear out our throats." He turned and put his binoculars back in their leather case. "I'd prefer to wait for that stew to mature and then take breakfast," he said. "If the old he-wolf wants us bad enough, let him come. We'll oblige him with a damn good scrap, and when it's over I'll take his hide back to Austin and nail it to the governor's door." "Sir, what'll we do with Jimmy?" Long Bill asked. "This ground's froze hard. It'll take a good strong pick to hack out a grave in ground like this, and we ain't got a pick." Captain Skull came over and looked at the dead man. He knelt, rolled the man over, and inspected the fatal wound. "There's no remedy for bad luck, is there?" he said, addressing the question to no one in particular. "If Watson hadn't raised his arm just when he did, the worst he would have gotten out of this episode would have been a broken arm. But he lifted his gun, and the bullet had a clear path to his vitals. I'll miss the man. He was someone to talk wives with." "What, sir?" Augustus asked. The remark startled him. "Wives, Mr. McCrae," Inish Skull said. "You're a bachelor. I doubt you can appreciate the fascination of the subject. But James Watson appreciated it. He was on his 3rd wife when he had the misfortune to catch his dying. He and I could talk wives for hours." "Well, but what happened to his wives?" Long Bill inquired. "I'm a married man. I'd like to know." "One died, one survives him, and the one in the middle ran off with an acrobat," the captain said. "That's about average for wives, I expect. You'll find that out soon enough, Mr. McCrae, if you take it into your head to marry." Augustus was thoroughly sorry that the subject of marriage had come up. It seemed to him that he had been trying to get married for half his life. He had just happened, unluckily, to fall in love with the one woman who wouldn't have him. "Sir, even if one of his wives did run off with an acrobat, we've still got to bury him some way," Long Bill said. Once Long Bill got his mind on something, he rarely allowed it to be deflected until the question at hand was closed. Now the question at hand was how to bury a man when the ground was too frozen to yield them a grave. When Jimmy Watson had been alive, he needed wives, apparently, and it was a need Long Bill understood and sympathized with. But now he was dead. What he needed was a grave. "Well, I suppose we do need to bury James Watson. That's the Christian way," the captain said. "It was not the way taken by my cousin Willie, though. Cousin Willie was a biologist. He studied with Professor Agassiz at Harvard. Willie was particularly fond of beetles, excessively fond, some might say. He fancied tropical beetles in particular. Professor Agassiz took him to Brazil, where there are some wonderful beetles. More beetles than any place in the world, except Madagascar, Willie claimed. They've even got an undertaker beetle down there in Brazil." "What kind?" Augustus asked. He had vaguely heard of Brazil, but he had never heard of an undertaker beetle. "An undertaker beetle, sir," Captain Skull went on. "Willie wanted to go back into the food chain the fastest way possible, and the fastest way was to have himself laid out naked in a tidy spot where these undertaker beetles were plentiful. So that's what they did with Will," the captain continued. "They had no choice. Willie had fixed it all in his will. They laid him out naked in a pretty spot, and the beetles immediately got to work. Pretty soon Willie was buried, and by the next day he was part of the food chain again, just as he wished. If we left James Watson to the coyotes and the buzzards, we'd be accomplishing the same thing. Long Bill Coleman was horrified by such talk. He was unfamiliar with Brazil, and the thought of being buried by beetles gave him the shudders. Not only was the captain forgetting about Jimmy Watson's widow, whose feelings about the burial had to be considered, he was even forgetting about heaven. "Now then, that's strange talk," he said. "How would a man get up to heaven with no one saying any scriptures over him and with just a darn bunch of beetles for undertakers? Of course, out here in the Baldies, we can't expect undertakers, but I guess I'll try to bury my pards myself. I wouldn't trust the job to a bunch of darn bugs." "My cousin Willie was of an agnostical bent, Mr. Coleman," the captain said. "I don't think he believed in heaven, but he did believe in bugs. They're not to be underrated, sir, not according to my cousin Willie. There are more than 1,000,000 species of insects, Mr. Coleman, and they're a sight more adaptable than us. I expect there will be bugs aplenty when we humans are all gone." Young P.I. Parker was so hungry he found it hard to pay attention to the conversation. For one thing, he couldn't figure out what a food chain could be, unless the captain was talking about link sausage. How a beetle in a country he had never heard of could turn a dead man into link sausage was beyond his ken. Dietz's stew pot was bubbling furiously. Now and then a good odor drifted his way. His only opinion was that he himself did not intend to be buried naked. It would be a hard shock to his maw if he came walking into heaven without a stitch. Dietz, stirring the stew, did not like to be discussing dead folks so boldly. For all they knew, the dead could still hear. Just because the lungs stopped working didn't mean the hearing stopped too. The dead person could still be in there listening. And if a dead person was to hear bad things said about him, he might witch you. Dietz had no desire to be witched. When it became necessary to make some comment about a dead person, he made sure his comment was respectful. Call was vexed. He was prepared to go fight the Comanches who had just killed Jimmy Watson. If the Rangers had pressed the pursuit at once, they might have got close enough to bring down a Comanche or two. He didn't think Buffalo Hump was waiting to ambush them. To him it just looked like a party of 5 young braves hoping to count coup on the white men, and they had counted coup. How could the captain stand around talking about beetles when one of their men had been killed? Augustus knew what his friend was feeling. He himself felt exactly the same thing. The Comanches had killed a Texas Ranger and got away clean. Behavior such as that would soon make the Rangers the laughing stock of the prairies. And yet Captain Skull's reputation as a deadly and determined fighter was well earned. He and Call had often seen the captain deal out slaughter. What was wrong with him this morning? Captain Skull suddenly looked at the 2 young Rangers, a trace of a smile on his lips. His look, as was often the case, made both men feel that he could read their minds. "Why, do I smell discontent? I believe I catch a whiff of it," the captain said. "What's the matter, Mr. Call? Afraid I've lost my vinegar?" "Why, no, sir," Call said, truthfully. Despite his pique, he had not supposed that Captain Skull had lost his fight. What he felt was that the captain, as a commander, was changeable in ways he didn't understand. "I would have liked to punish those braves while we still had a chance to catch them," Call added. "That was my thought, too," Augustus said. "They killed Jimmy Watson, and he was a mighty fine fella." "That he was, Mr. McCrae, that he was," Captain Skull said. "Normally I would have given chase myself, but this morning I'm not in the mood for it. Not right this minute, at least." Inish Skull went to his saddlebags and took out the huge brown plug of tobacco he cut his chaws from. He had a special little knife with a mother-of-pearl handle just for cutting his tobacco. He was so fearful of losing his little knife that he kept it attached to his belt by a thin silver chain, such as he might use on a pocket watch. The captain took out his knife, found a place not far from the fire, and began to cut himself a day's worth of chaws, working carefully. He liked to make each chaw as close to square as possible. Often, once the captain had cut off a chaw, he would hold it up for inspection and trim it a little more, removing a sliver here and a sliver there to make it a little closer to square. "I believe our stew's about ready, Dietz," he said, once he had restored the big brownish plug to his saddlebag. "Let's eat. I might recover my chasing mood once I've sampled the grub." "Ever work in an office, Mr. Call?" he then inquired, as the men lined up with their tin plates to get their stew. Call was startled. Why would the captain suppose he had ever worked in an office, when the records plainly showed that he had been employed as a Texas Ranger from the age of 19? "No, sir, I've worked outside my whole life," Call said. "Well, I have worked in an office, sir," the captain said. "It was the customs house in Brooklyn, and I was sent to work there by my pa in the hope of breaking me of certain bad habits. I worked there for a year and did the same thing in the same way every day. I arrived at the same time, left at the same time, took my sip of wine and bite of bread at the same time. I even pissed and shat at the same time. I was a regular automaton while I held that office job, and I was bored, sir, bored, intolerably bored." Inish Skull's face reddened suddenly at the memory of his own boredom in the office in Brooklyn. He neatly stacked up his 10 squares of cut tobacco and looked at Call. "The tragedy of man is not death or epidemic or lust or rage or fitful jealousy," he said loudly. His voice tended to rise while declaiming unpleasant facts. "No, sir, the tragedy of man is boredom, sir. Boredom," the captain said. "A man can only do a given thing so many times with freshness and spirit. Then, no matter what it is, it becomes like an office task. I enjoy cards and whoring, but even cards and whoring can grow boresome. You tup your wife 1,000 times, and that becomes an office task, too." Skull paused to see if the hard truths he was expounding were having any effect on his listeners, and found that they were. All the men were listening, with the exception of an old fellow named Ikey Ripple, who had gulped a little stew and fallen back to sleep. "You see," the captain said, "Mr. Ike Ripple is bored even now, even though Buffalo Hump could show up any minute and lift his hair. Now that's my point, sir," he said, looking directly at Call. "I will break the resistance of the goddamn red Comanches on these plains, given the time and the resources, but I'll be damned if I'll jump up and chase every Indian brat that fires a gun off at me. Do that and it becomes office work. Do you get my point, Mr. Call?" Call thought he got the point, but he wasn't sure he agreed with it. Fighting Indians meant risking your life. How many men in offices had to risk their lives? "Why, yes, Captain, I believe I do," Call said mildly. After all, the captain was older. He had survived more Indian fights than any man on the frontier. Perhaps they had grown boresome to him. Captain, you never said how your cousin died, that one that got buried by the beetles," Long Bill remarked. The details of the unorthodox burial had been preying on his mind. He was curious as to what sort of death had led up to it. "Oh, Cousin Willie, why, snakebite," the captain said. "Willie was bitten by a fer de lance, one of the deadliest snakes in the world." He had begun to stuff the square-cut plugs of tobacco into his coat pocket for use during the day. "He was a scientist to the end, our William," he went on. "He timed his own death, you know, timed it with a stopwatch." "Timed it? But why, sir?" Gus asked. "If I was dying of snakebite, I doubt I'd get out my watch." "Oh, then what would you do, Mr. McCrae?" the captain asked in a pleasant tone. Augustus thought of Clara Forsythe, so fetching with her curls and her frank smile. "I believe I'd just scrawl off a letter to my girl," Gus said. "I'd be wanting to bid her goodbye, I expect." "Why, that's fine. That's the human instinct," Captain Skull said. "You're a romantic fella, I see. So was our Willie in his way, only he was romantic about science. Professor Agassiz taught him to never waste an experience, and he didn't. The average time of death from the bite of a fer de lance is 20 minutes. I expect Willie hoped to improve on the average, but he didn't. He died in 17 minutes 34 seconds, give or take a second or two." Captain Skull stood up and looked across the gray plain. "Willie was alone when he was bitten," the captain said. "His stopwatch was in his hand when they found him. 17 minutes and 34 seconds he lived. Now that's bravery, I'd say." "I'd say so too, Captain," Call said, thinking about it. "Do you believe that tale about the beetles and the stopwatch?" Augustus asked. Call sat with his back to a large rock, looking off the edge of the canyon. The wind had died, the sleet had stopped blowing, but it was still bitter cold. In the clear night they could see Comanche campfires far below them and halfway across the Palo Duro Canyon. "There's 40 campfires down there," Call commented. "There's enough Indians in this canyon to wipe us out 6 times." "Well, but maybe they ain't interested. The captain wasn't," Gus replied. "Why don't you just answer the question I asked you?" I'm on guard duty, that's why, Call said. We need to be listening, not talking. Augustus found the remark insulting, but he tried not to get riled. Woodrow was so practical-minded that he was often rude without intending rudeness. I'm your oldest friend. I guess I can at least ask you a question, Augustus said. If I can't, then I've a notion just to roll you off this bluff. Well, I do believe the captain's story. Why wouldn't I? Call said. Myself, I think it was just a tale, Gus said. He wasn't in the mood for an Indian fight, so he told us a tale. You're so gullible you'd believe anything, Woodrow. I've never met anybody who behaves like the people the captain talks about. You don't know educated people, that's why, Call said. Besides, his cousin was in Brazil. You've never been to Brazil. You don't know how people behave down there. No, and if they've got snakes that can kill you in 17 minutes, I ain't never going either, Augustus said. Call watched the wink of campfires in the darkness far below. Oh, Lord, I hope the captain don't drag us off to Mexico, Gus said. I'd like to see my Clara before the month's out. Call was silent. If he didn't respond, maybe the subject of Clara Forsythe would die away. Usually it didn't die quickly, though. For 10 years, at guard posts all over the Texas frontier, he had listened to Augustus talk about Clara Forsythe. It wasn't even that the subject was boresome, particularly. It was just that it was pointless. Clara had set her mind against marrying Gus, and that was that. Buffalo humps down there, he remarked, hoping Gus would accept a change of subject. Under the circumstances, it would be a prudent change. Buffalo Hump might be older now, but he was still the most feared war chief on the southern plains. If he woke up in the mood to do battle, Gus would have more to worry about than Clara's refusal. I miss Clara, Augustus said, ignoring his friend's faint. It helps to talk about her, Woodrow. Don't be so stingy with me. Of course, Augustus knew that Woodrow Call hated talking about romance or marriage or anything having to do with women. He wouldn't even discuss poking, one of Augustus's favorite topics of discussion, as well as being a highly favored activity. Many a night he had sat with Woodrow Call on guard duty and engaged in the same tussle when it came to conversation. Call always wanted to talk about guns or saddles or military matters, and Gus himself would try to steer the conversation onto love or marriage or women or whores, something more interesting than the same old boots and saddles stuff. I expect you're a lucky man, Woodrow, he said. You'll probably be married long before I am. That wouldn't be hard, Call admitted. You'll never be married unless you give up on Clara. She don't mean to marry you, and that's that. Hush that talk, Gus said. If you knew anything about women, you'd know that women change their minds every day. The only reason you don't want to hear no talk of marriage is because you know you ought to marry Maggie, but you don't want to. You'd have made a good Indian, Woodrow. You've got no use for the settled life. Call didn't argue. What Augustus said was true in the main. Maggie Tilton was a kind woman who would undoubtedly make some man a good wife, but he would not be that man. The truth was he'd rather be right where he was, sitting on a canyon's rim, looking down on the campfires of the last wild, dangerous Indians in Texas, eating horse-meat stew and breasting weather that would freeze you one night and burn your skin off the next day, than to live in a town, be married, and buy victuals out of a store. Maggie was pretty and sweet. She might yet find a man who would protect her. He himself had no time to protect anybody except himself and his comrades. That was the way it was, and that was the way it would stay, at least until the Indians camped below them had been whipped and scattered, so that they could no longer raid, burn farms, take white children captive, and scare back settlement on the southern edge of the plains. Augustus was bored, and when he was bored he liked to devil his friend as much as possible. It annoyed Call that he wouldn't just shut up. It was a fine, still night. Now and then he could hear the Comanche's horses nickering from the floor of the canyon. I know one thing, he said. If I was a Comanche, I would have had your scalp long before this. You're so darn careless, it's lucky you've even survived. Now that's brash talk, Augustus said. You could spend a lifetime trying to take my scalp and not disturb a hair. That's bragging, Call replied. You've always had a troop of rangers with you. That's why you have your hair. If I'm going to take risks, I prefer to take them with women, Gus said. Any fool can wander off and get scalped. Go back to camp. It ain't your turn to stand guard anyway, Call told him. I'd rather listen to owl hoots than to listen to you yap. Augustus was mildly insulted, but he made no move to leave. I wonder what Jimmy Watson and the captain had to say to one another about wives, he said. I would like to listen in on a few of those conversations. "Why, it would be none of your business," Call told him. "That wife of the captain's is fancy," Augustus said. "A woman who can spend $25 every day of the week is too darn expensive for me." "He's rich, and so is she. I don't suppose it matters," Call said. Augustus gave up on getting his friend to talk about women. He scooted a little closer to the edge of the deep canyon. "Look down there, Woodrow," he said. "That's probably all that's left of the fighting Comanche." "No, it ain't," Call said. "There's several bands off to the west. They call them the Antelopes. However many there are, it's enough to scare most of the white people out of the country north of the Brazos. They just picked off one of us this very day." "Woodrow, you're the most arguesome person I've ever met," Augustus said. "Here I've been trying to talk sense to you all night, and you ain't agreed with a single thing I've said. Why am I even talking to you?" "I don't know, but if you'll stop, we can stand guard in peace," Call said. Augustus made no answer. He scooted a little closer to where Call sat and pulled his long coat up around his ears as protection from the deep cold of the night. Buffalo Hump had taught Blue Duck that the safest time to attack a white man, and a Texas Ranger particularly, was while the man was squatting to do his morning business. The whites were foolish in their choice of clothes. They wore tight trousers that slowed their movements when they squatted to shit. Blue Duck, like most braves, only wore leggings. Even those he discarded unless it was bitter cold. The leggings didn't interfere with his movements if he had to rise quickly. But a squatting white man was like a hobbled horse. You could put an arrow in him or even jump on him and cut his throat before he could get his pants up and run. Blue Duck knew they had killed a ranger the morning before. He had seen the other men hacking out a shallow grave with their bowie knives. They even spent a long time gathering rocks and piling them on the grave to protect the corpse, a foolish labor. Then they sang a death song of some kind over the rocks and rode off. As soon as the rangers were out of sight, Blue Duck quickly scattered the rocks and pulled out the corpse. Of course it was stiff as wood. He tied the corpse on his pony and followed the whites all day. He was alone. The other braves had spotted 3 antelope and had gone off to run them down. He doubted that they would catch up with the antelope, but he didn't try to stop them from leaving. There was more bravery in following the Texans alone. Perhaps he would be able to kill Gun in the Water, or even Big Horse Skull. After all, even Big Horse would have to shit sometime. Perhaps he could get him with an arrow while he squatted. That night, when the rangers camped, Blue Duck made a big circle around them, carrying the corpse. He wanted to put the dead ranger where the others would find him in the morning. First, though, he untied the corpse and began to hack it up. He scraped the icy scalp away from the skull. Then he cut off the man's privates and sliced open his body cavity. He pulled out the frozen organs and smashed the man's ribs with a big rock. He had with him a little axe that he had found in a burned-out farmhouse near the Brazos. With the little axe, he cut the man's feet off and threw them into the canyon to assure that the ranger would be a cripple in the spirit world. Finally, with a single blow of the axe, he split open the man's skull. Then he shot 3 arrows into the man's legs, his arrows. He wanted the whites to know that he was Blue Duck, a warrior equal to his father, Buffalo Hump. In the darkness, he brought the hacked-up corpse as close to the ranger camp as he dared come. He didn't want them to ride away and miss it, so he put it near the horses. It was only an hour before dawn. Soon the rangers would be stumbling off to do their shitting. He would wait a little distance away. Perhaps Big Horse would walk out, hoping to shit in private. If he came, Blue Duck meant to wait until his pants were tight against his legs before trying to kill him. While it was still dark, he walked over toward the canyon to make sure his horse was still there. Once, while sneaking up on some Kiowa, he had failed to secure his horse, a skittish pony. The horse ran off, causing him to miss the battle. He had to walk all the way back to the Comanche camp, a humiliation he had not forgotten. It was while returning to his horse that he saw Gun in the Water. The other one, Silverhair McCrae, was walking back toward the camp, his shoulders hunched. It was cold and misty. The clouds of McCrae's breath were whiter than the mist. Blue Duck thought McCrae would surely see him, but McCrae was taken by a fit of coughing as he stumbled on toward the camp. He was almost to his horse when he saw Gun in the Water walking along, a pretty rifle in his hands. Blue Duck immediately decided to kill him. Gun in the Water went into a little shallow gully near the edge of the camp and began to take down his pants. It was then that Blue Duck made his mistake. He had a gun and a bow as well. He preferred the gun and was out of practice with the bow. It was a failing his father had often chided him about. His father still practiced every day, shooting arrows at prickly pear or jackrabbits or anything he thought might sharpen his aim. Blue Duck knew that he could easily kill Gun in the Water with his gun, but he had not yet checked on his horse. If he fired a gun and his horse was not still there, the Rangers could run him down and kill him. He thought he had better attempt to kill Gun in the Water with an arrow, which meant creeping a little closer. He crept a little closer, and was just raising up to draw the bow when Gun in the Water, still squatting, brought up his rifle and shot him. Blue Duck shot his arrow just as the bullet struck him. The arrow missed completely, sailing over Gun in the Water's head. The bullet had gone into his side, spilling blood down his leg, but Blue Duck could not pause to think about how badly he might be hurt. He had to run for his life. Gun in the Water fired again and hit him again, this time only in the arm. Blue Duck ran as fast as he could. He could hear the Rangers yelling. Soon the great buffalo horse would be thundering after him. His horse was still there, and in a moment he was on him, clutching his rifle and his bow. He flailed at the horse, and the horse ran well, but before he had gone many yards there was a shot, and his horse fell. Blue Duck was up at once. He saw that it was McCrae who had shot his horse. McCrae, mounted, was already in pursuit, and just behind him Blue Duck saw Skull on his great steed. Big Horse Skull was waving a big sword. It was known that he liked to kill with the sword when circumstances allowed it. Blue Duck ran for his life, embarrassed by his own carelessness. He knew that the whites would tell that his arrow had flown over Gun in the Water's head. Buffalo Hump would be dark in his displeasure. He raced along the edge of the canyon, looking for a place that he could go down but that a horse could not. The buffalo horse had already outrun McCrae, whose mount had come up lame. It was Big Horse Skull and the buffalo horse who were pounding down upon him. Then, desperate, Blue Duck jumped. He had come to a place where the drop was not sheer. He jumped 15 feet and rolled and rolled. The slope was slick with frost. He could not stop rolling, but he held onto his weapons. Bullets were hitting all around him, zinging off the frozen ground. But the depths of the canyon were still in darkness. The farther he rolled, the more the night protected him. A hard little rock gouged his ribs, and then he slammed into a large boulder, stopping his roll. The shots had stopped. The Rangers could no longer see him, and had decided not to waste any more bullets. Blue Duck crawled behind the boulder, panting. He knew that Big Horse Skull had almost caught him. He wasn't scared. He knew that even the buffalo horse could not follow him down the steep sides of the canyon, but he was out of breath and confused. When he could breathe a little better, he stood up and satisfied himself that his wounds would not kill him. He heard the beat of wings and looked up to see a red hawk flapping just above him, climbing into the air higher and higher toward the rim of the canyon. He wished he could become a hawk. Then he could glide down into the canyon on hawk wings and drop right into the camp. But he was not a hawk. The slope was icy and the drop steep, but Blue Duck limped along. He knew it was not wise to wait. Gun in the Water and McCrae might be bold enough to climb down into the canyon after him. As he made his way down, slipping now and then on patches of ice, he took care to keep his weapons tight in his hands. His father might approve of his bold attack on the Rangers, but only if he came back with his weapons in good order. Buffalo Hump was always scornful of warriors who lost weapons in battle. A bow to him was a special thing. It should always be in the hands of the warrior it belonged to, not in the hands of his enemy. If the enemy had his bow, a witch doctor might be able to witch it in such a way that it would never shoot arrows accurately again. Rifles to Buffalo Hump were of lesser importance. They came from the whites and were not made with skills the Comanche had learned. The gun Buffalo Hump allowed Blue Duck to have was old and not very reliable, but it was a gun, and it would be foolish to let any gun fall into the hands of an enemy. When Blue Duck stopped a minute, he listened for the sound of horses. Surely the shooting had been heard in camp. Some warriors ought to be on their way to investigate. Now, to the east, the canyon rim was orange with light. If the Rangers were following him, they would soon be able to shoot at him from a long distance. He hurried as much as he could, trying to get well down into the canyon before light came, but he had to be careful. He did not want to lose his footing on a patch of ice and start rolling again. Perhaps his father would come, Blue Duck hoped. Sometimes Buffalo Hump rode out just before dawn on a short hunt. He was better than anyone in camp at surprising young deer at their morning feeding. Often he would arrive back in camp with a doe or a big yearling fawn slung over his horse. Buffalo Hump's young wife, Lark, was good at working deerskins. She had made a soft cloak that Buffalo Hump could throw over his great hump. Lark was comely and plump. Blue Duck thought that Lark was one of the reasons his father had little interest in fighting. He preferred to stay with Lark, letting her feed him and enjoying the warmth of her young body. Lark had come from the band led by old Slow Tree, who was so afraid of Buffalo Hump that he had let him take the girl for only a few horses, a thing that made Kicking Wolf angry. He himself had bought 2 wives from old Slow Tree and had even tried to buy Lark before Buffalo Hump saw her. But Slow Tree had never given Kicking Wolf any bargains when it came to purchasing wives. The contrary old chief had refused absolutely to let Kicking Wolf buy Lark only a month before he let her become the wife of Buffalo Hump. Blue Duck limped on down and finally reached the floor of the canyon. When he looked up, he saw to his astonishment that the buffalo horse was still at the canyon rim, high above him. Big Horse Skull was not on him. The horse was just standing there. It was a worrisome thing. The buffalo horse might be some kind of witch animal that would cause his death if he were not careful. Blue Duck hurried as fast as he could, worried about the witch horse high above him. Probably it was the witch horse that had alerted Gun in the water, enabling him to put a bullet into Blue Duck without even aiming his gun. The more Blue Duck thought about it, the angrier it made him. The next time he had an opportunity to kill Gun in the water, he meant to come on him while he slept and cut his throat. He vowed never again to embarrass himself by sending an arrow over an enemy's head. There was no question of missing when you drew a knife across a man's throat. Blue Duck knew he had better get home and explain that a witch had been involved before his father heard the story from someone else. Buffalo Hump had a way of knowing what had happened to one of his people before anyone else in the tribe. Old women told him things that they had heard from crows or hawks, things that had happened far from camp, so far that no warrior would have had time to return and report. Some old woman might already have heard about the wild arrow from a bird and told his father, which would not be a good thing, particularly not on a day when he had lost a horse. It was a loss his father would be sure to resent. The whites had a lot of horse meat already. Perhaps they would not even bother to butcher his horse, in which case he could go back later and get the meat and bring it to Lark, who was the only one who could cook for his father now. His other 2 wives were angry because of Lark and rarely lifted a hand to cook for Buffalo Hump now. Since he liked the plump young woman so much, his older wives saw to it that she did all the work. One of the wives, old Heavyleg, even made Lark go around the outside of the camp and collect the turds that people dropped in their shitting. Heavyleg told Lark that they might need the turds for fuel, but that was absurd. The Comanches did not burn human turds for fuel, not in a wooded canyon where there were many buffalo chips to be gathered. When Lark protested, the 2 old wives, Heavyleg and Hair on the Lip, beat her with an axe handle they had found in a white man's wagon. Hair on the Lip got her name because she had a mustache like a white man. Even so, Hair on the Lip had been Buffalo Hump's favorite wife for many years. Even now he sometimes made Lark leave the lodge so he could joke around with Hair on the Lip. Blue Duck walked halfway across the canyon. He was angry that no one had responded to the shooting and come to see if he was in trouble. Then he saw Slipping Weasel and Last Horse riding toward him. They were just trotting their horses, not in any hurry. Even after they came close enough to see that he was limping, they only put their horses into an easy lope. Buffalo Hump was not with them, nor were any of the other warriors. Though he was now in sight of the camp, no one was paying much attention. The sun had touched the bottom of the canyon now. People were just standing around looking at it, enjoying the warmth after so many cold days. "You have a lot of blood on your leg," Slipping Weasel said when Blue Duck came limping up to them. "Where did you get all that blood?" Last Horse inquired. "Are you stupid? It's my blood," Blue Duck told them. "It's my blood, and it came from inside me." He regarded Slipping Weasel as one of the most ignorant members of the band. Why was it necessary to ask where he got the blood on him when it was obvious that he was wounded? Slipping Weasel was so dumb that Blue Duck tried to avoid going on raids with him. He made too many mistakes and was forgetful as well. Once he had even forgotten a captive, and the captive had drowned in a flooded creek trying to run away. "You have many wounds today. You have been busy," Last Horse said, as if being wounded was a pleasant thing. The two warriors were not trying to help him particularly. They had just ridden over out of curiosity to see what might have occurred. Even when they realized he was wounded, they did not become any more helpful. Neither of them offered him a horse to ride to camp, a discourtesy that made him want to pull out his knife and stick it in both of them. He wanted to, but he held back, afraid of what would happen if he killed them both. Slipping Weasel had already told him that the old men had talked to Buffalo Hump about sending him out of the tribe. It was because of his Mexican blood, Blue Duck felt sure. Several young men in the tribe had been born of white captives or brown captives, and the old men didn't like it. The half-breeds were sometimes driven out. The old men might tell his father that it was because of his behavior, his fighting, that he should be sent away, but Blue Duck didn't believe it. They wanted to be rid of him because he carried his mother's blood. He often thought of leaving the tribe himself, but hadn't because he was not ready and not equipped. He had only a poor gun, and now he had no horse. When he was ready, he meant to leave of his own accord. One morning his father would just discover that he was gone. He would shame the old ones, though, by killing more whites than any of the young men who were pureblood of the tribe. "Get off your horse, I need it," Blue Duck said, walking over to Slipping Weasel. Slipping Weasel was shocked that Blue Duck would be so rude. There was a polite way to inquire about borrowing horses, but Blue Duck had not bothered about the polite way. More and more he did not bother with the polite way, which is why many of the younger warriors did not want to go with him when he wanted to hunt or raid. He was not a great chief like his father. He could not simply order people to give him horses. It was true that he was wounded and would probably like to ride a horse to camp, but the camp was not far away. Why would he need a horse now, when he had to walk only a little distance further? Besides, Slipping Weasel and Last Horse had been thinking of going on a deer hunt. If Blue Duck had been badly hurt, they would have helped him without question, but he wasn't badly hurt. There was no reason they should waste time when the deer were farther down the canyon waiting to be killed. Last Horse had seen them just at dusk. They would not have grazed far in one night, especially since they would have to paw at the sleety grass with their hooves before they could eat it. "I see the buffalo horse up there," Last Horse remarked. The whole rim of the canyon was bright now with the sunny dawn. "If he had stepped on you, you would not need to borrow anybody's horse, because you would be dead," he added. "That horse has big feet." "I see him standing up there," Slipping Weasel said, looking up at the buffalo horse. He would have liked a closer look at the great horse. All the Comanches would have liked a closer look, but there was no way to get one without having to fight Big Horse Skull. "I have heard that the buffalo horse can fly," Last Horse said. "They say his wings are larger than the wings of many buzzards put together. If he flies down here while we are talking, I am going to run away." "If he flies down here, I will shoot him," Slipping Weasel said. He too had heard the rumor that the buffalo horse could fly. He watched the horse closely. He too meant to run if the buffalo horse suddenly spread his wings and flew down at them. Blue Duck didn't bother replying to such foolishness. If the buffalo horse could fly, Skull would long ago have flown above the Comanche people and killed them all. His father had once told him that there were vision women who could teach a man to fly, but no one had introduced him to such a vision woman. Buffalo Hump admitted that he himself might not be able to fly because of the weight of his hump, but he thought that other men might be able to if they could find the right old woman to teach them. Blue Duck walked on, away from the two men. He decided not to bother with their horses. The two vexed him so that he might forget and kill them if he stayed around them. Then he would be driven from the camp before he was ready to go. When Blue Duck walked away, Slipping Weasel saw that most of his back was covered with fresh blood. The sight made him feel a little guilty. Blue Duck might have a worse wound than he and Last Horse supposed. What if he were to die before he reached camp? Men could die very suddenly once they lost too much blood. One minute they might be walking, and the next minute they might be dead. Part Mexican or not, Blue Duck was the son of Buffalo Hump, and Buffalo Hump was their great chief. Though he didn't seem to be particularly fond of Blue Duck, there was no telling what Buffalo Hump might do if his own son dropped dead from a wound received fighting the white men. It would come out, of course, that he and Last Horse had failed to lend him a horse, although he was bleeding a lot. It would not please Buffalo Hump. There was no telling what he might do. With that in mind, Slipping Weasel trotted after Blue Duck. The deer down the valley could wait a few minutes before they were killed. "You had better take my horse," he said. "You have too much blood coming out of you. I don't think you should be walking." Blue Duck ignored him. He was close to the camp now. Why should he take a horse when he had already done the walking? Besides, now that he was close to camp and no longer had to fear that Gun in the Water or Silverhair McCrae would slide down the canyon wall and ambush him, he was in no great hurry to get home. He would soon have to admit to his father that he had lost a horse, and his father would not be pleased. "Your Mongol Hun cooked his meat by horse heat," Einish Skull observed. He was comfortably seated on a large rock at the edge of the Palo Duro, studying the distant Comanche camp through his binoculars. Gus and Call had both wanted to scamper down the slope after the fleeing warrior, but Einish Skull waved them back. "Nope, it's too shadowy yet," he said. "We'll not be skating down a cliff this morning after one red killer. He might have a few friends scattered among those rocks." "I don't think so, Captain," Call said. "He was alone when he came at me." "That doesn't contradict my point," the captain said, a little sharply. Woodrow Call, though more than a competent fighting man, had a disputatious nature, not a welcome thing in Einish Skull's command. "If his friends were hiding in the rocks, then they couldn't have been with him when he shot the arrow at you, now could they?" Skull said. "Human beings are rarely in two places at once, Mr. Call." Call didn't reply. Of course human beings couldn't be in two places at once, but the fleeing boy was well past the rocks in question, and no one had appeared to join him. Augustus was puzzled by the remark about horse heat, a form of heat he had never heard of, nor was he exactly clear about the Mongol Huns. The captain was always talking about faraway places and peoples he had never heard of, Gurkhas and Zulus and Zouaves and the like, frequently launching into a lecture just as Augustus was possessed of a powerful urge to sleep. What he wanted to do at the moment was stretch out on a big rock and let the warm sun bake the chill out of him. It was Woodrow Call who liked to hear the captain discourse on the wars of history or weaponry or fighting tactics of any kind. The captain had even given Call a ragged old book about Napoleon. Though the book had one cover off, Call carried it in his saddlebags and read in it a page or two at a time at night by the campfire. "What is horse heat, Captain?" Augustus asked. He did not want to seem indifferent to Einish Skull's instruction. Indifference might result in Woodrow getting promoted over him, a thing he would find intolerable. "Horse heat?" Einish said. "Why, your Mongol would slice off his steak in the morning and stick it under his saddle blanket. Then he'd gallop along all day with the steak between him and the horse. Your Mongol might ride for 14 hours at a stretch. By the time he made camp, the steak would be cooked enough to suit him. A little horse heat and a lot of friction would do the job." 14 hours under a saddle blanket? Augustus said. "Why, it would just be horse hairs mostly by then. I doubt I could stomach horse meat if it had been under a saddle blanket all day." The captain raised his binoculars. He had been looking down the canyon where the sizable Comanche horse herd grazed. "Buffalo Hump and his boys are hardly shy of horse flesh at the moment," he said. "There must be nearly 1,000 horses in that herd. I wonder what would happen if we tried to spook his ponies." "We'd need to find a good trail down off this rim," Call said, but Captain Skull seemed hardly to hear him. He was imagining a grand charge. "These red men are in their winter camp," he said. "I expect they're lazy and well-fed. There's buffalo meat drying everywhere. We could come down like the wolf on the fold. It would be a chase you'd never forget." Augustus was annoyed. Just when he wanted to stretch out and enjoy the sunlight, the captain wanted to run off the Comanche horse herd, a mission that was sure to be perilous. "I expect they'd stop feeling lazy pretty quick if we was to run off their horses," he said. Einish Skull, binoculars to his eyes, suddenly stiffened. He had his glasses fixed on a certain lodge in the Comanche camp. "That's him, gentlemen! I told you, that's Buffalo Hump, Bible and sword!" the captain said in an excited tone. Call strained his eyes, but could barely see the lodges across the canyon. Augustus, whose vision was the talk of the rangers, saw people, but they were the size of ants. He had once owned a good brass spyglass, but had lost it in a card game several months before. He had meant to get another, but so far had been prevented by poverty from acquiring that useful tool. Ein's skull had not moved. His binoculars were still trained on the same spot. "That young brave you chased is talking to Buffalo Hump. I expect it's his son. The young wolf's bold, like the old wolf. We put some bullets in him, though. He's leaking considerable blood." "Not enough bullets, I guess," Call said. "He made it back to camp." "Yes, and the rascal had a good look at the troops," Skull said. "He knows our numbers. In fact, he reduced our numbers, the damned scamp. He has a Mexican look. The son of a captive, I expect. Here, gentlemen, I'll share my glass. It's not every day you get to watch Buffalo Hump at breakfast." It's not every day I'd want to, Call thought, but he eagerly took the binoculars. It took him a moment to focus them, but when he did, he saw the great hump man, Buffalo Hump, a figure of nightmare across the southern plains for longer than he and Augustus had been rangers. Call's last good look at the man had come 12 years earlier, during an encounter in the Trans-Pecos. Now, there he stood. A young wife had spread a buffalo robe for him, but Buffalo Hump declined to sit. He was looking around, scanning the rims of the canyon. As Call watched, Buffalo Hump looked right at him, or at least at the large rock where they all sat. "He's looking for us, Captain," Call said. "He just looked right at me." "Let me look," Augustus said. "He almost got me once, the devil. Let me look." Call handed Gus the binoculars. When Augustus trained them on Buffalo Hump, the man was still standing, his head raised, looking in their direction. "He's older, but he ain't dead, Woodrow," Gus said. When he handed the binoculars back to Captain Skull, he felt his stomach quivering. An old fear unsteadied his mind and even his hand. His first glimpse of Buffalo Hump, which had occurred in a lightning flash many years before, was the most frightening moment in all his time as a fighting man on the Texas frontier. He had only escaped the Hump Man that night because of darkness and because he had run as he had never run before or since in his life. Even so, he bore a long scar on one hip from where Buffalo Hump's lance had struck him. "Did you see Woodrow?" he said. "He still carries a big lance like the one he stuck in me." "Why, you're right, sir," Ein's Skull said, studying Buffalo Hump through his binoculars again. "He does have a lance in his hand. He's devoted to the old weapons, I suppose." "Why not?" Call said. "He come near to wiping out our whole troop the first time we fought him, and he didn't have nothing but a bow and a knife and that lance." "It's practice, you see," Skull said. "The man's probably practiced with those weapons every day of his life since the age of 4. Call had fought the Comanches as hard as any ranger, and yet when he had looked down at them through Captain Skull's glass, saw the women scraping hides and the young men racing their ponies, he felt the same contradictory itch of admiration he had felt the first time he fought against Buffalo Hump. They were deadly, merciless killers, but they were also the last free Indians on the southern plains. When the last of them had been killed, or their freedom taken from them, their power broken, the plains around him would be a different place. It would be a safer place, of course, but a flavor would have been taken out of it. The flavor of wildness. Of course it would be a blessing for the settlers, but the settlers weren't the whole story. Not quite. Ein's Skull had lowered his binoculars. He had stopped watching the Indians and was staring into space. "It's the quality of the opponent that makes soldiering a thing worth doing," he said. "It ain't the cause you fight for. The cause is only a cause. Those torturing fiends down there are the best opponents I've ever faced. I mean to kill them, to the last man, if I can, but once it's done, I'll miss 'em." He sighed and stood up. "When we finish this fight, I expect it will be time to go whip the damn southern renegades. There'll be some metal tested in that conflict, let me assure you." "Renegades, sir?" Call said, a good deal puzzled by the remark. "I thought the Comanches were about the last renegades." Ein's Skull smiled and waved a hand. "I don't mean these poor savages," he said. "I mean the southern fops who are even now threatening to secede from the Union. There'll be blood spilled from Baltimore to Galveston before that conflict's settled, I'll wager. It's the Southern boys I called renegades, and they are renegades, by God. I'd like to ride south on my good horse Hector and kill every rebel fop between Charleston and Mobile." Captain Skull cased his binoculars and looked at the two of them with a mean grin. "Of course, all rebels ain't fops, gentlemen. There's metal on both sides, plenty of it. That's why it will be a terrible war when it comes." "Maybe it won't come, Captain," Augustus said with a glance at Call. He was uneasily aware that the captain was a Yankee, whereas he and Call were Southern. If such a war did come, the captain and the two of them might find themselves on different sides. "It will come within 5 years," Einar Skull said confidently. He stood up, walked to the very edge of the cliff, and spat a great arc of tobacco juice into the canyon. "It'll be brother against brother and father against son when that war comes, gentlemen," he said. He turned and was about to walk to his horse when Augustus saw a movement at the far south end of the canyon. It was just some moving dots, but there had been no dots there a few minutes earlier when they had been looking at the Comanche horse herd. "Captain, look," he said. "I think there's more Indians coming." Einar Skull took out his binoculars and scanned the southern distance with some impatience. "Damn it! Every time I make a sensible plan, something happens to thwart me," he said. "There are more Indians coming. If we tried to spook the horse herd now, we'd be heading right into them." Call looked where the others were looking, but could only see a faint wavy motion. "Mr. Call, go rouse the men. We better skedaddle," Skull said. "It's old Slow Tree, and he's got his whole band with him. We're but 12 men, and Buffalo Hump knows it. Even if he's not in much of a fighting mood, some of the young men are bound to be excited by an advantage like that." Call knew that was true. It was well enough to look forward to the day when the Comanche would be a broken people, no longer dangerous. But that day was not in sight, and speculation along those lines was premature in his view. There were now 400 or 500 Comanche warriors right below them, a force strong enough to overrun any army the U.S. government could put in the field. Call could now see a line of Indians moving up from the south. They were still the size of ants, but he knew they would sting a lot worse than ants if it came to a fight. "Go, Mr. Call, go," Captain Skull said. "Wake up the nappers and get everyone mounted. We're a tempting morsel sitting up here on the top of this hole. At least we better make ourselves a morsel in motion." When Augustus looked to the south again, he saw that the lead warriors had scared up a little pocket of buffalo that had been grazing in a small side canyon. There were only 4 buffalo running for their lives, with a wave of warriors in pursuit. "Those buffalo would have done better to stay hid," he remarked. "They'll soon be harvested now." Einar Skull seemed uninterested in the buffalo. "I met old Slow Tree once at a big parley on the Trinity," he said, his binoculars still pointed south. "Quite the diplomat he is. He'll talk and promise peace, but it's just diplomacy, Mr. McCrae. It won't help the next settler he encounters out on the Baldies somewhere." He paused and spat. "I'll take Buffalo Hump over your diplomatic Indians," he said. "Buffalo Hump don't parley, don't believe in it. He knows a white man's promises are worth no more than Slow Tree's. They're worth nothing, and he knows it. He scorns our parleying and peace-piping and the lot. I admire him for it, though I'd kill him in a second if I could get him in range." Augustus was watching the buffalo chase. Only once, long ago, had he had the opportunity to watch Indians run buffalo. That time it had been 2 tired Indians and 1 tired buffalo. In their desperation to bring down the meat, they had chased the buffalo right through the ranger encampment, to the astonishment of the rangers, who roused themselves from cards and sing-songs just in time to shoot the animal. The tired Comanches, badly disappointed, made it into the brush before the disorganized rangers could think to shoot them. This time there were 4 buffalo and at least 20 young Indians in pursuit. Soon the buffalo fanned out, each with 4 or 5 Comanches at tail and side. None of the Comanches had guns. Augustus saw one buffalo absorb 6 arrows without slackening its pace. Another was lanced and almost managed to turn under the horse of the young brave who lanced it, but the brave avoided the charge and returned to strike the buffalo twice more. Soon, prickling with arrows, the buffalo began to stumble. 2 fell, but 2 ran on. Einar Skull, by now, was as absorbed in the chase as Augustus. "What grand sport!" Einar Skull exclaimed. "I wish Hector and I were down there. Big Horse Skull and the buffalo horse could show them what for, I reckon." Augustus didn't say anything, but he agreed. He and Woodrow had run buffalo a few times. Even Woodrow got caught up in the sport of it. Even though they might need the meat, there was always a letdown when the buffalo fell and the skinning and butchering had to begin. The third buffalo, prickly with arrows, finally fell, but the fourth ran on, although the whole force of Comanches was now after it, the braves crowding one another in order to aim their arrows. "Look at it! Why, you'd think the beast was immortal," Einish Skull said. "There must be 30 arrows in it." The buffalo, though, was not immortal. Finally it stopped, swung its head at its pursuers, and dropped to its knees. It bellowed a frothy bellow that echoed off the canyon walls. Then it rolled on its side and lay still. The young Comanches milled around it, excited from the chase. Augustus watched for a moment. The Indian women were already skinning the first of the buffalo to fall. "That's that. Let's be off, sir, else they'll be skinning us next," Captain Skull said. Augustus mounted, but turned his horse to watch the scene for another moment. He hadn't done the chasing or made the kill, but for some reason he felt the same letdown as if he had. The Comanche braves had stopped milling. They simply sat on their horses, looking down at the fallen beast. Though he could barely see the fallen animal, it was just a dot on the canyon floor. In his mind's eye he saw it clearly. He was reminded of an old bull buffalo he and Call and Bigfoot Wallace, the famous scout, had struggled to kill years before on the Mexican plain. They had shot the beast more than 20 times, chased it until one of their horses died, and had finally had to dispatch it with their bowie knives, a process that bloodied Augustus from shoulder to calf. The Comanche boy who had dealt the fourth buffalo the final lance hit was probably just as bloody. That buffalo, too, must have poured blood from a number of wounds before it rolled its eyes up in death. Looking down on the scene from high above, Augustus, though he couldn't say why, felt a mood of sadness take him. He knew he ought to be going, but he could not stop looking at the scene far below. A line of Indian women were moving out from the camp, ready to help cut up the meat. Einish Skull paused a moment. He saw that his young ranger had been affected by the chase they had just observed, and its inevitable ending. "Post coitum omne animal triste," he said, leaning over to put a hand for a moment on the young man's shoulder. "That's Aristotle." "What, sir?" Augustus asked. "I expect that's Latin, but what does it mean?" "After copulation, every animal is sad," the captain said. "It's true, too, though who can say why? The seed flies and the cedar feels blue." "Why is it?" Augustus asked. He knew from his own memories that the captain had stated a truth. Much as he liked poking, there was that moment afterward when something made his spirits dip for a time. "I don't know why, and I guess Aristotle didn't either because he didn't say," Skull observed. "But it's not only rutting that can bring on that little gloom. Killing can do it too, especially if you're killing something sizable like a buffalo or a man, something that has a solid claim to life." He was silent for a moment, a little square-cut chaw of tobacco in his hand. "I grant that it's a curious thing," he said. "The acts ain't much alike, and yet the gloom's alike. First excitement, then sadness. Those red boys killed their game, and they needed to kill it too. A buffalo is to them what a store would be to us. They have to kill the buffalo to live, and they have killed it. But now they're sad, and they don't know why." Well, I don't know why neither, Augustus thought. I wish that old man who talked about it to begin with had said why. In a moment they turned back toward camp. Augustus fell in behind the big horse. When they came over the first little rise, they saw the camp boys rushing around like ants, packing up. "Where is his scalp? I don't see it," Buffalo Hump said when Blue Duck walked up to him, dripping blood. "I thought you were going to bring me the scalp of Gun in the Water." "He is quick," Blue Duck admitted. "He shot me while he was shitting. I didn't know anyone could shoot straight while they were shitting." Buffalo Hump looked the boy over. He saw no wounds that looked serious. "I had another son once," Buffalo Hump said. "Gun in the Water shot him too, shot him dead." He was almost drowned in the Brazos River, but he was still quick enough to kill my son. You're lucky he didn't kill you too. Where's your horse?" The boy stood before him wearing a sullen look. No doubt he had run across the canyon, hoping to be praised because he had gone alone against the whites and been wounded. It was a brave thing. Buffalo Hump didn't doubt the boy's courage. Blue Duck always led the charge and could not sleep for days from excitement when a raid was planned. Bravery was important in war, of course, but that did not mean that a warrior could afford to neglect the practicalities of war. The boy seemed to have rolled much of the way down the canyon and kept his weapons undamaged, which was good. On the other hand, he had lost a horse, which was not good. Also, he had attacked a proven warrior, gun in the water, without being sure of his kill. Courage would not keep a warrior alive for long if courage was not backed up by judgment. "My horse is dead," Blue Duck admitted. "Silverhair McCrae shot him. I was running for my life. Big Horse Skull almost cut me with the long knife." Buffalo Hump motioned to Hair on the Lip, indicating that she was to tend to the boy's wounds. Slow Tree was approaching at the head of his band and would have to be greeted with the proper ceremony. Though Buffalo Hump would have liked to lecture the boy some more, he could not do it with Slow Tree and his warriors only half a mile from camp. He looked sternly at his young wife, Lark. He did not want her tending Blue Duck's wounds. The women made much of Blue Duck, old women and young women too. He did not want Lark to be doctoring his handsome son. He had seen many unfortunate things happen in his years as a chief. Sometimes young women married to old men could not resist coupling with the old men's sons, a thing that made bitter blood. If Lark was reckless with Blue Duck, he would beat her so that she could not move for 3 days, and then he would drive Blue Duck out of camp, or else kill him. "Why is Slow Tree coming?" Blue Duck asked, as Hair on the Lip began to poke at the wound in his side. Buffalo Hump walked away without answering. It was none of Blue Duck's business why Slow Tree had chosen to visit. Slow Tree could come and go as he pleased, as did all the Comanche. He himself was not particularly pleased to see the old man coming, though. Slow Tree was very pompous. He insisted on making long speeches that were boring to listen to. Buffalo Hump had long since heard all that Slow Tree had to say, and did not look forward to listening to him anymore. Because he was old and lazy, Slow Tree had even begun to argue that the Comanche should live in peace with the Texans. He thought they ought to go onto reservations and learn to grow corn. He pointed out that the buffalo were no longer plentiful. Soon the Comanche would have to find something else to eat. There were not enough deer and antelope to feed the tribe, nor enough wild roots and berries. The people would starve unless they made peace with the whites and learned their agriculture. Buffalo Hump knew that on some points Slow Tree was right. He himself had ridden all the way north to the Republican River to find enough buffalo in the fall just past. The whites were killing more and more buffalo each year, and the people would someday have to find something else to eat. Such facts were plain. He did not need a long speech from Slow Tree to explain what was obvious. What Buffalo Hump disagreed with was Slow Tree's solution. He himself did not like corn and did not plan to grow it. Instead, since the white men were there in his land, his country, he meant to live off their animals, their horses, their pigs, and particularly their cattle. The land along the Nueces boiled with cattle. They were as plentiful as buffalo had once been. He himself preferred horse meat to the meat of the cow, but the meat of the cow would suffice if it proved impossible to kill enough buffalo or steal enough horses to get the band through the winter. Some of the cattle were as wild as any buffalo, but because they were small animals, the Texans seemed to think they owned them. The cattle were so numerous that the Comanches, once they practiced a little, could easily steal or kill enough of them to survive. Buffalo Hump considered himself as wild as the buffalo or the antelope or the bear. He would not be owned by the whites, and he would not tear up the grass and grow corn. But Slow Tree evidently was no longer too wild to be owned, so now he talked of peace with the whites, though that was not the reason for his visit. The old man knew that Buffalo Hump's band had buffalo. What he had come for was to eat. Slow Tree was a great Comanche chief, and Buffalo Hump meant to welcome him with proper ceremony. But that did not mean that he trusted the old man. Slow Tree had been a great killer when he was younger, and an unscrupulous killer, too. Slow Tree was old. He had heard things from the old women of the tribe that the younger Comanches did not know. Long ago, Buffalo Hump had been told by his grandmother that he could only die if his great hump was pierced. Old Slow Tree knew of this prophecy. Several times over the years, in camp here and there, usually after feasting and dancing, Buffalo Hump would get an uneasy feeling. 3 times he had turned and found that Slow Tree was behind him. Once Slow Tree had had a lance in his hand, another time he held a rifle, and he had had a cold look in his eye, the look of the killer. Slow Tree had long been jealous of Buffalo Hump's prowess as a raider. Once, on a raid all the way to the Great Water, Buffalo Hump had run off 3,000 horses. It was a raid all the young warriors sang about and dreamed of equaling. Slow Tree, though fierce in battle, had never made such a raid. He didn't like it when the young men sang of Buffalo Hump. But always, because of the uneasy feeling he got, Buffalo Hump had turned before Slow Tree could strike with the lance or fire the gun. He had saved himself, but he had never trusted Slow Tree and still didn't. The fact that the man was old did not mean he was harmless. Buffalo Hump turned to look at his young wife, Lark. Her eyes were cast down in modesty. Heavy Leg and Hair on the Lip, his other wives, had stripped the boy, Blue Duck, in order to tend his wounds. He stood naked, not far from Lark, but Lark kept her eyes cast down. She was the wife of Buffalo Hump. She looked at her husband when she wanted to look at a man. Blue Duck became impatient with the women who were smearing grease on his wounds. "There are only a few whites up there," he said to his father. He pointed toward the top of the canyon. "I killed one of them last night. There are only a few left. We could kill them all if we hurry." "I imagine you scared them so badly that they are running away by now," Buffalo Hump said casually. "We would have to chase them to the Brazos to kill them, and I don't want to chase them. I have to wait for Slow Tree and listen to him tell me I should be growing corn." Blue Duck was sorry he had spoken. His father had only mocked him when he said the whites were afraid of him. Big Horse Skull was not afraid of him, nor Gun in the Water, nor McCrae. He wanted to go back and kill the Texans, but Buffalo Hump had already turned and was walking away. Slow Tree had entered the camp and had to be shown the proper respect. Blue Duck wasn't interested in the old chief himself, but he had heard that Slow Tree had several pretty wives. He was impatient with the women who were dressing his wounds. He wanted to go over and have a look at Slow Tree's wives. "Hurry up," he said to Hair on the Lip. "I have to go stand with my father. Slow Tree is here." Hair on the Lip didn't like the rude boy, whelp of a Mexican woman. Rosa, the boy's mother, had once been Buffalo Hump's favorite, but she had run away and frozen to death on the Washita River. Now Lark was his favorite. Lark was young and plump, but he still kept Hair on the Lip with him many nights, because she had the gift of stories. She told him many stories about the animal people, but not just the animal people. She knew some old Comanche women who were lustful and full of wickedness. The old women hid in the bushes looking for young men. Buffalo Hump had had only a few wives, unlike Slow Tree and some of the other chiefs. He told Hair on the Lip that it would be too much trouble to have more wives. He wanted to save his strength for hunting and for fighting the whites. He liked to hear about women, though, particularly the old lustful women who were always in the bushes trying to get young boys to couple with them. Many nights Hair on the Lip had lain with Buffalo Hump while the cold wind blew around the lodges. Hair on the Lip was not pretty, and she was not young. The young women of the tribe wondered why such a great chief would stay with her when he could have the youngest and prettiest wives. Those younger women didn't know how much he liked the stories. Clara was unpacking some new crockery for the store when she happened to glance up and see Maggie Tilton crossing the street. Maggie, too anxious to stop herself, was coming to inquire about Woodrow Call. Every few days Maggie came on the same errand, thinking Clara might have some news of the Rangers. Clara didn't, but she could well understand Maggie's anxiety. She herself grew worried when several weeks passed without news of Gus McCrae. Except for the anxiety, though, their positions in regard to the men in question were opposite. Maggie's one hope was that Woodrow Call would someday unbend enough to marry her, while Clara was doing everything she could to check her foolish passion for Gus McCrae. Clara was doing her best not to marry Gus, while Maggie pinned all her hopes on finally marrying Woodrow. Maggie and Clara talked little. Their respective stations didn't permit it. What little conversation they had was usually just about the small purchases Maggie made, yet they had become, if not friends, at least women who were sympathetic to one another because of their common problem: what to do about the menfolk. The dishes and cups Clara was unwrapping and setting on the counter were nice, serviceable brown stoneware from Pennsylvania. Only the day before she'd had a bit of a tiff with her father over the stoneware. Usually George Forsythe let Clara have her way when it came to ordering dishware, but in this case he happened to look at the bill and had what for him was a fit. He took off his coat, put it back on, told Clara she was bankrupting him with her impulsive ordering, and walked out of the store not to return for 3 hours. Clara was more amused than offended by her father's little fit. George Forsythe considered that he and he alone knew what was best for the solid frontier citizens who frequented their store. Whenever Clara ordered something that appealed to her, even if it was as simple as a pewter pitcher, her father invariably concluded that it was too fancy. Soon the store would fill up with things Clara liked that the customers either didn't want or couldn't afford, and ruin would follow. "I've had a store on this street since it started being a street," he informed his daughter. Sometimes, when he was particularly exercised, he even wagged his finger at her. "And I know one thing. The people of Austin won't shell out for your fancy Eastern goods." "Now, that's not true, Pa," Clara protested. "Mrs. Skull shells out for them. Besides, nearly all our goods are Eastern goods. That's about the only place they make goods, seems like." "As for that woman, I consider her little better than a harlot," her father said. Most of the citizens of Austin looked up to George Forsythe. They had voted him mayor twice. But Inez Skull looked down on him, as she would on any tradesman, and she was quick to let him know it. "Just hold off on the Philadelphia plates," her father told her at the height of his fit, just before he walked out. "Plain plates and plain cutlery will serve around here just fine." The point of the brown stoneware, as Clara meant to tell him once he cooled down, was that it was plain, and yet it was satisfying to look at and solid besides. Clara loved the look and feel of it. She believed her father to be wrong in this instance. After all, she'd been working with him in the store for a decade. She felt she ought to have a right to order a little nice crockery now and then if she took the notion. If Inez Skull happened to like it, she would buy all of it anyway. Inez Skull always bought all of anything she liked, whether it was a swatch of pretty cloth or 2 new side saddles that happened to appeal to her. George Forsythe, seeing her shaky old butler loaded down with 2 new side saddles, could not resist asking why she needed 2. "Why, one for Sunday, of course," Inez said with a flounce. "I can't be seen in the same old saddle 7 days a week." "But those 2 are just alike," George pointed out. "Nonetheless, one is for Sunday. I doubt you'd understand, sir," Inez said as she swept out of the store. Clara loved the look and feel of the new stoneware and felt sure her father was wrong in assuming that it wouldn't appeal to local tastes. After all, Austin was no longer just a frontier outpost as it had been when her father and mother opened the store. There were respectable women in Austin now, even educated women, and they weren't all as high-handed as Inez Skull. Clara herself didn't care for either Skull. The famous captain had twice taken advantage of her father's absence to attempt to be familiar with her, once even trying to look down her bodice on a hot day when she had worn a loose dress. On that occasion Clara slapped him smartly. She considered that she had tolerated quite enough, famous man or not. But the captain had merely bowed to her and bought himself a speckled cravat. But, like it or not, the Skulls were too wealthy to throw out entirely. Had it not been for their profligate spending, her father might, at times, when drought dried up the farms and sapped the resources of the local livestock men, have had to worry seriously about the bankruptcy he accused Clara of bringing upon him. His fits, though, Clara knew, weren't really about the store, or the ordering, or the Eastern crockery. They were about the fact that she was unmarried and getting no younger. Suitor after suitor had failed to measure up. Her 20s were flying past, and yet there she was, still on her father's hands. She ought, in his view, to have long since become a well-established wife, with a hard-working husband to support her. Many hard-working men, solid citizens, well able to support a wife, had sat in the Forsythe parlor and made their proposals. All were refused. Some licked their wounds for a few years and came back with new proposals, only to have those rejected too. After 2 tries and 2 failures, most of the local men gave up and took wives who were less exacting. Only Augustus McCrae and a man named Bob Allen, a rancher who wished to venture up to Nebraska and trade in horses, persisted year after year. In his own mind, and everyone else's, Gus McCrae, the proud Texas Ranger, seemed to have the inside track. Yet in Clara's mind, though she dearly loved Gus McCrae, the issues were not so clear nor the resolution so simple. Still, her father could not be blamed too much for worrying that she might never find, or at least might never accept, a decent mate. Her mother, so sickly that she rarely ventured downstairs, worried too, but said little. The thing they all knew was that there was hardly another respectable young woman in Austin who, at Clara's age, was still unmarried. In fact, one of the few women Clara's age who was still single was Maggie Tilton, the young woman who was walking slowly and a little forlornly across the dusty street toward the store. Maggie, though, could not be included in the Forsyth reckoning because she was not one of the respectable young women of Austin. Inez Scull might behave like a harlot while enjoying the prestige and position of being the captain's wife, but Maggie Tilton was a harlot. She had survived some rough years in the tents and shacks of Austin, moved to San Antonio for a bit, and then came back to Austin. She had tried to rise, but failed, and had come back to be where Woodrow Call was, or at least where he was quartered when the Rangers were not in the field. Clara watched with interest as Maggie came up the steps and hesitated a moment as she looked at herself in the glass window. It was as if she had to reassure herself that she looked respectable enough to enter a regular store. Maggie always stopped and looked at herself before she would venture in to buy a ribbon or a powder for headaches or any little article of adornment. In Clara's view, Maggie looked plenty respectable. Her clothes were simple but clean, and she was always neat to a fault, as well as being modestly dressed. Madame Scull, for one, could scarcely be bothered to conceal her ample bosom. Even Clara's own father, George Forsyth, the former mayor, had trouble keeping his eyes off Inez Scull's bosom when it was rolling like the tide practically under his nose. Maggie, though, was always proper to a fault. There was nothing flashy about her appearance. And yet she did what she did with men with only the sadness in her eyes to tell of it, though that sadness told of it eloquently, at least to Clara. Sometimes Clara wished she could talk to Maggie. She longed to shake her good and tell her to forget about that hard-headed Woodrow Call. In her view, Maggie ought to marry some decent farmer, many of whom would have been only too pleased to have her, despite her past. Sometimes, lying alone at night in her room above the hardware store, a room that had been hers since birth, to which so far she had been reluctant to admit any man, though Gus McCrae had impulsively crowded into it once or twice, Clara thought of Maggie Tilton in her poor room down the hill. She tried once or twice in her restlessness to imagine that she and Maggie had traded places, that she was what Maggie was, a whore available to any man who paid the money. But Clara would never make the imagining work, not quite. She could picture herself down the hill in a shack or a tent, but when it came to the business with men, she was not able to picture it, not really. Though fervent in her kissing with Gus McCrae, fervent and even bold riding alone with him into the country to swim at a particular spring, she still stopped short, well short, of what Maggie Tilton did regularly for money in order to survive. Clara stopped far shorter with Bob Allen, the large, silent horse trader. Despite 2 years of courtship, Mr. Allen had not yet touched her hand. Augustus, who considered Mr. Allen an ignorant fool, would never have put up with such restraints. Gus had to touch her and kiss her, to dance with her and swim with her, and was sulky and sometimes rude when she refused him more. "It's your fault I'm a drunkard and a whorer," Gus told her more than once. "If you'd just marry me, I'd be sober forever, and I'd stay home besides." Clara didn't believe the part about staying home. Gus McCrae was by nature much too restless for her taste. The rangering was just an excuse, she felt. If there were no Indians to chase and no bandits, Gus would still find reasons to roam. He was not a settled man, nor did she feel she could settle him. He would always be off with Woodrow Call beyond the settlements somewhere adventuring. Still, she felt a little guilty where Gus was concerned. She knew there was some justice in his complaint. Though she suffered when he was in the whore tents, somehow she could not resign herself or commit herself to begin the great business of married life with him. Though Gus moved her in ways no other man ever had, or she feared ever would, something in her still refused. Clara tried to look at life honestly, though, and when she thought closely about herself and Gus and Maggie and Call, she could not feel that her refusals gained her any honor or moral credit. Was she any better than Maggie Tilton, who at least gave an honest service for money paid and met an honest need? Clara didn't think she was better, and she knew she was as hard on Gus McCrae, whom she dearly loved, as Woodrow Call was on Maggie Tilton. Clara didn't like, indeed couldn't abide, Woodrow Call. His appearance, even on the mildest errand, brought out a streak of malice in her which she could not restrain. She seldom let him leave her company without cutting him with some small criticisms. Yet Woodrow Call was a much-respected ranger, courageous and even in judgment, the last being a quality that Augustus McCrae could not yet lay claim to, though he was as courageous as any man. Perhaps Call even loved Maggie in his way. He sometimes bought her small trinkets, once even a bonnet, and had twice come to fetch medicines for her when she was poorly. There must be good in the man, else why would Maggie pine so when he was away? She surely didn't pine for every man who paid her money and used her body. Still, the one thing Maggie needed most was marriage. It might be the one thing Gus McCrae needed most as well, but Call couldn't or wouldn't give it to Maggie, and she couldn't give it to Gus. It was a linkage that irked her, but that she could neither ignore or deny. When Maggie stepped in the door after giving herself a thorough inspection, Clara smiled at her, and Maggie, surprised, as she always was, by Clara's friendliness, shyly smiled back. "Why, it's you. How I wish we were sisters," Clara said, surprising herself and startling Maggie so deeply that she blushed. But the store was empty. What harm could the remark do? Besides, it was what she felt. It had always chaffed Clara that she was expected to live by rules she hadn't made. All the rules were made by men, and what dull rules they were. How much pleasanter life would be if she could treat Maggie as she would treat a sister, or at least as she would treat a friend. "Oh, Miss Forsythe, thank you," Maggie said. She knew she had received a great compliment, one so unexpected that it left her abashed and silenced. For years she was to remember Clara's impulsive statement and feel happiness at the memory. She also felt a little puzzlement. Clara Forsythe was the most respected and sought-after young woman in Austin. Many of her own customers, the young ones particularly, worshipped Clara. Several had even proposed to her. Maggie could not imagine why a woman in Clara's position would even want her friendship, much less want her for a sister. Clara realized she had embarrassed her customer and tried to put her at ease by directing her attention to the stoneware. "We just got these cups and plates from Pennsylvania," she said. "My pa thinks they're too fancy, but I think they're the very thing." Maggie agreed, but she only let her eyes linger on the nice brown crockery for a moment. She had to be cautious when shopping, so as not to start yearning for fine things she could never afford. She did like pretty things too much. Once her fancy seized on a particular ring or dress or trinket, she could scarcely think of anything else for days. She especially wanted to impress on Woodrow that she was a good manager. She didn't owe a cent to anyone, and had never asked Woodrow or any man for a cent more than she was due. She had long since stopped wanting Woodrow Call to pay her when he came to her, but he insisted, leaving the money under a plate or a pillow if she refused to take it. Maggie, just for a moment, wished she could be Clara Forsythe's friend. If they could talk freely, she felt sure Clara would understand why she no longer wanted Woodrow's money. Clara's smile was frank and friendly, but before Maggie could even enjoy her little fancy, an old man with a stringy beard came in and stomped right between them. "Horseshoe nails?" he asked Clara. "Yes, sir, in the back. It's the bin on the right," Clara said. With a customer in the store, Maggie didn't feel she ought to be talking to Miss Forsythe about crockery, much less about anything else. Besides, the man was a customer of hers as well. His name was Cully Barnstone. He had visited her frequently in the last year. His presence, as he sacked up horseshoe nails, drove home a point that Maggie knew she should not even momentarily have forgotten. She and Clara Forsythe weren't sisters and couldn't be friends. Clara had never been offered money for the service of love, and never would be. She might have her own difficulties with Augustus McCrae, but she would never experience the shame of being given money by the one man in the world she wanted to give herself to. Clara was annoyed with old Cully Barnstone for coming in just when she might have had a word of conversation with Maggie, but there was nothing she could do about it. The store was open. Anyone who wanted to buy something was free to come in. When Mr. Barnstone came to the counter to pay for his nails, Maggie turned away. She wandered listlessly around for a bit, keeping well to herself. She picked up a bonnet and a little hat, but put both back without trying them on. In the end, she merely bought a packet of darning needles and some red thread. "Thank you," she said when Clara gave her change. "There's no news from those wild ranger boys," Clara said. "I suppose they're still up on the plains, freezing their ears." "Yes, it's been sharp weather. I expect they're cold," Maggie said, as she went out the door. When P.I. set out north with the Rangers on his first expedition, he was as proud as he had ever been in his life. Mr. Call, who found him in a cornfield, fed him, and persuaded Captain Skull to give him a tryout as a ranger, had emphasized to him that it was just a tryout. "We need men, and I think you'll do," Call told him rather sternly. "But you watch close and follow orders. I told the captain I'd vouch for you. Don't you disgrace me now and make me regret speaking up for you." "I won't, sir. I'll watch close," P.I. said, not entirely sure what he would have to be watching. "If you get scalped, don't sit around yowling either," Gus McCrae said. "People survive scalping's fine if they don't yowl." He said it to josh the boy a little, but P.I.'s big, solemn eyes opened a little wider. "What's the procedure, then?" he asked. Long Bill Coleman, an experienced man, had told him there were procedures for every eventuality in rangering. P.I. meant to do all he could to avoid a scalping, but in the event that one occurred, he wanted to know what steps he should take, or not take. "Just sit there calmly and bite a stick," Gus told him, doing his best to keep a straight face. "Somebody'll come and sew up your head as soon as there's a lull in the killing." "Why'd you tell him that?" Call asked later when he and Augustus were cleaning their weapons. "Of course he'll yowl if he gets scalped." "No, he won't, because I instructed him not to," Augustus said. "But if I get scalped, you'll hear some fine yowling, I bet." On the trek north, P.I.'s job was to inspect the horses' feet every night to see that no horses had picked up thorns or small rocks that might cause lameness. In the event of a chase, a lame horse would put its rider in serious jeopardy. P.I. inspected every hoof at night and made sure that the horses were well secured. Then the sleet came, and he had a hard time looking close. In the worst of the storm, he could barely see his horse. At night, he had to deal with the horse's feet mostly by feel. His hands got so cold when he worked that he was afraid he might have missed something in one hoof or another, but none of the horses went lame. Dietz, the black man, seeing P.I. try to inspect the hooves in the dark, brought him a light and stayed with him while he went down the line of horses, picking up their hooves one by one. It was a kind thing, which P.I. never forgot. Most of the men stayed as close to the fire as they could get, but Dietz left the warmth and came to help him make sure that the horses' feet were sound. On the fourth day of cold, P.I. began to wish Mr. Call had just left him in the cornfield. Proud as he was to be a ranger, he didn't know if he could survive the cold. It got so cold at night and in the bitter mornings that he even forgot to be afraid of scalping Indians or even death. All he could think of was how nice it would be to be in a cabin with a big fireplace and a roaring fire. It was so cold his teeth ached. He began to try to sneak food into his mouth in small, quick bites so the cold wouldn't get in and freeze his teeth worse than they already were. Augustus McCrae, who seemed able to ignore the cold, noticed P sneaking in the tiny bites and decided a little more joshing wouldn't hurt. "You ought to duck your chin down into your shirt if you're going to try and eat in this breeze," he said. "If you ain't careful, your tongue will freeze and snap off like you'd snap a stick." "Snap off?" P.I. asked, horrified. "How could it snap off?" "Why, from talking," Gus said with a grin. "All you have to do is ask for a cup of coffee and your tongue's liable to fall right into the cup." Later, P.I. told Dietz what Mr. McCrae had said, and they debated the matter quietly. P was so cautious about opening his mouth that he could barely make himself heard. "Your tongue's inside your head," Dietz pointed out. "It's got protection. Ain't like your finger. Now, a finger might snap off, I expect, or a toe." P.I.'s fingers were so cold he almost wished they would snap off to relieve the pain, but they didn't snap off. He had been blowing on his fingers, blowing and blowing, hoping to get a little warmth into them when the Indians attacked and killed Ranger Watson. P.I. had been about to step right past the man in order to take cover behind some saddles when he heard Jimmy Watson give a small grunt, just a small quick grunt, and in that instant his life departed. If P.I. had not moved just when he did, making for the saddles, the bullet might have hit him. It passed just behind his leg and went only another yard or more before striking Jim Watson dead. No one in the troop was as glad to see the sunshine the morning they finally headed south as P.I. Parker. "The dern old sun, it's fine to come out again," he said to Long Bill Coleman. To P.I.'s surprise, he almost cried, so happy was he to see the familiar sun. He had always despised cloudy weather, but he had never despised it as much as he had during the recent days of cold. Fortunately, Long Bill Coleman took no interest in P.I.'s remark and didn't see him dash away a tear. Long Bill was attempting to shave, using a bowl of water so cold that it had a fine skim of ice on it. He considered the whole trip an intolerable waste of time, in that it was no different from most expeditions against the Comanches, only in this instance colder. "Me, I'll take Mexico over these dern windy plains," he told Augustus McCrae when the troop was on the move south. "Me too, Billy. There's plenty of whores in Mexico, and pretty ones, too," Gus remarked. "Now, Gus, I'm married. Don't be reminding me of the temptations of the flesh," Long Bill admonished. "I got enough flesh right there at home. There's no shortage of flesh on Pearl." Augustus thought the comment dull, if not foolish. "I know you've got a fat wife, Billy," he said. "What's your point about Mexico? I thought that was what we were talking about." "Why, the point is it's convenient," Long Bill said. "In Mexico, there's Mexicans." The remark seemed even duller to Augustus than the one before it. Since marriage to Pearl, Long Bill had lost much of his liveliness, in Gus's opinion. He had grown dull, cautious, and even pious. His wife, Pearl, was a large woman of little attraction, a bully and a nag. Had he himself been married to Pearl, he would have endeavored to spend as much time as possible in the nearest bordello. "In Mexico, there's usually someone to ask where the bandits are," Long Bill went on, "and there's trees to hang them from once we corner 'em. Out here on the plains, there's no one to ask directions from, and if we do see an Indian, he's apt to be way down in the canyon where you'd have to scramble to get at him." Augustus didn't answer. The fact was he missed Clara. No amount of easily located bandits or hanging trees made up for that one fact. A good 2-week jaunt on the prairies always lifted his spirits. But then inevitably there'd come a night by the campfire or a groggy morning when he'd remember his old sweet love and wonder if he'd been foolish to let his long courtship lapse just for the sake of adventure. Despite her standoffish ways, Augustus felt most of the time that there was little likelihood that Clara would actually marry anyone but himself. At other times, though, the demon of doubt seized him, and he was not so sure. P.I. found Mr. McCrae puzzling. Mr. Call he was more comfortable with because Mr. Call only spoke to him of practical matters. Mr. McCrae sounded convincing when he talked, but a good deal of what he said was meant in jest, like the business about his tongue snapping off. The hardest part of P.I.'s job as the company farrier was to see that the captain's big horse, Hector, did not get anything wrong with his feet. P.I. had never seen an elephant, but he doubted that even an elephant had feet as heavy and hard to work with as Hector. The captain had to have special horseshoes forged to fit the big horse's feet. When P.I. did manage to lift one of Hector's hooves, the big horse would immediately let his weight sag onto P.I. He could just support the weight, but it left him no strength with which to clean out the hoof. Several times, Dietz, seeing his plight, had come over and helped him support the big horse long enough that his feet could be properly cleaned. "Much obliged," P.I. always said when Dietz helped him. "Welcome, sir," Dietz would reply. It unnerved P.I. to be addressed as Sir, though he knew that was how black people normally addressed white people. He didn't know if it would be correct just to ask Dietz to call him by his name. He intended to discuss the point with Mr. Call when the time was right. Then, to his dismay, though they traveled south through a day of sunlight, the cold struck again. On the third day of their ride south, the sky turned slate black, and an icy wind was soon slicing at their backs and making their hands sting. That night Hector leaned particularly heavily on P.I., and Dietz was too busy preparing a meal to help him. Pressing up against the big horse caused P.I. to break a sweat. When he finished, the sweat froze on his shirt before he could even walk back to the fire. The sun had just gone down. P.I. did not know how he was going to make it through the long winter night. He had only a thin coat and one blanket. Few of the men had more. Dietz didn't have a coat at all, just an old quilt he kept wrapped around himself as he worked. It was Dietz who showed P a way to survive as the cold deepened. Dietz took a little spade and dug out one side of a small hummock of dirt. He dug it so that it formed a sort of bank. Then he made a small fire up against the bank of dirt. He brought a few coals over in a small pan, and from the coals made a fire near enough to the bank that the bank caught the heat and reflected it back. "Here, sit close," Dietz said to P.I. "It ain't much, but it will warm us." He was right. P.I. could never get close enough to the big campfire to derive more than a few moments of warmth from it, but the little fire reflected off the bank of dirt warmed his hands and his feet. His back still froze, and his ears pained him badly, but he knew he would survive. Even with the good fire, it was difficult to sleep, though. He would nod for a few minutes, and then an icy curl of wind would slip under his collar and chill his very backbone. Once, in a few minutes of sleep, P.I. had a terrible dream. He saw himself freeze as he was walking. He stopped and became immobile on the white plain, like a tree of ice. P.I. tried to call out to the rangers, but his voice could not penetrate the sheath of ice. The rangers rode on, and he was alone. When he woke from the dream, there was a red line on the eastern horizon. The sun glowed for a moment and then passed above the slate-like clouds, which reddened for a little while, but did not allow the sunlight through. "Much obliged for keeping this fire going," P.I. said. All night Dietz had fed the fire little sticks. "You're welcome, sir," Dietz said. P.I., cold but glad to be alive, could not contain himself about the sir any longer. "You don't need to be sirring me, Dietz," he said. "I ain't a sir, and I doubt I ever will be one." Dietz was startled by the remark. He had never heard such an opinion from a white man, never once in his life. In Texas, a black man who didn't call a white man sir could get in trouble quick. Of course, P.I. wasn't really a grown man yet. He was just a tall boy. Dietz supposed his youth might account for the remark. "What'll I say?" he asked with a puzzled look. "I got to call you something." "Why, just P.I. will do," P.I. said. "I'm just plain P.I. so far." Dietz didn't think it would do, not in the hearing of the other rangers at least. He turned away and went to gather a few more sticks. The fire was burning well, but he needed a little time in which to think about what Mr. P had just said. Then, while he was pulling up a half-buried twist of sagebrush, it occurred to him that his mind had found a solution. He thought of the tall white boy as Mr. P. He would call him Mr. P. When he came back with the wood, the young ranger was still holding his hands to the little fire. "I guess I just call you Mr. P if it suits you," Dietz said. "Why, yes, that'll do fine," P.I. said. "I guess I'm a mister. I guess everybody's a mister." "No, I ain't. Black people ain't," Dietz thought. But he didn't say it. Famous Shoes was eating a good fat mallard duck when the Comanche boys found him. He had noticed some ducks on the South Canadian and had crept down to the water and made a clever snare during the night. His trip to the Washita had been a disappointment. He did not find his grandmother, who had gone to live on the sweetgrass hills near the Arkansas River. But he did find his Aunt Nita, a quarrelsome old woman who was living with some mixed-blood trapping people in a filthy little camp. The trapping people mostly trapped skunks and muskrats. There were hides everywhere, some of them pretty smelly. The minute he arrived, his aunt began to upbraid him about a knife she had lent him years before, which he had broken accidentally. At the time, he had been trying to remove a good length of chain from an old wagon that had fallen apart on the prairies. He thought the chain might come in handy, but all the chain did was break the tip off his aunt's knife. Only the tip was broken. Most of the knife would still cut, but his Aunt Nita considered that the knife was now useless and had never forgiven Famous Shoes for his carelessness. Famous Shoes only stayed on the Washita long enough to be courteous before making his way back to the South Canadian, where he discovered the little flock of fat ducks. Then the 5 Comanche boys showed up and began to talk about killing him. One of the boys wanted to kill him immediately just because he was a kickapoo, and another because he had scouted for Big Horse Skull. The rudest boy, though, was Blue Duck, who wanted to kill him just because he was there. Famous Shoes did not think the boys would do him much harm. In any case, he was hungry. He went on eating the duck while the boys walked around him saying ugly things. They were just boys. It was normal that they would strut around and make rude remarks. The boys had been chasing a deer when they found him, but they had lost its track. Famous Shoes had seen the deer only that morning, running east. The Comanche boys were so impatient that they had overlooked a plain track and let the deer get away. The deer had looked exhausted, too. The boys would have had it if only they had kept their minds on their business. "That deer you were chasing got away," he told them. "There are plenty of fat ducks on this river, though." "We want to kill Big Horse today. Where is he?" Blue Duck asked. "He tried to cut me with the long knife, but I was too quick. A vision woman taught me how to fly, so I flew down into the canyon and got away." "You are lucky you found that vision woman," Famous Shoes said. He didn't believe that Blue Duck could fly, but the boy had such a bad reputation for killing people that he thought the best thing to do was be polite, keep eating his duck, and hope to get through the morning without being shot. Blue Duck had an old rifle and kept pointing it at him as he ate, a very rude thing. "You come to our camp. My father might want to torture you," Blue Duck said. "He is angry because you brought Big Horse here." "Big Horse is chasing Kicking Wolf," Famous Shoes informed them. "He has given up and is on his way south by now. He is not going to bother your father." Nevertheless, he was forced to humor the boys. Instead of settling down, they began to threaten him with arrows. Famous Shoes decided he had better go with them. They were young boys. They might want to take a scalp just for practice. He trotted along in front of them as they made their way to the canyon. He was not worried that Buffalo Hump would torture him. Buffalo Hump owed him a debt and would never offer him violence, even though he scouted for the Texans. The debt had come about because of Buffalo Hump's grandmother, a famous prophet woman. One winter, years before, when there were few buffalo on the prairies where the Comanche hunted, the tribe had had to move north, beyond the Arkansas. The old woman's death was at hand. She was too weak to make the cold journey to the north. So, in the way of such things, she was left with a good fire and enough food to last her until her passing. Everyone said goodbye, and the band went north to seek game. But the old woman's time was slow in coming. When Famous Shoes chanced upon her in her little dying place on the Kitake, she was weak but still alive. Her fire was out and her food was gone, but she was restless with visions and could not die. Famous Shoes had been in Mexico and had come back to seek advice from his grandfather. But instead of finding his grandfather, he found Buffalo Hump's old grandmother and struck up a friendship with her in her last days. He stayed with her for a week, keeping her fire going through the cold nights. Famous Shoes knew that it was a delicate thing he was doing. What if the old woman got so healthy that she decided to stay alive? Then he would have an old Comanche woman on his hands, which would anger his grandfather if he ever found him. His grandfather hated 2 things, rainy weather and Comanches. Besides, for a kickapoo to attend a Comanche at such a time was not entirely proper. Once an old one was left to die and the farewells were said, it was their duty to go on and die. He was beginning to worry that he had got himself into a difficulty when the old woman closed her eyes and ceased to breathe. Famous Shoes saw to it that her remains were treated correctly, a thing that was the duty of any traveler. Then he went on his way. When Buffalo Hump found out that Famous Shoes had been helpful to his grandmother in her dying, he told his warriors that the kickapoo was to be left alone, and even made welcome at their campfires if he cared to visit. Famous Shoes was glad Buffalo Hump had given such an order. It had probably saved his life several times. Even so, he did not seek out Buffalo Hump or visit Comanche campfires. He did not think it wise. Buffalo Hump might follow the rules of courtesy, but being near him was too much like being near a bear. It was possible to come close to a bear, even a grizzly, and talk to it. The bear might allow it. But the bear was still a bear, and might stop allowing the courteous talk at any time. If the bear changed his mind about how he felt, the person trying to exchange courtesies with him might be dead. Besides, for all Famous Shoes knew, Buffalo Hump might not have liked his grandmother very much. She might have been quarrelsome, like his Aunt Nita. Buffalo Hump's respect might have its limits. When Famous Shoes walked into the Comanche camp, Blue Duck rode right beside him, making his horse prance and jump. The boy wanted everyone to think he had brought in an important captive. Some of the young warriors rode up to Famous Shoes a few times to taunt him, but he ignored their taunts and went on calmly through the camp. To his surprise, he saw old Slow Tree sitting on a robe with Buffalo Hump. Slow Tree was talking, which was no surprise. Slow Tree was always talking. Buffalo Hump looked angry. No doubt the old chief had been making boring speeches to him for a long time. Slow Tree might have been bragging to Buffalo Hump about how many times he had been with his wives. He wanted everyone to believe that he was always at his women, bringing them great pleasure. Slow Tree had always been boastful, but he had once been a terrible fighter and had to be treated respectfully, even though he was old and boring. "What are you doing here?" Buffalo Hump asked when Famous Shoes walked up. "Your white friends were here, but now they have gone south. The buffalo horse was here 3 days ago, but I don't see him today." "Your son made me come," Famous Shoes replied. "He came with these other boys and made me come. I was on the Canadian eating a duck. I would not have bothered you if these boys had let me alone. They said you might want to torture me a while." Buffalo Hump was amused. The Kickapoo was an eccentric person who was apt to turn up anywhere on the Llano on some outlandish errand that no other Indian would bother about. The man would walk 1,000 miles to listen to a certain bird whose call he might want to mimic. Most people thought Famous Shoes was crazy, but Buffalo Hump didn't. Though a Kickapoo, the man had respect for the old ways. He behaved like the old ones behaved. The old ones, too, would go to any lengths to learn some useful fact about the animals or the birds. They would figure that someone might need to know those facts. They themselves might not need to, but their children might, or their grandchildren might. Very few Comanches would go to the trouble Famous Shoes went to when it came to seeking useful information. It made Buffalo Hump annoyed with his own people that this was so. The Kickapoos were a lowly people who had never been good at war. The Comanches wiped them out wherever they found them, and did this easily. Even young boys, no more skilled than his son, could easily slaughter Kickapoos wherever he found them. Yet it was Famous Shoes, a Kickapoo, who sought the knowledge that few Comanches were now even interested in. Besides, the man was funny. He would just walk into an enemy camp and offer himself up for torture as if torture were a joke. Then Slow Tree, who was rarely polite, pointed a pipe he was smoking at Famous Shoes and made an ugly speech. "If you came into my camp, I would hang you upside down and put a scorpion in your nose," he said. "When the scorpion stung you, it would kill your brain. Then you could wander around eating weeds for all I care. I don't like Kickapoos." Famous Shoes ignored the old man, though he decided on the spot to avoid the country where Slow Tree hunted until the old chief was finally dead. He had never heard that a scorpion bite could kill a brain, but it might be true, especially if the scorpion stung you inside your nose. The nose was not far from the brain. The poison of the scorpion would not have far to travel. "I was on the Washita looking for my grandmother," Famous Shoes said, thinking it would be wise to change the subject. "There are many deer in the Washita country. If you are wanting deer, that is where I would go." Blue Duck stood nearby, strutting and playing with a hatchet he wore in his belt. He wanted the band to know that he was responsible for bringing in the Kickapoo. If his father didn't appreciate it, maybe Slow Tree would. It was clear that the great chief Slow Tree had no fondness for Kickapoos. Buffalo Hump was engaged in the delicate task of being polite to Slow Tree, a man he neither liked nor trusted. He didn't need an irritating boy standing nearby playing with a hatchet. Blue Duck wanted people to think he had captured someone important, but Famous Shoes wasn't important. He was just an eccentric kickapoo. "Why did you bring this man here?" he asked, looking at his son coldly. "You should have left him to eat his duck. If you see him again, leave him alone." He did not want to mention the fact that Famous Shoes had helped tend his grandmother while she died. The business with his grandmother was between himself and Famous Shoes. It was not a matter he wanted to discuss with everyone. Blue Duck was shocked that his father would speak to him so in front of Slow Tree and the worthless Kickapoo. He turned away at once and caught his horse. Then he gathered up his weapons and a robe to protect him from the cold and left the camp. Buffalo Hump made no comment. Soon they saw the angry boy winding up the trail out of the canyon. "If he was my son, I would let him hang you upside down and put the scorpion in your nose," Slow Tree said to Famous Shoes. Famous Shoes didn't answer. Why respond to such a stupid comment? Blue Duck was not Slow Tree's son. He thought he would probably go up the other side of the canyon when he left, though. It would be good to have the great Palo Duro Canyon between himself and the rude, angry boy. There was silence for a time. Slow Tree was annoyed because Buffalo Hump was ignoring everything he said. Buffalo Hump listened in a polite manner, but he made no move to take Slow Tree's advice. He wasn't even interested in torturing a kickapoo, which most Comanches would do immediately, without waiting for a chief's permission. "My wives will feed you and then you can go," Buffalo Hump said to Famous Shoes. "I had that fat duck I don't need to eat," Famous Shoes said. "I had better go look for Big Horse Skull before he gets lost." "Kicking Wolf is following him now, too," Buffalo Hump remarked casually. "He wants to steal the buffalo horse." "I better go," Famous Shoes said. The news he had just heard shocked him badly. Big Horse Skull had been following Kicking Wolf, but now it was the other way around. Of course, Kicking Wolf was already a famous horse thief, but stealing the buffalo horse would be a powerful act. If Kicking Wolf could steal the buffalo horse, his people would sing about him for many years. Famous Shoes changed his mind about eating, though. One fat duck wouldn't last him forever, and Buffalo Hump's wives had made a stew with a good smell to it. He squatted and ate a big bowlful, while Buffalo Hump sat patiently on his robe, listening to old Slow Tree brag about how happy he made his wives. Jake came in the door, avoided Felice's eye, turned into the hall, and started up the stairs, only to find old Ben Mickelson planted squarely in his way. Jake despised old Ben for being a disgusting, profane, purple-lipped old drunkard, but he was the Skull's butler, and it was necessary to be polite to him. It was necessary, but it wasn't easy. Old Ben was looking at Jake with a mean gleam in his watery blue eyes. "Not today, you don't, you damned lout," Ben Mickelson said. Jake thought he must have misheard. Every day for 3 weeks he had hurried up to the Skull living quarters and been welcomed ardently by the lady of the house. Yesterday she had been particularly ardent. Inez Skull straddled him on the chaise longue and bounced so vigorously that the chaise broke. Then she dragged Jake onto the couch and continued no less vigorously. By the time Madame Skull quieted down, every piece of furniture that had a flat surface had been made use of in their sport. So why was old Ben Mickelson barring his access to the stairs? "Mind your words, Ben, if you don't want a licking," Jake said. It occurred to him for a moment that the captain might be back. But if the captain was back, the boys would be back too, and he hadn't seen them. "Not today you ain't going up, and not tomorrow, and not the next day, and not the next week, and not the next month, and not ever," old Ben said, the words bursting out of his mouth like gobbets of bile. "But what's wrong?" Jake asked, confused. "Nothing's wrong. You just be gone now. We don't need to be seeing the likes of you around the big house again." Jake wanted to grab the old man by his scrawny neck and shake him good, but he didn't quite dare. Something was wrong, he just didn't know what. Yesterday, Madame Skull had called him Jakey and could hardly wait to get out his little pricklin, as she called it. But today Ben Mickelson stood on the stairs looking at him in a gloating way. "Begone," Ben said again. "I'll be calling the sheriff on you if you don't. The sheriff will know what to do with a lout like you, I guess." Jake was confused and disappointed. He knew the old butler hadn't just decided to dismiss him on his own authority, because he had no authority. He might curse the kitchen girls and pinch them under the stairs, but he was only a butler. Jake knew that if he wasn't allowed up, it was because Madame Skull didn't want him up. But why? He had tried to be cooperative, no matter what wild game Ina's Skull suggested, and some of her games went far beyond the bounds of anything he had ever supposed he would be doing in his life. But he had done them, and Madame Skull had yelled and kicked with pleasure. So why was the old butler now planted in his way? "All right, Ben," Jake said, feeling deflated. He wandered back into the kitchen where Felice was churning butter. She didn't look up when he came in. Felice was careful never to raise her eyes to him any more. But now he felt lonely. He'd been turned out. He would have liked a smile from Felice. He had a sense that she felt he had treated her bad, though he'd only done what he had been told to do by the captain's wife. Felice had no cause to turn her head every time he entered the room. "Well, I guess the missus ain't up," he said, idling for a moment. "I'd sure like a glass of buttermilk before I go to work." Felice got up without a word and poured him a tumbler full of buttermilk from the big crock where they kept it. Captain Skull, too, liked buttermilk. He'd been known to drink off a quart on days when he came in with a thirst for buttermilk. Jake thanked Felice, thinking it might melt a reserve, but Felice went back to her churning without even a nod. Jake was sitting on the back step, drinking buttermilk and wondering what he could find to do all day, when Ina's Skull strode out of the house. She had on her riding habit and was pulling on a glove. When she saw Jake sitting on the step with a tumbler of buttermilk, she did not look pleased. "Who told you to sit on my stoop and guzzle my buttermilk?" she asked, her black eyes snapping. Jake was taken aback by her look, which was icy, and her tone, which was hot. He jumped to his feet in embarrassment. "I suppose you got the buttermilk from that yellow bitch," she said. "I'll quirt her soundly when I get back." "Why, the crock was full. I thought I could drink one glass," Jake said, very nervous. "That's the captain's buttermilk. It's not for common use," Inez said. "I instructed the butler to inform you that we didn't need you around here any more. I suppose I'll have to whack that old sod a time or two if he forgot to tell you." "He told me. I was just resting a minute," Jake said, confused by the coldness in Madame Skull's tone. Only yesterday she had pressed hot affections on him. Today she acted as if she scarcely knew him. "Get off my step, I told you," Inez said. "I don't want you around here. And stay away from that yellow bitch, too. I don't want you indulging in any irregularities with the servants." Madame Skull poked him, not gently, with the toe of her riding boot. Jake jumped up and hurried down the steps. Then he remembered that he still had the tumbler in his hand. "I thought you liked me," he blurted out. Madame Skull's lip curled. "Like you? A common thing such as yourself? I've stooped to many follies, but I doubt I'd allow myself to like a common farm boy," she said. Jake sat the tumbler on the step where Felice would find it and take it in. He was walking slowly and sadly back down the main street of Austin, trying to puzzle out why he had been welcome one day and shunned the next, when he heard a horse galloping close behind him. Madame Skull was coming on her fine thoroughbred Lord Nelson. The horse was worth as much as a house, some of the rangers claimed. 2 men stood guard over Lord Nelson all night at the Skull stables, lest Indians try to sneak in and steal him. Madame Skull raced Lord Nelson over the prairies at full speed, usually alone. As Inez Skull came abreast of Jake, she drew rein and ran her quirt lightly through his hair, which she herself had just cut the day before with her scissors after their sweaty sport. "It was the curls, Jakey," Inez said, the ice still in her voice. She flicked her quirt again through his short hair. "The curls," she said. "I suppose I found them briefly appealing, but then I cut them off. So that's all done now, ain't it?" Then she put the spurs to Lord Nelson and went galloping straight out of town. Kicking Wolf could move without sound. When he decided to steal the buffalo horse, he only took 3 birds with him. Except for himself, 3 Birds was the quietest warrior in the band. Fast Boy and Red Badger were brave fighters, but clumsy. They could not approach a horse herd in the soundless way that was required if a tricky theft was being contemplated. Kicking Wolf prayed every night that he could keep his grace with animals. Few Comanches could go into a horse herd at night without alarming the horses. Buffalo Hump could not do such delicate work, not at all. He was a great raider, Kicking Wolf acknowledged. Buffalo Hump could run off many horses and kill whatever white men or Mexicans got in his way. But he could not go into a horse herd at night and steal a mare or a stallion. He was too impatient, and he did not bother to disguise his smell. Mainly he was a fighter, not a thief. Kicking Wolf, though, was very careful about his smell, and he had instructed Three Birds how to eliminate his odor before going into a horse herd. Kicking Wolf would eat little for a day or two before a raid. He wanted his body to empty out its smells. Then he gathered herbs and rubbed them on himself, on his armpits, on his privates, on his feet. He chewed sweet roots to make his breath inoffensive. He prepared carefully, but mainly it was his grace, his ability to move without sound, that enabled him to go into a herd of strange horses at night and not alarm them. He wanted to be able to move close to the horses and stroke them. He wanted the stroking to begin before the horse was even aware that a man was there. Once he had the horse's trust, he could move through the herd, seeing that all the horses stayed calm. It was important to start with a horse that had calmness in him. Often Kicking Wolf would study a horse herd for a few days until he had selected the horse that he would approach first. It had to be a horse with calmness in it, a horse unlikely to panic. Once Kicking Wolf had chosen the first horse, he would pray in the morning that his grace would not desert him. Then he could move into the herd with confidence and stroke the lead horse. He liked a night that was cloudy but not entirely moonless when he went to steal horses. He wanted to be able to see where the ground was, and so would the horses. In complete darkness, a horse might brush up against a thorn bush and panic if it rattled. A whole herd might break into a run in an instant if they heard a strange sound. Kicking Wolf was proud of being the best of the Comanche horse thieves. He had honed his skills for many years. Simply stealing many horses had never been enough for him. He only wanted to steal the best horses, the horses that would run the fastest or make the best studs. He wanted to steal the horses that the Texans would miss most. Plow horses he never touched. Invariably, when he got back to camp with the horses he had stolen, the other warriors would be jealous. Even Buffalo Hump was a little jealous, although he pretended not to notice Kicking Wolf and his horses. The other warriors always offered to trade Kicking Wolf for his horses. They would offer him guns or their ugly old wives, or even occasionally a young, pretty wife. But Kicking Wolf never traded. He kept his horses, and because of them was envied by every warrior in the tribe. From the moment Kicking Wolf first saw the buffalo horse, he wanted to steal it. The buffalo horse was the most famous horse in Texas. If he could steal such an animal, it would make the Texans look puny. It would shame their greatest warrior, Big Horse Skull. It would bring glory back to the Comanche people. The women and the young men would all make songs about Kicking Wolf. The medicine men could take piss from the buffalo horse and use it in potions that would make the young men brave and the women amorous. Buffalo Hump would sulk, for he would know that Kicking Wolf had done a great thing, a thing he himself could never have done. When he saw that the Texans were not going to go chase him to the Rio Pecos, he rested for 3 days in a little cave he had found. He built a warm fire and feasted on the tender meat of one of the young mares he had killed. Then he heard from Red Badger that Blue Duck had attacked the Texans with a few young warriors and killed one ranger. Red Badger was so fond of one of the young women who had come to the camp with Slow Tree that he could not stay in one place. He was in love with the young woman, who was the wife of Old Skinny Hand. Though Old Skinny Hand was a violent fighter, Red Badger had to be careful, for Skinny Hand would certainly shoot him if he caught him slipping out with his young wife. Red Badger said that Buffalo Hump was bored with Slow Tree, but was trying to be polite. Kicking Wolf soon got almost as bored with Red Badger as Buffalo Hump was with Slow Tree. Red Badger was a foolish person who was so crazy about women that he could not accomplish much as a warrior. He talked about women so much that everyone who had to listen to him was bored. Fast Boy was so bored that he wanted to tie Red Badger up and cut out his tongue. Everyone was almost that bored, But of course they could not simply cut out a warrior's tongue. The fact that it was so cold made Kicking Wolf decide that it might be a good time to steal the buffalo horse. The Texans did not like cold. They did not know how to shelter themselves and keep themselves warm, as he was doing in his little cave. When it was cold, the Texans all huddled around fires and went to sleep. New snowflakes were falling outside his little cave. It was not going to be warm for many days. Even if the Texans went on south across the Llano, the cold and sleet would follow them. With the weather so cold, the Texans would not be very watchful of the horses. At night, Skull hobbled the buffalo horse but did not keep it on a grazing rope. Once Kicking Wolf had called the buffalo horse by whistling at him. He whistled twice, and the big horse came trotting right to him. Kicking Wolf also noticed that the buffalo horse was very alert. If a wolf crossed the prairie or even a coyote, the buffalo horse would be the first to raise its head and look. It did not whinny, though, like some of the younger horses who might be frightened by the smell of a wolf. The buffalo horse had no reason to fear wolves or anything else on the Llano. When the morning dawned, gray as sleet, Kicking Wolf walked a mile from his cave and sat on a low hill to pray. When he had prayed some hours, he went back to camp and told the few warriors there that he had decided to steal the buffalo horse. It was a plan he had never mentioned to anyone. The warriors were so surprised that they could not think of any words to say. It was such a bold idea that everyone was a little scared, even Fast Boy. Kicking Wolf was a great horse stealer, they all knew that. But the buffalo horse was a special horse. He was the horse of Skull, the terrible captain with the long knife. What would Skull do if he woke up to find his great horse missing? "We will all go with you," Red Badger said after a few minutes' thought. "3 birds will go with me," Kicking Wolf said. "No one else." Red Badger wanted to go. Stealing the buffalo horse was a great and audacious thing. Any warrior would want to help do such a great thing. But the firm way Kicking Wolf had spoken caused Red Badger to swallow his protests. Kicking Wolf had spoken in a way that did not invite disagreement. Fast Boy had meant to say something also, but Kicking Wolf had such a cold look in his eye that Fast Boy did not speak. "Where will you take the buffalo horse when you steal him?" Red Badger asked. The more he thought about what Kicking Wolf planned, the more his breath came short. It was a big thing to steal such an animal. Many of the Comanches thought the buffalo horse was a witch horse. Some even thought it could fly. Some of the old women claimed they had heard the whinny of a great horse coming from high up in the sky on dark nights when there was no moon. "I will take him to Mexico," Kicking Wolf said, "to the Sierra Perdida." "Ah, the Sierra Perdida," Red Badger said. "I don't know if the Texans will follow you that far." "If they try to follow us past the Brazos, you can shoot them," Kicking Wolf added. It was a little joke. Red Badger had a repeating rifle of which he was very proud. He cleaned it and rubbed it every night. But Red Badger had weak eyesight. He couldn't hit anything with his rifle. Once he had even missed a buffalo that had been laying down. Red Badger's poor vision made the buffalo seem as if it were standing up, so he kept shooting over it. In battle, he shot wildly, hitting no one. Some of the warriors were even afraid Red Badger might accidentally shoot one of them. He would not be the one to protect them from the Texans if they followed past the Brazos. Fast Boy was taken aback by Kicking Wolf's statement about the Sierra Perdida. Those mountains were the stronghold of Ahumado, the dark-skinned bandit whom the whites called the Black Vaquero, because he was so cruel and also because he was so good at stealing cattle from the big ranches of the Texans down below the Nueces River. Ahumado hated the Texans and killed them in many cruel ways. But what made Kicking Wolf's statement startling was that he also hated Comanches. When he caught Comanches, he killed them with tortures just as bad as those he visited on the Texans. "The Black Vaquero lives in the Sierra Perdida," Fast Boy reminded Kicking Wolf. "He is a bad old man." "That is where I am going, the Sierra Perdida," Kicking Wolf repeated, and then he was silent. Fast Boy didn't say more, mainly because he knew that it was easy to put Kicking Wolf in a bad mood by questioning his decisions. He was far worse than Buffalo Hump in that regard. Buffalo Hump didn't mind questions from his warriors. He wanted the men he fought with to understand what they were supposed to do, and he gave careful orders. Problems with Buffalo Hump would come only if the orders were not carried out properly. If some warrior failed to do his part in a raid, then Buffalo Hump's anger would be terrible. With Kicking Wolf, though, it was unwise to rush in with questions, even though what he wanted to do seemed crazy. Stealing the buffalo horse was a little crazy, but then Kicking Wolf was a great stealer of horses and could probably manage it. But the really crazy part of his plan was taking the horse to Ahumado's country, a thing that made no sense at all. Even Buffalo Hump was careful to avoid the Sierra Perdita when he raided into Mexico. It was not from fear. Buffalo Hump feared nothing, but from practicality. In the Sierra Perdita, or the villages near it, there were no captives to take, because Ahumado had already taken all the children from the villages there. If he did not keep the captives as slaves, he traded them north to the Apaches. Some people even speculated that Ahumado himself was Apache, but Famous Shoes, the Kickapoo who went everywhere, said no, Ahumado was not an Apache. Ahumado is from the south, Famous Shoes said. When questioned about the statement, Famous Shoes could not be more specific. He did not know what tribe Ahumado belonged to, only that it was from the south. From the south, where the jungle is, he said. None of the Comanches knew the word, so Famous Shoes explained that the jungle was a forest, where it rained often and where Jaguar, the great cat, hunted. That was all Famous Shoes knew. Fast Boy did not ask any more questions, but he thought he ought to make his views clear about the foolish thing Kicking Wolf wanted to do. Fast Boy was a warrior, a veteran of many battles with the whites and with the Mexicans. He had a right to speak his mind. "If we go into the Sierra Perdita, Ahumado will kill us all," he said. Kicking Wolf merely looked at him coldly. "If you are afraid of him, you don't have to go," Kicking Wolf said. "I am not afraid of him, and I know I don't have to go," Fast Boy said. "I don't have to go anywhere except to look for something to eat. I wanted you to know what I think." Red Badger was of the same opinion as Fast Boy, but he didn't want to state his views quite so plainly. "Once I was in Mexico and a bad thorn stuck in my knee," he said. "It was a green thorn. It went in behind my knee and almost ate my leg off. That thorn was more poisonous than a snake." He paused. No one said anything. "Ever since then, I have not liked going to Mexico," Red Badger added. "You don't have to go either," Kicking Wolf said. "Once Three Birds and I have the buffalo horse, we will go alone to Mexico." Three Birds looked at the sky. He had heard some geese and looked up to see if he could spot them. He was very fond of geese and thought that if the geese were planning to stop somewhere close by, he might go and try to snare one. The geese were there, all right, many geese, but they would not be stopping anywhere nearby. They were very high, almost as high as the clouds. No one else had even noticed them, but Three Birds had good hearing and could always hear geese when they were passing over, even if they were high near the clouds. He made no comment about the business of Mexico. It seemed risky to him, but if Kicking Wolf wanted to go, that was enough for Three Birds. When there was discussion, he rarely spoke his thoughts. He liked to keep his own thoughts inside him, and not mix them up promiscuously with the thoughts of other warriors or of women or of anyone. His thoughts were his. He didn't want them out in the air. Because of the firm way he stuck to his preference and kept his thoughts inside himself, some Comanches thought he was a mute. They thought he was too dumb to talk, and were puzzled that Kicking Wolf put so much stock in his ability. Sometimes even Kicking Wolf himself was annoyed by Three Birds' silence, his unwillingness to give an opinion. "What is wrong with you?" he asked Three Birds one time. "You never speak. Where are your words? Are you so ignorant that you have forgotten all your words?" Three Birds had been a little offended by Kicking Wolf's rude speech. When Kicking Wolf asked him that question, Three Birds got up and left the camp for a week. He saw no reason to stay around if Kicking Wolf was going to be rude to him. He had not forgotten his words and would speak them when he felt like it. He did not feel he had to speak idle words just because Kicking Wolf had decided that he was in a mood to hear him speak. What Three Birds saw when he looked in the sky, besides the geese that were not stopping, was that it was going to get even colder than it had been. It was going to stay very cold for a while yet. There would be more snow and more sleet. "When will you steal the buffalo horse?" Red Badger asked. Red Badger was the opposite of Three Birds. He could not hold in his questions or stay quiet for long. Red Badger often talked even when he had nothing to say that anyone at all would want to hear. Kicking Wolf didn't answer the loquacious young warrior. He was thinking of the South, and of how angry Big Horse Skull would be when he woke up and discovered that his great war horse was gone. Maggie could tell by the footsteps that the man outside her door was drunk. The footsteps were unsteady, and the man had just lurched into the wall, though it was early morning. A man so drunk at that hour of the morning that he could not walk steadily might have been drinking all night. The thought made her very apprehensive, so apprehensive that she considered not opening her door. A man that drunk might well be violent. He might beat her or tear her clothes. Maybe he would be quick and pass out. That sometimes happened with men who were very drunk, but that was about the best that she could expect if she opened her door to a drunk. Some drunks merely wallowed on her, unable to finish, or the exertion might agitate the man's stomach. More than once men had thrown up on her or fouled her bed with vomit. For Maggie it had never been easy opening her door to a man. Once the door was open, she was caught. If a bad man or a cruel man was standing there, then she was in for a bad time. Sometimes, of course, the customer outside her door would just be some unhappy man whose wife had passed away. Those men who were just looking for a little pleasure or comfort were not a problem. The men she feared were the men who wanted to punish women. That was the chief peril of her profession. Maggie had endured many sweaty, desperate times dealing with such men. She always opened the door, though. Not opening it could cause consequences just as grave. The man outside might grow angry enough to break down the door, in which case the landlord might throw her out. At the very least, she would have to pay for the door. Besides that, the customer might go to the sheriff and complain. He might claim that she had stolen money, that or some other accusation. The word of any man, however dishonest, was more with a sheriff than the word of a whore. Or the aggrieved customer might complain to his friends and stir them up. Several times gangs of men had caught her, egged on by some dissatisfied customer. Those times had been bad. Much as it might frighten her to open her door, Maggie never let herself forget that she was a whore and had to live by certain rules. One being that you opened the door to the customer before the customer got mad enough to break it down. Still, it was her room. She felt she could at least take her time buttoning her dress. It was important to her that her dress be buttoned modestly before she let a man into her room. She knew it might seem contradictory, since the man outside was coming in to pay her to unbutton the same dress. But Maggie still buttoned up. She felt that if she ever started opening the door with her dress unbuttoned, she would lose all hope for herself. There was time enough to do what she had to do when the man had paid his money. She opened the door cautiously and received a grim shock. The person who had just lurched down the hall was the young ranger Jake Spoon, who had only been in the troop a few weeks. He was so drunk that he had dropped to his knees and was holding his stomach. But when he saw Maggie, he mastered his gut and put out a hand so she could help him up. "Why, Mr. Spoon," Maggie said, "are you sickly?" Instead of answering, Jake Spoon crawled past her into her room. Once inside, he got to his feet and walked unsteadily across the room to her bed. Then he sat down on the bed and began to pull off his boots and unbutton his shirt. Jake Spoon looked up at her mutely. He seemed to be puzzled by the fact that she was still standing in the doorway. "I got money," he said. "I ain't a cheat." Then he pulled his shirt off, dropped it on the floor, and stood up, holding onto a bedpost to steady himself. Without even looking at her again, he opened his pants. Maggie felt her heart sink. Jake was a Texas Ranger, although just come to the troop. In the years that Maggie had been seeing Woodrow call, it had become known to the Rangers that she and Woodrow had an attachment. It was not yet the sort of attachment that Maggie yearned for. If it had been, she would not have been renting a cheap room and opening her door to drunken strangers. But it was an attachment. She wanted it, and Woodrow wanted it, though he might have been slow to admit it. Sensing the attachment, the other Rangers who knew Woodrow well had gradually begun to leave Maggie alone. They soon realized that it was distasteful to her to be selling herself to Woodrow's friends. Though Call never said anything directly, the Rangers could tell that he didn't like it if one of them went with Maggie. Augustus McCrae, in indiscriminate horror, would never think of approaching Maggie, although he had long admired her looks and her deportment. Indeed, Gus had often urged Woodrow to marry Maggie and end her chancy life as a whore, a life that so often led to sickness or death at an early age. Woodrow had so far declined to marry her, but lately he had been more helpful and more generous with money. Now he sometimes gave her money to buy things for her room, small conveniences that she couldn't afford. It was her deepest hope and fondest dream that Woodrow would someday forbid her to whore. Maybe what they had wouldn't go as far as marriage, but at least it might remove her from the rough traffic that had been her life. Woodrow's argument the few times they had approached the subject was that he was often gone for months on hazardous patrols, any one of which could result in his death. He felt Maggie ought to take care of herself and continue to earn what she could in case he was cut down in battle. Of course, Maggie knew that rangering was dangerous and that Woodrow might be killed, in which case her dream of a life with him would never be realized. She never spoke of her life as a whore when she was with Woodrow. In her own mind, her real life was their life. The rest of it she tried to pretend was happening to someone else. But the pretense was only a lie, she told herself, to help her get through the days. In fact, it was her who opened her door to the men, who took their money, who inspected them to see that they were not diseased, who accepted them into her body. She had been a desperate girl with both parents dead when she was led into whoring in San Antonio. Now she was no longer a girl, but the desperation was still with her. She felt it even then, as Jake Spoon stood there in her room, drunk almost to the point of nausea, with his pants open, pointing himself at her and waiting sullenly. Woodrow didn't know about her desperation. Maggie had never told him how much she hated what she did. He might have sensed it at times, but he didn't know how hard it was, on a morning when all she wanted to do was sit quietly and sew, to have to deal with a man so drunk that he had to crawl into her room. Worse than that, he was a ranger, the same as Woodrow. He ought to have known to seek another whore. "Why are you standing over there? I'm ready," Jake said. His pants had slipped down to his ankles. He had to bend to pull them up so he could dig into his pocket and come out with the coins. "But you're sickly, Mr. Spoon. You can barely stand up," Maggie said, trying to think of some stratagem that would cause him to get dressed again and go away. "Don't need to stand up, and I ain't sick," Jake said, though to his dismay the act of speaking almost caused his stomach to come up. He swayed for a moment, but fought the nausea down. It was the whore's fault, he decided. She hadn't come over to help him with his clothes, as a whore should. He fumbled again for the coins and finally got them out of his pocket. Looking at the whore, who had closed the door behind her but still stood across the room staring at him, Jake felt his anger rising. Her name was Maggie, he knew. The boys all said she was sweet on Woodrow Call, but Woodrow Call was far up the plains, and the warning meant little to Jake. All whores were sweet on somebody. "Come here, I got the money," he demanded. In his mind, which swirled from drink, was the recent memory of the wild games he had played with Inez Skull, acts so raw that even whores might not do them. He didn't like it that the whore he had chosen was so standoffish. What of it if she was sweet on Woodrow Call? Maggie saw there was no way out of it, without risking the sheriff or a worse calamity. In another minute the young ranger would start yelling, or else do her violence. She didn't want the yelling or the violence, which might lead to her having to move from the room she had tried to make into a pleasant place for Woodrow to visit when he was home. She didn't want to get thrown out, so she went across the room and accepted Jake Spoon's money. She didn't look Jake in the eye. She tried to make herself small. Maybe, if she was lucky, the boy would just do it and go. Maggie wasn't lucky, though. The minute she took Jake's money, he drew back his hand and slapped her hard in the face. Jake slapped the whore because he was angry with her for being so standoffish and lingering so long, but he also gave her the slap because that was how Madame Skull had started things with him. The minute he walked upstairs, she would come out of the bedroom and slap his face. The next thing he knew, they would be on the floor, tussling fiercely. Then they would do the raw things. He wanted again what he had had with Inez Skull. He didn't understand why she had cut his hair and thrown him out. Her coldness upset him so that he stole a bottle of whiskey from a shed behind the saloon and drank the whole bottle down. The whiskey burned at first and then numbed him a little, but it didn't cool the fever he felt at the memory of his hot tusslings with Inez Skull. Only a woman could cool that fever, and the handiest woman happened to be Woodrow Call's whore. She had very white skin, the whore. When he slapped her, her cheek became immediately red. But the slap didn't set things off, as it had when Madame Skull slapped him. Maggie, Call's whore, didn't utter a sound. She didn't slap him back or grab him or do anything wild or raw. She just put the money away, took off her dress, and lay back on the bed waiting. She wouldn't even so much as look at him, although in an effort to make her a little more lively, he pulled her hair. But neither the slap nor the hair-pulling worked at all. Except for flexing herself a little when he crawled on top of her, the whore didn't move a muscle, or speak, or cry out, or yell, or bite, or even sigh. She didn't scream and kick and jerk as Madame Skull did every time they were together. As soon as the young ranger finished, it took considerably longer than she had hoped. Maggie got off the bed and went behind a little screen to clean herself. She meant to stay behind the screen, hiding until Jake Spoon left. She knew she would have a bad bruise on her cheek from the slap. She didn't want to see the young man again if she could help it. Again, though, Maggie was not lucky. While she was cleaning herself, she heard Jake retching and went out to find him on his hands and knees again. At least he was vomiting in a basin. He had not ruined the new carpet she had saved up to buy. Jake Spoon heaved and heaved. Maggie saw how young he was and took a little pity. When he finished being sick, she cleaned him up a little and helped him out the door. "Now, boys, look there," Inez Skull said, pointing westward at a small red butte. "See that? Pretend it's your Alps." "Our what, Captain?" Longbill inquired. It was breakfast time. Dietz had just fried up some tasty bacon, and the breeze, though chilly, could be tolerated, particularly while he was sitting at the campfire holding a tin mug of scalding coffee that in texture was almost as thick as mud. All the rangers were hunched over their cups, letting the steam from the scalding coffee warm their cold faces. The exception was Woodrow Call, already saddled up and ready to ride, though even he had no notion of where they were headed or why. They had traveled due south for a few days, but then the captain suddenly bent to the west, toward a long, empty space, where, so far as any of the rangers knew, there was nothing to see or do. The low, flat-topped hill was red in the morning sunlight. "The Alps, Mr. Coleman," the captain repeated. "If you find yourself in Switzerland or France, you have to cross them before you can get to Italy and eat the tasty noodle. That was Hannibal's challenge. He had all those elephants, but the Alpine passes were deep in snow. What was he to do?" Captain Skull was drinking brandy, his morning drink and his evening drink, too, when he could have it. One well-padded brace of saddlebags contained nothing but brandy. A tipple or swallow or two in the morning cleared his head wonderfully when he was campaigning, and also rarely failed to put him in a pedagogical mood. History, military history in particular, was his passion. Harvard wanted him to teach it, but he saw no reason to be teaching military history when he could go out in the field and make it, so he packed up the ardent Dolly Johnson, his Birmingham bride, and went to Texas to fight in the Mexican War, where he promptly captured 3 substantial towns and a number of sad villages. The air of the raw frontier so invigorated him that he gave little thought to going back to Boston to the library and the ivied hall. Because of his long string of victories in Mexico, he was soon offered the command of the disheveled but staunch band of irregulars known as the Texas Rangers. Inez Skull was convinced, from what he knew of politics, that a great civil conflict was looming in America, but that conflict was yet some years away. When it came, Inez Skull meant to have a generalship, and what better way to capture the attention of the War Department than to whip the Comanche, the Kiowa, the Apache, the Pawnee, or any other tribe that attempted to resist the advance of Anglo-Saxon settlement. Skull might not have broken the wild tribes yet, but he had harried them vigorously for almost 10 years, while little by little settlement crept up the rivers and into the fertile valleys. Farms and ranches were established, burned out by the red men, and built again. Small, poor townships were formed, wagon roads rutted the prairie, and the government slowly placed its line of forts along the northern and western line of settlement. All the while, Skull and his rangers ranged and ranged, hanging cattle thieves in the south and challenging the fighting Indians to the north. Still, now and then, with a prickle of brandy in his nostrils and a cold wind worthy of New England cooling his neck, Skull found that the professor was likely to revive in him a little. At moments he missed the learned talk of Cambridge. At times he grew depressed when he considered the gap in knowledge between himself and the poor dull fellows he commanded. They were brave beyond reason, but alas, untutored. Young Call, it was true, was eager to learn, and Augustus McCrae sometimes mimicked a few lines of Latin picked up in some Tennessee school. But the truth was the men were ignorant, which is why, from time to time, with no immediate enemy to confront, he had started giving little impromptu lectures on the great battles of history. It was true that the little butte to the west did not look much like an Alp, but it was the only hill in sight and would have to serve. No, you see, Hannibal and his elephants were on the wrong side of the hills, or at least he wanted his enemies to think so, Skull said, pacing back and forth, his brandy glass in his hand. He hated to drink brandy out of anything but glass. On every patrol he carefully wrapped and packed 6 brandy glasses, but despite his caution he would usually be reduced to taking his brandy out of a tin cup before the scout was finished. "What was he doing with elephants if he was out there in the snows?" Augustus asked. He hated it when the captain got in one of his lecturing moods. Though, since as far as he could tell they were just wandering aimlessly now, it probably didn't much matter whether they were riding or getting a history lesson. Now there the captain was, drunk on brandy, pointing at some dull little hill and prattling on about Hannibal and elephants and snow and Alps and Romans. Gus could not remember ever having heard of Hannibal, and he did not expect to enjoy any lecture he might receive, mainly because one of his socks had wrinkled up inside his boot somehow and left him a painful blister on the bottom of his foot. He wanted to be back in Austin. If he limped into the Forsyth store looking pitiful enough, Clara might tend to his blister and permit him a kiss besides. Instead, all he had in the way of comfort was a mug of coffee and a piece of sandy bacon, and even that comfort was ending. Dietz had just confided in him that they only had bacon for one more day. "Why, Hannibal was African," Skull said. "He was a man of Carthage, and not the only great commander to use war elephants either. Alexander the Great used them in India, and Hannibal took his on over the Alps, snow or no snow, and fell on the Romans when they least expected it. Brilliant fighting, I call it." Call tried to imagine the scene the captain was describing, the great beasts winding up and up into the snowy passes. But he had never seen an elephant, just a few pictures of them in books. Though he knew most of the rangers found it boresome when the captain started in lecturing, he himself enjoyed hearing about the battles Captain Skull described. His reading ability was slowly improving, enough so that he hoped in time to read about some of the battles himself. Just as the captain was warming to his subject, Famous Shoes suddenly appeared, almost at the captain's elbow. As usual, all the boys gave a start. None of them had seen the tracker approach. Even Captain Skull found Famous Shoes' sudden appearances a little unnerving. "I was in the camp of Buffalo Hump. He has a new wife," Famous Shoes said. "His son took me prisoner for a while. He was the one who killed Mr. Watson. They call him Blue Duck. His mother was a Mexican woman who froze to death trying to get away from Buffalo Hump." Einer Skull smiled. "You'd make a fine professor, sir," he said. "You've managed to tell us more about this scamp Blue Duck than I've been able to get across about Hannibal and his elephants. What else should I know? Has Kicking Wolf crossed the Alps with those stallions yet?" His witticism was lost on Famous Shoes, who did not particularly appreciate interruptions while trying to deliver his reports. "Slow Tree came into camp with many warriors and many women," Famous Shoes went on. "Slow Tree wanted to kill me, but Buffalo Hump will not let anybody kill me." "Whoa, that's news. Why not?" Skull asked. "I helped his grandmother die," Famous Shoes said. "I do not have to worry about Buffalo Hump." "Is that all?" Skull asked. "You do not have to worry about Buffalo Hump either," Famous Shoes said. "He is still with Slow Tree. But Kicking Wolf is following you now." "Kicking Wolf? Why, the rascal!" Skull exclaimed. "A few days ago I was following him. Why would the man we were chasing want to follow us?" "He probably wants to steal more horses," Call said. "Stealing horses is what he's good at." "It could be that. Or he might mean to cut our throats," Einish Skull commented. He looked at the scout, but Famous Shoes seemed to have no opinion as to Kicking Wolf's plans. "I didn't see him," he said. "I only saw his tracks. He has 3 birds with him." "Well, that doesn't tell me much," Skull said. "I've not had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Three Birds. What kind of fellow is he?" "Three Birds is quiet. He does not speak his thoughts," Famous Shoes said. "The 2 of them are alone. The rest of the warriors are at the feast Buffalo Hump is giving for Slow Tree." "If it's just the 2 of them, I say let 'em come," Augustus said. "I expect we can handle 2 Indians, even if one of 'em is Kicking Wolf." Call thought the opposite. 2 Indians would be harder to detect than 15. It struck him as peculiar that Kicking Wolf chose to follow them just then. After all, he had just escaped with 3 fine stallions. They were probably better horses than any the ranger troop could boast, with the exception of Hector, of course. Skull strode up and down for a while, looking across the plain, as if he expected to see Kicking Wolf heave into sight at any moment. But, except for 2 hawks soaring, there was nothing to see in any direction but grass. "I have known Three Birds for a long time," he said. "He does not hate Kickapoos. Once I helped him track a cougar he had shot. I think that cougar might have got away if I hadn't tracked it with him." Augustus was sometimes irked by Famous Shoes' pompous way of talking. "I expect he's forgot about that cougar by now," he said. "He might step up and cut your throat before he could call it to mind." Famous Shoes considered the remark too absurd to reply to. Three Birds would never forget that he had helped him track the cougar, any more than Buffalo Hump would forget that he had been kind to his dying grandmother. "Want me to see if I can surprise him, Captain?" Call asked. He was impatient with the inactivity. Talk was fine at night, but it was daytime, and his horse was saddled and eager. "You can't catch them," Famous Shoes said. "They are following you, but they are not close, and they have better horses than you do. If you chase them, they will lead you so far away that you will starve before you can get back." Call ignored the scout and looked at the captain. He saw no reason to tolerate a hostile pursuit. Captain Skull looked at the young man with amusement. He obviously wanted to go chase Indians, despite the scout's plain warning. "I've been out there before, and I didn't starve," Call informed him. Skull pursed his lips but said nothing. He walked over to his saddlebags and rummaged in them until he came out with a small book. Then he walked back to the campfire, settled himself comfortably on a sack of potatoes, and held up the book, which was well used. "Xenophon," he said. "The March of the 10,000. Of course, we're only 12 men, but when I read Xenophon, I can imagine that we're 10,000. Augustus had quietly saddled up. If there was a pursuit, he wanted to be part of it. Several other rangers began to stir themselves, pulling on their boots and looking to their guns. "Here, stop that," Captain Skull said suddenly, looking up from his book. "I won't send you off to chase a phantom in country this spare. Just because Mr. Call didn't starve in it on his last visit doesn't mean he couldn't starve tomorrow, and the rest of you too. There's always a first time, they say," he added. "I expect it was some smart Greek said that, or else our own Papa Franklin." Then he paused and smiled benignly at his confused and ragged men. "Ever hear Greek read, boys?" he asked. "It's a fine old language, the language of Homer and Thucydides, not to mention Xenophon, who's our author today. I've a fair amount of Greek still in my head. I'll read to you, if you like, about the 10,000 men who marched home in defeat." Nobody said yes, and nobody said no. The men just stood where they were, or sat if they had not yet risen. Dietz put a few more sticks on the fire. "That's fine, the ayes have it," Captain Skull said. He looked around with a grin, and then, sitting on the sack of potatoes and squinting in order to see the small print of his pocket Xenophon, he read to the troop in Greek. "That was worse than listening to a bunch of Comanches gobble at one another," Long Bill said once the reading was over and the troop once again on the move. "I'd rather listen to pigs squeal than to hear goings-on like that," Ikey Ripple added. Augustus had disliked the reading as much as anyone, but the fact that Long Bill had spoken out against it rubbed him the wrong way. That was Greek, he reminded them haughtily. Everybody ought to hear Greek now and then, and Latin too. I could listen all day to someone read Latin. Call knew that Augustus claimed some knowledge of Latin, but he had never been convinced by the claim. I doubt you know a word of either language, Call said. You didn't understand that reading, and neither did anybody else. Unlike the Rangers, Famous Shoes had been mightily impressed by the captain's reading. He himself could speak several dialects and follow the track of any living animal, but Captain Skull had followed an even harder and more elusive track, the tiny, intricate track that ran across the pages of the book. That big horse Skull could follow a little track through page after page of a book and turn what he saw into sound was a feat that never ceased to amaze the Kickapoo. That might be the way a god talks, he commented. Nope. It was just some old Greek fella who lost a war and had to tramp back home with his 10,000 men, Augustus said. That's a lot of men, Call said. I wonder how many fought on the side that won. Why would you care, Woodrow? You didn't even like hearing Greek, Augustus pointed out. No, Call said, but I can still wonder about that war. Kicking Wolf was amused by the carelessness of Big Horse Skull, who put 3 men at a time to guard the Rangers' horses and the 2 pack mules, but did not bother with guards for the buffalo horse. The men on guard were rotated at short intervals, too, yet Skull did not seem to think the buffalo horse needed watching. He does not think anyone would try to steal the buffalo horse, Kicking Wolf told 3 birds after they had watched the Rangers and their horses for 3 nights. Skull is careless, he added. 3 birds, for once, had a thought he didn't want to keep inside himself. Big Horse is right, 3 birds said. He pointed upward to the heavens, which were filled with bright stars. There are as many men as there are stars, 3 birds said. They are not all here, but somewhere in the world there are that many men. What are you talking about? Kicking Wolf said. 3 birds pointed to the North Star, a star much brighter than the little sprinkle of stars around it. Only one star shines to show where the north is, 3 birds said. Only one star of all the stars shines for the north. Kicking Wolf was thinking it was pleasanter when 3 birds didn't try to speak his thoughts, but he tried to listen politely to 3 birds' harmless words about the stars. You are like the North Star, 3 birds said. Only you of all the men in the world could steal the buffalo horse. That horse might be a witch. Some say that it can fly. It might turn and eat you when you go up to it. Yet you are such a thief that you are going to steal it anyway. Big Horse doesn't know that the North Star has come to take his horse, he added. If he knew, he would be more careful. On the 4th night, after studying the situation well, Kicking Wolf decided it was time to approach the buffalo horse. The weather conditions were good. There was a 3/4 moon, and the brightness of the stars was dimmed just enough by scudding, fast-moving clouds. Kicking Wolf could see all he needed to see. He had carefully prepared himself by fasting, his bowels were empty, and he had rubbed sage all over his body. Skull even left a halter on the buffalo horse. Once Kicking Wolf had reassured the big horse with his touch and his stroking, all he would have to do would be to take the halter and quietly lead the buffalo horse away. As he was easing along the ground on his belly so that the lazy guards wouldn't see him, Kicking Wolf got a big shock. Suddenly the buffalo horse raised its ear, turned its head, and looked right at him. Kicking Wolf was close enough then that he could see the horse's breath making little white clouds in the cold night. When he realized that the buffalo horse knew he was there, Kicking Wolf remembered 3 birds' warning that the horse might be a witch. For an instant, Kicking Wolf felt fear, big fear. In a second or two, the big horse could be on him, trampling him or biting him before he could crawl away. Immediately, Kicking Wolf rose to a crouch and got out of sight of the buffalo horse as fast as he could. He was very frightened, and he had not been frightened during the theft of a horse in many years. The buffalo horse had smelled him even though he had no smell, and heard him even though he made no sound. "I think he heard my breath," he said when he was safely back with Three Birds. "A man cannot stop his breath." "The other horses didn't know you were there," Three Birds told him. "Only the buffalo horse noticed you." Though he was not ready to admit it, Kicking Wolf had begun to believe that Three Birds might be right. The buffalo horse might be a witch horse, a horse that could not be stolen. "We could shoot it and see if it dies," Three Birds suggested. "If it dies, it is not a witch horse." "Be quiet," Kicking Wolf said. "I don't want to shoot it, I want to steal it." "Why?" Three Birds asked. He could not quite fathom why Kicking Wolf had taken it into his head to steal the buffalo horse. Certainly it was a big, stout horse whose theft would embarrass the Texans, but Three Birds took a practical view. If it was a witch horse, as he believed, then it could not be stolen. And if it wasn't a witch horse, then it was only another animal, an animal that would die someday, like all animals. He did not understand why Kicking Wolf wanted it so badly. "It is the great horse of the Texans. It is the best horse in the world," Kicking Wolf said when he saw Three Birds looking at him quizzically. Once he calmed down, he decided he had been too hasty in his judgment. Probably the buffalo horse wasn't a witch horse at all. Probably it just had an exceptionally keen nose. He decided to follow the rangers another day or two so he could watch the horse a little more closely. It was aggravating to him that Famous Shoes, the Kickapoo tracker, was with the Texans. Famous Shoes was bad luck, Kicking Wolf thought. He was a cranky man who was apt to turn up anywhere, usually just when you didn't want to see him. He enjoyed the protection of Buffalo Hump, though, otherwise some Comanche would have killed him long ago. The old men said that Famous Shoes could talk to animals. They believed that there had been a time when all people had been able to talk freely with animals to exchange bits of information that might be helpful one to another. There were even a few people who supposed that Kicking Wolf himself could talk to horses. Otherwise, how could he persuade them to follow him quietly out of herds that were well guarded by the whites? Kicking Wolf knew that was silly. He could not talk to horses, and he wasn't sure that anyone could talk to animals anymore. But the old people insisted that some few humans still retained the power to talk with birds and beasts, and they thought Kicking Wolf might be such a person. Kicking Wolf doubted it, but then some of the old ones were very wise. They might know more about the matter than he did. If the Kickapoo tracker could really talk to animals, then he might have spoken to the buffalo horse and told him Kicking Wolf meant to steal him. Whether he could talk to animals or not, Famous Shoes was an exceptional tracker. He would certainly be aware that he and Three Birds were following the Texans. But he was a curious man. He might not have taken the trouble to mention this fact to the Texans. He might only have told the buffalo horse, feeling that was all that was necessary. It was while watching the buffalo horse make water one evening that Kicking Wolf remembered old Kata, the grandfather of Heavyleg, Buffalo Hump's oldest wife. Kata, too, had been a great horse thief. He was not very free with his secrets, but once, while drunk, he had mentioned to Kicking Wolf that the way to steal difficult horses was to approach them while they were pissing. When a horse made water, it had to stretch out. It could not move quickly once its flow started. Kicking Wolf had already noticed that the buffalo horse made water for an exceptionally long time. The big horse would stretch out, his legs spread and his belly close to the ground, and would pour out a hot yellow stream for several minutes. If Big Horse Skull was mounted when this happened, he sometimes took a book out of his saddlebags and read it. On one occasion, while the buffalo horse was pissing, Skull did something very strange, something that went with the view that the buffalo horse was a witch horse. Skull slipped backward onto the big horse's rump, put his head on the saddle, and raised his legs. He stood on his head in the saddle while the buffalo horse pissed. Of course, it was not unusual for men who were good riders to do feats of horsemanship. Comanche riders, particularly young riders, did them all the time. But neither Kicking Wolf nor Three Birds had ever seen a rider stand on his head while a horse was pissing. "I think Big Horse is crazy," Three Birds said when he saw that. Those were his last words on the subject, and his only words on any subject for several days. Three Birds decided he had been talking too much. He went back to his old habit of keeping his thoughts inside himself. Kicking Wolf decided he should wait until the buffalo horse was pissing before he approached him again. It would require patience because horses did not always make water at night. They were more apt to wait and relieve themselves in the early morning. When he mentioned his intention to Three Birds merely made a gesture indicating that he was not in the mood to speak. Then, that very night, opportunity came. The men who were around the campfire were all singing. The Texans sang almost every night, even if it was cold. Kicking Wolf was not far from the buffalo horse when the big horse began to stretch out. As soon as the stream of piss was flowing from the horse's belly, Kicking Wolf moved, and this time the big horse did not look around. In a minute, Kicking Wolf was close to him and grasped the halter. The buffalo horse gave a little snort of surprise, but that was all. All the time the buffalo horse was pissing, Kicking Wolf stroked him, as he had stroked the many horses he had stolen. When the yellow water ceased to flow, Kicking Wolf pulled on the halter, and to his relief the big horse followed him. The great horse moved as quietly as he did, a fact that for a moment frightened Kicking Wolf. Maybe he was not the one playing the trick. Maybe the buffalo horse was a witch horse, in which case the horse might be following so quietly only in order to get him off somewhere and eat him. Soon, though, they were almost a mile from the ranger camp, and the buffalo horse had not eaten him or given him any trouble at all. It was following as meekly as a donkey, or more meekly. Few donkeys were meek. Then Kicking Wolf felt a great surge of pride. He had done what no other Comanche warrior could have done. He had stolen the buffalo horse, the greatest horse that he had ever taken, the greatest horse the Texans owned. He walked another mile, and then mounted the buffalo horse and rode slowly to where he had left Three Birds. He did not want to gallop, not yet. None of the rangers were alert enough to pick up a horse's gallop at that distance, but Famous Shoes was there, and he might put his ear to the ground and hear the gallop. Three Birds was in some kind of trance when Kicking Wolf rode up to him. Three Birds had their horses ready, but he himself was sitting on a blanket praying. The man often prayed at inconvenient times. When he looked up from his prayer and saw Kicking Wolf coming on the buffalo horse, all he said was, "Ho!" "I have stolen the buffalo horse," Kicking Wolf said. "You shouldn't be sitting on that dirty blanket praying. You should be making a good song about what I have done tonight. I went to the buffalo horse while he was making water, and I stole him. When Big Horse Skull gets up in the morning, he will be so angry he will want to make a great war on us." Three Birds thought that what Kicking Wolf said was probably true. Skull would make a great war because his horse had been stolen. He immediately stopped praying and caught his horse. "Let's go a long way now," he said. "All those Texans will be chasing us when it gets light." "We will go a long way, but don't forget to make the song," Kicking Wolf said. "Genius! It's absolute genius," Einar Skull said when told that his great war horse Hector had been stolen. "The man took Hector right out from under my nose. The other horses, now that took skill, but stealing Hector? That's genius." It was hardly the reaction the Rangers had expected. The four men on guard at the time, Long Bill Coleman, P.I. Parker, Neely Dickens, and Finch Seeger, were lined up with hangdog looks on their faces. All of them expected the firing squad. After all, they had let the most important horse in Texas get stolen. None of them had seen or heard a thing either. The big horse had been grazing peacefully the last time they had looked. They'd been expecting Kicking Wolf to try for the other horses. It hadn't occurred to any of them that he might steal the big horse. "You should have expected it," Call told them sternly when the theft was discovered. "He might be big, but he was still a horse, and horses are what Kicking Wolf steals." Augustus McCrae, like Captain Skull, could not suppress a sneaking admiration for Kicking Wolf's daring. It was a feat so bold it had to be credited, and he told Woodrow as much. "I don't credit it," Call said. "It's still just a thief stealing a horse. We ought to be chasing him instead of standing around talking about it." "We've been chasing him off and on for 10 years and we ain't caught him," Gus pointed out. "The man's too fleet for us. I'd like to see you go into Buffalo Hump's camp and steal one of his horses sometime." "I don't claim to be a horse thief," Call said. "The reason we don't catch him is because we stop to sleep and he don't." Call felt a deep irritation at what had happened. The irritation was familiar. He had felt it almost every time they had gone after the Comanches. In a direct conflict they might win, if the conflict went on long enough for their superior weaponry to prevail, but few engagements with the Comanche involved direct conflict. It was chase and wait, thrust and parry, and always the Comanches concentrated on what they were doing while the Rangers usually piddled. Their own preparations were seldom thorough or their tactics precise. The Comanches were supposed to be primitive, yet they fought with more intelligence than the Rangers were usually able to muster. It irked Call, and had always irked him. He resolved that if he ever got to be a captain, he would plan better and press the enemy harder once a battle was joined. Of course, the force they had to deploy was not large. Captain Skull, like Buffalo Hump, preferred to mount a small, quick, mobile troop. Yet, in Call's view, there was always something ragtag about the Ranger forces he went out with. Some of the men would always be drunk, or in love with a whore, or deep into a gambling frenzy when the time came to leave. They would be left behind, while men who were barely skilled enough to manage town life would join up, wanting a grand adventure. Also, the state of Texas allotted little money for the Ranger force. Now that the Comanches had stopped snatching children from the outskirts of Austin and San Antonio, the legislature saw no need to be generous with the Rangers. "They don't need us any more, the damn politicians," Augustus said. He had become increasingly resentful of all forms of law and restraint. The result of the legislature's parsimonious attitude toward frontier defense meant that the Rangers often had to set out on a pursuit indifferently mounted and poorly provisioned. Often, like the Indians they were pursuing, they had to depend on hunting or even fishing in order to survive until they could get back. Now, though, Kicking Wolf had stolen the big horse, and all Captain Skull could think of to do was call him a genius. "What is a genius, anyway?" Augustus asked, addressing the question to the company at large. "I guess the captain's a genius. You ought to ask him," Call said. The captain, at the moment, was walking around with Famous Shoes, attempting to discover how the theft had been accomplished. "A genius is somebody with 6 toes or more on 1 foot," Longbill declared. "That's what I was told at home." Neely Dickens, a small, reedy man prone to quick darting motions that reminded Gus of minnows, took a different view. "Geniuses don't have no warts," he claimed. "In that case, I'm a genius because I am rarely troubled with warts," Augustus said. "Well, I've heard that geniuses are desperate smart," Teddy Beatty said. "I met one once up in St. Louis, and he could spell words backwards and even say numbers backwards, too." "Now, what would be the point of spelling backwards?" Augustus asked. "If you spell backwards, you wouldn't have much of a word. I expect you was drunk when you met that fellow." Finch Seeger, the largest and slowest man in the company when it came to movement, was also the slowest when it came to thinking. Often Finch would devote a whole day to one thought, the thought that he wanted to go to a whorehouse, for example. He did not take much interest in the question of geniuses, but he had no trouble keeping an interest in food. Dietz had informed the company that there was only a little bacon left, and yet they were a long way from home. The prospect of baconless travel bored into Finch's mind like a screwworm, so painfully that he was moved to make a comment. "Pig," he said, to everyone's surprise. "I wish we had us a good fat pig." "Now, Finch, keep quiet," Augustus said, though the comment was the only word Finch Seeger had uttered in several days. "No one was discussing swine," Gus added. "No one was discussing anything," Call remarked. "Finch has as much right to talk as you have." Finch ignored the controversy his remark had ignited. He looked across the empty prairie, and his mind made a picture of a fat pig. A pig was nosing around behind a chaparral bush, trying to root out a mouse or perhaps a snake. He meant to be watchful during the day, so that if they came upon the pig he saw in his mind, they could kill it promptly and replenish their bacon supply. "Well, that's one less horse," Longbill commented. "I guess one of us will have to ride a pack mule unless the captain intends to walk." "I doubt he intends to walk. We're a far piece out," Call said, only to be confounded a few minutes later by the captain's announcement that he intended to do just that. "Kicking Wolf stole Hector while Hector was pissing. It was the only time he could have approached him," Skull announced to the men. "Famous Shoes figured it out. Took him while he was pissing. Famous Shoes thinks he might have whispered a spell into his ear, but I doubt that." While the Rangers watched, he began to rake around in his saddlebags, from which he extracted his big plug of tobacco, a small book, and a box of matches wrapped in oilskin. He had a great gray coat rolled up behind his saddle, but after a moment's thought he left it rolled up. "Too heavy," he said. "I'll be needing to travel light. I'll just dig a hole at night, bury a few coals in it, and sleep on them if it gets nippy." Skull stuffed a coat pocket full of bullets, pulled his rifle out of its scabbard, and scanned the plain with a cheerful, excited look on his face. Actions which puzzled Call and Gus in the extreme. Captain Skull seemed to be making preparations to strike out on foot, although they were far out on the Llano, and in the winter, too. The Comanches knew where they were, Buffalo Hump and Slow Tree as well. What would induce the captain to be making preparations for foot travel? And what was the troop to do while he walked? But Skull had a cheerful grin on his bearded face. "Opportunity, men. It knocks but once," he said. "I think it was Papa Franklin who said that. It's in Poor Richard, I believe. Now, adversity and opportunity are kissing cousins, I say. My horse is missing, but he's no dainty animal. He leaves a big track. I've always meant to study tracking. It's a skill I lack. Famous Shoes here is a great authority. He claims he can even track bugs. So we'll be leaving you now, gentlemen. Famous Shoes is going to teach me tracking while he follows my horse." "But, Captain, what about us?" Long Bill asked, unable to suppress the question. "Why, go home, boys. Just go home," Captain Skull said. "Just go home. No need for you to trail along while I'm having my instruction. Mr. Call and Mr. McCrae, I'll make you co-commanders. Take these fine men back to Austin and see that they're paid when you get there." The Rangers looked at one another, mightily taken aback by this development. Famous Shoes had not returned to camp. He was waiting on the plain near where the big horse had been taken. Captain Skull rummaged a little more in his saddlebags, but found nothing more that he needed. "I've got it pared down to essentials, men," he said, still with his excited grin. "A knife, some tobacco, my firearms, matches. A man ought to be able to walk from Cape Cod to California with no more than that, and if he can't, he deserves to die where he drops, I say." Call thought the man was mad. He was so impatient to be striking out alone into the middle of nowhere that he didn't even want to stop and give proper orders. He just wanted to leave. So, suddenly and unexpectedly, he and Augustus had been thrown into a situation they had often discussed. They were in charge of a troop of rangers, if only for the course of a homeward journey. It was what they had long desired, and yet it had arrived too suddenly. It didn't seem right. "So, we are just to go home," Call said. To be sure he had it right. "Yes, home," Captain Skull said. "If you encounter any rank bandits along the way, hang 'em. Otherwise, get on home and wait until you hear from me." "We won't hear from you, you fool," Augustus thought, but he didn't say it. "What will we tell Mrs. Skull?" he inquired. "Why, nothing," Skull said. "Inez ain't your concern, she's mine. If I were you, I'd just try to avoid her." "Sir, she may be worried," Call said. The captain stopped rummaging in his saddlebags for a moment and turned his head, as if the notion that his wife might be worried about him was a novelty he had never before considered. "Why, no, Mr. Call," he said. "Inez won't be worried. She'll just be angry." He grinned once more at the troop, waved his hand, picked up his rifle, and strode off toward Famous Shoes, who fell in with him without a word. The two men, both short, walked away into the empty distance. "Well, there they go, Woodrow," Gus said. "We're captains now, I reckon." "I reckon," Call said. The departure of their captain was so sudden, so unexpected, and so incomprehensible to the Rangers, one and all, that for a time they all stood where they were, staring at the two departing figures, who were very soon swallowed up by a dip in the prairies. "If I wasn't awake, I'd think I was asleep," Long Bill said. "I'd think I was having a dream." "Don't you be bossing me yet, Gus," he added a moment later. "This might just be a dream." "No, it's no dream," Call said. "The captain left, and he left on foot." "Well, the fool ought to have taken a horse, or a mule at least," Augustus said. His thoughts were confused from the suddenness of it. Captain Skull was gone, and now he was a captain himself, or half of one at least. "That's my view," Neely Dickens said. "If he didn't like none of the spare horses, he could have taken the mule at least. Then he'd have something to eat if there wasn't no game to be found." "He's with Famous Shoes," Call reminded them. "Famous Shoes travels all over this country, and he don't starve." "He might find that pig before we do," Finch Seeger remarked apprehensively. The pig he had seen in his mind, rooting behind a chaparral bush, had quickly become a reality to him. He was annoyed by the thought that Captain Skull might beat him to the pig. In his mind, the pig belonged to the troop. Dietz could cook it up in a tasty way. The country did not look like pig country to Dietz. "I'd be happy with a few prairie dogs," he whispered to P.I. P.I. was wishing ever more powerfully that he had not chosen to become a Texas Ranger so early in his life. His understanding of the business was that captains always stayed with their troops, yet their captain had just walked off. It was confusing behavior, and it was still windy, too. He thought he might like rangering a little better if the wind would just die. It did not take Augustus McCrae more than 3 minutes to adjust to his promotion to captain. He had been feeling rather gloomy, thanks to low grub and uncertain prospects, and now, all of a sudden, he was a captain, a thing that made him feel better almost immediately. He decided that his first act as captain would be to press for a quick return to Austin so he could tell the news to Clara. Now that he was a captain, she would have no excuse to refuse him. He meant to point that out to her plainly as soon as they arrived. "Now, don't you be bossing me too hard today, Gus," Long Bill said. "I've got to have a day or two to adjust to this notion that you're a captain." "That's twice you've said that." "I order you to shut up about it," Gus said. "You oughtn't to be picking on me anyway. Woodrow's a captain, too, and he'll be a harder boss than me once he gets the hang of the job." "Hang of it? Surviving's the hang of it," Call said. "I scarcely even know where we are, and I doubt you do either." "Well, we're west, I know that," Augustus said. "Dern the captain, why'd he take our scout?" "Scout up my fat pig, if you don't mind," Finch Seeger said. "He's behind the bush, rooting up a snake, I expect." All the rangers felt a little embarrassed by Finch's fixation on an imaginary pig. Finch Seeger was a ranger mainly because of his strength. If a log was in the way of a wagon, Finch could dismount and remove it without assistance. But of course that skill was useless on the Llano, where there were few obstructions to free travel. With no logs to clear away, Finch's usefulness as a ranger was much diminished. The fact was, Finch was not entirely right in the head. Once he formed a notion that pleased him, he wrapped his mind around it like a chain. "Now hush up about that hog, Finch," Neely Dickens said. He was a little embarrassed for his friend. Anybody could see they weren't likely to encounter a pig. "We're in dry country," Call said. "We better decide which river to make for." "I vote for the good old Brazos," Long Bill said. "The Brazos ain't far from my home and my pearl." Call walked off a little distance, hoping Augustus would follow. He considered Captain Skull derelict for simply walking off from his command. The fact that he had split the command between himself and Augustus didn't seem very sensible either. Though he and Augustus were good friends, they had a way of disagreeing about almost everything. As soon as he said they ought to make for the Brazos, Gus would argue that they were closer to the Pecos. Fear of disagreement had prompted him to walk off. He didn't want to start off his captaincy by quarreling in front of the boys. Augustus, though, once he came and joined Call, proved hesitant. Though he was pleased for a few minutes to be a captain, the responsibility of it quickly came to seem overwhelming. What if he gave an order and it proved to be the wrong order? All the men might die. Woodrow's first remark had been correct. Surviving was what they had to think of. They had only 1 day's food and little water. The very emptiness of the plain was daunting. One direction might be no better than another. "Which way do you think we ought to go?" Woodrow asked. Augustus opened his mouth to answer and then realized he didn't know what to say. The weight of command had suddenly become very heavy. He had no idea which way they ought to go. "Aren't you going to say something?" Woodrow asked. "You've been talking ever since I've known you. Why'd you suddenly dry up?" "Because I don't know how to be a captain. At least I'm man enough to admit it," Augustus said. "What do you think we ought to do if you know so much?" "I don't know so much," Call said. "I've taken orders the whole time I've been a ranger. Why would I know any more than you do?" "Because you're a studier, Woodrow," Augustus said. "You've been reading in that book about Napoleon for years. Me, I'm mainly just a horror." He took one more look at the landscape, and then turned to his friend. "All right," he said. "I'll try to, Captain, if you'll help. I favor trying to strike the Red River. I expect the Pecos is closer, but there's little game on the Pecos. If we go that way, we'd probably have to eat the horses. We've got those extra mules. I say we eat the mules if we have to and make for the Red. There's plentiful deer along the Red." To Gus's relief, Woodrow Call smiled, a rare thing in general, Woodrow being mainly solemn, but especially rare considering the hard circumstances they faced. "The red was my thinking, too," Call said. "Is it?" Augustus said, relieved. Usually Woodrow took the opposite view, just because it was opposite, as far as he could tell. Both of them turned for a moment and looked at the camp 50 yards away. All the rangers were looking at them, waiting to see if they would quarrel. "The boys depend on us now," Call said. "It's up to us to get 'em home." "I just hope we don't run into a big bunch of Comanches," Augustus said. "A big bunch of Comanches would probably finish us." "One of us will have to scout and the other stay with the troop," Call said. "I agree," Gus said. "It's a big thing we're taking on," Call said. "We need to keep our heads and do it right." "We'll get these boys home," Augustus said, proud but a little nervous. He looked once more at Woodrow to be sure they were still agreed on the directions. "So the Red River it is?" he said. "Yes, and let's get started," Call said. "The Red River it is." Famous Shoes was surprised to see that Big Horse Skull could walk so well. Usually he could easily walk off and leave any white man, but he did not walk off and leave Skull. When they camped the first night, the man did not seem tired, nor did he insist on the large, wasteful fires that the whites usually made when the nights were cold. Their fire was only a few sticks, with just enough flame to singe the prairie chicken Skull had hit with a rock. The clouds blew away, and the stars above them were very clear as they divided the skinny bird, which was old and tough. Famous Shoes had begun to realize that Skull was a very unusual man. They had walked all day at a fast clip, yet Skull did not seem tired and did not appear to want sleep. Famous Shoes yawned and grew sleepy, but Skull merely kept chewing his tobacco and spitting out the juice. Famous Shoes thought Skull might be some form of witch or possessed person. He was not a comfortable man to be with. There was something in him like the lightning, a small lightning, but still apt to flash at any moment. Famous Shoes did not enjoy being with a man who flashed like lightning, causing unquiet feelings. But there was not much he could do about it. "Do you know this Ahumado?" Skull asked. "No," Famous Shoes said, very startled by the question. They were pursuing Kicking Wolf, not Ahumado. "No one knows Ahumado," he added. "I only know where he lives." "Somebody must know him," Skull said. He had begun to think of walking to Mexico to kill Ahumado, the man who had shot him and also Hector. The thought of a lone strike had only occurred to him that day. Once he had wanted to take cannons to Mexico, to blast Ahumado out of the Yellow Cliffs. But now that he was alone on the prairie, with only the tracker for company, Einish Skull felt that it was time for a turning. Commanding men was a tiresome chore, one he had done long enough. He might do it again once the great civil conflict came, but now he had the desire to cast off all that had gone before and go into Mexico alone. The remote parts of the world haunted him. Africa, the Arctic, the great peaks of Asia. He didn't want merely to go back to Austin, to Inez, to the Rangers. He wanted an adventure, and one he could pursue alone. "A military unit is a fine thing when it works," he said. "But it usually don't work. A solitary feat of arms is better if the foe is worthy. This Kicking Wolf ain't much of a foe, though I grant that he's a brilliant thief. But I doubt that he's much of a killer. The two skills don't go together." Famous Shoes didn't know what to make of that comment. There were plenty of dead Texans and Mexicans and Indians who were dead because of Kicking Wolf. Their families considered him killer enough. If Skull wanted to fight someone who killed better than Kicking Wolf, he should not have passed up Buffalo Hump, a man who could kill plenty well. He didn't comment. It was night, a good time for napping. If they wanted to catch Kicking Wolf and get the buffalo horse back, they would need to be up walking plenty early. "This fellow Ahumado's been a notable bandit for a long time," Skull said. "Somebody must have some information about him." Famous Shoes kept quiet. Ahumado was a bad, cruel man. Even to talk of him was bad luck. Ahumado worked very bad tortures on the people he caught. In Famous Shoes' view, it was unwise even to think of a man that bad. The old people of Mexico thought Ahumado could pick up thoughts out of the air. If Skull kept talking about him, or even thinking about him, Ahumado might pick the thoughts out of the air and come north looking for them. Skull fell silent for a while. Famous Shoes was hoping he would nod and sleep. It was better to sleep a little and then apply themselves to the pursuit of Kicking Wolf than to be talking around a campfire about Ahumado. The smoke of the fire might drift south into Mexico, carrying their thoughts with it. Perhaps Ahumado was so wise that he could find out what people were saying about him just from little whiffs of drifting smoke. It was a new thought. Famous Shoes didn't know if it was true. But it might be true, which was a good reason to stop talking about Ahumado. "He might be a man to match me," Skull said. "Very damn few can match me. I have to seek them out. Otherwise the salt might lose its savor." "We have to track Kicking Wolf first, and that will take a lot of time," Famous Shoes said. Skull had taken his little book out of his pocket, but he didn't look into it. He merely held it in his hand as he stared into the fire. On the plain to the south, 2 wolves began to howl. One howled, and then another answered, which was very disturbing to Famous Shoes. Many coyotes often spoke to one another, but it was rare for 2 wolves to howl. Famous Shoes didn't know what it meant, but he didn't like it. The 2 wolves should not be speaking to one another, not so early in the night. When he got home, he meant to ask the old ones what it meant when 2 wolves howled early. He would have to seek the old ones. They would surely know. When Call found the dead boy and the tracks of 20 horses going north, he knew there would not be a simple trek back to Austin. The Indians were not far. Piles of horse turds were still warm, and the blood from the boy's crushed skull had only just coagulated. Call was less than a mile ahead of the troop, scouting. The boy was no more than 6 years old, skinny and pale, and the raiders who killed him had only just passed. Probably he had been too sickly to travel. They had hit him in the head with a rifle butt and left him, dead or dying. Call pulled his rifle out of its scabbard and got down to examine the tracks. It was annoying that Skull had taken Famous Shoes. The Kickapoo could have read the tracks easily, told them what band the raiders belonged to, and probably how many captives they were carrying into captivity. Call was not so skilled, nor was anyone else in the troop. He knelt by the dead boy and felt again the weariness that the sight of such quick, casual death raised in him. The boy was barefoot and so skinny that it seemed he had never had a filling meal in his life. Probably he hadn't. The likelihood was that he had been snatched off some poor farm off one of the several branches of the Brazos, the river that tempted settlement most, due to the fertility of its long, lightly wooded valleys. When the troop came in sight and saw that Call was dismounted, the rangers spurred up and sped to him, only to stop and stare in silence at the dead boy, the thin line of blood from his broken skull streaking the gray grass. "Lord, he was just a young'un," Longbill said. "I just missed the raiding party," Call said. "I doubt they're 5 miles ahead." Augustus, whose keen vision was his pride, looked far north and saw the raiding party. They were so far away that they were dots, too far away for him to make a count. "I expect it was 100 Indians at least from all these tracks," Neely Dickens said, unnerved by the thought that there might be a massive army of Indians nearby. "I can see 'em, you fool. There's not more'n 20, Augustus said, "and some of them are probably captives." "I ain't a fool, and don't you be cussing me just because you got made a captain," Neely replied. His pride was easily wounded. When insulted, he was apt to respond with a flurry of fisticuffs. To Augustus's annoyance, Neely looked as if he might be about to flare into the fistfight mode, even though they were in a chancy situation with major decisions to be made. "Well, you gave a high count. I'm sorry I bruised your feelings," Gus said. He realized that he had to watch his comments now that he had risen in rank. In the old days, a man who didn't appreciate his remarks could take a swing at him. Several had. But now that he was a captain, a man who tried to give him a licking might have to be court-martialed or even hung. Though Neely's fistfights were ridiculous, Neely was small and had never whipped anybody, Augustus thought it behooved him to be tolerant in the present situation. There were larger issues to be decided than whether Neely Dickens was a fool. Call was glad Gus had made amends to Neely. It wouldn't do to have a big, silly dispute with Indians in sight. "What do we do, Woodrow?" Long Bill asked. "Do we chase the rascals, or do we let 'em go?" The minute he spoke, Long Bill wondered if he had done wrong to call Woodrow by his first name. He had known Call for years and always called him merely by his name, but now Woodrow was a captain, and Gus, too. Was he expected to address both of them as captain? He felt so uncertain that merely speaking to either one of them made him nervous. "I doubt this boy was the only captive," Call said. "It's a large party. They might have his sisters and brothers if he had any, or even his mother." "They probably stole a few horses, too," Augustus said. "I say we go after 'em." Call saw that Dietz already had the dead boy's grave half dug. Dietz had been given a sidearm, but no rifle when they left Austin. An old pistol with a chipped sight was all he had to defend himself with. It was something Call meant to remedy once they got home. "Should we take all the boys, or just the best fighters?" he asked Augustus. That was the most worrisome question, in his view. "I guess take 'em all," Gus said. He was well aware that the men's fighting abilities varied greatly. Still, it was a large party of Indians. The Rangers ought to attack with a respectable force. Call wasn't so sure. Half the men, at least, would just be in the way in a running battle. But the complexities of being a captain had begun to present themselves to him forcefully. If they just took the good fighters, who would take care of those who were left? As a group, the less able men would be lucky to stay alive, even without Indians. They'd get lost or hunt badly. They might starve. But if he took them, and they got killed or captured, their lives would be on his conscience and Augustus's. Another practical side of captaining was just beginning to worry him, and that was horses. It had been poor grazing lately, and they had had many hard days. None of the horses were in good flesh. The skinniest had suffered as much as the men from the cold, sleety weather. Famous Shoes could have looked at the tracks and told them exactly what kind of condition the Indian horses were in. But he couldn't do that. However well or poorly the men fought, it would be the quality of their horse flesh that determined the outcome if there was a long chase. It might be that their horses weren't a match for the Indian horses, in which case a chase would prove futile. "What if we can't catch 'em? Our horses might be too poorly," Call asked. "I don't know. But we've got to try," Augustus said. "That's a dead boy we're burying. We can't just go home and tell them we found a dead boy and didn't try to punish the killers, especially since they're inside." "In your sight, I can't see him," Call said. But of course he agreed with the point. The boy was dead. It was the second time in his career that he had stumbled on a dead body on the prairie. The first, long ago, had been a prospector of some kind. The chance of his finding the two bodies on the wide plain struck him. If his route had varied by even 50 yards, he might never have seen either body. The boy particularly would have been hard to see, curled up like a young goat in some low grass. Yet Call had found him. It was curious, but there it was. Neely Dickens, besides being quick to flare up, was also prone to attacks of severe pessimism if an undertaking of a dangerous nature was anticipated. When it became clear that they would all be required to go in pursuit of the raiding party, Neely immediately fell prey to dark forebodings. "North? I thought we was through going north," he said. "I despise having to travel back toward the darn north where it's so windy." "Then why'd you get in the Rangers anyway?" Teddy Beatty asked. "Rangers just go whichever direction they need to. You're in the wrong profession if you're picky about directions." "Couldn't get no other job," Neely admitted. "If I'd known I was going to have to go north, I'd have tried to make it to Galveston instead." Augustus found the remark puzzling. Why would a fear of the north convince anybody that they ought to go to Galveston? "Why Galveston, then, Neely?" he asked. The boy's grave had been hastily covered, and the troop was ready to move in the direction Neely despised. "Ships," Neely said. "If I was in Galveston, I might could hide in a ship." "Well, that don't make no sense," Long Bill observed. "Ships go north, too." Neely Dickens was sorry he had ever brought the matter up. All the Rangers were looking at him as if he were daft, which he wasn't. All his life he had heard stories about Comanche tortures. Several of the older rangers had described the practices to him. Comanches slit people open and poured hot coals into them while they were still alive. "I won't have no Comanche cutting a hole in my belly and pouring in hot coals," he said, by way of explanation of his dislike of the northerly direction. "Shut up that talk, let's go," Call said. The men had been blue and apprehensive since Captain Skull left anyway. Dwelling on the prospect of torture would only make matters worse. He knew from experience that when morale began to slip among a group of tired, ill-fed, nervous men, a whole troop could soon be put at risk, and he didn't intend to let that happen, not on his first try at being a captain. He turned his horse and stopped the troop for a moment. "You need to think about your horses first and foremost," he said. "Be sure their feet are sound. A lame horse will get you scalped quicker than anything in this country. And be sure to sight your rifles every morning, too," Augustus added. "Bouncing around all day in a saddle scabbard can throw a gun off sight. If a red warrior 40 feet away is about to put an arrow in you, you don't want to have to stop and fix your sight." Teddy Beatty resented such instruction, particularly since the two captains were both younger than he was. "I can't think about horses and guns all the time," he said in a tone of complaint. "There's too much time for thinking out here on the plains." "Think about whores, then," Augustus said. "Pretend you won enough money in a card game to buy 50 whores." "Buy 50 whores and do what with them?" Long Bill asked. "That's too many whores to worry with, even if I wasn't a married man, and I am a married man. It's just something to think about that's more cheerful than torture," Augustus explained. "Survival's more cheerful than torture," Call said. "Watch your weapons and your horses and stay close to the group. That way you won't suffer nothing worse than hearing Gus McCrae talk about whores 7 days out of the week." Neely Dickens heard the words, but the words didn't change his opinion. In his view, it was hot coals in the belly for sure if a man lingered too long in the north, in which direction, led by their young captains, they were even then tending. Neely still thought the best plan would be to make for Galveston and hide out in a ship. Maudie Clark only wanted to die. Die, and have no more freezing, no more outrage, no more having to worry about what Tana, the cruelest of her captors, would do to her at night when they camped. Tana led the horse she was tied to himself. Sometimes, even as they rode, he would drop back to pull her hair or beat her with a mesquite switch. Those torments were minor compared to what Tana and the other 3 Comanches did to her in camp. She had never expected to have to bear such abuse from men. And yet she still had 2 living children, Bessie and Dan, and could not allow herself to think too much about the luxury of death. William, her husband, had been away, driving some stock to Victoria, when the 4 Comanches burst into her cabin and took her. The babe at her breast, little Sal, they had killed immediately by dashing her head against a log. Eddie, her oldest boy, hurt his leg in the first scuffle. The pain was such that he couldn't stop whimpering at night. Maudie would hear him crying even as she endured her torments. On the 6th day, the Comanches lost patience with his crying and smashed his head in with a gun butt. Eddie was still breathing when they rode on. Maudie prayed someone would find Eddie and save him, but she knew it was an empty prayer. Eddie's head had been broken. No one could save him even if they found him. And who would find a small, dying boy in such emptiness? But Bessie and Dan, 3 and 5, were still alive. They were hungry and cold, but they had not been hurt, apart from scratches received as the horses crashed through the South Texas brush. Several times during periods of outrage, Maudie had thought of grabbing a knife and slashing her own throat. But she could not surrender her life while her children needed her. Bessie and Dan had stopped watching what the men did to their mother. They sat, with their eyes down, silent, trying to get a little warmth from the campfire. When the men let her tend them, Maudie fed them a few scraps of the deer meat she was allowed. She meant to keep them alive if she could, until rescue came. "Pa will be coming. He'll take us home," she told them over and over. Maudie knew that part was a lie. William wouldn't be the one to find them if they were found and saved. William barely had the competence to raise a small crop and gather a few livestock. He would never be able to follow their trail from the brush country to the empty plains. Besides, he had left home to be gone 2 weeks or more. He might not yet even realize that his cabin was burned, his baby dead, his pigs scattered, and his family stolen. Once he did discover it, there would be little he could do. Yet Maudie held on to hope, for Bessie and Dan, if not herself. She didn't know why the young Comanche Tana hated her so, but in his eyes she saw her death. She had seen children brought back from Comanche captivity before, and most recovered. Bessie and Dan were sturdy children. They would recover too. But for herself, she had no hope. She and William had discussed the prospect of capture many times. Everyone who farmed on the frontier knew women who had been taken. In those discussions, William had always firmly instructed Maudie to kill herself rather than submit to savage outrage. There was always a loaded pistol in the cabin just for that purpose. William hated Indians. His parents and both his brothers had been killed in Indian raids on the Sabine River. More important to William even than the lives of his children was the knowledge that his wife Maudie would not be sullied by the embraces of red Comanches. Maudie knew William was not alone in that feeling. Many men on the frontier made clear to their wives that they would not be accepted back if they were taken and allowed themselves to survive. Of course, some men wavered and took their wives back anyway, but William Clark had nothing but scorn for such men. A woman who had lain with a Comanche, or any Indian, could not again hope to be a respectable wife. So Maudie knew she was lost. She had been nursing little Sal when the Braves burst in. It was a moment of deep peace. Her last. She was caught before she could reach the pistol. That night, when Tana began his outraging, Maudie knew that her life with William Clark was lost and gone. William would not think her worth recovery. Even the children, if they were not brought back quickly, he might disown. But Maudie couldn't think about that. She had to concentrate on keeping her children alive. She had to see that they got warmth and food, and that they did not provoke their captors by lagging or crying. At first, as they rose onto the plains and the weather grew sharp, clothes were the first worry. Their farm was in the south. The three of them were lightly clad. All that remained of the cotton dress she had been wearing was a few scraps tied around her loins. When the cold deepened, the Indians let her cover the children with a bit of old blanket at night. She herself had nothing. She had not yet recovered from the birth of little Sal, a fact lost on her captors. She awoke in the morning from her few minutes of restless sleep with blood frozen on her legs. She feared for a time that she might bleed to death, but she didn't, though at times she was so weak that her vision swam. Fortunately, an older man, whose name was Quick Antelope, was not so cruel as Tana. He joined in her torment, but without enthusiasm, and was kindly toward the children. When she could not interest them in taking food, Quick Antelope made a soup which tempted them. Once, when Tana began to beat her with a heavy stick, murder in his eyes, Quick Antelope took the stick from him and made him calm down. It was not until later that she learned the older warrior's name. At first the only name she knew was Tana, the young man with the deep burn of hatred in his eyes, the man who beat her hardest and devised the most intricate torments for her. It was Tana who hit her with hot sticks from the fire, who outraged her longest and spat on her if she tried to resist. The night after they left Eddie, Maudie began to sob and could not stop. She thought of her boy lying in the thin grass with his broken head, dying alone, and the wall around her feelings broke. She began to sob so loudly that all the warriors grew angry. Bessie and Dan were fearful. They tried to shush her, but Maudie could not be shushed. Eddie was dead. Little Sal was dead. Tears flooded out, and she could not stop them, even though Tana dragged her through the fire by one ankle and hit her so hard he knocked out one of her front teeth. But in her bereavement, Maudie scarcely felt the beating or the burns. She cried until she had no strength left to cry. The Comanches, disgusted and fearful, finally left her alone. Snow began to fall, drifting out of the cold sky onto the dark plains. Finally, Maudie got up and pulled the scrap of blanket over Bessie and Dan. They watched the big snowflakes flutter into the campfire, causing it to make a spitting sound. Across the campfire, Tana was still looking at her, but Maudie sat close to her children and avoided his eyes. Tana wanted Quick Antelope, Satay, and Big Neck to go on to the main camp with the captive white children and the 14 horses they had stolen. The horses were not the skinny horses Kicking Wolf was always stealing from the poor farmers along the Brazos. These horses were used to eating good grass. They were strong, fat horses of the sort Buffalo Hump liked. Tana thought Buffalo Hump would be impressed with the horses. He wanted the other warriors to hurry and take the horses and the 2 children to Buffalo Hump's camp. The 2 children were sturdy. They had borne the trip well and could be traded or else put to work in the camp. What Tana wanted was to stay behind with the white woman and torture her to death as vengeance against the whites who had killed his father. Long before, when Tana had been younger than the captive children, his father, Black Hand, had gone with many other chiefs to a big parley with the whites in a place of council. The whites had promised the chiefs safe passage. When they went into the tent to parley, the white chief had asked all the Comanche and Kiowa leaders to leave their weapons outside. Many of the chiefs, including Black Hand, had been reluctant to do this, but the whites made them strong promises, and some chiefs agreed, though they were wary. They had no reason to trust the whites, and they didn't trust them. Some of the chiefs concealed at least a knife when they went into the tent. They were right to be wary, for the whites immediately tried to place all the chiefs under arrest, claiming that the chiefs had not returned all the white captives they were supposed to return. Tana's father, Black Hand, protested that he had never agreed to return any captives, but the whites were arrogant and told the chiefs they would all be put in chains. The chiefs with knives immediately drew them and stabbed a few of the whites. Then they cut their way out of the tent. But the tent had been surrounded by riflemen, and all but 4 of the chiefs were immediately cut down or captured. Black Hand was shot in the hip and taken prisoner. That night the white soldiers tormented him with hot bayonets, and in the morning they hung him, not with a rope, but with a fine chain, so that he was a long time dying. Then, because Black Hand had been the most important chief to attend the parley, the whites cut off his head and kept it in a sack. They said they would return the head only when all the remaining white captives had been returned to Austin. But it was too late to return any captives. The 4 chiefs who escaped told all the tribes about the dishonesty and treachery of the whites. The few captives held by the tribes at that time were immediately tortured to death. Tana's own mother went to Austin to beg for the head of her husband. She wanted to put it with his body so his spirit would be at rest. But the whites merely laughed at her and chased her out of town. One white man cut her legs with a whip, cut them so deeply that she still bore the scars. Tana was young, but he had waited all his life to capture a white person, someone he could torture to avenge his father, whose head the whites had never returned. They had even lost the sack it was kept in. No one knew where the head of Black Hand was. Though he had abused and beaten the white woman, what he had done was nothing compared to what he intended to do once Quick Antelope and the others took the horses and left. Because of the whites and their treachery, he had had no father to instruct him as he was growing up. He had yearned bitterly for his father. The torture of the skinny white woman would not make up for his loss, but it would help. Quick Antelope, though, would not agree to go. "We have to take all the captives to Buffalo Hump," he insisted. "Then if he says you can have the woman, you can have her. The women will help you with what you want to do." "I do not need any women to help me," Tana said. "I want to do it here, and I want to do it now. Take the horses and go." Big Neck, though he had known Black Hand and understood the reasons why Tana wanted to torture the woman himself, agreed with Quick Antelope. Tana was only one raider, and a young one. The woman did not belong to him alone. Satay did not take part in the argument with Tana. He made it his business to see that the stolen horses did not stray. Satay thought the white woman would die anyway soon. Her breasts were swollen with the milk she had been feeding the infant they killed. Her breasts dripped milk all day, and her legs were bloody. She had made a big fuss in the night, crying for dead children who could not come back. Though Quick Antelope and Big Neck were right to point out to Tana that the woman did not belong to him alone, Satay would have let him have her. She would only last a few hours at most. Even if she did survive until they reached the big camp, the women would make short work of her. They made short work of white women stronger than this one. Satay thought it was foolish to argue so much about one woman. The sun had been up for some time. They needed to be on the move. But Tana was a stubborn young warrior. He would not stop arguing. Quick Antelope and Big Neck were firm with him, though. He could prance up and down and make threats, but they were not going to let him have the woman. Tana was very angry at the two men who opposed him. He felt like fighting them both. Quick Antelope had never been much of a fighter, but Big Neck was different. Though he looked old, he moved quickly and was almost as strong as Buffalo Hump. The only way to beat him would be to kill him with an arrow or shoot him, and Tana, though very angry, knew he would not be welcomed in the tribe if he killed Big Neck over a white woman. "Put her on the horse," Quick Antelope said. "You can beat her some more tonight." But Tana's rage was too great. He would not do as he was told. If he could not be left to torture the woman, at least he could kill her. It was what his father would want. He watched her as she cowered under the little blanket with her children. He wanted her death, and he wanted her to know it was coming. "You can put the children on the horse," he told Big Neck. "I'm going to kill the woman." Tana took out his knife and began to sing a death cry. He looked at the woman and waved the knife at her. He wanted her to know he would step across the fire soon and cut her throat. Satay began to feel uneasy, and it was not because Tana was so determined to kill the woman. He looked around. Big Neck and Quick Antelope felt the uneasiness too. They picked up their weapons and looked around. Though no one could see any danger, they all felt that something was not right. All except Tana, who was advancing on the terrified white woman, waving his knife and singing a loud death cry. Tana jumped across the campfire and grabbed the white woman by her long hair. He pulled her up away from her children so she would know a lot of fear before he put the knife to her throat. He dragged her through the fire again and lifted her up so that he could cut her throat. But Quick Antelope suddenly ran past him, bumping him a little. The bullet hit Tana and knocked him clear of the woman before he saw the horsemen racing toward them. He rolled over and saw that Quick Antelope had fallen too. Several horsemen were coming, and coming fast. Big Neck was among the horses. Tana wanted to reach his gun, but his gun was several yards away. The horsemen were racing down a little slope toward the camp. Tana saw Big Neck leap on a horse and turn to flee, but before he was even out of camp, a bullet knocked him off his horse. Tana was almost to his gun when another bullet hit him. It caused him to roll over. The ground where he fell was sandy. He wanted to reach for his gun, but he could not see. It was as if the sand was pouring over his eyelids, so heavy that he could not open his eyes. He heard the horsemen racing closer, but the sand was so heavy on his eyes that he let it bury him. He had ceased to worry about the horsemen. He only wanted to sleep. The plan, hastily established, was for 8 rangers to charge the 4 Comanche braves, mainly to distract them. Dietz was to watch the spare horses. Call and Augustus dismounted and crawled to within 100 yards of the camp while the Comanches argued about the woman. When the young brave raised his knife to the woman, Augustus shot him. When the boy got up, he shot him a second time. Call shot the 2 braves standing by the weapons. One he had to shoot 3 times. By this time, the racing rangers were almost in the camp, led by Teddy Beatty. Several of them shot at the large warrior who mounted and was about to escape, but it was a snapshot from Gus McCrae that killed him. Call hurried down into the camp and made sure that all 4 Comanches were dead. Most of the men, Augustus included, were stunned to find that the battle was over so quickly. "They're dead, Woodrow, they're dead," Augustus assured him. All of them were surprised that the victory had been so easy. "I guess we'll be promoted when we get home," Gus said, reloading his rifle. "There ain't nothing to promote us to. We're already captains," Call reminded him. "If that ain't high enough for you, then I guess you'll just have to run for governor." "He'd never get elected. He's done too much whoring," Long Bill said. Gus knelt by the young Indian boy to see where he had hit him. Dietz came up leading the extra horses and went to help the two children. Call pulled a slicker off his saddle and gave it to the woman, who was almost naked. She took the slicker but didn't say thank you and didn't look at them. She was staring away. Of course, he realized she had been only a moment from death. Perhaps she couldn't yet comprehend that she was saved. Perhaps in her blind stare she still saw the knife poised above her. "You're saved, ma'am. We got here just in time," Call said, before backing away. He didn't think it wise to say more, or to try and rush the woman back from the place she had gone in her mind. It was a place she had had to go to survive, as much as she had survived, he felt sure. If she was let alone, she might come back, although he realized there was a chance she wouldn't come back. What was sure was that the men who would have killed her were dead. "You made a fine shot to keep that young one from killing her. He was ready," Call said to Gus. "They're all four dead, and we got the woman and the children back, and some horses besides. We've been fair captains so far." Augustus was thinking how quick it had been, a few seconds of action and 4 men dead. Dietz was talking to the 2 children, while the other rangers milled. Neely Dickens was becoming more and more exhilarated by the knowledge that he was alive. Long Bill busied himself counting the horses they had recovered, 14 in all. "I guess we won't starve now, boys, even if we get plumb lost," he said. "We got horse meat now, horse meat on the hoof." P.I. had charged down on the Indians with the rest of the men, but had not fired his gun. He thought he would be unlikely to hit anybody while running at such a speed. P.I. had heard so many tales about how devilishly accurate Indians were with tomahawks and clubs that he had kept as low on his horse's neck as possible as he raced, hoping to avoid the tomahawks and maybe the arrows, too. But then it turned out they were charging only 4 men, all of whom were dead by the time he reached the camp. Only one of the men had a tomahawk, and the rifles they were equipped with looked older and less reliable even than his own. P.I. went over to hold the horses, while Dietz tended to the frightened children. He felt weak, so weak that he thought he might have to sit down. Even so, he did better than Neely Dickens, who passed through his phase of exhilaration, grew weak suddenly, and fainted. Neely flopped down as if dead. But since none of the Comanches had so much as fired a gun, no one supposed Neely to be dead. Teddy Beatty fanned him with a hat a few times and then paid him no more attention. "He ain't hurt, the little rascal," Teddy said. "Let him nap, I say." Call noticed that the woman had a lot of blood on her legs. The traveling must have been rough. "We need to go," he said to Augustus. "These 4 are dead, but there could be 40 more not far away." "Or 400 more, how would that be?" Augustus said. The fight had left him feeling a little distanced from himself. All the men seemed to feel that way, even Call. But it wasn't a condition they could afford to indulge, not with Buffalo Hump's camp just to the north. "Do we bury them, Woodrow?" he asked, nodding toward the dead warriors. It was a question Call had not had to consider before. There were 4 dead Comanches. Did they bury them or leave them as they had fallen? "I'm told the Comanches bury their own," he said, uncertain as to what was right in such a case. "I expect they would if they were here," Gus said, "but these men are dead. They can't bury themselves, and I expect they'll be bad torn up by the time a Comanche finds them." "I'm worried about that woman," Call said. "I think she's about lost her mind." Dietz boiled a little coffee over the Comanche campfire and fed the children a little bacon. The woman would take none. The men dug a grave and put the 4 dead warriors in it. While they were filling it in, the woman began to shriek. "He won't want me! I can't go home!" she shrieked. Then she ran away, out onto the prairie, shrieking as she ran. "I was afraid of this," Call said. The children were crying, though Dietz tried to shush them. The men all stood, numb and confused, listening to the woman scream. Augustus mounted his horse. "I'll get her," he said. He touched his horse with the spur and went loping after the woman. "I was afraid of this," Call said again, looking at the stunned men. Maudie Clark ran away several times a day, every day, of the 2 weeks it took the Rangers to reach Austin. Another sleet storm delayed them, and then heavy rains, which made the rivers high and treacherous. 3 horses bogged in the swollen Red River and drowned. Still, whatever the weather, Maudie Clark ran away. Once caught, she was docile. She seemed to mind Dietz less than the other men, so Dietz was assigned the task of seeing that she didn't escape or hurt herself. It was Dietz, too, who cared for her children. She seemed not to recognize them as her children now. "Something's broke in her, Woodrow," Gus said. "She won't even help her own young'uns anymore." All the men were careful not to let Mrs. Clark snatch a knife or a gun. Call instructed them to be especially watchful. He did not want the woman to grab a weapon and kill herself. "Bodies can heal. I expect minds can, too," he said. At night they had taken to tying Maudie's ankles with a soft cotton rope, hobbling her like a horse. "If I were to break my whiskey jug, I expect I could glue it so it would look like a fine jug," Augustus replied, "but it would still be leaky and let the whiskey run out. That's the way it is with her, Woodrow. They might get her back in church and sing hymns at her till she stops screaming them screams, but she'll always be leaky. She won't never be right." "I can't judge it," Call said. "It's our job to bring her home. Then the doctors can judge it." Finally they breasted all the rivers and came to the limestone country west of Austin. "We're coming back with a passel of extra horses," Long Bill pointed out. "I expect we'll be heroes to the crowd." Just then Maudie Clark started screaming. She ran right through the campfire. Neely Dickens made a grab for her but missed. Dietz, who had been cooking, got up without a word and followed her into the darkness. "Hurry up, Dietz, there's bluffs out here she might fall off of," Augustus said. "I don't know how anybody could feel like a hero with that poor woman running around out of her mind," Call said. "Well, but she might have been dead," Long Bill said. "That brave had a knife at her throat." "She might prefer to be dead," Call replied. "I expect she would prefer it." Just then Dietz came back, leading Maudie, talking to her softly. All the men became silent. The woman's despair dampened all their moods. They had not even had a lively card game on the trip south. "I'm longing to see my Clara," Augustus said. They were in country that was familiar, where they had patrolled often. The familiar hills and streams made him think of his many picnics with Clara, the laughter and the kissing he had enjoyed throughout his long courtship. Surely, now that he'd been promoted to captain, Clara wouldn't make him wait any longer. Surely she would marry him now. "I hope we can find this woman's husband," Call said. "You better hope he'll take her back while you're hoping," Gus said. "That's right, Woodrow," Long Bill said. "Some men won't have their wives back once they've been with the Comanches." "That's wrong," Call said. "It wasn't her fault she got taken. He oughtn't to have gone off and left her unguarded." "Sing to us, Dietz," Augustus said. "It's too boresome at night without no singing." Dietz had been singing to the 2 little children at night to quiet them and put them to sleep. Without his singing they grew restless and fearful. Their mother rarely came near them now. Dietz had a low, soothing voice and knew many melodies, hymns mostly, and a few songs of the field. It was not only the children that were soothed by his singing. Long Bill was able to accompany Dietz on his harmonica most of the time. Though the men were calmed by the singing, Call wasn't. Usually, after listening a few minutes, he took his rifle and went off to stand guard. What rested him after a day of contending with the circumstances of travel, the girth on the pack mule might break, or they might strike a creek that looked dangerous to cross, was to be by himself 100 yards or so from camp. Whereas guard duty seemed to make most of the rangers sleepy, there being nothing to do but sit and stare, it made Call feel at his most alert. He had a keen ear for night sounds, the rustling of varmints, the cries of owls and bull-bats, deer nibbling leaves, the death squeak of a rabbit when a coyote or bobcat caught it. He listened for variations in the regular sounds, variations that could mean Indians were near, or if not Indians, then some rarely encountered animal, like a bear. Often he would sit all night at his guard post, refusing to change guards even when it was time. From time to time in the night, Maudie Clark shrieked. Just 2 or 3 shrieks, sounds that seemed to be jerked out of her. Call wondered if it might be dreams that called up the shrieks. He doubted the poor woman would live long enough for the violent memories to fade. When he came back to camp a little before dawn, only Dietz and Maudie were awake. The woman was fiddling with the buttons of an old shirt Long Bill had given her. She looked wild in her eyes, as if she might be getting ready to make one of her dashes out of camp. There was gray mist rising, making it hard to see more than a few feet. If the woman got away with it so foggy, there might be a long delay while they located her. Dietz anticipated the very thing that Call feared. "Don't you be running now, ma'am," he said. "You get thorns in your feet if you do. Prickly pear all over the ground. You be picking them little fine stickers out all day if you go running off now." She had untied the cotton rope that he bound her ankles with. Gently, Dietz retied it, and Maudie Clark made no protest. "Just till breakfast," Dietz assured her. "Then I'll let you go." They brought the horses and the rescued captives into Austin on a fine, sunny morning. Nothing prompted a crowd like the Rangers' return, whether they'd been patrolling north or south. Folks that had been dawdling in stores came into the street to ask questions. The blacksmith neglected his tasks until he heard the report. The barber left customers half-shaven. The dentist ceased pulling teeth. Somebody ran to alert the governor and the legislators, though most of the latter were drunk or in bordellos and thus not easily rounded up. The first thing everybody noticed was that no short man on a big horse was leading the troop back home. Where was the great Captain Skull? "Tracking a horse thief, that's where," Augustus said, a little annoyed that most of the questions were about the captain, who had cavalierly deserted them while they were doing brave work. Gus saw Jake Spoon lurking over by the blacksmith's and waved at him to come help with the horses. He was anxious to get onto a bar room and sample some whiskey quick. "Don't get too drunk," Call said when he saw where Gus was heading. "The governor will be wanting a report." "Well, you report," Augustus said. "If the both of us go, we'll just confuse the old fool." "We're both captains. We should both go," Call insisted. "I despise governors, and besides, I need to see my girl before I get into business like that," Gus said. One of the reasons he was feeling a little grim was that there was as yet no sign of Clara. Usually, when he rode in with the boys, she came running out of the store to give him a big kiss. It was something he would begin to look forward to while still 50 miles away. But today, though the street was thronged, there was no Clara. Call spotted Maggie watching their return from a discreet spot in the shade of a building. He nodded and tipped his hat to her, an act that didn't escape the attention of Augustus McCrae. The other Rangers had just penned the horses. Long Bill Coleman immediately headed for a saloon to fortify himself a little before heading home to Pearl, his large, enthusiastic wife. "This is a damn disgrace," Augustus muttered. "Your girl's here to smile at you, and Billy has Pearl to go home to, but Claire's lagging if she's home." "I expect she's just running errands," Call said. "It's a passel of work running a store that size." Augustus, though, was growing steadily more annoyed and also more agitated. In his mind, Clara's absence could mean only one of two things. She had died or else she'd married. What if the big horse trader Bob Allen had showed up while he was away? What if Clara had lost her head and married the man? The thought disturbed him so that he turned his horse and went full tilt back up the street toward the Forsyth store, almost colliding with a buggy as he raced. He jumped off his horse, not even bothering to hitch him, and plunged into the store, only to see old Mr. Forsyth, Clara's father, unpacking a box of women's shoes. "Hello, Clara ain't sick, is she?" he asked at once. Mr. Forsyth was startled by Augustus's sudden appearance. "Oh, Clara? I'm trying to count these shoes and see that they're properly paired up," the old man said, a little nervously, it seemed to Gus. Normally, George Forsyth was loquacious to a fault. He would pat Gus's shoulder and talk his arm off about any number of topics that held no interest for him. But this morning he seemed annoyed by Gus's question. "Sorry to disturb you. I just wondered if Clara was sick. I had the fear that she might have taken ill while we were gone," Gus said. "Oh, no, Clara's healthy as a horse," Mr. Forsyth said. "Clara's never been sick a day in her life." "Where is she, then, you old fool?" Gus thought, but he held his tongue. "Is she out? I'd like to greet her," he said. "We traveled nearly to the North Pole and back since I was here." "No, she's not here," Mr. Forsyth said, glancing at the back of the store, as if he feared Clara might pop out from behind a pile of dry goods. Then he went back to counting shoes. Augustus was taken aback. Mr. Forsyth had always been friendly to him and had seemed to encourage his suit. Why was he so standoffish suddenly? "I expect she's just making deliveries," Gus said. "I hope you'll tell her I stopped in." "Yes, sir, I'll tell her," Mr. Forsyth said. Augustus turned toward the door, feeling close to panic. What could have happened to make George Forsyth so close-mouthed with him? Then, just as Gus was about to go out the door, Mr. Forsyth put down a pair of shoes and turned to him with a question. "Lose any men this trip?" he asked. "Just Jimmy Watson," Gus said. "Jimmy had fatal bad luck. We brought back 3 captives, though. One of them's a woman who's out of her mind." Jake Spoon was waiting in the street, eager to tag along with him like a puppy dog, but Augustus was in no mood to be tagged, not then. "Hello, Mr. McCrae. Did you kill any Indians?" Jake asked, an eager look on his young face. 2. Now, don't tag me, Jake. I have to report to the governor," Gus said. "Neely will tell you all about the Indian fighting." "Oh," Jake said, his face falling. Mr. McCrae had always been friendly with him. Never before had he been so brusque. Augustus felt guilty for being short with young Jake, but the fact was he could think of nothing but Clara, not at the moment. They had been gone for weeks. Perhaps she had married. The thought stirred his mind to such a frenzy that the last thing he needed was to have to be gabbing about rangering with a green boy. "Woodrow Call and me got made captains," he said, trying to soothe the boy's feelings a little. "Being a captain is just one duty after another, which is why I have to go see the governor right now. He wants a report." "Yes, we all want one," Jake said. "You may want it, but he's the governor and you ain't," Gus said as he prepared to mount. His mind was in such an agitated state that, as young Jake watched in astonishment, he put the wrong foot in the stirrup and mounted the horse facing backward. It was only when Gus leaned forward to pick up his bridle reins and saw that in fact he was looking at his horse's rump that he realized what he had done. To make matters worse, most of the rangers, having stabled their horses, were walking toward the saloon to join Long Bill and saw him do it. They immediately started laughing and pointing, assuming Gus was so happy to be home that he had decided to ride his horse backward as some sort of prank. Augustus was so stunned by what he had done that for a moment he was paralyzed. "Well, I swear," he said, unable to believe that he had accidentally done such an absurd thing. He was about to swing down and try to pretend it only had been a prank when he happened to look up the road that led into Austin down a long slope. There was a buggy coming, a buggy with 2 people in it. It seemed to him that the 2 people were holding hands, though he couldn't be sure. The woman in the buggy was Clara Forsyth, and the man looked from a distance like Bob Allen, the Nebraska horse trader. One look was all it took to propel Gus off the horse. He didn't intend to be sitting in front of the Forsyth store looking backward off a horse when Clara arrived with big dumb Bob. He swung to the ground so quickly that he almost kicked young Jake Spoon in the face with his boot. "Go put this horse in the stable," he said, handing Jake the reins. "If Captain Call needs me, tell him I'll be in the saloon, and if he wants me to visit that governor, he better come quick." "Why, are you leaving again?" Jake asked, surprised. "That's right, leaving. I'll be departing from my right mind," Augustus told him. Then he hurried across the street and strode into the saloon so fast that he almost knocked over a customer who stood a little too close to the swinging door. "Why, hello, Captain," Long Bill said when Gus burst in and strode to the bar. Without a word to anyone, including the bartender, Augustus reached for a full bottle of whiskey and immediately yanked out the cork. Then he threw his hat at the hat rack but missed. His hat landed behind the bar. "Don't call me Captain. I'm plain Gus McCrae," he said. He raised the whiskey bottle to his mouth and, to the astonishment of the patrons, drank nearly a third of it straight off. Long Bill, perceiving that his old compañero, now his captain, was a little disturbed, said nothing. In times of disturbance, silence seemed to him the best policy. The other rangers began to file into the saloon just then, all of them eager to wet their whistles. "You better grab your liquor if you want any, boys," Long Bill said. "Gus means to drink the place dry, and he's off to a fine start." Augustus ignored the tedious palaver that ensued. All he could think about was Clara. He had by then convinced himself that she had unquestionably been holding hands with dull Bob. Instead of getting the homecoming kiss he had yearned for several days, what did he see but the love of his life holding hands with another man? No disappointment had ever been as keen. It was worse than disappointment. It was agony, and all he could do was dull it a little with the whiskey. He took another long draw, scarcely feeling the fire of the liquor in his belly. Quietly, the Rangers took their seats. Quietly, they ordered their own drinks. "Gus, why did you get on your horse backward?" Neely Dickens asked. "Did you just happen to put your off foot in the stirrup, or what?" Augustus ignored the question. He decided to refuse all discussion of the horse incident or anything. The boys, Neely especially, would have to make of it what they could. "It's bad table manners to drink out of the bottle," Neely observed. "The polite thing is to drink out of a glass." Long Bill could scarcely believe his ears. Why would Neely Dickens care what Gus drank out of, and even if he did care, why bring it up when Gus was clearly more than drunk? "Now, Neely, I've seen men drink liquor out of saucers. There ain't just one right way," he said, nervous about what Augustus might do. "I would not be caught dead drinking no whiskey out of a saucer," Neely said firmly. "Coffee I might drink out of a saucer if it was too hot to sip from a cup." Augustus got up, went behind the bar, took the largest glass he could find back to his table, filled the glass, and drank it. "Does that suit you?" he asked, looking at Neely. "Yes, but you never told me why you got on your horse backward," Neely said. "I don't sleep good when people won't answer my questions." Just then Call stepped into the saloon. He saw that the whiskey bottle in front of him was half empty. "Let's go before you get any drunker," he said. "The governor sent his buggy for us." "I see," Augustus said. "Did the buggy just come by itself, or is somebody driving it?" "His man Bingham is driving it," Call said. "Bingham always drives it. Hurry up." "I wish you'd just let me be, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I ain't in the mood for a governor today, even if he did send Bingham to fetch us." Bingham was a very large black man who rarely spoke. He saw to it that the governor came to no bodily harm. "Your mood don't matter," Call said. "We're captains now, and we're due at the governor's." "Captaining's the wrong business for me, I expect," Augustus said. "I think I'll resign right now." "What?" Call said. "You've been talking about being a captain for years. Why would you resign now?" Without a word, Augustus corked the whiskey bottle, retrieved his hat, and went outside. "I may resign, and I may not," he said. The buggy he had seen Clara riding in was parked by the Forsyth store with no one in it, and the governor's buggy with Bingham in it stood beside it. "Dern, Bingham, you're nearly as wide as this buggy," Augustus observed. "The man who rides behind you won't have much of a view." "No, sir," Bingham said. "Mostly get a view of me." "I'm surprised you drink like that before you say hello to Clara," Call said. "Why would I say hello to her?" Gus asked. "I saw her taking a buggy ride with that dumb horse trader." "No, she wasn't. That was her uncle," Call told him. "Her ma's poorly, and he's come for a visit." Augustus, who had just climbed in the buggy, was so startled he nearly fell out. It had not occurred to him that Clara could be with a relative when he saw her come down the hill. "Oh, Lord! You mean she's in the store?" he asked. "Why, yes, I suppose so," Call said. "Were you so drunk you got on your horse backward? That's what the boys are saying." Augustus ignored the inquiry. "Hold this buggy, Bingham," he demanded. "I've got to pay a short visit. Then I'll report to the governor until he's sick of listening." "But the governor's waiting," Call protested. "It don't take long to kiss a girl," Gus said, jumping out of the buggy and running into the store. Clara had her back to him when he rushed in. He had her in his arms before she even got a good look at him. But the color came up in her cheeks and the happy light into her eyes. "Why, it's my Ranger," she said, and gave him the kiss he had been yearning for. "Yep, I'm a captain now, Clara. Woodrow's one, too. We're off to see the governor on urgent business." "The governor? My goodness," Clara said. "Yes, and I have to hurry or Bingham might lose his job," Gus said. "The governor expects us to report." Clara didn't try to stop him, but she followed him out the door and watched him as he vaulted into the governor's buggy and straightened his hat. Clara felt an old confusion, the feeling that had so often filled her when Gus came, relief that he was safe, excitement when he kissed her, joy that he still rushed in to see her first, disappointment that he left before she could even take a good look at him. "Just a kiss and then he's gone. That's my Ranger," she thought. "Just a kiss and then he's gone." Governor E.M. Pease, whose campaign slogan had been Peace and Prosperity, did not like surprises. With surprises came disorder, and he hated disorder. His firm belief was that good administration, like human happiness itself, depended on planning that was careful, intelligent, and firm. Of course, as an experienced man, he had long since been forced to recognize that life, like the state of Texas, was never going to be perfectly manageable despite the most thorough planning. People dropped dead. Fires broke out, storms flooded the land, foolish marriages were made, and the criminal element would never be entirely subdued or eliminated. Nonetheless, the duty of honest men and competent state officials was to plan and plan seriously, so as to keep the element of surprise to a workable minimum. Now 2 dusty young rangers stood in his office with news that he found to be nearly incredible. Inish Skull, the brilliant hero of the Mexican War, the most experienced military man in the state, had left his command and walked away on foot, merely to reclaim a stolen horse. The governor had a map of the western regions spread out on his desk and was attempting to get the young rangers to pinpoint the area where Captain Skull had left the troop, but it was fast becoming apparent to him that they couldn't. "We were east of the Pecos and some ways north of the Red River," Call said. "Way north of the Red," Augusta said. "We were several days getting down to the Red." The governor, whose spectacles had been unaccountably mislaid, had to squint to make out many details. But when he did squint, he discovered what he already suspected, which was that there was no way of deducing where Inish Skull might be. "Why, there's nothing there, not even a creek," the governor said. "Inish has lost himself, and over a goddamn horse." "Well, it was his war horse, Governor," Gus remarked. "He held that horse in high regard." "Yes, and what about his duty to the state of Texas?" Governor Pease said. "Did he hold that in high regard, sir?" Call and Gus had no idea what to say. They had never met a governor before. Call thought they ought to talk as little as possible, but Augustus, as usual, found it hard to keep quiet. "He made us both captains before he went," he said. "I guess he thought we could get the boys home safe. And we done it, and recovered those captives, too." "Yes, though I doubt the woman will recover. They rarely do," the governor said. "I'll endorse your promotions. The state can use a pair of competent young captains like yourselves. What stumps me is Inish. How did he expect to catch up with Kicking Wolf on foot when he'd already failed to catch him horseback?" The governor went to the window and looked out. Far to the west, huge white thunderheads floated like warships across a blue sky. "Inish Skull is a rich man," he said. "He's always been a rich man. He could buy and sell meat 10 times over, and I'm no pauper. He don't need the job. He was only rangerin' because it interested him, and now it's stopped interesting him, I guess. So away he went," he added, turning back to the young men. "Away he went. He might be off to California to prospect for gold, for all we know. Meanwhile, we've still got several thousand hostile Indians to contend with and a whole nation to the south that don't like us one bit. It's a poor performance, I say." "Well, at least he was with Famous Shoes," Gus pointed out. "I expect Famous Shoes will guide him home." Governor Pease was staring out the window at the Skull Mansion, its strange turrets just visible above the trees along Shoal Creek. "I'm the governor, but the rich Yankee son of a bitch has never answered to me, that I recall," the governor said. "Every time I call him in for a report, that Yankee nose of his goes up. But that ain't the worst of it. The worst is that he's left us Inez. I expect we can hold our own with the Comanches, and I believe we can whip back the Mexicans. But the heavens are going to ring when Inez Skull finds out that her husband didn't care to come home." Neither Call nor Augustus knew what to say about that. "She's richer than Inish, you know," Governor Pease said. "They're quite a couple, the Skulls, a Yankee snob and a Southern slut. They're hell to manage, both of them." The governor stared glumly out the window for a while. The fact that the 2 young rangers were still in his office seemed to slip his mind. Below him he could see Bingham sitting in the buggy waiting to take someone somewhere. But it was not until his reverie ended and he saw the 2 dusty young rangers standing by his desk that he realized Bingham was waiting for them. "Why, gentlemen, excuse me. You'll think I'm daft," Governor Pease said. "Inish Skull used good judgment in making you captains, and I'll second it. You've both got a bright future if you can keep your hair." He had given the young rangers a careful looking over. They were polite in deportment, unlike their commander, the wild millionaire soldier who had just marched off into the wilderness for reasons of his own. Governor Pease was suddenly moved to emotion at the sight of such sturdy, upright young fellows. "You're the future of Texas, fine young men like yourselves," he said. "Why, either of you could wind up governor before you're done if you apply yourselves diligently and keep to the straight and narrow." He patted them both on the shoulder and gave them a warm handshake before sending them away. Augustus claimed the man had even had tears in his eyes. "I didn't see any tears," Call said when they were in the buggy again, heading back down the hill toward the ranger corrals. "Why would he cry if he likes us so much?" "I don't know, and it don't matter. We're captains now, Woodrow," Augustus said. "You heard the governor. He said we're the future of Texas." "I heard him," Call said. "I just don't know what he meant." "Why, it means we're fine fellas," Augustus said. "How would he know that?" Call asked. "He's never even seen us before today." "Now, Woodrow, don't be contrary," Gus said. "He's the governor, and a governor can figure things out quicker than other folks. If he says we're the future of Texas, then I expect it's so." "I ain't being contrary," Call said. "But I still don't know what he meant." When Slipping Weasel came racing into camp with the news that Kicking Wolf had stolen the buffalo horse, there was an uproar at what a big joke it was on the Texans. Old Slowtree was still there, talking to anyone who would listen about how the time for war with the Texans was over, how it was time for the people to grow corn, how the buffalo would soon disappear so that the people would starve if they did not soon learn the ways of the whites and plant and reap. Buffalo Hump had started avoiding the old chief whenever he could do so without giving offense. When Slipping Weasel came into camp, Buffalo Hump was boiling a buffalo skull in a big pot he had taken from a white farm on the Trinity River. Boiling the skull was taking a long time. Buffalo Hump had to send Lark off several times to gather more firewood. He was boiling the skull because he wanted to make himself a new shield, and he needed the thickest part of the bone for the center of his shield. Very few warriors bothered to make bone shields anymore. It was slow work. And yet only the thickest part of the buffalo skull would turn back a rifle bullet. He had been fortunate enough to kill a bull buffalo with an exceptionally large head. The buffalo had been watering in the Blue River when Buffalo Hump saw him. He had driven the bull into deep water and killed him with an arrow. Then he took the head and carried it all the way back to Texas, despite the flies and the smell, so he could boil it properly and make his shield. The skull was the thickest Buffalo Hump had seen in a long life of hunting. It was so thick that it would turn away any bullet, even one fired at point-blank range. It was important to him that he make the shield correctly. It would not be a very large shield, but it would protect him during the years he had left to raid. All over camp the warriors were whooping and dancing because of the news Slipping Weasel had brought. It had been poor hunting lately, mainly because old Slowtree was too lazy to go back to his own hunting ground. The game in the big canyon was exhausted. Naturally, the news about Kicking Wolf's audacious theft cheered the young men up. Many of them wondered why it had not occurred to them to steal the buffalo horse. If they ate him, they would not have to hunt so hard for a while. Buffalo Hump thought it was a good joke, too, but he did not allow the news to distract him from the task at hand, which was to fashion the best possible shield from the great head he had taken on the Blue River, far north of his usual hunting range. When Slipping Weasel came over to sit with Buffalo Hump for a while, Buffalo Hump was skimming the broth from the boiling pot and drinking it. In the broth, as in the shield, was the strength of the buffalo people. He gave Slipping Weasel a cup of the broth, but Slipping Weasel, a poor hunter and indifferent fighter, did not like it much. "It has too many hairs in it," he told Buffalo Hump, who thought the comment ridiculous. It was the skull of a buffalo. Of course the broth had hairs in it. "Where is he taking the buffalo horse?" he asked. "Why didn't he bring him here so we could eat him?" Slipping Weasel was silent for a while, mainly because he didn't know what to answer. He had met a Kiowa medicine man on his ride back, and the Kiowa told him that the news was that Kicking Wolf meant to take the big horse to Mexico and sell him to the black vaquero. Slipping Weasel did not really believe such a tale, since the black vaquero hated all Indians, as Kicking Wolf well knew. Buffalo Hump might not believe the story either, but it was the only explanation Slipping Weasel had to offer. "They say he is taking the horse to Mexico. He wants to sell him to the black vaquero," he said finally. Buffalo Hump didn't take that information very seriously. "If he gets there, Ahumado will boil him like I am boiling the skull," he said. Then Slipping Weasel remembered an even more surprising thing he had heard from Straight Elbow, the old Kiowa. Straight Elbow got his name because he had never been able to bend his right arm, as a consequence of which he could not hunt well. Straight Elbow had to live on roots and acorns like a squirrel. He searched constantly for herbs or medicines that might allow him to straighten his arm, but he never found the right medicine. "Old Straight Elbow told me something else," Slipping Weasel admitted. "He said Big Horse Skull is following Kicking Wolf. Famous Shoes is with him, and they are both walking." Buffalo Hump agreed that that was out of the ordinary. Once there had been whites who walked everywhere, but most of the old walking whites were dead. Now the soldiers and rangers were always mounted. He went on boiling his skull. What he heard seemed like a crazy business. Kicking Wolf and Skull were both doing crazy things. Of course, old Straight Elbow was crazy himself. There might be no truth in what he said. Buffalo Hump, though, made no comment. He had reached the age where time was beginning to seem short. He wanted to devote all his thought to his own plans, and plans he thought he should make for his people. A few years before, when the shitting sickness struck the people, the cholera, the Comanches had died so fast that he thought the end of the people had come. Then the smallpox came and killed more people, sometimes half the people in a given band. These plagues came from the air. None of the medicine men were wise enough to cure them. He himself had gone on several vigils, but his vigils had had no effect on the plague. Still, though many died, some lived. The Comanches were not as powerful a tribe as they had been, but there was still no one on the plains who could oppose them. They could still beat the whites back, slipping between the forts to attack farms and ranches. The white soldiers were not yet bold enough to attack them on the llano where they lived. Slow Tree, though boring, was not foolish. He saw what any man of sense could see, that it was the whites, not the people, who were growing more numerous. It would take many years for the young women to bear enough babies to bring the strength of the people back to what it had been before the coming of the plagues. But the whites had not suffered much from the plagues. For every white that died, 3 arrived to take his place. The whites came from far places, from lands no Comanche had ever seen. Like ants, they worked their way up the rivers into the Comanche lands. Soon there would be so many that no chief could hope to kill them all in war or drive them away. Slow Tree was right about the buffalo, too. Every year there were fewer of them. Each fall the hunters had to range farther, and even so they came back with less. Now there were signs that the blue-coat soldiers meant to come into the field against them. Soon an army might come, not just the few rangers who followed them and tried to take back captives or stolen horses. The rangers were too few to attack them in their camps, but the soldiers were not too few, for now the soldiers were only parading. But someday they would come. Buffalo Hump saw what Slow Tree saw, but he did not intend to let the whites control him. He had never broken the earth to raise anything, and he did not intend to. It was fine for Kicking Wolf to steal the buffalo horse, but that was only a joke, though a bold joke. What Buffalo Hump wanted was a great raid. A great raid, such as there had been in the past, when warriors went into even the largest towns and stole captives or burned buildings or ran off all the horses and livestock that they wanted. Once he himself had raided all the way to the Great Water, coming back with so many horses that they filled the plains like buffalo. The great raids had scared the Texans so badly that they were eager for councils and treaties. They made the Comanches many promises and gave them small gifts in hopes that they would not raid all the towns and scare the new white people away. Buffalo Hump wanted to launch a great raid again, a raid with hundreds of warriors into Austin and San Antonio. They would kill many Texans, take many captives, and take what booty they wanted. Such a raid would show the Texans that the Comanches were still a people to be feared. Again, they would call for councils and treaties. He himself did not believe in councils or treaties, but old Slow Tree could go. He loved to parley with the whites. He would sit under a tent for weeks, boring the whites with his long speeches. Meanwhile, on the plains, the young women would be having babies, bringing a new generation of warriors to replace the ones lost to the plagues. A great raid would remind the Texans that the Comanches were a people still. They could not be turned into farmers just because the whites wanted their land. Buffalo Hump wanted to launch such a great raid, and he wanted to do it soon, with all the warriors he could persuade to accompany him, from his band and Slow Trees and the others. He wanted to make the raid soon, while the north wind was still sharp as a knife, while the snows fell and the sleet cut down. Never before had the Comanches made a raid in the coldest month of the winter. Whites and Mexicans both, but particularly Mexicans, had come to fear the fall when the great yellow harvest moon shone. Along the old war trail, the moon of the fall was called the Comanche moon. For longer than anyone could remember, it had been under the generous light of the fall moon that the Comanches had struck deep into Mexico to kill and loot and bring back captives. For most of his life, Buffalo Hump had kept to the traditional ways. Like his father and grandfather before him, he had followed the great Comanche war trail into Mexico in the fall. When he first raided to the great water, his ferocity had driven whole villages to throw themselves into the sea. Those who could not drown themselves were pulled out like fishes for rape or torture. The captives he had taken would fill a town, and for every captive taken, 2 or 3 Mexicans lay dead in their villages or fields. But since the plague struck, Buffalo Hump had not raided much. With the game so thin, it was hard work just to keep food in the cookpots. He had not had time to follow the great yellow moon into Mexico. Now the Mexicans were better armed than they had ever been. Often they fought back, and it was pointless to go into the territory of Ahumado. He was Indio, too, and could not be cowed. Besides, he had drained the villages of their wealth, and himself had taken all the captives worth having. Often now, at night, Buffalo Hump climbed up high onto a spur of rock near the edge of the great canyon to sing and pray and seek instruction from the spirits. With his heavy hump, it was hard to climb the spur, but Buffalo Hump did it, night after night, for the matters he prayed about were serious. He felt it was time to raid. The high, cold moon that sailed over the canyon in February was as much a Comanche moon as the fat moon of the fall. He knew that most warriors, and many chiefs too, would want to wait until fall to start the great raid, but Buffalo Hump felt strongly that the raid ought to be pressed now, as soon as stores could be got ready. South of them, in the forts along the rivers, blue-coat soldiers were training. There were many of them near the Phantom Hill. In the spring the soldiers might do what they had not yet done, come north and attack them in their camps. If the soldiers fought well and killed too many warriors, the Comanches' pride might be broken forever. Instead of following the way of free Comanches, the way of the arrow and the lance, they might begin to accept the counsel of Slow Tree, which was the counsel of defeat. Buffalo Hump wanted to strike before any of that happened. He did not want to wait in the hope that the white soldiers would leave them alone for another season. The people had never waited to be led into war by the whites. Always they had taken war to the whites, and they would do so again. So, night after night, Buffalo Hump climbed to the high rock and prayed for instruction. He was not a fool. He knew that the whites were stronger now. They were more numerous than the Comanche and better armed. That was why he wanted to strike in winter. The soldiers were inside their forts trying to keep warm. So were the farmers and the people of the towns. They would not expect hundreds of warriors to slash down on them like sleet. Yet he knew that even so, the whites might win. Every time he went into the Brazos country, he was shocked to see the whites filling it in such numbers. Always, too, their guns improved. They had rifles now that could spit many bullets and strike warriors fatally at ranges well beyond that of any arrow. Armed with their new guns, the whites might win. He and all the chiefs might fall in battle, in which case the day of the Comanche people would be over. If the great raid failed and the strongest chiefs were killed, then there would be no recovery for the people, and the wisdom of Slow Tree would be the wisdom that would have to prevail. Sitting on the rock every night, in wind or sleet or snow, Buffalo Hump did not see defeat in his visions. Instead, he saw the houses of the white men burning, their women killed, their children taken from them. He saw himself as he had been when young, leading his warriors into towns and villages, bursting into farmhouses and killing the whites where they stood. He saw his warriors coming back north with a great herd of livestock, enough to cover the plains where the buffalo had been. He had not yet called a council of the braves because every night his vision grew stronger. In his vision he saw 1,000 warriors riding together in war paint, wearing all the finery they could assemble, sweeping down on the white towns, singing their war songs, killing whites, and burning settlements all the way to the Great Water. Slipping Weasel was disappointed by Buffalo Hump's casual response to his news. The whole camp was excited about it, but Buffalo Hump was barely moved to comment. Of course, Buffalo Hump and Kicking Wolf were old rivals and often quarreled. Maybe Buffalo Hump was glad that Kicking Wolf had left. "You could go catch Skull," Slipping Weasel suggested. "He is walking not far from the Pecos. You could catch him in a few days." "Am I a rabbit hunter?" Buffalo Hump said. "Skull is just a rabbit. Let him hop down to Mexico. The black vaquero will catch him and make a tree grow through him." He was referring to a strange torture that the black vaquero sometimes inflicted on his enemies if he caught them alive. He would trim the leaves and limbs off a small, slim tree and then sharpen the bowl to a fine point. Then he would strip his enemy and lift him up and lower him onto the sharp point of the skinned tree. The man's weight would carry him downward so that the tree went higher and higher into his body. Ahumado was an expert at the torture. He would spend an hour or more sitting a man on the sharp tree so that as the tree passed through his body it would not pierce any vital organs and allow the man to die too easily. Sometimes the slim trees would pass all the way through the captive's body and poke out behind his body, and yet he would still be living and suffering. Once Slipping Weasel and Buffalo Hump and a few warriors had come upon a little forest of such trees, with men stuck on them like rotting fruit. There were more than 10 in all, and 2 of the men were still alive, panting hoarsely and crying for water. It had been a startling sight, the little forest of trees with men hanging on them like fruit. The Comanches had lingered by the forest of tree-stuck men for half a day, studying the dead men and the living. The living men were in such agony that even the slightest touch made them scream with pain. Buffalo Hump and the other Comanches were surprised by the sight. They did not often see tortures that were worse than their own. All the way back to the plains they talked about the torture of the little trees. On the way home they surprised a few Texans driving a horse herd west. They wanted to catch one of the Texans and stick him on a little tree to learn the technique. But the Texans fought so fiercely that they had to kill them all, and did not get to practice the little tree torture. Those who had seen the forest of dead and dying men did not forget it, though. None of them after that were eager to go into Ahumado's country. Slipping Weasel finally got up and left Buffalo Hump alone, since the chief seemed to be in a bad mood and had little to say. More and more Buffalo Hump spent his days with his young wife, Lark. Once, when they were engaged with one another, they forgot themselves to such an extent that they rolled out from under their tent and coupled for a brief time in full view of some old women who were scraping a buffalo hide. The old women were agitated by the sight. They tittered about it for days. Buffalo Hump's other wives did not appreciate the tittering. A day or 2 later they found an excuse to beat Lark, and they beat her soundly. Slipping Weasel thought he could find a few warriors who would want to go catch Big Horse Skull, but when he tried to talk some warriors into going, they all made excuses and put him off. The reason was Buffalo Hump. Everyone knew that the chief was planning something. They saw him leave the camp night after night to climb a rock far up the canyon where he prayed and sang. Except for Lark, he paid little attention to anyone. He only wanted to copulate with Lark or sit on his rock praying. Everyone knew that he was seeking visions. Old Slow Tree had finally left the camp in annoyance because Buffalo Hump was so uninterested in his notions of how to get along with the whites. What the warriors thought was that Buffalo Hump would soon find his vision and call them all to war. Earlier, they would have been glad to track down Big Horse Skull and take revenge on him, but now they were afraid to leave, for fear that they would not be there when Buffalo Hump called them to the war trail. Old Slow Tree's warriors did not much want to go away with him. They didn't share his peaceful views and were eager to fight the whites again. Though it annoyed him, Slipping Weasel had to abandon his plan for catching Big Horse Skull. He waited, as the others waited, doing a little hunting but mainly looking to his weapons. He and the other warriors spent many days making arrows, sharpening their points, smoothing their stems. They rewrapped the heads of their lances and made sure their buffalo skin shields were taut. Then one day Buffalo Hump finished boiling the great skull he had brought back from the Blue River. All day he worked to make the hard part into a small, heavy shield, much heavier than the skin shields the other warriors carried. At dusk, when he finished the shield, he went out to the horse herd and brought back the strong white gelding he rode when he went raiding. That night he kept the horse tethered behind his tent. It was late in the night when he came out of his tent and walked back up the canyon to the high rock. He wore nothing that night but a loincloth, and he carried his bow and his new shield. All night they heard Buffalo Hump praying. Once the sun edged into the sky and light came to the canyon, Buffalo Hump was still sitting on the high rock with his bow and his thick shield. When he walked back into the camp with the sun well up, there was a hush in the camp. The women didn't talk of copulating as they worked at the cooking pots, as was common in the morning. The hush silenced the children. They didn't run and play. The dogs ceased barking. Everyone knew that Buffalo Hump had found his vision. When he sat down in front of his tent and began to paint himself for war, there was joy throughout the camp. Within a few minutes he sent runners to call the warriors from the other bands. Solemnly but gladly, all the warriors began to do as their chief was doing. They began to put on war paint. No one asked Buffalo Hump what he was planning. No one needed to. There would be a great raid on the whites. Comanche warriors would be proud men again. The endless talk about whether to grow corn was over. Their greatest chief had found a vision, and it was not a vision of peace. By afternoon, warriors from the nearby bands began to ride in, painted and ready. There was much selecting of horses and packing of stores. The women worked hard, but their voices were hushed. They did not want to be joking when their men were going on a raid that might mean glory or might mean death. Finally, one old warrior, Old Crooked Hawk, known for his great curiosity but not for his good judgment, had the temerity to ask Buffalo Hump how far he planned to raid. Buffalo Hump did not look at the old man. He wanted to concentrate on his vision of burning houses. Anyway, he did not know how far he planned to raid. He would raid until it was time to quit. But as he was about to answer the old man brusquely, he saw in his mind another vision, this one of the sea. The great water rolled toward the land and spat from its depths the bodies of whites. The vision of the sea with the white bodies bobbing in it was so powerful that Buffalo Hump realized he ought to be grateful to Crooked Hawk for asking the question that had enabled him to see the final part of his vision. The vision of rolling waves spitting white bodies onto beaches of sand. The vision was so strong that Buffalo Hump stood up and yelled at the warriors loudly, his voice echoing off the canyon. "The Great Water!" he yelled. "We are going to the Great Water, and we are going now!" 600 braves rode out of the canyon behind him, the sun glinting on their lances. When sound came back to the camp, it was the sound women make, talking to one another as they cooked and did chores. A few babies cried, a few dogs barked. The old men smoked. By the time the moon rose, Buffalo Hump and his warriors were already miles to the south. "Hector leaves a damn large track," Skull said to Famous Shoes after they had been walking for 4 days. "If we had some form of torch, I believe I could track him at night." "We don't have a torch," Famous Shoes pointed out. They were in country where there was little wood. When they made little fires to cook the game they killed, jackrabbits mostly, they had to use the branches of creosote bushes or chaparral. "Hector will probably be slimmed down a little when I catch him," Skull said. "There's not much fodder out here." "They may have to eat him soon," Famous Shoes warned. "I doubt that," Skull said. "I don't think Kicking Wolf stole him to eat. I expect he stole him mainly to embarrass me. I'm for walking all night if you think we can stay with the track." Famous Shoes thought Skull was crazy. The man wanted to walk forever without sleep. Kicking Wolf, the man they were following, was crazy too. He was taking the horse straight to Mexico, which made no sense. Kicking Wolf's people did not live in Mexico. They lived in the other direction. He himself was growing tired of being a scout for the whites. One crazy man was chasing another crazy man, with his help. Famous Shoes decided it must be the tobacco Skull chewed all day that made him able to walk so far. He did not want to sleep long at night and grew restless when there were clouds over the moon so Famous Shoes could not track. On those nights Skull sat by the fire and talked for hours. He said there were forests to the south so thick that little beasts called monkeys could live their whole lives in the trees, never touching the ground. Famous Shoes didn't believe the story. He had never seen trees that thick. He had begun to think of walking away some night, leaving Skull while he napped. After all, he had not yet got to visit his grandmother in her new home on the Arkansas. He could understand Skull's anger at Kicking Wolf for stealing his horse, but the decision to follow on foot was more evidence of Skull's insanity. Kicking Wolf traveled hard. They were not going to catch him on foot, not unless he got sick and had to stop for a few days. The evidence of the tracks was plain. Kicking Wolf and Three Birds would soon be in Mexico. Though he and Skull were walking exceptionally fast, they only had 2 legs, whereas the horses they were following had 4. Famous Shoes told Skull as much, but Skull would not give up, not even when they reached the desolate country where the Pecos angled toward the Rio Grande. In that country the water was so bitter from the white soil that one's turds came out white, a very bad thing. White turds meant that they were in the wrong place. That was how Famous Shoes felt. He was thinking more about walking off, but Skull had quickly mastered tracking and might follow him and shoot him if he left. He did not want to get shot by Skull's big rifle. He had begun to hope that they would run into some bandits or some Indians, anything that might distract Skull long enough that he could slip away. But even if there was a fight, escape would still be risky. Who knew what a crazy man such as Big Horse Skull might do? When they were only a day away from the Rio Grande, Famous Shoes noticed a curious thing about the tracks they were following. He did not mention it at first, but he might as well have mentioned it, because Skull was such a good tracker now that he noticed it too. Skull stopped and squatted down so as to study the tracks better. When he spat tobacco juice, he spat it carefully to the side so as not to blur the message of the tracks. "By God, he knows we're following him," Skull said. "He sent Mr. Three Birds back to spy on us. Now Three Birds has marked us and gone back to report. Am I right, Professor?" That was exactly correct, so correct that Famous Shoes did not feel the need to reply. Three Birds had come back and spied on them. "He marked us and he's gone," Skull said. "I expect he's reported to his boss by now." "Kicking Wolf is not his boss," Famous Shoes corrected. "Three Birds travels where he pleases." Skull got up and walked around for a few minutes, thinking. "I wonder if there's a big camp of Indians down there somewhere that he's taking my horse to," he said. "No, there is no camp," Famous Shoes assured him. "Comanches won't camp where their shit is white." "I don't care for this country much myself," Skull said. "Let's get out of it." The next day, at a winter sunset, they came to the Rio Grande. Skull stopped for a minute to look north toward a long curve of the river. The water was gold with the thin sunset. There was no sign of Hector or the 2 Indians, but to his surprise he saw an old man walking slowly along the riverbank going south. A large dog walked beside him. "Now, there's somebody. Who would it be walking this river alone this time of year?" he asked. When Famous Shoes saw the old man coming, he gave a start. Though he had never seen the old man before, he knew who he was. "He is the old one who walks by the river," Famous Shoes said. "He lives in a cave where the river is born. The river is his child. Every year he walks with it down to its home in the great water. Then he goes back to his cave where the river is born, high in the Sierra. His wolf walks with him and kills his food." "His wolf?" Skull said, looking more closely. "I took it for a dog." "He has been here forever," Famous Shoes said. "The Apaches believe that if you see him, you will die." "Well, I've seen him and I ain't dead," Skull commented. "I just hope that wolf don't bite." "If I had known I would see the old one, I would not have come with you," Famous Shoes said. "I need to see my grandmother, but now I don't know if I will be living long enough to find her." Skull had to admit that the sight of the lone figure coming along the river at dusk was a little eerie. Certainly it was not an ordinary thing. They went on to the river and waited for the old man to come. When he appeared, the wolf had vanished. The old man came slowly. His white hair hung to his waist, and he wore buckskin clothing. "I think he has stopped speaking because he is so old," Famous Shoes said. "I'll try him with a little Yankee English. He might want to stop and sup with us," Skull said. Earlier in the day he had shot a small owl. His plan for dinner was to have owl soup. "Hello, sir, this is a welcome surprise," Einish said when the old man came to where they waited. "My name is Einish Skull. I'm a Bostoner, and this is Famous Shoes, the great professor of tracking. If you'd care to join us in a meal, we're having owl soup." The old man fixed Skull with a lively blue eye. "You spit tobacco juice up and down the front of yourself," the old man said in a voice far from weak. "I'll have a chaw of tobacco if you've any left after all your wasteful spittin'." Skull reached in his pocket and pulled out his plug, by then so diminished that he simply handed it to the old man, who had spoken as matter-of-factly as if they had met on Boston Common. "It's true I'm reckless with my spittles," Skull said. "You're welcome to this tobacco. How about the owl soup?" "I'll pass. Can't digest owls," the old man said. He carried a long rifle, the stock of which he set against the ground. Then he leaned comfortably on his own weapon. "I fear it's a weak offering, but we have nothing else," Skull admitted. "Don't need it. My wolf will bring me a varmint," the old man said. He lifted one leg and rested it against the other thigh. "I'm Einish Skull, and I'm in pursuit of a horse thief," Skull said. "It's my war horse that was taken, and I want him back. Who might you be, if I may ask?" "I'm Ephaniah, the Lord of the Last Day," the old man said. From down the river there was the howl of a wolf. "Excuse me, you're what?" Skull asked. "I'm the Lord of the Last Day," the old man said. "That's my wolf, howling to let me know he's caught a tasty varmint." He put down his other foot, and without another word or gesture began moving on down the river. Famous Shoes gestured. On a rise, still lit by the last of the afterglow, the wolf waited. The old man was soon lost in the deepening dusk. "Now that's curious," Skull said. "I'm out my tobacco, and I don't know a thing more than I did. Why would he call himself the Lord of the Last Day? What does it mean?" "The Apaches may be right," Famous Shoes said. "When you see the Old One, your last day may be close." "If mine's close, I'd like to have a good feed first," Skull commented. "But I won't, not unless the hunting improves." "We don't have to eat the owl. I hear ducks," Famous Shoes said. Skull heard them too, and looked around in time to see a large flock of teal curve over the river and come back to settle on the water. "When it's dark, I will go down and catch some," Famous Shoes said. "Help yourself. But I plan to scorch this owl anyway," Skull said. "I won't have provender going to waste." When Three Birds caught up with Kicking Wolf, he was walking out of a gully dragging a small antelope he had just killed. The antelope was only a fawn, but Three Birds was excited anyway. They had had little meat since stealing the buffalo horse. The sight of the dead fawn made Three Birds so hungry he forgot his news. "Let's cook it now," he said. "Why didn't you shoot its mother?" "Why didn't you kill her?" Kicking Wolf asked. "Where have you been?" "I had to go a long way to find Skull," Three Birds said. "He is following us, but he is walking." At first Kicking Wolf did not believe it. Three Birds often lived in his own dream time for days at a stretch. Often he would ride around so long dreaming that he would forget what errand he had been sent on. When someone reminded him that he had been supposed to secure a particular piece of information, he would often just make up whatever came into his head, which is what he was probably doing when he claimed that Skull was following them on foot. Kicking Wolf had expected pursuit and kept up a fast pace to elude it. How could Skull expect to catch him if he was on foot? He sent Three Birds back to investigate, thinking that perhaps Buffalo Hump or some other warriors had fallen on Skull and killed him. Now, though, Three Birds had come back with a far-fetched tale that no sensible person could believe. Three Birds was just trying to explain why he had been gone 4 days. Now all he could think about was eating the little antelope. "I don't believe you. Skull had several horses," Kicking Wolf said. "Why would he follow us on foot?" Three Birds was offended. He had ridden for days with little food into the country of the enemy to find out what Kicking Wolf wanted to know. He had found it out, and now Kicking Wolf didn't believe him. "He is following us on foot, and the Kickapoo is with him," he said. "Skull is 4 days behind, but he walks fast and does not sleep much. If we wait, we can kill him and the Kickapoo too." Kicking Wolf gave the matter a little more thought as he skinned the young antelope. Three Birds usually abandoned his lies if questioned closely, but he was not abandoning this lie, which might mean that it wasn't a lie. Big Horse Skull was known to do strange things. Often he would skin little birds that were much too small to eat. Then he would throw the birds away and pack their skins with salt. When he traveled, he would sometimes pick up beetles and other bugs and put them in small jars. Once he even sacked up some bats that flew out of a cave. What such activities added up to was some kind of witchery, that was plain. That he had chosen to follow them on foot was just more evidence that he was some kind of a witch-man. Lots of Indians were out on the plains hunting. If they had seen Skull, they would have killed him, yet he was still alive, which suggested more witchery. "Famous Shoes would like to sleep, but Skull wakes him up and makes him walk," Three Birds said. "When there is no moon, they burn sticks to help them find the tracks." Kicking Wolf decided Three Birds was being truthful. He gave him the best parts of the fawn for traveling fast to bring him the information. "We will soon be in the Sierra," Kicking Wolf said. "Ahumado will find us. I don't know what he will do. I think he will like the buffalo horse, but I don't know. Maybe he won't like it that we have come." Three Birds was eating so fast that he could not figure out what Kicking Wolf was getting at. Of course no one knew what Ahumado would like or what he would do. He was the Black Vaquero. He had killed so many people that everyone had lost count. Sometimes he killed whole villages, throwing all the people in a well and letting them drown. Or he might make the villagers dig a pit and then bury them alive. He had an old man who was skilled at flaying. Sometimes he would have the old man take all the skin off a man or a woman who had done something he disliked. He stuck people on sharpened trees and let the trees poke up through them. It was pointless to talk about what such a man might like or not like. "If he doesn't like us, he might stick us on a tree," Kicking Wolf said. Three Birds grew more puzzled. Why was Kicking Wolf telling him all these things that he already knew? Ahumado only did bad things. Sometimes he hung people in cages and let them starve, or he might throw them into a pit full of scorpions and snakes. But all this was common knowledge among the Comanches, many of whom had died at the hands of the Black Vaquero. Did Kicking Wolf think such talk would scare him? Was he trying to suggest that he run away like a coward? "I don't know why you are taking the buffalo horse to this man, but if that is what you want to do, then I am going too," Three Birds said. "It is your choice," Kicking Wolf said. He was a little ashamed of himself for trying to scare Three Birds away. Three Birds was a brave warrior, even though he didn't fight very well and was often wandering in the dream time when he should be paying more attention to things. When he stole the buffalo horse, he thought he would take him to Ahumado alone. There would be much power flow from such an act. He would take a great horse from the most powerful Texan and sell him to the terrible bandit of the South. No one else had done such a thing. It was a thing that would be sung forever. Even if Ahumado killed him, his feet would live in the songs. He had not meant to share it with anybody. He had thought when they reached the river he would send Three Birds back and go into the Sierra Perdida alone, riding the buffalo horse. He would go to the stronghold of the Black Vaquero and offer him the great horse in exchange for women. If he took the horse in and lived, he would have the power of a great chief. Buffalo Hump and Slow Tree would have to include him in their councils. There would be great singing because of what he had done. But Three Birds had come with him, and he could not insult him because he was a little prone to wandering in the dream time. Going to the stronghold of Ahumado would be a great test. He could not tell his friend not to come. "I thought you might want to go home and see your family," Kicking Wolf said. "But if you don't, then we had better eat this little antelope and ride through the night." "I don't need to see anyone at home," Three Birds said simply. "I want to go with you. If we ride all night, Skull will not catch up." "That's right," Kicking Wolf said as he cracked off a couple of the little antelope's ribs. "Big Horse Skull will not catch up." Augustus felt stunned. For a moment he was unable to speak. Once, while he was reluctantly trying his hand at blacksmithing, a horse that he was shoeing caught him with a powerful kick that struck him full in the diaphragm. For 10 minutes he could only gasp for breath. He could not have spoken a word had his life depended on it. That was how he felt now, standing in the sunny Austin street with Clara Forsythe, the girl he had raced in to kiss only an hour before, holding his hand. The words Clara had just spoken were the words he had long feared to hear, and their effect on him was as paralyzing as the kick of the horse. "I know it's hard news," Clara said, "but I've made up my mind, and it's not fair to hold it back." After leaving Governor Pease, Augustus had gone straight to a barber, meaning to get shaved and barbered properly before hurrying back to Clara to collect more kisses. She had consented to one more, but then had let him out the back door of the store so that neither her father nor a casual customer would interrupt them while she was telling Gus the truth she owed him, which was that she had decided to marry Robert F. Allen, a horse trader from Nebraska. Augustus went white with the news. He was still white. Clara stood close to him and held his hand, letting him take his time while he absorbed the blow. She knew it was a terrible blow, too. Augustus had courted her ardently from the day he met her, when she had been barely 16. She knew that, though much given to whoring, he loved only her and would marry her in an instant if she would consent. Several times she had been tempted to give in, allow him what he wanted, and attempt to make a marriage with him. Yet some cool part of her, some tendency to think and consider, when she was most tempted just to stop thinking and open her arms, had kept her from saying yes. What stopped her was the feeling that had come over her when he rushed off to see Governor Pease. One kiss, and then you're gone. Augustus was a Texas Ranger. At the end of the kissing, or what followed it, there'd be an hour when he would be gone. She would have to carry for days or weeks a heavy sense of his absence. She would have to cope with all the sad feelings that assailed her when Gus was away. Clara was active. She wanted to live the full life of her emotions every day. She didn't like the feeling that a full life would have to wait for the day Augustus returned, if he did return. Almost every time the ranger troop left Austin, there would be a man among them who did not come back. It was a fact Clara couldn't forget. No woman could. And she had seen the anguish and the struggle that was the lot of frontier widows. "If this is a joke, it's a poor one," Augustus said when he could find breath for speech. But Clara was looking at him calmly, her honest eyes fixed on his. Of course she loved to tease him, and he would have liked to persuade himself that she was teasing him this time. But her eyes danced when she teased him, and her eyes were not dancing. Not now. "It ain't a joke, Gus," she said. "It's a fact. We're going to be married on Sunday." "But you kissed me," Augustus said. "When I came running in, you called me your ranger just like you always do." "Why, you are my ranger. You always will be," Clara said. "Of course I kissed you. I'll always kiss you when you come to see me. I suppose I have the right to kiss my friends, and I'll never be so married that I won't be a friend." "But I'm a captain now," Gus said, "a captain in the Texas Rangers. Couldn't you have at least waited until I got home with the news?" "Nope," Clara said firmly. "I've spent enough of my life waiting for you to get home from some jaunt. I don't like waiting much. I don't like going weeks not even knowing if you're alive. I don't like wondering if you've found another woman in some town I've never been to." At the memory of all her anxious waiting, a tear started in her eye. "I wasn't meant for waiting and wondering, Gus," she said. "It was making me an old woman before my time. Bob Allen's no cavalier. He'll never have your dash, I know that. But I'll always know where he is. I won't have to be wondering." "Well, hell, I'll quit the Rangers if a stay-at-home is what you're looking for," Gus said, very annoyed. "I'll quit 'em today." He knew even as he said the words that it was a thing he had often offered to do over the years when Clara taxed him with his absences, but he never quite got around to quitting. Now he would, though, captain or no captain. What was being a captain compared to being married to Clara? To his dismay, Clara shook her head. "No," she said. "It's too late, Gus. I gave Bob Allen my promise. Besides, being a captain in the Rangers is what you've always wanted. You've talked of it many times." "Well, I was a fool," Gus said. "Being a captain just means making a lot of decisions I ain't smart enough to make. Woodrow, he's always studying. Let him make 'em." "I'm quitting, I mean it," he said, feeling desperate. He felt he would just as soon die if he couldn't change Clara's decision. "Hush that, it's nonsense," Clara said. "I'm promised now. Do you think I'm so light a girl that I'd break my promise just because you quit a job?" Augustus felt a terrible flash of anger. "No, if you promised, I expect you'll go through with it, even if it ruins both our lives and his too," he said. "You shut up, Gus," Clara said, with a flash to match his. "I've been telling you what I needed for 10 years. If you'd wanted me enough to quit the Rangers, you would have quit long ago. But you didn't. You just kept riding off time after time with Woodrow Call. You could have had me, but you chose him." "Why, that's foolish. He's just my pard," Gus said. "It may be foolish, but it's how I felt and how I feel," Clara said. She calmed herself with an effort. She had not called him into the street to fight over the disappointments of a decade, though it had not all been disappointment by any means. Augustus didn't know what to do. Though it appeared to be a hopeless thing, he didn't know how to simply give up. The hope of someday marrying Clara had been the deepest hope of his life. What would his life be with that hope lost? He could not even formulate a guess, though he knew it would be bleak and black. "When will you be leaving?" he asked finally in a flat voice. "Why, Sunday," Clara said. "We're going to New Orleans and take the steamer up the Mississippi and the Missouri. It'll be chilly traveling, I expect. At least the last part of it will." Gus felt such a weight inside him that he didn't know how he was even going to walk away. "Then it's goodbye, I guess," he said. "For a while, yes," Clara said. "My hope is that you'll visit in about 10 years. "Visit you once you're married? Now, why would you want that?" Augustus asked, startled by the remark. "Because I'd want you to know my children," Clara said. "I'd want them to have your friendship." Augustus was silent for a bit. Clara was looking at him with something in her eyes that he couldn't define. Though she had just broken his heart, she still seemed to want something of him. What, he was not sure. "You're just saying that now, Clara," he said, though he thought his throat might close up with sadness and leave him unable to speak. "Bobby won't be wanting me there, and you won't either once you've been married a while," he said finally. Clara shook her head and put her arms around him. "I can't claim to know too much about marriage yet, but there's one thing I know for sure. I'll never be so married that I won't need your friendship. Don't you forget that," she said. Then tears started in her eyes again. She turned abruptly and walked quickly back into her store. Augustus stayed where he was for a bit, looking at the store. Whether staying or returning, looking at that store had long filled him with hope. The sight of the Forsyth store, just a plain frame building, affected him more powerfully than any sight on earth. For the store contained Clara. There he had met her. There for years they had kissed, quarreled, joked, teased. Often they had made plans for a future together, a future they would now never have. When he walked into the little room in the rough bunkhouse that he shared with Woodrow Call, what he felt in his heart must have showed in his face. Woodrow was just about to go out, but the sight of Gus stopped him. He had never seen Gus with quite such a strange look on his face. "Are you sick?" Call asked. Gus made no reply. He sat down on his cot and took off his hat. "I have to pay a call, but I'll be back soon," Call said. "The governor wants to see us again." "Why, we done saw him, the fool," Gus asked. "We're captains now," Call reminded him. "Did you think we were just going to see him that one time?" "Yes. I'd hoped I wouldn't have to look at the jackass again," Gus said. "I don't know what's the matter," Call said, "but I hope it wears off quick. You needn't be sulky just because the governor wants to see us." Augustus suddenly drew back his fist and punched the center of the cot he sat on as hard as he could. The cot, a spindly-legged thing, immediately collapsed. "Darn it, now, you broke your bed," Call said in surprise. "Don't matter, I won't be sleeping in it anyway," Augustus said. "I wish that damn governor would send us off again today, because I'm ready to go. If I ain't rangering, I mean to be out drinking all night, or else reside in a whorehouse." Call had no idea what had come over his friend. Before he could investigate, Augustus suddenly got up and walked past him out the door. "I'll be down at the saloon in case you lose my track," he said. "I doubt I'll lose your track," Call said, still puzzled. By then Augustus was in the street, and he didn't turn. Call, about to leave Maggie's, was in a hurry, aware that he was almost late for his appointment with the governor, and he still had to find Gus and drag him out of whatever saloon he was in. He didn't at first understand what Maggie had just said to him. She had said something about a child, but his mind was on his meeting with the governor, and he hadn't quite taken her comment in. "What? I guess I need to clean out my ears," he said. Maggie didn't want to repeat it. She didn't want it to be true, and yet it was true. "I said I'm going to have a baby," she said. Call looked at Maggie again and saw that she was about to cry. She just made him coffee and fed him a tasty beefsteak, the best food he had had in a month. She had a plate in her hand, but the hand that held the plate was not steady. Of course, she usually got upset when he had to leave, even if he was just going to the bunkhouse. Maggie wanted him to live with her, a thing he could not agree to do. The part about the baby hardly registered with him until he saw the look in her eyes. The look in her eyes was desperate. "The baby's yours, Woodrow," she said. "I'm hoping you'll help me bring it up." Call took his hand off the doorknob. "It's mine?" he asked, puzzled. "Well, it's ours, I mean," Maggie said, watching his face as she said it to see if there was any hope at all. For 3 weeks, ever since she was sure that she was pregnant, she had anguished over how to tell Woodrow. Over and over she practiced how she would tell him. Her best hope, her nicest dream, was that Woodrow would want the baby to be his and also, maybe, want to marry her and care for her as his wife. Sometimes Maggie could imagine such a thing happening when she thought about Woodrow and the baby, but mostly she had the opposite conviction. He might hate the notion. In fact, he probably would hate it. He might walk out the door and never see her again. After all, he was a Texas Ranger captain now, and she was just a whore. He was not obligated to come back to see her, much less to marry her or help her with the child. Every time she thought of telling him, Maggie felt despair. She didn't know what it would mean for their future. But she was pregnant, a truth that would soon be apparent. Now the words were out. Woodrow just seemed puzzled. He had not flinched or looked at her cruelly. "Well, Maggie," he said, and stopped. He seemed mainly distracted. Maggie had put on a robe but hadn't tied it yet. He was looking at her belly as if he expected to see what she was talking about. "This is surprising news," he said, rather stiffly, but with no anger in his voice. The fact was, Call had set his mind on the next task, which was locating Gus and getting on to the governor's office. He had never been good at getting his mind to consider 2 facts at once, much less 2 big facts. Maggie was slim and lovely, no different than she had been the day he had ridden off to Fort Belknap. It occurred to him that she might just be having a fancy of some kind. Gus had told him that Clara often had fancies about babies. Maybe she had just got it into her head that she was having a baby. It might be something like Gus McCrae's conviction that he was going to stumble onto a gold mine every time they went out on patrol. Gus was always poking into holes and caves looking for his gold mine. But there wasn't a gold mine in any of the caves, and there might not be a baby in Maggie either. What he didn't want to do was upset her just when it was necessary to leave. She had been sweet to him on his return and had fixed him a tasty meal at her expense. Maggie was a little encouraged by the fact that Woodrow didn't seem angry. He had an appointment with the governor and was clearly eager to get out the door, which was normal. If he went on with his task, perhaps he would think about the baby and come to like the notion. "You go on, I know you're in a hurry," she said. "Why, yes. We can discuss this later," Call said, relieved that no further delay was required. He tipped his hat to her before going out the door. The minute he left, Maggie hurried over to the window so she could watch him as he walked down the street. She had always liked the way he walked. He was not a graceful man, particularly. Even when he was relaxed, he moved a little stiffly. But his very awkwardness touched her. He needed someone to take care of him, Woodrow did, and Maggie wanted to be the one to do it. She knew she could take care of him fine, without ever letting him suspect that he needed to be taken care of. She knew, too, that he liked to feel independent. Maggie just wanted her chance. Despite herself, watching him walk away, her heart swelled with hope. He hadn't said anything bad when she told him about the baby. He had not even looked annoyed, and he often looked annoyed if she asked him any question at all or detained him even for a minute when he was in a hurry to leave. An appointment with the governor was important, and yet he had stopped and listened to her. Maybe, after all, the whoring was over, she thought. Maybe Woodrow Call, the only man she had ever loved, would think about it all and decide to marry her. Maybe he was going to make her dream come true. Inez Skull, dressed entirely in black, was sitting in Governor Pease's office when Call and Augustus were ushered in. Bingham had come to fetch them and had not said a word on the buggy ride. What was more surprising to Call was that Gus had not said a word either. In the whole stretch of their friendship, Call could not remember an occasion when Gus had been silent for so long. And the buggy ride only took 10 minutes, not a long silence by normal standards. "Are you sick, or are you so drunk you can't even talk?" Call asked near the end of the ride. Augustus continued to stare off into the distance. He did not speak a word. In his mind's eye he saw the woman he loved, the woman he would always love, steaming up a broad brown river with Bob Allen, horse trader of Nebraska. His rival had won. That was the bleak fact. He saw no reason to chatter just to please Woodrow Call. Though Madame Skull was silent, she was a presence they could not ignore. When they stepped in, the governor was busy with a secretary, so they stood where they were, hats in hand, just inside the door of the broad room. To their embarrassment, Madame Skull got up and came and gave them a silent inspection, looking them over from head to foot. She was bold in her looking, too, so bold that both men were made distinctly uncomfortable under her silent gaze. "Here they are, Inez, our 2 young captains," the governor said when the secretary laughed. "They brought the troop home safe and rescued 3 captives besides." "I'd say it's beginner's luck," Madame Skull said, in a tone that stung Gus McCrae to the quick. "Excuse me, ma'am, but we ain't beginners," he said. "Woodrow and me have been Texas Rangers a good 10 years already." 10 years, Madame Skull said. "Then why haven't you learned to stand at attention properly? Your posture is a disgrace. It's a slouch, not a stance, and it doesn't bode well. And the other one needs barbering," she added, turning to the governor. "I'm afraid I must decline to be impressed." "But we ain't soldiers. We're rangers," Gus said, unable to restrain himself in the face of such insults. "Now, McCrae, you hush," the governor said. He knew that Inez Skull was capable of high, even cyclonic furies, and he did not want a cyclone to strike his office just then. "This is Mrs. Skull," he added hastily. "She's upset that the captain didn't come home with the troop." "Shut up, Ed," Mrs. Skull said, to the young ranger's great shock. It couldn't be proper for a woman to tell a governor to shut up, even if she was the captain's wife. But the governor immediately shut up. "I am not so ill-bred as to be upset," Inez said. "I'm angry. Do either of you have a notion as to where my husband is?" "Somewhere along the Pecos River, I reckon, ma'am," Call said. "I hope he drowns in it, then, the stumpy little mongrel," Madame Skull said, turning to the governor. Governor Pease had retreated a step or two and looked very out of sorts. "He is rather a mongrel, you know, Ed," she said to the governor. "I don't follow you, Inez. He's a Skull, and I believe they're a fine family," Governor Pease replied. "Yes, but rather bred down, if you want the truth," Madame Skull said. "Inish is the only one left with any fight, and most of that comes from his mother. She was a Polish servant, I believe. Inish's father was Evanswood Skull. He rose rather high in Mr. Madison's government, but he would have the Polish maid. So Inish is a mongrel, and that's that." "Fight's worth more than breeding when you're policing a frontier," the governor remarked. "Perhaps, but I did not agree to police any frontiers," Inez replied. I need my operas and my lapdogs and my fine shops. Given my shops and a little Italian singing, I can get by rather well without that black mongrel of a husband." Augustus wanted to look at Woodrow to see how he was digesting all this, but Madame Skull stood right in front of them. He didn't dare turn his eyes. "Did the ugly little brute give you any warning, or did he just sniff the air and walk off?" she asked. "Inish usually leaves at a moment of maximum inconvenience for everyone but himself. Did you wake up expecting him to leave the morning he took himself away?" "No, ma'am," both said at once. "He just decided to go try to get his horse back," Call added. "Bosh! The horse is just an excuse," Inez said. "Inish doesn't care about horses, not even Hector. He'd just as soon eat one as ride one." "But, Inez, what other reason would he have to walk off like that?" the puzzled governor asked, still nervous about the possible cyclone. "I don't know, and neither do these slouchy boys," Madame Skull said. "We tried to talk him out of walking, but he wouldn't listen," Call informed her. "He was the captain. There wasn't much we could do," Augustus said. "No, he's a damn restless mongrel. He wanted to walk off, and he did walk off, leaving everybody, including me," Madame Skull said. "It's abominable behavior, I say." "Ma'am, he left with Famous Shoes, who's a fine tracker," Call pointed out. "Famous Shoes knows the country. I expect he'll bring the captain out." "You don't know the man," Inez snapped. "He won't show up unless he's fetched. I expect he'll find his way to the sea, and the next thing I know there'll be a telegram from India or somewhere expecting me to pack up and follow. I won't have it. Not this time." There was silence in the room. Madame Skull's last statement left everyone in doubt. Did she intend to go after the captain herself? Her black eyes were so filled with anger that when she looked at Augustus he felt like stepping back a step or two, yet she was so forceful that he was afraid to move a muscle, and Woodrow was just as paralyzed. Governor Pease stared out the window, uncomfortable and silent. "Will you fetch him for me, gentlemen?" she asked, softening her voice even as she raked them with her eyes. "If we don't catch him soon, I might have to wait a year for news, and I won't tolerate it." "Of course you have my permission," the governor quickly added. "I'd recommend taking a small force, perhaps 4 men besides yourselves." "The sooner you get started, the better," Inez said. In Gus's mind was the coming torment of Clara's wedding. He saw Madame Skull's request as a God-sent hope of escape. "I'm ready. I can leave in an hour," Augustus said, "or less if it's required." Call was very startled by his friend's wild statement. They had scarcely been back a day from a long expedition. The men were tired and the horses gaunt. Were they to set off without rest to find a man who might refuse to come back even if they found him, which was by no means a certain thing? Before he could speak, Mrs. Skull suddenly smiled at Augustus. "Why, Mr. McCrae, such impetuosity," she said. "I wouldn't think of having you depart quite that soon. No doubt you have arrangements to make. A sweetheart to say goodbye to, perhaps?" "I ain't got a sweetheart, and I'm ready to leave as soon as possible I can clean my guns and catch my horse," Gus said. He didn't think he could endure being in Austin much more than another hour, not with the triumphant Bob Allen taking up all Clara's time, as he would for the rest of her life. If the boys couldn't leave at once, then he meant to leave anyway and camp somewhere along the route, with a bottle of whiskey to keep him company. Call was astonished, but Gus's peculiar desire to depart at once wasn't the only thing that concerned him. "What if we find him and he won't come back?" he asked. "Oh, I'm sure if you tell him Inez is anxious, he'll be happy to come back with you," the governor said. His own main desire was to get Inez Skull out of his office before she broke into a fit. "Inish hates to be checked, particularly when he's running away from his duties," Inez said. "They may have to arrest him." "Just find him and ask him politely to come back," Governor Pease said, remembering that Inish Skull himself was no slouch when it came to throwing fits. Besides, he was a popular hero and not loath to act the part. Putting such a popular man under arrest might lead to political catastrophe. He might even lose the governorship if Inish stood against him. It was too much to risk. "Ask him politely. What good will that do?" Madame Skull said. "Inish ain't polite." "What'll we do then, ma'am, if we find him and he won't come back?" Call inquired. "How should I know? I ain't a great Texas Ranger. I'm just a wife," she said. "But don't come back without him. I won't have it. Come along, Mr. McCrae." She started for the door. Augustus wasn't sure he had heard correctly. "Do what, ma'am?" he asked. "Come along, are you deaf?" Madame Skull said, turning briefly. "I'd like you to walk me home if you ain't too busy saying goodbye to your sweethearts." "Ma'am, I just told you I got no sweethearts to say goodbye to," Gus repeated. "Capital," Madame Skull said. "In that case I may ask you to stay for tea. Being abandoned by one's husband does make one so lonely." Then she looked over at Call with a little smile. "I would ask you too, Captain Call," she said, "but I expect you're more of a ladies' man than Captain McCrae. I imagine you do have sweethearts who will expect you soon." "Oh, no, ma'am. Captain McCrae's a ladies' man," Call said, though Gus glared at him. "I guess I better go see which of the boys is in the mood to ride out again on short notice." "I think I'd locate a barber first, sir, and let him clean you up a little," Mrs. Skull said. "I believe you'd be rather handsome if you were barbered properly." "Thank you," Call said. "I intended to get barbered before I came to see the governor." "Then why didn't you, sir?" Inez asked. "You'd have made a far better impression if you'd gone to that little bit of trouble." No wonder the captain walked off, Call thought. He was not about to tell Madame Skull what he'd done instead of getting barbered, and he resented that she'd been so impertinent as to ask. "Where do you think you went, Ed?" Madame Skull asked the governor, her eyes fixed on Call, even though Augustus had gone to the door and was holding it open. "Went? I don't know where he went," the governor said impatiently. "I've just met Captain Call and am not familiar with his habits." "I expect he went to a whore," Inez said with a little laugh. "He looks like the kind of man who would put whoring before barbering. Don't you agree, Governor?" Governor Pease had had enough. The woman would stay forever, it seemed, and he was the governor. "Any man would put whoring before barbering, Inez," he replied. "It would be the normal thing." "That's it. I knew you had starch, Ed Pease," Madame Skull said. "I expect I ought to ask you to my tea party instead of this green ear of corn here. But then you're the governor, you've got duties." "I've got duties," Governor Pease agreed as Madame Skull swept out the door. Call glanced at Augustus, puzzled as to why he would twice say he had no sweetheart to say goodbye to when Call himself had just seen him holding hands with Clara outside the general store. Gus, though, avoided his eye. "I'll see you at the stables, Woodrow," he said as he followed Inez Skull out the door. "It's like eating green persimmons," the governor remarked darkly once the door was safely closed. "What, sir?" Call asked. "Uncharitable talk, Captain," Governor Pease said with a sigh and a smile. "Every time I talk to Inez, I come away feeling like I've eaten a green persimmon. You know how they make your mouth shrink up?" "I wouldn't know. I avoid green fruit," Call said. "I've got to send you out, Captain. I gave Inez my promise," the governor said. "But it's up to you what to say to Inez if you catch up with him." "I might just tell him to keep on walking," Call said. "That's right, let him wander," Governor Pease replied. "Why come back just to be ate alive by your wife? If you got to be ate alive, let some cannibal Indian do it." The more the governor thought about Inez Skull, the more worked up he became. "Damn rich women anyway," he said, "particularly rich women from Birmingham, Alabama." He looked out the window for a bit, gloomily. "Inez Skull would try the patience of a saint, Captain," he said, and then he paced the room for a few minutes, evidently unable to leave the subject of Inez Skull alone. "Not just a saint, Job," he exclaimed. "Inez would even try the patience of Job." "I don't know Job, but she sure tried mine," Call said. As they walked up the steps of the Skull Mansion, Augustus began to feel timid and uneasy. Madame Skull had marched along nearly half a mile from the governor's office to the slope where the castle stood without saying a word to him. She had talked constantly while at the governor's, but now she was mute as a jug. Earlier in the day, in his vexation over Clara, Gus had kicked a large rock and broken his boot heel. He had been meaning to get it repaired when Woodrow showed up and stuck him in the governor's buggy. Now, as he was trying to keep up with the fast-striding Madame Skull, the wobbly boot heel broke off, which caused him to have to walk a little lopsided. His awkward, tilted stride seemed to amuse Madame Skull. "I believe I embarrassed your friend by accusing him of being a horror. Would you say I did?" she asked. "Yes, but it don't take much to embarrass Woodrow Call," he said. "He's still stiff as a poker when it comes to women." "Stiff as a poker? Do you mean that anatomically, sir?" Madame Skull asked, with a little laugh. An old man with a rag was polishing the big brass knocker on the mansion's front door. The old man looked drunk, but he straightened up promptly when he saw Madame Skull. "Hello, Ben, this is Captain McCrae. He's going to find Captain Skull and fetch him home," she said. "We'll be having tea in an hour. Tell Felice we might appreciate a biscuit as well." Augustus thought that was odd. Why would it take an hour to make tea? Once in the door, though, he forgot about it. He had never supposed he would be in such a grand establishment. Everything in the house excited his curiosity. Just inside the door was a great hollowed-out foot of some kind that held umbrellas and parasols and canes and walking sticks. "I sure wouldn't want to get stomped by a foot this big," he said. "No, you wouldn't. It's an elephant's foot," Madame Skull said. "That tusk over the mantel came from the same beast." Sure enough, a gleaming ivory tusk, a little yellowish and taller than a man, was mounted over the mantel. The whole house was full of curious objects and gadgets that he would have liked to look at, but Madame Skull gave him only a moment. In the next room, a lovely yellow girl was polishing a long dining table with a cloth. He smiled at the girl, but she didn't acknowledge his smile. "Don't bring the tea into the bedroom, Felice. Just leave it outside my door," Inez said. "And don't rush us, please. Captain McCrae and I have some serious matters to discuss. Do you take jam with your biscuits, Mr. McCrae?" "Why, yes, I'd approve a little jam if it's no trouble," he said. "Why would it be trouble?" Madame Skull said. "Let us have a few dollops of jam, Felice." "Yes, ma'am," the girl said. Augustus wondered what it would be like to work with a blunt woman such as Madame Skull, but he was allowed no time to do more than nod at the girl. Madame Skull was ascending the long staircase, and she seemed to expect him to follow. On the second floor there was a long hall with high windows at both ends. A yellow bench stood against one wall. Gus was doing his best to hobble down the hall in his awkward boots when Madame Skull pointed at the bench and ordered him to sit. "I've had enough of your hobbling, Captain. Or may I call you Gus?" she asked. "Gus'll do, ma'am," he said, taking the seat she pointed to. "Let's get those boots off. I can't stand a hobbler," Madame Skull said. "I can take 'em off, ma'am, but it won't be quick," he said, a little surprised. "They're tight as gloves." "I'll help you, Gus. Stick out your leg," the lady said. "What, ma'am?" he asked, confused. "Stick out your leg, sir," Inez demanded. When he obeyed, she turned her back to him, straddled his leg, and took his boot in both hands. "Now push," she demanded. "Push with your other foot." Augustus did nothing of the sort. He was intensely embarrassed. Of course, the Rangers often helped one another off with recalcitrant boots by using that method. With a little pushing on the helpful Ranger's backside, the boot would usually come off. But Madame Skull wasn't a helpful Ranger. She was the wife of Captain Skull. Besides, she was a female and a lady. He couldn't stick up a dusty boot and push on her backside. "Ma'am, I can't. I'd be embarrassed," he said. Inez Skull showed no inclination to relinquish the foot she held between her legs. Her black skirt was bunched up around Gus's ankle. Gus was so embarrassed he was blushing, but Inez Skull had her back to him and didn't see the blush. "Push with your other foot, and push now," she demanded. "I'm damned if I'll tolerate any guff from you, Gus. I've helped Inish off with his boots 1,000 times in this way. He says I'm better than a boot jack, and I expect I am. So push!" Gus wiped his foot a few times on the floor and gingerly set it against Madame Skull's backside. He pushed, as commanded, but not very hard, as Madame Skull tugged. "You're right, they're a close fit. Push harder," Inez said. Gus pushed harder, and Madame Skull tugged. To his relief, the boot finally came off. She dropped his foot, and he immediately withdrew his leg. "The other one don't fit as close. I can get it off myself," he said. Madame Skull was looking at him boldly. He had never had a woman look at him with quite such boldness. "Give me the other foot and shut up," she demanded. "Stick your leg out. Let's have it." Again she straddled his leg. Since he had only a sock on his other foot now, Augustus was not quite so reluctant to push. He thought the best thing to do was finish the business of the boot removal and hope it would soon be time for tea. He pushed, and Madame Skull quickly got the second boot off and dropped it beside its mate. She didn't release his foot or his leg, though. Not this time. Instead, she held his foot tightly and began to rub herself against the leg that was now between hers. Augustus couldn't see her face, but again he was deeply embarrassed. Why would the woman forget herself in that way? He didn't say a word. He preferred to pretend that his officer's wife wasn't astraddle him, rubbing his bony leg against herself. It was a predicament so unexpected that he could not think clearly. Madame Skull continued with her activity for what seemed like several minutes. Gus began to hope desperately that a servant would wander upstairs on some chore, in which case surely she would stop her rubbing. Just when he thought Madame Skull might be ready to stop, she suddenly peeled off his sock. Once she had it off, she stroked his bare foot for a minute and then threw the sock across the room. "That sock's too filthy to wash," she said. "I'll give you a pair of ironishes when you leave." "Well, I guess I ought to get along and help Woodrow pretty soon, ma'am," Gus said. He was beginning to be actively fearful, his suspicion being that Madame Skull was a madwoman. No doubt that was why Captain Skull had decided to leave. Inez Skull didn't reply. Instead, to his horror, she pulled his bare foot up under her skirt and began to rub it against herself. Then she reached back, grasped his other foot, peeled the sock off, and stuck that foot under her, too. She began to sway from side to side, rubbing herself with first one foot and then the other. Gus couldn't see her face, but he could hear her breathing, which was hoarse and raw. Then Madame Skull dropped his feet and whirled on him. He had been pulled half off the bench by her exertions already. Before he could scoot back, Madame Skull grabbed his belt and began to yank at it. She was breathing hoarsely, and there was sweat on her forehead and cheeks. "You said your friend Captain Carr was stiff as a poker with the ladies. Now let's see about you," she said. Augustus suddenly realized what Inez Skull had been talking about when she made that remark in the yard. He felt feverish with embarrassment as Madame Skull proceeded to unbutton his pants. What would Clara think if she knew? But then, as Madame Skull opened his pants and began to probe in his long johns, Augustus remembered that Clara was getting married. In only 2 days she would be Clara Allen. What he did with Madame Skull or any woman would not be something she would want to know. The thought filled him with hopelessness. But hopeless or not, Madame Skull was still there, hoarse and insistent. When he slipped down to the floor, he thought for a moment that she might smother him with her skirts. But Clara was gone forever. He had no reason to resist. In any case, it was too late. Madame Skull managed to scoot them over onto a big green rug in front of a closet of some kind. "This will be better, Gussie," she said. "We won't be bumping our knees on this hardwood floor." "What about?" Gus said. He was still nervous about the servants, but he never got farther with his question. Madame Skull overrode it. "Hush up, Gussie, let's trot," she said. "Just be my ranger boy, and let's trot." Call was at a loss to know what could be detaining Augustus. He had got himself well barbered, haircut and shaved, and had a dentist look at a back tooth that had been bothering him from time to time. The dentist wanted to pull the tooth immediately, but Call decided to take his chances and keep it. He waited in Gus's favorite saloon for 2 hours, hoping Gus would appear and they could decide what men to take on their search for Captain Skull. Mrs. Skull had said she might require Augustus to have tea with her, but why would it be taking so long to sip tea? He inquired of the old Dutch bartender, Leoprand, how long tea took to make, thinking there might be some ceremony involved, one he didn't understand. "Tea? Why, 5 minutes if it's a big pot," Leoprand said. He was a small man with no skill at fisticuffs. In the course of trying to subdue unruly customers, his nose had been broken so many times that it now bore some resemblance to the fat end of a squash. Call had already decided that he wanted to take the black man, Dietz, who had been the most useful member of the company on the recent trip north. Dietz could cook and sew and even doctor a little, and had shown himself able to work whatever the weather. He knew he could not linger over his choosing too much longer. The sun was setting. The men chosen would be expected to leave when it rose at daybreak. He wanted to ask Long Bill Coleman to go with them. There was no steadier man available than Long Bill Coleman, but he had just been reunited with his wife Pearl and might not feel like leaving her again so abruptly. Even if Long Bill wanted to go, Pearl might not be willing to relinquish him again so soon. No more, for that matter, would Maggie want to see him leave again so quickly. He dreaded having to go inform her of the order. She had brought up the subject of a baby, a problem he would hardly have time to consider, given all he had to do before leaving. In fact, he would have liked to linger with Maggie a few days and let her indulge him and feed him beefsteak. His dread at having to tell her the governor was sending them off again was so strong that he had 3 whiskeys, an unusual thing for him. It was not something he would have done had Gus McCrae come promptly. Call's suspicion was that Augustus was somewhere in the Forsyth store spooning with Clara. It was a strong enough suspicion that he went outside and sent P.I. Parker across the street to check. P.I. had few friends. He was merely sitting in front of the barber shop when Call sent him on the errand. Call liked the tall, lanky boy. He thought he might take him with them if Gus had no objection. P.I. was back in the saloon before Call had had much time to even lift his glass. "Nope, he ain't in the store. I asked the lady," P.I. said. "She ain't seen him since the 2 of you left for the governor's. That's what she said to tell you." "Now, this is a darn nuisance," Call said. "I need to pick the men and get 'em together. How can I make decisions with Captain McCrae if he's disappeared?" Jake Spoon wandered into the saloon about then and heard the discussion. "Maybe he got kidnapped," he said, mainly in jest. "He just went to take tea with Madame Skull. I can't imagine what's detaining him." "Oh," Jake said. He got a kind of funny look on his face. "What's wrong, Jake? You look like you had a bug," P.I. said. Jake was thinking that he knew exactly what Captain McCrae was doing if he was with Madame Skull. He remembered his own hot actions with her in the closet all too well. The memories of their active lust were a torment to him at night. "I ain't et no bug. I ain't that green," Jake replied. "I just swallowed wrong." "But you ain't eaten nothing," P.I. persisted. "What did you swallow, anyway?" "Because I had air in my mouth, you fool," Jake said, irritated by P.I.'s questioning. "Captain, if you're going off again, can I go?" Jake asked boldly. "There ain't much to do in town with the boys gone." The question took Call unprepared. In fact, the new assignment took him unprepared. The governor, mainly to placate Madame Skull, had given them a task that seemed more ridiculous the longer he thought about it. There were thousands of miles to search, and the man they were looking for had the tracker with him. Captain Skull's departure had been wild folly to begin with, and now he and Augustus were being asked to compound the folly. "I'll discuss it with Captain McCrae, Jake," Call said. "I'm anxious to go if there's a place," Jake said. He thought it unjust that P.I. had got to go on the last expedition, while he had had to stay and run errands for Stove Jones and Lee Hitch, 2 rangers who had both suffered broken limbs from trying to ride half-broken horses. Though unable to travel, the 2 men were easily able to come up with 20 or 30 errands a day that they demanded Jake run. Mainly, they themselves stayed in their bunks and drank whiskey. On occasion, they even tried to get him to fetch them whores. Now there was another expedition forming, and Jake was determined to go. Life in Austin had become so boresome that he'd even put his scalp at risk rather than stay. If the captains wouldn't take him, he meant to quit the Rangers and try to get on as a cowboy on one of the big ranches down south of San Antonio. Call grew more and more vexed. He was also a little drunk, thanks to Gus's lagging, and needed to get on with their decision-making. He got up and left the barroom, meaning to walk up to Long Bill Coleman's house, or rather Pearl's. Long Bill never had a cent to his name, but Pearl had been left a good frame house by her father, a merchant who had been ambushed and killed by the Comanches while on a routine trip to San Antonio. Call was on his way to see whether Long Bill had the appetite for more travel, when he happened to spot Augustus coming down the street in the deep dusk. Augustus usually strolled along at a brisk pace, but now he was walking slowly, as if exhausted. Call wondered if his friend had fallen ill suddenly. In the governor's office he had been somber, but not sick. "Where have you been? We need to be choosing our men and getting them ready," Call said, 3 hours of frustration bursting out of him. "You choose, Woodrow. All I want is a bottle and a pallet," Augustus said. "A pallet? Are you sick?" Call asked. "It's not even good dark." "Yes, sick of Austin," Gus said. "I wish we were leaving right this minute." Call was puzzled by the change in his old friend. All energy and spirit seemed to have drained out of him, and Gus McCrae was a man who could always be counted on for energy and spirit. "You didn't say where you'd been," Call said. Augustus turned and pointed up the hill toward the Skull Castle, its turrets just visible in the darkening sky. "Up there? That's where I've been," Augustus said. "Gus, it's been 3 hours. You must have drunk a fine lot of tea," Call remarked. "Nope, we never got around to the tea," Augustus said. "Not the tea and not the biscuits either. And while we're on the subject, I don't think we ought to bring the captain back." "Why not?" Call asked. "That's the only reason we're going to bring him back. Of course, we got to find him first." "You don't know Madame Skull, Woodrow," Gus said. "I'd say running off might be the captain's only chance." "I don't know what you're talking about," Call said. "I've no doubt they squabble, but they've been married nearly 25 years. The captain told me that himself." "He's a better man than me, then," Augustus said. "I wouldn't last no 25 years. 25 days would put me under." Then, without more comment, he walked off toward the bunkhouse, leaving Woodrow Call more puzzled than he had been before. When Call came in with his saddlebags over his shoulder, Maggie's spirits sank. She was too disappointed to speak. Woodrow only brought his saddlebag into her rooms when he was leaving early. He was meticulous about checking his gear and would spend an hour or more at his task whenever he had to leave. "You've only been here a day," she said sadly. "We haven't even talked about the baby." "Well, you ain't having it tomorrow, and this may be a short trip," he said, not unkindly. "I expect we can discuss it when I come back." "What if you don't come back?" she thought, but she didn't say it. If she spoke, it would only anger him, and she would risk losing the little sweet time they might have. Austin was full of widows whose husbands had ridden off one morning like Pearl Coleman's father and never come back. What Maggie felt was the fear any woman felt when her man had to venture beyond the settled frontier. And even the settled frontier was far from being really safe. Every year, still, settlers were killed and women and children stolen from their cabins almost within sight of Austin. There was not much safety in town, but there was no safety where Woodrow had to go. Worry about him sank deep in Maggie's gut, where it mixed with another grave worry, the question of what she would do if Woodrow refused to marry her or accept her child as his. A woman with a child born out of wedlock had no hope of rising, not in Austin. If she wanted to raise the child properly, she would have to move to another town and try to pass herself off as a widow. It would be hard, so hard that Maggie feared to think about it. Unless Woodrow helped her, she would be as good as lost, and the child as well. But Maggie swallowed her questions and her doubts, as she had many times before. After all, Woodrow was there. He had come to her on his return, and now again on the eve of his departure. He was there, not somewhere else. She did her best to push aside her worries and make the best of their time. The depth of her love for Woodrow Call gave him a power over her that was too great, and he didn't even know he had it. "All right, I'll make you a meal. There's still 2 beefsteaks if you want Gus to come," she said. It made Maggie happy if Woodrow brought Augustus home to eat with them. It was as if he were bringing his best friend home to eat his wife's cooking. She wasn't really his wife yet, but they were jolly on those occasions. Sometimes she and Gus would even tempt Woodrow into playing cards or joining them in a sing-song. He was a poor card player and not much of a singer, but such times were still jolly. "Gus went off to Madame Skull's and stayed 3 hours. That's why I'm late," Call said. "He just went to drink tea with her. I don't know why it took 3 hours. Now he's too tired to eat. I don't think I've ever seen Gus too tired to eat before." Maggie smiled. Everyone knew that Madame Skull took young men as lovers. The younger the better. She had taken Jake Spoon for a while. Everyone knew that, too. Lately, Jake had come mooning around, wanting to make up to Maggie for his bad behavior. He had offered to carry her groceries twice, and had generally tried to make himself useful. But Maggie remained cool. She knew his kind all too well. Jake would be nice until he had what he wanted, and then if she denied him a favor, he would pull her hair or slap her again. There was no changing men, not much anyway. Mainly men stayed the way they were, no matter what women did. Woodrow Call was not all she wanted him to be, but he had never raised a hand to her and would not think of pulling her hair. Jake could offer to carry her groceries if he wanted, but she would not forget what he did. Call noticed her smile when he mentioned Gus's fatigue. "What's that grin for?" "What do you know?" he asked. "It's just a smile, Woodrow. I'm happy because you're here," Maggie said. "No, it was something else, something about Gus," he said. "If you've a notion of why he stayed at Madame Skull's so long, I'd like to know it." Maggie knew she was treading on dangerous ground. Woodrow had strict notions of what was right and what was wrong. But she was a little riled, too. Riled because he was going away so soon, riled because he wouldn't talk about the baby, riled because she had to keep swallowing down the way she felt and the things she needed to say. If he wouldn't think about her baby, at least she could get his goat a little about their friend. "I know why he's tired, that's all," she said, pounding the beefsteak. "Why then, tell me," Call asked. "Because Madame Skull took his pants down. If you'd gone, she would have tried to take yours down, too," Maggie said. Call flinched as if he'd been slapped or jabbed with a pin. "Now that's wrong," he said loudly, but without much confidence in his own conclusion. "How could you know that?" "Because that's what she does with any man who goes home with her when the captain's away," Maggie said. "It's the talk of all the barrooms. And not just the barrooms, she don't care who knows." "Well, she ought to care," Call said. "I expect the captain would take the hide off her if he knew she was stirring up talk like that." "Woodrow, it's not just talk," Maggie said. "I seen her kissing a boy myself over behind some horses. One of the horses moved, and I saw it." "What boy?" Call said. "Maybe they were cousins." "No, it was Jurgen, that German boy the captain hung for stealing horses," Maggie insisted. "He couldn't even speak English." "They could still have been cousins," Call said. But then he gave up arguing. No wonder Gus had come down the hill looking as he sometimes looked when he had spent a day in a whorehouse. "If it's true, I just hope the captain don't find out," Call said. "Don't you think he knows?" Maggie asked. Sometimes Woodrow seemed so young to her, not young outside, but young inside, that it made her fearful for him. It made her even more determined to marry him and take care of him. If she didn't, some woman like Mrs. Skull would figure out how young he was and do him bad harm. "How could he know if she only does it when he's gone?" Call asked. "You don't have to be with somebody every minute to know things about them," Maggie told him. "I'm not with you every minute, but I know you're a good man. If you was a bad man, I wouldn't have to be with you every minute to know that either." Her voice quavered a little when she said she knew he was a good man. It made Call feel a touch of guilt. He was always leaving Maggie just when she had her hopes up that he'd stay. Of course he left because it was his duty, but he recognized that that didn't really make things any easier for Maggie. "Now you're risking your life because she wants somebody to go look for her husband, and she ain't even true to him," Maggie said bitterly. When she thought of Madame Skull's dreadful behavior, kissing and fondling young men right in the street, she got incensed. No decent whore would behave as badly as Madame Skull, and yet she enjoyed high position and went to all the fanciest balls. More than that, she could send men into danger at her whim, as she was doing with Woodrow and the boys. "I guess if it's true and Clara finds out about it, it'll be the end of her and Gus," Call said. "I expect she'll take an axe handle to him and run him out of town." Maggie was silent. She knew something else that Woodrow didn't know. She had happened to be in the Forsyth store one day when Clara was trying on some of her wedding clothes, just the gloves and the shoes. But Clara had made no attempt to conceal the fact that she was marrying the tall man from Nebraska. The wedding was going to be in the church at the end of the street. Now that Augustus was back, surely Clara had told him, but evidently he hadn't got around to informing Woodrow. Perhaps Gus wasn't able. Perhaps talking about it made him too sad. Maggie knew it wasn't her business to tell Woodrow this, and yet concealing things from him made her deeply uncomfortable. She knew he trusted her to tell him everything that might be important to the Rangers, and the fact that Gus had lost Clara seemed pretty important to her. "Woodrow, Gus ain't none of Clara's business any more," she said nervously. "Why isn't he?" Call asked, surprised. "He's been her business as long as I've knowed him, and that's years." "She's marrying that horse trader," Maggie said. "The wedding's on Sunday." Woodrow Call was stunned. The news about Madame Skull's faithless behavior was shocking and repulsive, but the news about Clara Forsythe hit him so hard that he almost lost his appetite for the juicy beefsteak Maggie had cooked him. He knew now why Augustus wanted to leave town so quickly. He wanted to be out of town when the wedding took place. "I never expected her to marry anybody but Gus," he said. "This is a bad surprise. I doubt Gus expected her to marry anybody but him either. I think he hoped his promotion would win her over." To Maggie, his stunned comment was just more evidence that Woodrow was young inside. He wouldn't realize that Clara Forsythe wouldn't care a fig for Gus's promotion. Nor did he realize that it didn't take a woman 10 years to say yes to a man she meant to marry. She herself would have said yes to Woodrow in a matter of days had he asked her. The fact that Clara had kept Gus waiting so long just meant that she didn't trust him. To Maggie, it seemed that simple. And she knew that Clara was right. Gus McCrae could be plenty of fun, but trusting him would be the wrong thing to do. Instead of saying those things to Woodrow, she fed him some apple tarts she had saved up to buy from the bakery. They were such delicious apple tarts that he ate 4 of them, and after a time went to sleep. Maggie held him in her arms a long time. She knew there was much she could say to him, and perhaps should say to him, about the ways of women. But she only had one night, and decided she had just rather hold him in her arms. The troop did not make an auspicious appearance when they gathered in the lots at dawn and began to saddle their horses and tie on their gear. Call had decided to take the 2 boys, P.I. and Jake Spoon, plus Dietz to do the cooking, Long Bill in case there was a desperate fight, and of course himself and Augustus. The latter had not appeared. Long Bill was there, at least, dark circles under his eyes and a haggard look on his face. "Didn't you sleep, Bill?" Call asked. "No, Pearl cried all night. She ain't up to being consoled," Long Bill said. "Women will just cry when the menfolk leave," Call said. His own shirt was wet from Maggie's tears. "Did you hear about Clara? It's got me upset," Long Bill said. "I was looking forward to eating her cooking once Gus married her, but I guess that prospect's gone." "Have you seen him?" Call asked. "No, but I heard he fought 2 Germans in a whorehouse last," Long Bill said. "I don't know what the fight was about." The 2 youngsters, P.I. and Jake, were nervous, Call saw. They kept walking around and around their horses, checking and rechecking their gear. "Gus is late," Call observed. "Maybe he didn't win the fight." "I'll imagine he won it," Long Bill said. "I suppose Gus could handle 2 Germans even if he was heartbroken." Call kept expecting to see Augustus ride up at any minute, but he didn't. They were all saddled up and ready. It was vexing to wait. "His horse ain't here, Captain," Long Bill said. "Maybe he left without us." "I can't get used to you calling me Captain, Bill," Call said. It was an honest dilemma. He and Long Bill had been equal as rangers for years, and in not a few instances Long Bill, who was 5 years older than Call, had shown himself to be more than equal in judgment and skill. He was better with skittish horses than Call was, to name only one skill at which he excelled. Yet through the whim of Captain Skull he and Gus had been elevated, while Long Bill was still a common ranger. It was a troubling consideration that wouldn't leave his mind. Long Bill, though he appreciated the comment, had no trouble with the shift in status. He was a humble man, and considered himself happy in the love of his wife and the friendship of his comrades in arms. "No, that's the way it ought to be," he said. "You're in this for the long haul, Woodrow, and with me it's just temporary." "Temporary? You've been at it as long as I have, Bill," Call said. "Yes, but Pearl and me are having a baby," Long Bill confided. "I expect that's one reason she was so upset. She made me promise this would be my last trip with you and the boys. That's a promise I have to keep. Rangering is mostly for bachelors. Married fellas oughtn't to be taking these risks." "Bill, I didn't know," Call said, startled by the similarity of their circumstances. Long Bill had fathered a child, and now Maggie was claiming he had done the same. "You're welcome to stay if you feel you need to," he told Long Bill. You've done your share, Ranger, and you did it long ago." "Why, no, Captain, I'm here and I'll go," Long Bill said. "I mean to have one last jaunt before I settle down." Just then they saw Augustus McCrae come around the corner by the saloon. Gus was walking slowly, leading his horse. Call saw that he was heading across the street toward the Forsyth store, which was not yet open, it being barely dawn. Call wondered if the matter of Clara's marriage was really as settled a thing as everyone seemed to think. "There he is, headed for Clara's," Long Bill said. "Shall we wait for him?" Call saw Gus turn his face toward where they sat, already mounted. Gus didn't wave, but he did see them. Though anxious to get started, Call hated to ride out without his friend. "I guess he'll catch up with us. He knows which way we're headed," Jake Spoon said. He was anxious to get started before he grew any more apprehensive. "If he lives, he might," Long Bill said, looking at the man walking slowly across the street, leading his horse. "Well, why wouldn't he live?" Jake asked. Long Bill did not reply. What he knew was that Gus McCrae was mighty fond of Clara Forsyth, and now she was gone for good. He was not stepping high or jaunty, and Gus was usually a high stepper in the mornings. Of course, Bill didn't feel like explaining it to a green boy such as Jake. Call, too, saw the dejection in Gus's walk. "I expect he's just going to say goodbye," Call said. "We better wait. He might appreciate the company." Augustus felt queasy in his stomach and achy in his head from a long night of drinking, but he wanted one last word with Clara, even though he didn't expect it to improve his spirits much. But since the day he had met her, every time he rode out of Austin on patrol, he had stopped by to say goodbye to Clara. She wasn't quite a married woman yet. One more goodbye wouldn't be improper. Clara was expecting him. When she saw him come round to the back of the store, she went out barefoot to meet him. A wind whistled through the street, ruffling the feathers of some chickens that were pecking away on the little slope behind the store. "It's cold. You'll get goosebumps," Gus said when he saw that she was barefoot. Clara shrugged. She saw that one of his eyes was puffy. "Who'd you fight?" she asked. "Didn't get their names," Gus said. "But they were rude. I won't tolerate rude behavior." To his surprise, he saw tears shining on Clara's cheeks. "Why now, what's the matter?" he asked, concerned. "I ain't hurt. It wasn't much of a fight." "I'm not crying about the fight," Clara said. "Then why are you crying?" he asked. He hitched his horse and sat down by her for a moment on the step. He cautiously put his arm around her, not knowing if that was still proper. Clara not only accepted it, she moved closer and clasped his hand tight. "It's hard to say goodbye to old boyfriends, especially you," she said. "That's why." "If it's so darn hard, then why are you?" Gus asked her. "Where's the sense?" Clara shrugged again, as she had when he told her she had goosebumps. Then she put her head in her arms and cried harder for a minute or two. Gus didn't know what to think or what to say. When Clara finished crying, she wiped her eyes on her skirt and turned to him once more. "Give me a kiss now, Gus," she said. "Well, that's always been easy to manage," he said. When they kissed, he felt a salty wetness from the tears on her cheeks. As soon as the kiss was over, Clara stood up. "Go along now," she said. "I hope to see you in Nebraska in about 10 years." "You will see me," Gus said. He looked up at her again. He had never seen her look lovelier. He had never loved her more. Unable to manage his feelings, he jumped on his horse, waved once, and trotted away. He looked back, but didn't wave. Clara dried her cheeks. Despite herself, tears kept spilling out. Her father and mother would be up soon, she knew, but she didn't feel like facing them just yet. She walked slowly around the store to the street in front of it. The 6 departing Rangers were just passing. Call and Gus, both silent, were in the lead. Clara stood back in the shadows. She didn't want them to see her, and they didn't. Along the street, also hidden in the shadow of buildings, 2 other women watched the Rangers leave. Maggie Tilton and Pearl Coleman. Maggie, like Clara, had tears on her cheeks, but Pearl Coleman was entirely convulsed with grief. Before the Rangers were even well out of town, she began to wail aloud. Maggie and Clara both heard Pearl's loud wailing and knew what caused it. Maggie knew Pearl from the old days when she'd been married to a bartender named Dan Leary, the victim of a random gunshot that killed him stone dead one night when he stepped outside to empty an overflowing spittoon. Some cowboys had been shooting off guns outside a bordello. One of the bullets evidently fell from the sky and killed Dan Leary instantly. Clara, too, knew Pearl. She was a frequent customer at the store. She started up the street, meaning to try and comfort her, and was almost there when Maggie came out of the alley bent on the same errand. "Why, hello," Clara said. "I guess Pearl's mighty sad because Bill's run off again so soon." "I expect so," Maggie said. She started to stop and leave the comforting to Clara, but Clara motioned for her to come along. "Don't you be hanging back," Clara said. "This job is big enough for both of us." Maggie, ever aware of her position, glanced down the street, but saw only one man, an old farmer who was urinating beside a small wagon. When they reached Pearl, she was so upset she couldn't talk. She was a large woman wearing an old blue nightdress. Her back shook as she cried, and her ample bosom heaved. "He's gone, and he won't be back," Pearl said. "He's gone, and this baby inside me will never have a father. I know it." "Now, you shush, Pearl. That ain't true," Maggie said. "This trip they're taking is just a short trip. They'll all be back." She said it, but in her own mind were fears for her own child, whose father also might never return. Clara put her arm around Pearl Coleman, but didn't speak. People were always leaving, men mostly. The cold wind burned her wet cheeks. Soon she herself would be leaving with Bob Allen, her chosen husband, to start the great adventure of marriage. She was excited by the thought. She expected to be happy. Soon she would be living away from her parents, and Gus McCrae would not be riding in dusty every few weeks to kiss her. A part of her life was gone. And there stood Maggie crying for call, and Pearl Coleman wailing, bereft at the departure of her Bill. For a moment Clara wondered whether life was a happier affair with men or without them. Pearl, who had calmed a little, was walking back and forth, looking down the road where the rangers had gone. Her face was the shape of a moon, and now looked like a moon that had been rained on. "My baby's a boy, I know it," she said. "He's going to need a pa." In a few more minutes the sun came up and the women parted. Pearl, somewhat relieved, went back to her house. 2 or 3 wagons were in the street now. Maggie Tilton discreetly went home through an alley, and Clara Forsythe, soon to be Clara Allen, walked slowly back to her parents' store, wondering if before the summer came a child would be growing in her, too. Book 2. For 3 days, Buffalo Hump and his warriors rode south in a mass, singing and chanting during the day and dancing at night around their campfires. They were excited to be going to war behind their leader. Worm, the medicine man, made spells at night, spells that would bring destruction and death to the Texans. They flushed abundant game and ate venison and antelope when they rested. At night, when the half-moon shone, the warriors talked of killing, raiding, burning, taking captives, stealing horses. They were still well north of the line of settlements and forts. They were lords of the land they rode on, and confident in their power. The young warriors, some of whom had never been in battle, did not sleep at night from excitement. They knew their chance for glory lay at hand. On the 4th morning, Buffalo Hump stayed long at the campfire, watching some of the young men practice with their weapons. He was not pleased by what he saw. Many of the young warriors, his own son included, were not good with the bow. After he had watched for a while, he called all the warriors together and issued an order that took everyone by surprise, even Worm, who knew what Buffalo Hump felt about the proper modes of warfare. "Those of you who have guns, throw them down," Buffalo Hump said. "Put them here in a pile in front of me." More than 200 warriors had firearms of some sort, old pistols or muskets in most cases, but in some instances good, well-functioning repeating rifles. They prized their firearms and were reluctant to give them up. There were a few moments of silence and hesitation, but Buffalo Hump had planted himself before them, and he did not look to be in a mood to compromise. Even Blue Duck, who far preferred the rifle to the bow, did not say anything. He did not want to risk being chastised by his father in front of so many warriors. Buffalo Hump had not expected all the warriors to be happy with his order. He was prepared to have it challenged. Many of the warriors were from bands who scarcely knew him, over whom he held no authority except the authority of his presence. But he had thought much about the great raid they had embarked on. He knew it might be his last chance to beat back the white man, to cleanse the land of them and make it possible for the Comanche people to live as they had always lived, masters of the Llano and all the prairies where they had always hunted. He wanted the warriors who rode with him to fight as Comanches had always fought, with the bow and the lance. And there were reasons for his decision other than his devotion to the old weapons. After he had faced the warriors for a time, Buffalo Hump explained himself. "We do not need these guns," he said. "They make too much noise. They scare away game that we might need to eat. Their sound carries so far the bluecoat soldiers might hear it. There are bluecoat soldiers in all the forts, but we do not want to fight them yet. We will spread out soon. We will slip between the forts and kill the settlers before the soldiers know we are there. We must slip down on the settlers and go among them as quietly as the fog. We want to kill them before they can run and get the bluecoats. Kill them with your arrows. Kill them with your lances and your knives. Kill them quietly, and we can ride on south and kill many more. We will go all the way to the Great Water killing Texans." He stopped so the warriors could think over what he had said. He had spoken slowly, trying to bring all his power into the words. His fear was that some of the young warriors would defy him and split off. They might make their own raid, shouting and raping in the way of young warriors, but if such a thing occurred, there could be no great raid into the large towns of the whites. There were many forts now, all along the Brazos and the Trinity. Unless they could get below the forts into the country where white settlers were thick as sage, the soldiers would pour out of the forts and come after them. Then the Comanches would have to defend themselves rather than bringing war to the settlements. It was not what he wanted, not what he had prayed for. The half-moon was still visible in the morning sky. Buffalo Hump pointed to it. "Tomorrow we will break into small parties," he said. "We will fan out as far as the headwaters of the Brazos. Go quietly between the forts and kill all the settlers you find. When the moon is full, we will come back through the hills to the Colorado and strike Austin and then San Antonio. When we have killed as many Texans as we can, we will go on to the Great Water. If the bluecoats come after us, we can go into Mexico." The warriors listened silently. There was no sound in the camp except the stamping and snorting of horses. No one, though, had stepped forward to lay down his gun. Buffalo Hump feared for a moment that he was not going to be obeyed. The warriors were too greedy and too lazy to surrender a gun, even a poor gun. With guns, they didn't have to hunt so hard and carefully. Too many of them had ceased to depend on their bows or to practice with them. He decided he had better keep speaking to them. "Now is the time to fight as the old ones fought," he said. "The old ones had no trouble killing Texans with our own weapons. It was only when we first tried to use guns that we lost battles to the Texans. The old ones believed in the power of their weapons. They fought so hard that they made the Texans run back down the rivers. We took their women and made their children captives. The Mexicans feared us worse than they feared their own deaths. Leave your guns here, and let us make war like the old ones made it." At that point, old Yellowfoot pushed through the crowd and put his musket on the ground. The musket looked even older than Yellowfoot, one of the oldest warriors to come on the raid. He had wrapped buffalo sinew around the gun so that the barrel would not jump off the stock when he shot at something. It was such a bad gun that no one wanted to stand near Yellowfoot when he shot it, for fear that it might do more damage to them than to whatever Yellowfoot was shooting at. Nevertheless, Yellowfoot was very proud of his gun, and wasted many bullets shooting at game that was too far away to hit. Twice he had killed young horses because his vision was poor and he mistook them for deer. Buffalo Hump was pleased when he saw the old warrior come forward. Though a little crazy, Yellowfoot was much respected in the tribe because he had had over a dozen wives in his life and was known to be an expert on how to give women such extreme pleasure that they would remain jolly for weeks and not complain as other women did. "I am leaving my gun," Yellowfoot said. "I don't want to smell all that gun grease any more." All the older warriors soon followed Yellowfoot's example and put their guns in a pile. Buffalo Hump said no more, but he did not move or look away either. He looked from warrior to warrior, making them face and accept his command or else reject it in front of everybody. In the end, only one warrior, a small, irritable man named Red Cat, refused to put his weapon on what had become a great pile. Though Blue Duck was almost the last man to lay his gun on the pile, he did finally put it there. Red Cat, who was indifferent to what any chief thought, kept his rifle. Buffalo Hump did not want to make too big an issue of one gun. "If you are going to keep that smelly gun, then raid far to the west where the Brazos starts," he asked. "If there are any Texans out that way, you can shoot them. I don't think there are any bluecoats out there to hear you." Red Cat made no answer, but he thought it was stupid of old Buffalo Hump to leave behind so many guns. He meant when he had time to slip back to where the guns were and pick out a new rifle for himself. When Famous Shoes saw that the tracks of the buffalo horse were going straight into the Sierra Perdida, he sat down on a rock to think about it. Skull was studying a small cactus for reasons Famous Shoes could not fathom. Very often Skull would notice a plant he was not familiar with and would stop and study it for many minutes, sometimes even sketching it in a small notebook he carried. Sometimes he would ask Famous Shoes about the plant, but often it would be a plant Famous Shoes had no use for and knew little about. Some plants were useful, and many were very useful, yielding up medicines or food, or, as in the case of some cactus buds, yielding up important visions. But as with people, some plants were completely useless. When Skull stopped for a long stretch to examine some fossil in the rocks or some useless plant, Famous Shoes grew impatient. Now he was very impatient. The little cactus Skull was studying was of no interest at all. All anyone needed to know about it was that its thorns were painful if they stuck you. Now the situation they faced was apt to be far more painful than the thorns of any cactus. They were near the country of Ahumado, the Black Vaquero, a man who had wounded Skull once and who would do worse than wound him if he took him prisoner. Skull needed to recognize that their situation was perilous. Under such circumstances, studying a cactus was not the proper behavior for a captain. When Skull finally came over to where he sat, Famous Shoes pointed at the mountains. "Kicking Wolf has taken your horse into the Sierra," he said. "Three Birds is still with him, but Three Birds does not want to go into the Sierra very much." "I doubt that he does, but how can you tell that from a track?" Skull asked. "I can't tell it from the tracks," Famous Shoes said. "I can tell it because I know Three Birds and he is not crazy. Only a crazy man would ride into the country of Ahumado." "That qualifies me for the asylum, then, I guess," Skull said. "I went there once and got shot for my trouble, and now I'm going again." "Some of the Mexicanos think Ahumado has lived forever," Famous Shoes said. "Well, they're superstitious people," Skull said. "I expect they have too many gods to worry about. The good thing about the Christian religion, if you subscribe to it, is that you only have to worry about the wrath of one god." Famous Shoes didn't respond. Often he could only understand a small fraction of what Skull was talking about, and that fraction was of little interest. What he had just said made him seem a fool. No intelligent man would walk the earth long without realizing that there were many gods to fear. There was a god in the sun and in the floor, a god in the ice and in the lightning, not to mention the many gods who took their nature from animals, the bear god, the lizard god, and so on. The old ones believed that when eagles screamed, they were calling out the name of the eagle god. He thought that Skull would do well not to criticize Ahumado's gods either. Even if the black vaquero hadn't lived forever, he had certainly lived a long time. Men did not live to a great age in dangerous country without cleverness in placating the various gods they had to deal with. "We are in Ahumado's country now," Famous Shoes said. "He may show up tomorrow, I don't know." "Well, Kicking Wolf's ahead of us with my horse," Skull said. "If he does show up, he'll have to take care of Kicking Wolf first." "Ahumado is always behind you," Famous Shoes said. "That is his way. These mountains are his home. He knows trails that even the rabbit and the cougar have forgotten. If we go into his country, he will be behind us." Einish Skull thought the matter over for a moment. The mountains were blue in the distance, dotted with shadows. The way into them was narrow and craggy. He remembered that from his first assault. He picked up a small stick and began to draw figures in the dirt, geometric figures. He drew squares and rectangles, with now and then a triangle. Famous Shoes watched him draw the figures. He wondered if they were symbols having to do with the angry Christian God. In Austin, Skull sometimes preached sermons. He preached from the platform of the gallows that stood behind the jail. Many people gathered to hear Skull preach, white people, Indians, Mexicanos. Many of them could not understand Skull's words, but they listened anyway. Skull would roar and stomp when he preached. He behaved like a powerful medicine man. The listeners were afraid to leave while he was preaching for fear he would put a bad spell on them. "I think you ought to find this man Three Birds and take him home," Skull said when he had finished drawing the little shapes in the dirt. "He ain't crazy, and you ain't either. What's left to do had best be done by crazy folks, which means myself and Mr. Kicking Wolf. If I was perfectly sane, I'd be on a cotton plantation in Alabama, letting my wife's ugly relatives support me in high style," he added. Famous Shoes thought he knew why Kicking Wolf was taking the buffalo horse to Ahumado, but it was a subtle thing, and he did not want to discuss it with the white man. It was not wise to talk to white men about certain things, and one of them was power, the power a warrior needed to gain respect for himself. He himself, as a young man, had been sickly. It was only since he had begun to walk all the time that his health had been good. Earlier in his life he had done many foolish things in order to convince himself that he was not worthless. Once, in the Sierra Madre in Chihuahua, he had even crawled into the den of a grizzly bear. The bear had not yet awakened from its winter sleep, but spring was coming, and the bear was restless. At any time the bear might have awakened and killed Famous Shoes. But he had stayed in the den of the restless bear for 3 days, and when he came out the power of the bear was with him as he walked. Without risk there was no power, not for a grown man. That was why Kicking Wolf was taking the buffalo horse to Ahumado. If he went into Ahumado's stronghold and survived, he could sing his power all the way home. He could sing it to Buffalo Hump and sit with him as an equal, for he would have challenged the black vaquero and lived, something no Comanche had ever done. There was nothing crazy in such behavior. There was only courage in it, the courage of a great warrior who goes where his pride leads him. When he was younger, Buffalo Hump had often done such things, going alone into the country of his worst enemies and killing their best warriors. From such daring actions he gained power, great power. Now Kicking Wolf wanted great power too. "You brought me where I asked you to bring me, and you taught me to track," Skull said. "If I were you, I'd turn back now. Kicking Wolf and me, we're involved in a test, but it's our test. You don't need to come with me. If you meet my rangers on your way home, just give them the news." Famous Shoes did not quite understand the last remark. "What is the news?" he asked. "The news is that I'm off to the Sierra Perdida if anyone cares to know," Skull said. Then he walked away, following the tracks of his big horse toward the blue mountains ahead. They had removed the young caballero's clothes and were tying him to the skinning post outside the big cave when Tudwal came loping into camp with news he thought Ahumado would want to hear. Ahumado sat on a blanket outside the cave, watching old Goyeto sharpening his skinning knives. The blades of the old man's knives were thin as razors. He only used them when Ahumado wanted him to take the skin off a man. The young caballero had let a cougar slip into the horses and kill a foal. Though Ahumado never rode himself, he preferred to walk, he was annoyed with the young man for letting a fine colt get eaten by the cougar. Ahumado also preferred sun to shade. Even on the hottest days, he seldom went into the big cave or any of the caves that dotted the yellow cliffs. He put his blanket where the sun would shine on it all day, and all day he sat on it. He never covered himself from the sun. He let it make him blacker and blacker. Tudwal dismounted well back from the skinning post and waited respectfully for Ahumado to summon him and hear his news. Sometimes Ahumado summoned him quickly, but at other times the wait was long. When the old man was meting out punishment, as he was about to do, it was unwise to interrupt him, no matter how urgent the news. Ahumado was deliberate about everything, but he was particularly deliberate about punishment. He didn't punish casually. He made a ceremony of it, and he expected everyone in camp to stop whatever they were doing and attend to what was being done to the one receiving the punishment. When the young caballero, stripped and trembling with fear, had been securely tied to the skinning post, Ahumado motioned for old Goyeto to come with him. The two men were about the same age and about the same height, but of different complexions. Goyeto was a milky brown, Ahumado like an old black rock. Goyeto had 7 knives, which he wore on a narrow belt, each in a soft deerskin sheath. He was bent almost double with age and only had 1 eye, but he had been skinning men for Ahumado for many years and was a master with the knives. He carried with him a little pot of blue dye to mark the places that Ahumado wanted skinned. The last man whose skin he had removed entirely was a German who had tried to make away with some rocks he had taken from one of Ahumado's caves. Ahumado did not like his caves disturbed, not by a German or anybody. It was rare, though, for him to order a whole man skinned. Often Goyeto would only skin an arm or a leg or a backside or even an intimate part. Tudwal didn't expect him to be that hard on the young vaquero, who had only made a small, understandable mistake. It soon developed that he was right. Ahumado took the little pot of dye and drew a line from the nape of the caballero's neck straight down to his heel. The line was not even an inch wide. Ahumado lifted the boy's foot, drew the line across the sole of his foot, and stepped around him to the other side. Then he carefully continued the line all the way up to the boy's chin. Ahumado pulled the boy's face around so he could look right in his eye. "I do not raise horses for cougars to eat," he said. "I'm going to have Goyeto take an inch of your skin. Goyeto is so good with the knives that you may not feel it. But if you do feel it, please don't yell too much. If you disturb me with too much yelling, I may have him skin your cojones, or maybe one of your eyeballs." Then he walked back to his blanket and sat down. He could see that Tudwal was anxious to tell him something. Usually, while a torture was being performed, he made his couriers wait. It was hard to take in the news accurately when a man was screaming only a few feet away. But Tudwal had been sent north toward the border, and it was never wise to ignore news from the border country. He motioned to Tudwal, who came hurrying over. Just as he got there, old Goyeto made a few cuts and began to peel the little strip of skin down the nape of the young caballero's neck. The boy, not understanding that he was being given only a light punishment, began to scream as loudly as he could. As Goyeto pulled and cut, pulling the strip below the boy's shoulder blades, the boy screamed so loudly that it was impossible to hear Tudwal's news. Before the strip of skin was pulled away past his hips, the boy fainted, and Goyeto stopped and squatted on his heels. Ahumado did not approve of him skinning unconscious men. "2 Comanches are coming," Tudwal said quickly. "They're almost to the Yellow Canyon now." Ahumado was disappointed by the quality of news from the north. 2 Comanches were worthless. He had been hoping that Tudwal might have spotted a party of rich travelers, or perhaps a small troop of federales. The rich people might have money and jewels with them. The soldiers they could torture. He motioned for Galleto to get on with things, so Galleto pricked the caballero's cojones with the knives until he woke up. Soon he was screaming again, though not so loudly. Of course, Tudwal had known that Ahumado would not be excited to hear about the 2 Comanches. He decided to spring the news that he had been holding back. "One of the Comanches is riding the buffalo horse," he said. "Skull's horse." Ahumado had been watching the practiced way Galleto twisted the boy's foot up and held it between his knees as he continued to peel the strip of skin across the sole. Galleto's expert knife work was a pleasure to watch. It took a moment for Tudwal's information to register with him. The boy was screaming more loudly again. "Skull's horse?" Ahumado asked. "Skull's horse," Tudwal said. "I have more news, too." "You are a braggart," Ahumado informed him. "You are no better than a crow." The old man's face was thin. His eyes were as flint when he was displeased, and he was often displeased. "But I am the crow who sees," Tudwal said. "I have seen the 2 Comanches, and I have seen Skull. He is following the Comanches on foot, and he is alone." "Skull wants to kill me," Ahumado mentioned. "If he is alone, why didn't you catch him?" "I am only a crow," Tudwal said. "How can I be expected to catch such a fierce man?" "I think Skull wants his horse back," Ahumado said. "There is no other horse like the buffalo horse." "Maybe he wants his horse back, I don't know," Tudwal said. "Maybe he just wants to visit you." Ahumado watched as Galleto worked the strip of skin up the boy's leg. He worked with such delicacy that the wound hardly bled. Nonetheless, when the peel reached his hip, the young caballero fouled himself. Then, for the 2nd time, he fainted. "I am going to sell this boy as a slave when he wakes up," Ahumado said. "He is too cowardly to work for me. If the federales caught him and squeezed his cojones, he might betray me." Tudwal agreed. Only a little skinning had reduced the young caballero to a sorry state. "What do you think those Comanches want?" Ahumado asked. "I am asking you because you are the crow who sees." Tudwal knew he had better be careful. When Ahumado was disappointed in one of his men, his disappointment could turn into fury, but a cold fury. The old man kept his eyes hidden and spoke in soft tones, so that the man he was angry with could not see, until it was too late, that his eyes were like those of a striking snake. Someone would be struck, usually to the death, when Ahumado began to question things. "One of the Comanches is a man called Kicking Wolf," Tudwal ventured. "He took the buffalo horse. Maybe he means to sell him to you." The old man, the black vaquero, said nothing. Tudwal was scared, and when he was scared he spoke nonsense. Ahumado did not buy horses from the Comanches, or do anything else with them except kill them. The best any Comanche could expect from him was a quick death. The Comanche who was bringing him the buffalo horse was doing a foolish thing, or else he was playing a trick. The man could well be a trickster of some sort, allied with a witch. If he was just a plain man with horse trading on his mind, he was making a foolish mistake. "Go eat," he told Tudwal. "Galleto has to finish his work." Relieved, Tudwal left at once. Galleto pulled the strip of skin up the unconscious caballero's chest and up his neck to his chin. Then he cut it off and walked away with the thin, light strip. He meant to peg it out, salt it a little, and hang it in the big cave with all the other human skins he had taken for Ahumado. On little pegs in the cave were more than 50 skins, a collection any skinner could be proud of. From time to time, Ahumado would come into the big cave for a few minutes, take down the skins one by one, and admire them. He and old Galleto would reminisce about the behavior of this captive or that. Some men, like the German who had tried to steal the rocks, behaved very bravely, But others, weak, like the young caballero, were disappointing to work on. They broke down, fouled themselves, and bawled like babies. Outside, on his blanket, with the winter sun reflecting off the yellow walls of the canyon, Ahumado sat, thinking about the 3 men who were coming from the north, Big Horse Skull and the 2 Comanches. The notion that they had come for a visit was amusing. No one visited him in the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs. When the time came for a visit, he would visit them. "What will you say to the black vaquero when he catches us?" 3 Birds asked. They were camped in a long canyon with high walls, a place 3 Birds didn't like. He had lived his life on the open prairie and didn't like sleeping beneath a cliff of rocks. Someone with the power to shake the earth could make one of the cliffs fall on them and bury them, a thing that could never happen on the plains. In his dream he had seen a great cliff falling and had awakened in a sweat. Kicking Wolf had killed a small pig with spiky hair, a javelina, and was too busy roasting its bones to respond to 3 Birds. Then 3 Birds remembered another bad story he had heard about the black vaquero, this one having to do with snakes. It was said that the old man had such power that he had persuaded the rattlesnake people to give up their rattles. It was said that Ahumado had many snakes with no rattles who could crawl among his enemies and bite them without making a sound. Though 3 Birds normally didn't fear the snake people, he didn't like the thought of rattlesnakes that made no sound. The pig they were eating was tasty, but not tasty enough to make him forget that the black vaquero had a number of evil ways. "Have you heard about the snakes without rattles?" 3 Birds asked. "There might be a few of them living in this canyon right here." "If you are going to talk all night, I wish you would go home," Kicking Wolf said. "I don't want to sleep tonight. I want to stay up and sing. If you want to sleep, you had better go somewhere else." "No, I will sing too," 3 Birds said. And he did sing, far into the night. He had the feeling that they would be dead very soon, and he wanted to sing as much as possible before death closed his throat. The 2 Comanches sang all night, and in the morning took pains to paint themselves correctly. They wanted to look like proud Comanche warriors when they rode into the camp amid the yellow cliffs, the camp of the 100 caves, where Ahumado had his stronghold. Kicking Wolf was just about to mount the buffalo horse when he felt a change come. The sun had not yet struck the cliffs to the south. They were still filled with blue light. 3 Birds had just finished painting himself when he felt the change. Sometimes, hours before a storm, the air would begin to change, though there was no sign of anything to fear. That was how the air changed in the long canyon. "I think he is here," Kicking Wolf said, coming over to 3 Birds. Just then 3 Birds saw a rattlesnake without rattles going under a rock near where they had their blankets. He knew then that Ahumado must be near. He wondered if Ahumado's powers were such that he could turn himself into a snake and come near to spy on them. It might even have been Ahumado who crawled under the rock near where the blankets were. He didn't mention his suspicion to Kicking Wolf, though. Kicking Wolf didn't believe that people could turn themselves into animals, or vice versa, though he admitted that such things might have been possible in the old days, when the spirits of people had been more friendly with those of animals. Then the buffalo horse snorted and swung his head. He looked around the canyon, but didn't move. "I don't want to camp in any more canyons," 3 Birds observed. He was about to outline his objections when he turned and saw an old man sitting on a high rock a little distance behind them. The rock and the man were in shadow still. It was hard to see them clearly. He sat cross-legged on the rock, a rifle across his lap. When the light improved a little, they saw that he was as dark as an old plum. Kicking Wolf knew that he was in great danger, but he also felt great pride. The old man on the rock was Ahumado, the black vaquero. Whatever his own fate might be, he had completed his quest. He had stolen the buffalo horse and brought him to the great bandit of the south. He had done it merely for the daring of doing it. If 100 pistoleros rose up in the rocks and killed him, he would die happy in his courage and pride. "I have brought you the buffalo horse," Kicking Wolf said, walking closer to the rock where the old man sat. "I see him," Ahumado said. "Is he a gift?" "Yes, a gift," Kicking Wolf said. "He is a big horse," Ahumado said. "I shot him once, but the bullet only scratched him. Why did you bring him to me?" Kicking Wolf made no answer. There was no answer that could easily be put into words. He knew that at home, around the campfires, the young men would sing for years about his theft of the buffalo horse and his inexplicable decision to take him to Ahumado. Few would understand it, perhaps none would understand it. It was a thing he had done for no reason and for all reasons and for no reason. He stood on his dignity as a Comanche warrior. He would not try to explain himself to an old bandit who was black as a plum. "I will take this horse, and the other one too," Ahumado said. "You can go home, but you will have to walk until you get to Texas. Then you can steal another horse." Kicking Wolf picked up his weapons. He and Three Birds started to walk out of the canyon past where Ahumado sat. But when Three Birds moved, Ahumado made a motion with his rifle, pointing it directly at Three Birds. "Not you," he said. "Your friend can go, but you must stay and be my guest." Three Birds didn't argue. What had happened was exactly what he had expected would happen. He had come to Mexico expecting to die, and now he was going to die. He was not upset. It was a moment he had been waiting for since the shitting sickness killed his wife and his 3 children. He had wanted to die then, with his family, but his stubborn body had not wanted to go. But some of his spirit had gone with his wife and his little ones, and he had not been able to attend much to the things of the world since then. Now he had had a good journey with his friend Kicking Wolf. They had traveled together to Mexico. He did not want the evil old man to do bad things to him, but as to his death, that he was at ease with. He immediately stretched up his arms and began to sing his death song. Though Three Birds wasn't upset, Kicking Wolf was. He did not like the disrespectful tone the old man had used when he addressed Three Birds. Even less did he like it that Ahumado meant to keep Three Birds a captive. "This man helped me to bring you the buffalo horse," he said. "He has come a long way to bring you this gift." Ahumado kept his rifle pointed at Three Birds. It was clear that he had no interest in what Kicking Wolf had just said. Kicking Wolf was very angry. He had half expected to die when he had decided to bring the buffalo horse to Mexico. He knew that Ahumado was a very dangerous man who killed on whim, that death might be waiting for him in the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs. Besides, Three Birds had talked of little else on the trip except his conviction that Ahumado would kill them. What he had not expected was that he would be spared and Three Birds taken. It angered him so that he had a notion to put an arrow through the old bandit immediately. Did he think a Comanche warrior would simply surrender his friend to torture and death? By that one stroke, Ahumado made him seem a fool, the very thing Three Birds had been telling him he was all the way south. To make matters worse, Three Birds accepted the decision. He was already singing his death song, and his eyes were looking far away. As Kicking Wolf was about to draw his bow, he saw 3 pistoleros to his left. They rose out of the rocks with their rifles pointed at him. 3 more rose behind Ahumado. "In my country, rocks grow men," Ahumado said. Kicking Wolf dropped his weapons and made a gesture of surrender. He could not simply walk out of the canyon and leave Three Birds to his death. If it was to be death for one, it would be death for both. But Ahumado made a gesture with his hand, and several horsemen rode out of the rocks swinging horsehide ropes. Kicking Wolf tried to run, but before he could escape, 3 lassos caught him. The horsemen began to drag him over the rough ground out of the canyon. He could not see Three Birds for the dust his own body raised as the men spurred their horses and pulled him faster. They pulled him through a field of big rocks. Then his head hit one of the big rocks, which sent him into a black sleep. But even as he sank into the darkness, he thought he heard someone singing a death song. When Buffalo Hump came into the big store in Austin, some of the warriors had found an old woman upstairs and had pulled her and had thrown her down the steps. Now they were dragging her through some white flour. They had killed the old man who owned the store with one of his own axes and had used the axe to chop open a couple of barrels of white flour. Some of the young warriors had never seen white flour and took delight in throwing it in the air and covering themselves with it. They also liked dragging the old woman through it while she shrieked. Two of the young warriors outraged her while Buffalo Hump picked out a few hatchets and put them in a sack. Then he came over and waited for the warrior who was outraging the old woman to finish. The woman's husband was lying dead only a few feet away, while outside his warriors were setting buildings afire and killing people as they tried to escape the flames. Some warriors rode their horses into white people's houses and looted everything they could carry. 6 Texans were shot down in the street and scalped where they fell. The people of Austin ran like chickens, and the Comanches pursued them like wolves, killing them as they ran with lances or arrows or tomahawks. The raid had begun just at dawn, but now the sun was well up. Buffalo Hump knew it was time to leave. The young men would have to throw away much of the loot they carried. They would not be able to carry it if there was a fast pursuit. They had killed 4 rangers in one little house, but had seen no soldiers. When the warrior got off the old flour-splotched woman, Buffalo Hump stood over her and shot 3 arrows into her chest. He shot them with all the force of his bow, so that the arrows went through the woman and nailed her to the floor. The woman died immediately, but Buffalo Hump didn't scalp her. She was just an old woman whose thin hair was worthless. He let his men take what baubles they wanted from the store, but told them to hurry. When he came outside, he saw that some of his warriors had caught a blacksmith and were burning him to death on his own forge. One of them pumped the bellows and made the flames leap, while the blacksmith screamed. The high flames set the man's hair on fire. In the street, a young man with no trousers was running, pursued by 3 warriors. They had stolen ropes from the big store and were trying to rope him as a vaquero would rope a cow. But they were warriors, not ropers, and they kept missing. Finally, unable to rope the young man, the warriors began to whip him with their ropes. Then Red Cat joined the fun. He had stolen an axe with a long handle from the store. While the young man was fleeing, Red Cat swung the axe and tried to cut the young man's head off. The blow killed him, but his head was still on his neck. The warriors dragged him around for a while to make sure he was dead. Then Red Cat finished cutting his head off, and they threw his body in a wagon along with some other bodies. Buffalo Hump saw an old man rolling around in the street. He was dying, but not quite dead. He rode over and did what he had done with the old woman with flour on her. He shot 3 arrows into the old man so hard that they went through him and pinned him to the ground. Buffalo Hump meant to do the same thing again as they went south. At every farm or ranch he would put arrows through some Texan. He would leave them nailed to the floor or to the ground. It would be a thing the Texans would notice, a thing they would remember him by. When Maggie was awakened in the first gray light by the high, wild cries of the Comanche warriors racing into Austin, she didn't even wait to look out the window. Their war cries had been in her nightmares for years. She grabbed a little pistol Woodrow had left her for her own defense and raced barefoot down the stairs. The house she boarded in was on the main street. She knew they would catch her if she stayed in it, but she thought she might be able to squeeze under the smokehouse behind it. An old sow had rooted under the smokehouse so persistently that she had dug out a shallow wallow under the back corner of the shack. Maggie raced down the steps and moments later was squeezing herself under the smokehouse. There was room, too. The black sow was larger than she was. She clutched the pistol and cocked it to be ready. Woodrow had long ago taught her where to shoot herself, to spare herself torture and outrage. Once Maggie had squeezed herself as far back under the house as she could get, she heard from behind her somewhere the buzz of a rattlesnake, at which point she stopped and remained motionless. The snake didn't seem close, but she didn't want to do anything to irritate it further. She didn't want to kill herself either. It would mean the end not only for herself, but for the child inside her, too. She knew what happened to women the Comanches took, though. Only yesterday she had seen poor Maudie Clark sitting on a chair behind the church looking blank. The preacher was letting her sleep in a little room in the church until they located a sister in Georgia who might take her in. Her husband, William, had come one day in a wagon, taken the children, and left without speaking a word to Maudie. He had simply ridden away as if his wife had ceased to exist. And his attitude was what most men's would be. Once fouled by a Comanche or a Kiowa or any Indian, a woman might as well be dead, for she would be considered so by respectable society. Maggie didn't know that she could be befouled much worse by an Indian than she had been by some of the rough men who had used her. But then there were the tortures. She didn't think she could stand them. She clutched her pistol, but otherwise didn't move. The snake's rattling slowly quieted. Probably the rattler had crawled off into a corner. Slowly, very deliberately, Maggie squeezed herself a few more inches back. Then she put her face down. Woodrow had told her Comanches were quick to spot even the smallest flash of white skin. Outside, the war cries came closer. She heard horses go right by the smokehouse. 3 Indians went into the smokehouse just above her. She heard them knocking over crocks and carrying off some of the meat that hung there. Something that smelled like vinegar dripped onto her through a fine crack in the floor. But the Comanches didn't find her. 2 braves stood not far from the hog wallow for a moment, but then mounted and loped off, probably to seek more victims. They didn't fire the smokehouse, but they fired the rooming house. She could smell the smoke and hear the crackle of flames. She was afraid the rooming house might fall onto the smokehouse and set it on fire, but didn't dare come out. The Comanches were still there. She could hear their victims screaming. Horses dashed by, and several more Comanches came into the smokehouse. Maggie kept her face down and waited. She was determined to hide all day if need be. Then she heard a scream she recognized. It was Pearl Coleman screaming. Pearl screamed and screamed. The sound made Maggie want to stop her ears and turn off her mind. She didn't want to think about what might be happening to Pearl out in the street. At least Clara Forsythe was safe, married and gone to Galveston only 5 days before. Maggie concentrated on keeping her head down, and she waited. Woodrow had warned her specifically not to be too quick to come out in the event of a raid. Some of the Comanches would hold back after the main party left, hoping to snatch women or children who were brought out of hiding. Maggie waited. One more Indian did come into the smokehouse, perhaps to snatch a ham or something, but he was there only moments. Maggie peeked briefly and saw the warrior's horse spill out turds right in front of her. The warrior left, and Maggie waited for a long time. When she finally began to inch out, she thought it must be noon at least. When she finally did come out, so did the snake that had buzzed at her earlier. The snake glided through a crack in the lower board and was soon under a bush. Many of the buildings along the main street were burning. The saloon had burned to the ground. Maggie inched around the building, but soon decided there were no Indians still in the town. Several men lay dead in the street, scalped, castrated, split open. She heard sobbing from up the street and saw Pearl Coleman, completely naked and with 4 arrows sticking out of her, walking around in circles, sobbing. Maggie hurried to her and tried to get her to stop weaving around, but Pearl was beyond listening. Her large body was streaked with blood from the 4 arrows. "Oh, Mag," Pearl said, "they got me down before I could run. They got me down. My Bill, he won't want me now. If he gets back alive, he'll be ashamed of me and put me out." "No, Pearl, that ain't true," Maggie said. "Bill won't put you out." She said it to cheer Pearl up a little, but in fact there was no predicting what Long Bill would do when he heard of his wife's defilement. She liked Long Bill Coleman, but there was no knowing how a man would react to such news. At that moment, through the drifting smoke, they saw 3 men with rifles coming cautiously up the street. The sight of them brought home to Pearl the fact that she was unclothed. "Oh, Lord, I'm naked, Maggie. What'll I do?" Pearl asked, trying to cover herself with her bloody hands. It was only when she saw the blood on her own hands that she noticed an arrow in her hip. She put her hand on the arrow, which was only hanging by its tip, and to her surprise it came out. "You got 3 more in your back, Pearl," Maggie said. "I'll get 'em out once I get you inside." "Why, I'm stuck like a pincushion," Pearl said, trying to cover herself with her hands. "Just turn around. Those men don't see us yet," Maggie said. "I'll run in the Forsyth store and borrow a blanket for you to cover with." Pearl turned around and hunched over, trying to make herself as small as possible. Maggie ran across the street, but slowed a little as she came up the steps to the Forsyth store. The windows had all been smashed. A barrel of nails had been heaved through one of them. The barrel had burst when it hit, scattering nails everywhere. Maggie, barefoot, had to pick her way carefully through the nails. As soon as she stepped into the store, she felt something sticky on one foot and assumed she must have cut herself on a nail. But when she looked down, she saw that the blood on her foot was not hers. There was a large puddle of it just inside the door of the store. The display cases had all been smashed and flour was everywhere. Horse blankets, harness, ladies' hats, men's shoes had been thrown everywhere. The brown Pennsylvania crockery that Clara had been so proud of had been smashed to shards. Maggie knew she had stepped in a puddle of blood, but it was dim in the store. She didn't know whose blood it was until she picked her way through the smashed crockery and scattered merchandise, and then suddenly saw Mr. Forsyth, dead on the floor, his head split open as if it had been a cantaloupe. Beyond him a few steps lay Mrs. Forsyth, naked and half-covered with the white flour that had spilled out of the barrels. 3 arrows had been driven into her chest, so hard that they had gone through her, pinning her to the floor. Maggie felt such a shock at the sight that she grew weak. She had to steady herself against the counter. For a moment she thought her stomach might come up. Seeing the naked, spraddled woman with the arrows in her chest made her realize how lucky she was, and how lucky Pearl was, and Clara herself, and all the women who were still alive. She herself wasn't even injured. She had to help those who were. It was no time to be weak. Maggie picked her way back to where the blankets were. Instead of taking 1 blanket, she took 3. One she carefully put over Mrs. Forsyth. The 3 arrows stuck up, but there was nothing she could do about that. The blanket didn't cover her well. It left the poor old woman's thin legs exposed, which seemed wrong. She went back, took another blanket, and used it to cover Mrs. Forsyth's legs. The men would have to deal with the arrows when they came to remove the bodies. Then she put a nice blanket over Mr. Forsyth's split head and went outside to help her friend. One of the men with rifles was standing on the porch when she came out. "How about the Forsyths?" he asked, peering in one of the smashed windows. "They're both dead," Maggie told him. "She's got 3 arrows shot clear through her." Then she opened the other blanket, picked her way through the nails, and wrapped the blanket around Pearl, who was still hunched down in the street. The 3 arrows were still in her back, but at least she was covered decently as Maggie walked her home. As soon as Einig Skull saw the horse in the distance, he hid under a little shelf of rock and waited. The horse, still a long way off, seemed to be alone. Skull took out his binoculars and waited for the horse to come round a little closer, for the animal did not seem to be moving or grazing naturally. It moved slowly and looked back over its shoulder frequently, odd behavior for a lone horse in empty country. More than an hour passed before the horse was close enough for Skull to see that it was dragging a man behind it, an unconscious man and an Indian, securely tied at wrists and ankles and attached to the horse by a rawhide rope. There was nothing to see on the vast, spared desert except the one horse walking slowly, dragging the man. Somebody had obviously wanted the horse to drag the man to death. That somebody, in Skull's view, was probably Ahumado. Famous Shoes had talked much about Ahumado's cruelty to captives. Being dragged to death by a horse was about as mild a punishment as Ahumado allowed anyone, if Famous Shoes was to be believed. When the horse was only 100 yards away, Skull crept down to take a closer look. As he came near, he saw that the tied man's body was just a mass of scrapes with very little skin left on it. Skull watched the southern horizon closely to be sure there were no clouds of dust in the air, such as riders would make. He also watched the bound man closely to see if he was merely feigning unconsciousness. It seemed unlikely that a man so skinned and torn could be capable of threatening him, but many a fallen Indian fighter had been fatally lulled by just such reasonable considerations. Once satisfied that it was safe to approach, Skull stopped the horse. He soon saw that the bound man was breathing. There were no bullet holes in him that Skull could see. On his back was a small quiver with no arrows in it. There was a deep gash in his forehead. The beadwork on the little quiver was Comanche, Skull thought. The thongs at his wrists and ankles had been pulled so tight that his flesh had swollen around the cords. From a swift examination of the horse tracks, Skull determined that the horse was one he had just been following for hundreds of miles. It was Three Birds' horse, but Skull didn't think it was Three Birds who was tied to it. Three Birds was skinny, Famous Shoes had told him, but the bound man was short and stocky. "Kicking Wolf," Skull said aloud. He thought the sound of his name might wake the man up, but of course Kicking Wolf was only his English name. What his Comanche name was, Skull did not know. Skull would have dearly liked to know what had happened to Three Birds, and whether Ahumado was in the vicinity, but he could not expect to get such information from an unconscious man whose language he didn't speak. Now that he was in the country of the Black Vaquero, Skull had taken to traveling mostly by night, letting the stars be his map. He knew that the canyon where Ahumado had his stronghold was crevassed and cut with many small caves, some of them no more than pockmarks in the rock, but some deep enough to shelter a man nicely. Undoubtedly Ahumado would post guards, but Skull had been a commander too long to believe that any arrangement that required men to stay awake long hours in the night was foolproof. If he could sneak in at night and tuck himself into one of the 100 caves, he might, with patience, get a clean shot at Ahumado. Famous Shoes had told him that the old man did not like shade. He spent his days on a blanket and slept outside by a small campfire at night. The trick would be to get in a cave within rifle range. Of course, if he shot Ahumado, the pistoleros might swarm into his cave like hornets and kill him, but maybe not. Ahumado was said to be as cruel and unyielding to his men as he was to captives. Most of the pistoleros might only be staying with him out of fear. With the old man dead, they might just leave. It was a gamble, but Skull didn't mind. Indeed, he had walked into Mexico in order to take just such a gamble. But first he had to get into the Yellow Canyon and find a well-situated cave. Famous Shoes had warned him particularly about a man named Tudwal, a scout whose job it was to roam the perimeters of Ahumado's country and warn him of intruders. "Tudwal will know you are there before you know it yourself," Famous Shoes assured him. "Now, that's too cryptic. What do you mean?" Skull asked. But Famous Shoes would not say more. He had given Skull a warning, but would not elaborate, other than to say that Tudwal rode a paint horse and carried 2 rifles. Skull put the man's reticence down to professional jealousy. Famous Shoes missed no track, and evidently Tudwal didn't either. Meanwhile, dusk was turning into night, and Skull had a horse and an unconscious man to decide what to do about. The Comanche very likely was the man Kicking Wolf, the thief who had stolen Hector. In other circumstances, Kicking Wolf was a man he would immediately kill or try to kill. But now the man was unconscious, bound, helpless. With or without Skull, he might not live. With one swipe of his knife, Skull knew that he could cut the man's throat and rid the frontier of a notable scourge. But when he did take out his knife, it was merely to sever the rawhide rope that attached the man to the horse. Then he quickly walked on toward the mountains, leaving the unconscious man tied, but not dead. "Tit for tat, Bible and sword," he said aloud as he walked. Kicking Wolf's daring theft had freed him of a command he was tired of, presenting him with a fine opportunity for pure adventure, solitary adventure, the kind he liked best. He could match his skill against an unforgiving country and an even more unforgiving foe. That was why he had come west in the first place, adventure. The task of harassing the last savages until they were exterminated was adventure diluted with policy and duty. The man who had been tied to the horse was a mystery, and Skull preferred to leave him a mystery. He didn't want to nurse him, nor did he want to kill him. He might be Kicking Wolf or just some wandering Indian old Ahumado had caught. By cutting the rope, Skull had secured the man a chance. If he came to, he could chew his way free and try to make it to water. But Einish Skull didn't intend to waste any of the night worrying the issue. The man could go if he was able. He himself had 10 hours of fast walking to do, and he wanted to be at it. The thought of what was ahead stirred his blood and quickened his stride. He had only himself to consider, only himself to depend on, which was exactly how he liked things to be. By morning, if he kept moving, he should be in the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs. Then he could lie under a rock and wait for the sun to complete its short winter arc. Perhaps when night fell again, if he made good progress, he could crawl through Ahumado's guard and work his way into the cliffs, where he might find a cave deep enough to shelter him for a day. If he could find a suitable cave, he would then need to be sure that his rifle was in good order. He had walked a long distance with the rifle over his shoulder. The sights might well need adjusting. Ahumado was said to be quick, despite his age. Certainly he had been quick the first time Skull went after him. It was not likely that the old man would linger long in plain view once Skull started shooting at him. He needed to cripple him at least with the first shot. Killing him outright would be better still. A brisk, nipping north wind rose during the night, but Skull scarcely noticed it. He walked rapidly, rarely slowing for longer than it took him to make water for 10 hours. Twice he startled small herds of javelina, and once almost stumbled over a sleeping mule deer. Normally he would have shot the deer or one of the pigs for meat, but this time he refrained, remembering Tudwal, the scout who would know he was there even before he knew it himself. It would not do to go shooting off guns with such a man on patrol. Toward dawn, Skull stopped. The closer he got to danger, the keener he felt. For a moment, pissing, he remembered his wife, Inez. The woman thought she could hold him with her hot lusts, but she had failed. He was alone, in Mexico, in the vicinity of a merciless enemy, and yet he found it possible to doubt that there was a happier man alive. At the entrance to the camp in the Yellow Cliffs was a pile of human heads. Three Birds would have liked to stop and look through the heads for a while to see if any friends of his were represented in the pile. Ahumado had killed many Comanches, some of them his friends. Probably a few of their heads were in the pile. Many of the heads still had the hair on them, from what he could see. Three Birds was curious. He had never seen a pile of heads before, and would have liked to know how many heads were in the pile. But it didn't seem a polite thing to ask. "Those are just some heads he's cut off, people," Tudwal said in a friendly voice. Three Birds didn't comment. His view was that Tudwal wasn't really as friendly as he sounded. He might be the man who skinned people. Three Birds didn't want to banter idly about cut-off heads with a man who might skin him. "He won't take your head, though," Tudwal said. "For you it will be the pit or else the cliff." Three Birds soon observed that the camp they were coming to was poor. Two men had just killed a brown dog and were skinning it so that it could be put in the cookpot. A few women who looked very tired were grinding corn. An old man with several knives strung around his belt came out of a cave and looked at him. "Is he the one who skins people?" Three Birds asked. "We all skin people," Tudwal said. "But Goyeto is old, like Ahumado. Goyeto has had the most practice." Three Birds thought it all seemed very odd. Ahumado was supposed to have stolen much treasure in his robberies, but he didn't seem rich. He just seemed like an old, dark man who was cruel to people. It was all puzzling. Three Birds broke into his death song while puzzling about it. He wondered if Kicking Wolf would die from being pulled behind the horse they had tied him to. Three Birds was soon taken off the horse and allowed to sit by one of the campfires, but nobody offered him food. Around him were the Yellow Cliffs, pocked with caves. Eagles soared high above the cliffs, eagles and buzzards as well. Three Birds was startled to see so many great birds high above the cliffs. On the plains where he lived, he seldom saw many eagles. He had expected to be tortured as soon as he was brought into the camp, but no one seemed in any hurry to torture him. Tudwal went into a cave with a young woman and was gone for a long time. The great force of pistoleros that Ahumado was said to command were nowhere in evidence. There were only 5 or 6 men there. Ahumado walked over and sat on a blanket. Three Birds stopped singing his death song. It seemed foolish to sing it when no one was paying any attention to him at all. 2 old women were making tortillas, which gave off a good smell. In the Comanche camp, prisoners were always fed, even if they were to be promptly killed or tortured. But that did not seem to be the custom in the camp of Ahumado. No one brought him tortillas or anything else. When the day was almost past, Tudwal came and sat with him. A peculiar thing about the man, who was white but very dirty, was that his left eye blinked all the time, a trait that Three Birds found disconcerting. "I have been with 6 women today," Tudwal said. "The women are Ahumado's, but he lets me have them. He is too old for women himself. His only pleasure is killing." Three Birds kept quiet. It was in his mind that they might start his torture at any time. If that happened, he would need all his courage. He did not want to weaken his courage by chatting with a braggart like Tudwal. He wondered how Kicking Wolf was faring. If the horse was still dragging him, he was probably thoroughly skinned up. Finally, Ahumado stood up and motioned for Tudwal to bring the prisoner. Tudwal cut the thongs that bound Three Birds' ankles and helped him to his feet. Ahumado led them to the base of one of the high cliffs, where there was a big pit. Tudwal led Three Birds to the edge of the pit and pointed down. In the bottom, Three Birds could see several rattlesnakes and also a rat or 2. "You can't see the scorpions and spiders, but there are many down there," Tudwal said. "Every day the women go out and turn over rocks to find more scorpions and spiders for the pit." Without a word, Ahumado turned toward the cliff and began to climb up a narrow trail of steps cut into the rock. The trail led higher and higher toward the top of the cliff. Ahumado climbed the trail quite easily, but Three Birds, because his hands were bound, had some trouble. He could not use the handholds Ahumado used, and Tudwal. Because of his difficulty with the steps, Tudwal began to insult him. "You are not much of a climber," he said. "Ahumado is old, but he is already almost to the top of the cliff." That was true. Ahumado had already disappeared above them. Three Birds tried to ignore Tudwal. He concentrated on making his feet go up the trail. He had never been so high before. In his country, the beautiful country of the plains, even birds did not fly as high as he was being asked to climb. It seemed to him he was as high as the clouds, only it was a clear evening with no clouds. Behind him, Tudwal grew impatient with Three Birds' slow climbing. He began to poke him with a knife. Three Birds tried to ignore the knife, though soon both his legs were bloody. Finally, he reached the top of the cliff. The black vaquero was standing there, waiting. The climb had taken so long that the sky was red with sunset. When Three Birds reached the top, he found that his lungs were hurting. There didn't seem to be much air atop the old man's yellow cliffs. Around him there was distance, though, a great distance, with the peaks of the Sierra Perdida reddened by sunset stretching as far away as he could see. Three Birds was so high he wasn't quite sure he was still on the earth. It seemed to him he had climbed into the country of the birds for which he was named. He was in the country of the eagles. It was no wonder he could hardly find air to breathe. Near the edge of the cliff, not far away, there were 4 posts stuck in the ground, with ropes going from the posts over the edge of the cliff. Nearby, 4 men, as dark as Ahumado, were squatting by a little fire. Ahumado made a motion, and the dark men went to the first post and began to pull on the rope. Suddenly, as the dark men pulled, Three Birds heard a loud beating of wings, and several great vultures swirled up over the edge of the cliff, almost into their faces. One of the vultures, with a red strip of meat in its mouth, flapped so close to Three Birds that he could have touched it. Three Birds was wondering why the strange old man and his skinny pistolero had brought him so high on the cliff, but he did not have to wonder long, for the dark men pulled a cage made of mesquite branches tightly lashed together onto the top of the cliff. It was not a large cage. The dead man in it had not much room while he was alive, but the vultures could easily get their heads through and eat the dead man little by little. The man's bones were still together, but a lot of him was eaten. There was not much left of the man, who had been small like the dark men who raised the cage. As soon as the cage was on solid ground, the dark men opened it and quickly pitched what was left of the stinking corpse over the cliff. Now Three Birds knew why they had brought him to the top of the cliff. They were going to put him in a cage and hang him off the cliff. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. There were 3 more cages dangling below him. "There is a vaquero down there who is still alive," Tudwall said. "We only put him in 2 weeks ago. A strong man, if he is quick, can stay alive a month in the cages." "Why does he need to be quick if he is in a cage?" Three Birds asked. "Quick or he don't eat," Tudwall said. "Pigeons light on the cages. If the man inside is quick, he can catch birds to eat. We had a card shop once who lasted nearly 2 months. He was quick with his hands." Old Ahumado walked over then. He did not smile. "The cage or the pit?" he asked. "The snakes or the birds?" "If I were you, I would take the pit," Tudwall said. "It's warmer down there. There's some big rats you could eat if they don't eat you first. Or you could eat a snake." Three Birds was watching the dusk fill up the canyons to the south. He felt he was in the sky, where the spirits lived. Perhaps the spirits of his wife and children were not far away, or the spirits of his parents and grandparents, all dead from the shitting sickness. They were all in the high air somewhere, where he was. It might even be that Kicking Wolf was dead, in which case his spirit would be near. "Choose," Ahumado said. "It is almost dark. It is a long way back down to the pit if you want the pit." "Don't you have a better cage to put me in?" Three Birds asked. "This is a filthy cage. It has parts of that dead man sticking to it. I don't think I will be comfortable in such a filthy cage." Tudwall was astonished. He gave a nervous laugh. "It is the only cage we have," he said. "Maybe it'll rain and wash away some of that blood." "It isn't the only cage you have," Three Birds pointed out in a calm, reasonable voice. "There are 3 more cages down there. You showed them to me." "They are full," Tudwall said. "There's that vaquero who's still alive and 2 dead men." "You could throw the dead men out," Three Birds pointed out. "Maybe one of those cages would be cleaner." There was silence on the cliff. Tudwall was disconcerted. What did this Comanche think he was doing? It was crazy to bargain with Ahumado. It would only cause him to think up something worse to do to the prisoner. "He doesn't like our cage," Ahumado said. "Take him back down. We'll let Goyeto skin him." Before Tudwall could reach him, Three Birds took 2 quick steps to the very edge of the cliff. In only a second he could put himself beyond the reach of the old torturer and his blinking henchmen. He only had to step backwards, and he would be gone forever, into the fine air where the spirits lived. For a while he would fly like the birds he was named after. Then he would be where the spirits were, without having wasted any time in the dirty pit or the filthy cage. Three Birds had always been a clean man. He was glad they had brought him to a high place where the air was clean. In a moment he would go backward, into his final home in the air. But he wanted to speak to Ahumado and his henchmen before he left them. "You are stupid men," he said. "A child could fool you. Now Big Horse Skull is coming, and he is not a child. I imagine he will kill you both, and then you will not be skinning people and putting them in cages." Three Birds saw out of the corner of his eye one of the dark men sneaking toward him along the cliff edge. The man was short, so short he must have thought no one could see him. But Three Birds saw him and decided he had lectured the 2 bandits long enough. Somewhere behind him in the air, the spirits hovered like doves. He began to cry out his death song and stepped backward off the cliff. When Kicking Wolf came to, he was almost too weak to move. The tight bonds made his limbs numb, and his eyes were strange. Not far away he saw a horse that appeared to be 2 horses, and a cactus bush that seemed to be 2 cactus bushes. The horse was Three Birds' horse, the one he had been tied to. It was only one horse, and yet when Kicking Wolf looked at it, it became two, and the one bush became two. Some witch had distorted his vision so that he saw two things when there was only one. It must have been Ahumado, or someone who worked for him. Then he saw that the rope that had bound him to the horse had been cut. To his surprise, near his head he saw Skull's footprint, a footprint he had often seen while he was following the Rangers before he stole the buffalo horse. Skull must have been the one who cut him loose. Another puzzling thing. Kicking Wolf's tongue was thick with thirst. When he sat up, the world turned around. Three Birds' horse was still two horses, but the two horses were not far away. Kicking Wolf knew that if he could free himself, he could catch the horse and ride it to water. There must be water nearby, else the horse would not have stayed. Because of his thick tongue, it took him a long time to chew through the bonds on his wrists. It was dark when the rawhide finally parted. The vaqueros who had roped him had not taken his quiver. There were no arrows in it, so they had left it. But in the bottom of the quiver was a small flint arrowhead that had broken off one of his arrows. With the arrowhead, he was able to cut quickly through the rawhide that bound his ankles. Flies were stinging him all over his body where the skin had been taken off in the dragging. All he could do about the flies was throw sand on himself to cover the skinned areas. He found he could not hold his head up straight either. Something had made his neck so sore that he had to keep his head tipped to one side, or else a violent pain shot through him. When it became dark, Kicking Wolf felt a little less confused. In the dark, he could not see two of everything. He made his way slowly to where the two horses that were one horse had been grazing, and when he got there, one of the horses melted into the other. As soon as he mounted, the horse went trotting north. Kicking Wolf found that the riding made him sick. It also made violent pain shoot through his head, but he did not stop and attempt to recover a little. He was still in the country of the black vaquero. In his weakness, he would be easy to catch if Ahumado sent his men back after him. He remembered Three Birds, who had gallantly come with him to Mexico, although he had no business there. Probably Three Birds was being tortured, but Kicking Wolf knew there was nothing he could do about it. The pains shooting through his own head were as violent as torture. He had to slow the horse to a walk, or he would have passed out. In such condition, he could not go back to the Yellow Canyon and try to save his friend. Perhaps later he could go back with many warriors and avenge him. Even Buffalo Hump might join such a war party. He would not like it that the old man had tortured Three Birds to death. He might want to ride to the Yellow Cliffs and do some torturing himself. Near morning, the horse found water, a little trickling spring high in some rocks. The pool was only a few feet across, but it was good water. Kicking Wolf let the horse drink and then tethered him securely. Then he lay down in the water and let it wash his wounds. It stung, but it cleaned him. He drank a little and then drank more until his tongue became the right size again. He wanted to sleep by the little pool, but was afraid to. Ahumado's men would know of the water-hole. They might catch him there. He rested an hour, let the horse drink, and then rode on through the day. It was sunny. He began again to see two things that were one. He saw a deer running, and the deer became two deer. Kicking Wolf knew a bad witch must have made his eyes untrustworthy. The pain in his neck and head was still violent, but he kept riding. He wanted to get back across the Rio Grande. Besides the pain in his head, there was also a sadness in his heart. He had had too much pride, and because of it Three Birds was lost. Everyone had told him that his plan was folly. Even a foolish man such as Slipping Weasel, who did stupid things every day, had been wise enough to warn him against taking the buffalo horse to Mexico. But he had done it for his pride. But his pride had cost his friend's life, and he would have to go home humbled and shamed. Ahumado had taken the buffalo horse, the great horse of the Texans, as if he had been given a donkey. He had not acknowledged Kicking Wolf's courage or anything else. Even courage, the courage of a great warrior, didn't matter to the black vaquero. It occurred to Kicking Wolf as he rode north that the problem with his eyes might not be the work of a bad witch. It might be the work of his own medicine man, Worm. The old spirits might have spoken to Worm and told him that Kicking Wolf had shamed the tribe by his insistence on taking the buffalo horse to Ahumado. The old spirits would know what happened to Three Birds. The old spirits knew such things. They might have come to Worm in a vision and insisted that he work a spell to punish this haughty man, Kicking Wolf. Because he had had too much pride, Worm might have made a spell to change his eyes so that they could never see accurately again. Always he might see two where there was one. Kicking Wolf didn't know. His head hurt, his friend was lost, and he had many days of riding before he got home. When he got home, if he did, no one would sing for him either. Even so, Kicking Wolf wanted to be home. He wanted to see Worm. Maybe he was wrong about the old spirits. Maybe it was one of Ahumado's witches who had made the trouble in his eyes. Maybe Worm could cure him, so that once again he would only see what was there. When Skull awoke, Hickling Prescott was on his mind, and the smell of cooking meat was in his nostrils. His mother, a Tickner, had been a childhood friend of the great historian, whose house stood only a block down the hill from the great Georgian townhouse where Einish Skull had grown up. The world knew the man as William Hickling Prescott, of course, but Skull's mother had always called him Hickling. As Einish Skull was leaving for the Mexican War, he had gone by to pay his respects to the old man, then blind and mostly deaf. It was well to know your history when going off to battle, Skull believed, and certainly his mother's friend Hickling Prescott knew as much about the history of Mexico as anyone in Boston, or in America for that matter. To Hickling Prescott, of course, Boston was America, as much of it, at least, as he cared to acknowledge. Twice before, during the few weeks he had spent in Boston, Skull had made the mistake of taking Inez along when visiting the old man. But Hickling Prescott didn't approve of Inez. Although he couldn't see or hear and wasn't expected to feel, somehow Inez's determined carnality had impressed itself on the historian, who was not charmed. He didn't believe the sons of Boston should marry women from the South, and yet, to his annoyance, not a few sons of Boston did just that. "Why, the South's just that riffraff John Smith brought over, Mr. Skull," the old man said. "Your wife smells like a Spanish harlot. I sat next to her at dinner at Quincy Adams's, and I smelled her. Our Boston women don't smell. At least they smell very rarely. The Oglethorpes were low-bred, you know, quite low-bred." "Well, sir, Inez is not an Oglethorpe, but I admit she can produce an odor once in a while," Einish said. "There are several appealing misses right here in Boston," Hickling Prescott informed him crisply. "I hardly think you needed to root around in that Oglethorpe bunch just to find a wife." He sighed. "But it's done, I suppose," he said. "It's done, Mr. Prescott," Einish admitted. "And now I'm off to Mexico to the fight." "Have you read my book?" the old man asked. "Every word," Einish assured him. "I intend to reread it on the boat." "The Oglethorpes produced many fine whores," old Prescott said. "But, as I said, it's done. Now I'm working on Peru, and that isn't done." "I'm sure it will be masterly when it comes," Einish said. "Magisterial, I would have said," old Prescott corrected, sipping a little cold tea. "I don't expect we'll have to fight Peru, at least not in my time, and I have no advice to offer if we do." "It's Mexico we're fighting, sir," Einish reminded him. There was a silence in the great dim room, whose windows were hung with black drapes. Einish realized he had misspoken. William Hickling Prescott no doubt knew who the nation was about to go to war with. "It was reading your great book that made me want to join this war," Einish told him, anxious to make up for his slip. "If I might say so, your narrative stirs great chords in a man. Heroism, strife, the city of Mexico, victory despite great odds, the few against the many, death, glory, sacrifice." The historian was silent for a moment. "Yes, there was that," he said dryly. "But this one won't be that way, Mr. Skull. All you'll find is dust and beans. I do wish you hadn't married that southern woman. What was her name now?" "Dolly," Einish reminded him, "and I believe her people came over with Mr. Penn." "Oh, that hypocrite," the historian said. "It must have been a great sorrow to your mother. Your marriage, that is. I miss your mother. She was my childhood friend, though the Ticknors in general are rather a distressing lot. Your ma got all the shine in that family, Mr. Skull." "That she did," Einish agreed. There were no black drapes in the stony canyon where Skull had awakened thinking of Hickling Prescott. The walls of the canyon were pale yellow, like the winter sunlight. Skull had slept without a fire and awoke stiff and shivering. On such a morning, a little of Inez's unapologetic carnality would not have been unwelcome. Of course, he was in Mexico, whose conquest Hickling Prescott had chronicled so vividly. Cortez and his few men had captured a country and broken a civilization. When Skull had gone to the old man's house on the eve of his departure for the war, he had meant to probe a little, to get the old man's thoughts on events which he probably understood as well as any living man. But the old man had been indifferent, opaque. What he knew was in his book, and he did not see the point in repeating it to the young man. "I ain't a professor. They got some of them at Harvard," he had said. "Whip 'em and get home, sir," he advised, showing Einish to the door. That he had actually risen from his chair and walked Einish to the door was, Einish knew, a great compliment. There was, after all, a butler to show visitors in and out. The compliment, no doubt, was inspired by the historian's fond memories of his mother. "I'd leave that Oglethorpe girl down in Georgia if I were you," the old man said as he stood in the door, looking out on the Boston he could not see. "She won't do much harm if she's in Georgia. The Oglethorpe smell don't carry that far." But it was a meaty smell, not the memory of the old, crabbed historian that had awakened Einish Skull from his chilly sleep in the Yellow Canyon. What he smelled was meat cooking. He didn't take in the smell with every breath, but intermittently, every few minutes, when there would be a certain shift in the wind, then came the smell. Skull cautiously looked around. The land was broken and humpy. Perhaps someone else was camped behind one of the humps, cooking a deer or a pig. And yet a fire would have meant smoke, and he saw no smoke. "It's dream meat," he told himself. "I'm dreaming of venison and pork because I'm rumbling hungry. I'm so hungry I'm dreaming smells." His only food the day before had been 3 doves. He had crept up on them in the early morning dimness and knocked them off their roost with a stick. He had seared the fat birds over a small fire and had eaten them before full daylight came. He knew he was in the domain of the old killer, Ahumado, and didn't want to be shooting his gun, not for a few days. Nor, ordinarily, did Einish Skull mind fasting. He had seen men killed in battle because fear and dread caused them to lose control of their stomachs or their bowels. In the time of battle, a fighting man needed to stay empty, in his view. There would be time enough for feasting once the battle had been fought. Still, he was human and could not be fully immune to the smell of cooking meat. Then he saw movement to the west. In a moment a coyote came in sight, its ears pricked up, going toward the ridges to the south. The coyote was moving purposely. Perhaps it smelled the cooking meat, too. Perhaps, after all, it was not a dream smell that had brought him awake in the Yellow Canyon. Skull decided he might as well follow the coyote. It had a better nose than he did and would lead him to the meat, if there was meat. He walked for 2 hours, keeping the coyote just in sight. For long stretches he lost the meat smell entirely, but then, faintly, if the wind shifted to the south, he would smell it again. Between one gray ridge and the next, he lost the coyote completely. The country rose slightly. He was crossing a mesa, or tableland, almost bare of vegetation. From being intermittent, the smell became constant, so constant that Skull could say with conviction that it was not a deer or a pig that was being cooked, it was a horse. He had eaten horse often in his trekking in the west, and didn't think he could be mistaken. Somewhere nearby, horse meat was cooking. But why would the smell carry nearly a dozen miles to the canyon where he had slept? Then Skull began to notice tracks, many tracks. He was crossing the route of a considerable migration. There were a few horse tracks, but most of the migrating people were on foot. Some were barefoot, some wore moccasins. There were even dog tracks. It was as if a village had decided to move itself across the empty tableland. Then Skull saw the smoke, which seemed to be rising out of the ground a mile or more ahead. The smoke rose as if from a hidden fire. He didn't know what to make of it, but he did know that he had begun to feel exposed. He was in plain sight on a bare mesa where 100 people or more had just passed. Skull looked around quickly, hoping for a ridge, a hump of dirt or patch of sage, anything that could conceal him, even a hole he could hide in until darkness fell. But there was nothing. Besides, he was marching in stout boots, and his tread would stand out like a road sign to anyone with an eye for tracks. Skull turned and hurried back toward the last cover, doing his best to erase or at least blur his track as he went. Suddenly he felt more exposed than he ever had in all his years of soldiering. A kind of panic seized him, an overwhelming need to hide until dark came. Then he could come back and unravel the mystery of the smoke and the smell of cooking meat. Skull hurried back, scrubbing out his tracks as best he could as he walked. The last ridge had been rocky. He felt sure he could dig under one of them and stay safely hid until dark. Then he saw the old man coming toward him along his own track. The minute he saw him, he remembered something Famous Shoes had said. "Ahumado is always behind you," Famous Shoes had told him. "Don't look for him in front. When he wants you, he will appear, and he will be behind you." The memory came too late. The black vaquero was following the plain track left by his boots. The old man seemed to be alone, but Skull knew his men had to be somewhere nearby. The old man had not lived to a great age by being a fool. Skull decided he would just keep walking, with his head down, pretending he hadn't seen Ahumado until he was in rifle range. He shot best from a prone position. When the distance was narrowed sufficiently, he would just drop to the ground and fire. With one well-placed shot, he could eliminate the black vaquero, the old bandit who had harassed the settlers of the border as ferociously as Buffalo Hump had the settlers along the northern rivers. Of course, the pistoleros would probably run him down and kill him, but then it was not the Skull way to die at home. His brother had been yanked off a whaling ship in the Hebrides and drowned. His uncle Fortescue had drunk poisoned kvass in Circassia, and his father had been attempting to ice skate on the frozen Minnesota River when he was overwhelmed by a band of Cree Indians. The Skulls died vividly, but never at home. Skull had only 100 yards to walk before he was in rifle range of Ahumado. He didn't mean to risk a long shot either. The 100 yards might take him 3 minutes. Then he would have to decide between certain martyrdom and very uncertain diplomacy. If he chose to risk the diplomacy, he would have to live until Ahumado chose to let him die, which might be after days of torture. It was a choice his forebears had not had to make. His brother hadn't meant to get jerked out of the whaleboat, his uncle Fortescue had no idea the kvass was poisoned, and his father had merely been skating when the Cree hacked him down. Skull walked on. Ahumado came in range. Skull didn't shoot. "Too curious about that smoke," he told himself. "Maybe he'll consider me such a fine catch that he'll ask me to dinner." Then he saw to Ahumado's right 4 small, dark men. To his left, a tall man on a paint horse had appeared. The black vaquero, indeed, had not been alone. For a moment, Skull wavered. Only 6 men opposed him. Ahumado carried no weapon. The only gunman was the skinny man on the paint horse. He could shoot him, grab the horse, and run. His fighting spirit rose. He was about to level his rifle when he glanced over his shoulder and saw, to his amazement, that 4 more of the dark men were just behind him, within 30 yards. They had risen as if from the earth, and they carried bolos, the short rawhide thongs with rocks at each end that Mexicans threw at the legs of cattle or deer to entwine them and bring them down. Skull did not level his rifle. He knew he had waited too long. Now it would have to be diplomacy. The fact that the dark men had simply appeared was disturbing. He had looked the terrain over carefully and seen no one, but there they were, and the die was cast. Ahumado came to within 10 feet of Skull before he stopped. "Well, hello from Harvard," Skull said. "I'm Captain Skull." "You have come just in time, Captain," the old man said. The man on the paint horse rode up behind him. He had a blinking eye. The dark men stood back, silent as rocks. "Just in time for what, sir?" Skull asked. "To help us eat your horse," Ahumado informed him. "That's what we are cooking over there in our pit." "Hector," Skull said. "Bible and sword. You must have a big pit." "Yes, we have a big pit," Ahumado said. "We have been cooking him for 3 days. I think he is about cooked. If you will hand this man your rifle, we can go eat him." The tall pistolero rode close. Skull handed him the rifle. With the dark men walking behind him, Einish Skull followed Ahumado toward the rising smoke. Skull stood on the edge of the crater, astonished first by the crater itself, and then by what he saw in it. From rim to rim, the crater must be a mile across, he judged. Below him, at the bottom of it, were the 100 or more people whose tracks he had seen, men and women, young and old. They were all waiting. The smoke rose from a pit in the center of the crater. Hector, whose head was missing, had been cooked standing up in his skin. The old man, Ahumado, had scarcely looked at Skull since his surrender. His eyelids drooped so low that it was hard to see his eyes. Men had shoveled away the bed of coals that had covered the pit for 3 days. The coals were scattered in heaps around the pit. Many of them still glowed red. "We have never cooked a horse this big," Ahumado remarked. "He appears to be thoroughly charred," Skull observed. "You might as well let the feast begin." He felt chagrined. The old man treated his arrival as casually as if he had received a letter announcing the date and arrival time. He had walked into Mexico, convinced that he was proceeding with extreme stealth, and yet Ahumado had read his approach so precisely that he had finished cooking Hector in time for Skull to say grace if he wanted to. Now the need he had always had to be as far as he could get from Boston, not just Boston the place, but Boston as a way of being, had landed him in a crater in Mexico where 100 dark people were waiting to eat his horse. Ahumado made a gesture, and the squatting, waiting people rose like a swarm and crowded into the pit around the smoking horse. Knives flashed, many knives. Strips of skin were ripped off, exposing the dark flesh, which soon dripped blood from 100 cuts. Some who had no knives tore at the meat with their fingers. "They are hungry, but your horse will fill them up," Ahumado said. "We will go down now. I have saved the best part for you, Captain Skull." "This is a big crater," Skull said as they were walking down. "I wonder what made it." "A great rock. Jaguar threw it from the sky," Ahumado said. "He threw it long ago, before there were people." "I expect we'd call it a meteor up at Harvard College," Skull said. Then he saw 4 men shoveling coals out of another, smaller pit. This pit was modest, only a few scoops of coals in it. When the coals were scattered, the men lifted something out of it on 2 long sticks, something that steamed and smoked, although wrapped in heavy sacking. They carried their burden over to a large, flat rock and sat it down. Ahumado took out a knife, walked over, and began to cut the sacking away. "Now this is a treat, Captain," Tudwall said. "You'd do best to eat hearty before we put you in the cage." "I will, sir. I've never lacked appetite," Skull assured him. "I ate my own pig as a boy, and now I expect I'll eat my horse." He did not inquire about the cage he was going to be put in. Ahumado cut away the last of the sacking. Hector's steaming head stared at him from the flat rock. Smoke came from his eyes. The top of his skull had been neatly removed so that his brains would cook. "Now there's a noble head if I ever saw one," Skull said as he approached. "Hector and I harried many a foe. I had expected to ride him back north when the Great War comes, but it's not to be. You were his Achilles, Señor Ahumado." Now the dark men carried machetes. Ahumado gestured for them to move back a few steps. Skull glanced back at the larger pit. Hector was rapidly being consumed. The dark people in the pit looked as if they had been in a rain of blood. So it must have been when the cavemen ate the mastodons, Skull thought. Then he turned back, pulled out his knife, and began to cut bites of meat from the cheeks of his great horse. Once Einish Skull was securely shut in the cage of mesquite branches, Tudwal reached in and offered to cut the thongs that bound his hands and feet. Skull had been stripped naked, too. Both the binding and the stripping were indignities he didn't appreciate, though he maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout. "Stick your feet over near the bars and I'll cut you loose," Tudwal offered. "Then I'll do your hands. You won't be able to catch no pigeons with your hands tied like that. You'd starve in 10 days, which ain't what he has in mind. When he hangs a man in a cage, he expects him to last a while." "I have never cared much for squab," Skull said. "I suppose I can learn to like it if there's nothing else." "A Mexican we hung off this cliff caught an eagle once," Tudwal said. "But the eagle got the best of him, pecked out one of his eyes." "I notice you blink, sir. What happened?" Skull said. "A sparrow get you?" "Nothing. I was just born a-blinking," Tudwal said. The insult, as Skull had feared, didn't register. "But you weren't born in Mexico," Skull said. "You sound to me like a man who was probably born in Cincinnati or thereabouts." Tudwal was startled. How did the man know that? He had, in fact, been born on the Kentucky River, not far from Cincinnati. "You're right, Captain, but how'd you know that?" Tudwal asked. "I suppose it's your mellow tone," Skull said. He smiled at the man, hoping to lull him into a moment of inattention. The cliff they were about to lower him over seemed to fall away for a mile. Once they lowered him, his fate would be sealed. He would hang there in space with half of Mexico to look at until he froze or starved. He didn't relish hanging there for days or weeks, surviving on the occasional bird he could yank through the bars. Ahumado, an old Mayan come north to prey on ignorant people, white and brown, had not proved susceptible to Harvard charm. But Tudwal, the blinking man, did not seem overly intelligent. If he kept talking, he might yet fool him into making a mistake. He had obediently held his feet near the bars, and Tudwal had freed his ankles. His wrists came next, and there lay the opportunity. Tudwal looked puzzled when Skull mentioned the mellow tone. Actually, the man had a nasal voice with little mellowness in it. "Yes, sir. I've been sung too often by Ohio maidens. Some of them may not quite have been maidens at the time. The whores in the fine town of Cincinnati have lullabied me to sleep many times. Have you heard this old tune, sir?" He struck up the old ballad of Barbara Allen. "There was a fair maid dwelling in London town where I was born. There was a fair maid dwelling." Tudwal nodded. Someone far back in his life had once sung that song, a grandmother or an aunt, he was not sure. He forgot for a moment that Captain Skull was about to be dangled to his death. The song took him away, into memory, into thoughts of his mother and his sister when he had led a gentler life. As Skull sang, he held his hands close to the bars so that Tudwal could cut the rawhide thongs. He sang softly so that Tudwal would lean forward as he cut. The moment the bonds parted, Skull grabbed Tudwal's wrist and whacked it so hard against the mesquite bars that he broke it. The knife fell into the cage. He had one weapon. Then he caught Tudwal by the throat and pulled him close enough to the cage that he could reach with the other hand and yank the man's Colt pistol out of its holster. Now he had two weapons. He would have preferred to conserve bullets by strangling Tudwal, but the man was too strong. Before Skull could get his other hand on Tudwal's throat, he twisted away, forcing Skull to shoot him dead, the sound echoing through the yellow canyon. The four dark men who had been waiting to lower the cage immediately took their machetes and trotted away. Ahumado was still back at the crater where the feast was being held, waiting on his blanket. He would have heard the shot. "There, you Cincinnati fool, I warbled you to death," Skull said. His situation had improved dramatically. He had a knife and a gun and 5 bullets. On the other hand, he was in a flimsy cage on top of a 500-foot cliff, and he was naked. The bindings that held the mesquite cage together were hardened rawhide. Skull began to hack at them, but the knife was dull and the rawhide hard as iron. Tudwall's horse stood near. If he could cut himself free, he might have a chance, but the rawhide was so resistant and the knife so dull that it might take an hour to free himself. And he didn't have an hour. "You goddamned fool, why didn't you sharpen your knife?" Skull said. "Not only did you have a Cincinnati voice, you had a goddamned weak Kentucky brain." It annoyed him. He had worked a miracle, killed his captor, and yet he wasn't free. Then, with a moment to breathe, he remembered another of Papa Franklin's fine sayings, "Haste makes waste." He looked more closely at the jointure of the wrappings. He didn't need to hack the cage apart. If he could just break the wrappings at one corner of the cage, he could squeeze out and run. He still had 5 bullets. It seemed good policy to sacrifice 1 or 2 of them to free himself. He immediately tested the decision and was well pleased with the result. 2 bullets, and the wrappings blew apart, and he squeezed through and stood up. His fighting spirit rose. By God, he was out! He squatted briefly over the body of Tudwall, but found only 2 more bullets in a pocket of the man's dirty tunic. But the man at least wore clothes. Skull hastily stripped him and pulled on his filthy pants and tunic. They were too large, but they were clothes. The paint horse stood not 30 feet away. Its ears were up. It looked at Skull nervously. "Steady the yardarm, light on the throttle," Skull told himself. "Haste makes waste." He had to approach calmly and slowly. He could not afford to spook the skittish animal. Without the horse, the dark men would soon run him to earth. The fact that he wore Tudwall's clothes was an advantage. The man's smell lingered in the filthy garments. He could plainly smell it, and no doubt the horse could too. "Bible and sword, that's good of you, boy," he said, walking slowly toward the horse. "Be a good nag now, be a good nag. You're an ugly nag, but I'll overlook that if you'll just carry me to Texas." The horse pawed the ground once, but did not retreat. Skull came on steadily, and soon had the bridle rein in his hand. In another moment he had Tudwall's rifle out of its scabbard and was in the saddle. Then, to his intense annoyance, the horse began to crow-hop. Skull had no skill with broncos, as the Texans called bucking horses. He had to grab the horse's mane to keep from being thrown, and in the process, to his intense vexation, dropped the rifle. Finally, the crow-hopping stopped, but by then Skull was not sure where the rifle was. He saw a line of men on the horizon, and knew that he had no time to search for the gun. He sawed the reins until he had the paint pointed north, and then urged him into a dead run. "I'm gone," he thought, "I'm gone." But then he heard the whirl of bolas as the dark men rose up from behind a low ridge. The running horse went down hard. Skull flew a good distance and lit on his shoulder. As he rose, more bolas were flying at him. One wrapped around his legs. He quickly shot 2 of the dark men, but a third dashed in and hit him on the head with the flat side of a machete. The sky swirled above him as it might if he were on a fast carousel. This time Ahumado supervised the caging. The 3 other cages were pulled up and the pecked-at corpses in them flung over the cliff. Skull was put in the strongest cage. He was dazed from the blow to his head and made no resistance. Ahumado let him keep the clothes he had taken from Tudwall. "I have no one to put in these cages," the old man said. "You will be alone on the cliff." "It's a fine honor, I'm sure," Skull said. His head rang so that it was a chore to talk. "It is no honor, but it means that many birds will come to you. If you are quick, you can catch these birds. You might live a long time." "I'll be quick, but you ain't smart, senor," Skull said. "If you were smart, you'd ransom me. I'm a big Hefe. The Texans might give you 1,000 cattle if you'd send me back. Your people could live a good spell on 1,000 cattle. he added. Ahumado stepped close to the cage and looked at him with a look of such contempt that it startled Einish Skull. The look was like the slice of a machete. "Those are not my people, they are my slaves," Ahumado said. "Those cattle in Texas are mine already. They wandered there from Jaguar's land and parrots. When I want cattle, I go to Texas and get them." He stopped and stepped back. The force of his contempt was so great that Skull could not look away. "You had better try to catch those fat pigeons when they come to roost," the old man said. Then he gestured to the dark men and turned away. The dark men put their shoulders against the cage and nudged it outward over the lip of the great cliff. Slowly the men who stood at the post began to lower it into the yellow canyon. The cage twisted a little as it was lowered. It twisted and swayed. Einish Skull held tightly to the mesquite bars. The height made him dizzy. He wondered if the rope would hold. Far below him great black vultures soared and sank. One or two rose toward him as the cage was lowered, but most of them pecked at the remains of the corpses that had just been thrown off the cliff. Augustus McCrae, broken-hearted because of Clara's marriage, resorted much to the bottle or jug as the 6 rangers proceeded west in search of Captain Einish Skull. It was vexing to call, damn vexing. He was convinced they were on a wild goose chase anyway, trying to find one man in an area as large as West Texas, and a man besides who might not appreciate being found even if they did find him. "It's 2 men, Woodrow," Augustus reminded him. "Famous Shoes is with him." "Was with him. That was a while ago," Call said. "Are you too drunk to notice that time's passing?" They were riding through the sparsely grassed country near the double mountain fork of the Brazos, well beyond the rim of settlement. They had not even come upon a farm for over a week. All they saw ahead of them was deep sky and brown land. "I ain't drunk at all, though I would be if there was whiskey to be had in this country," Gus said. "I doubt if there's a jug of whiskey within 200 miles of here." "That's fine," Call said. "You were drunk enough to last you while it was available." "No, Woodrow, it didn't last," Gus said. "Maybe Clara didn't really marry. She likes to joke, you know. She might have just been joking to see what I'd do." Call didn't answer. The conjecture was too foolish to dignify. Augustus had lost his girl, and that was that. The other rangers were jolly, though, all except Long Bill, who had not expected to leave his pearl so soon. Imagining domestic delights that he was not at home to experience put Long Bill in a low mood. Young Jake Spoon, though, was so jolly that he was apt to be irritating. The mere fact that he had survived 2 weeks in the wilderness without being scalped or tortured convinced him that rangering was easy and himself immortal. He was apt to babble on endlessly about the most normal occurrence, such as killing an antelope or a cougar. The weather had been warm, which particularly pleased P.I. He did most of the camp chores with will and skill, whereas young Jake had adequate will but little skill. The 3rd morning out, he girthed Gus's young horse too tightly. Gus was too hungover to notice. He mounted and was promptly bucked off, a circumstance that didn't please him. He cussed young Jake thoroughly, plunging the young man into a state of deep embarrassment. Dietz, the black man, was the happiest and least troublesome member of the troop. Dietz liked being a scout far better than he liked being in town. The reason being, Call suspected, was because in town there were always men who might abuse him because of his color. "Why are you so darn hard to convince, Woodrow?" Gus asked. "I've known you forever, and I've never been able to convince you of a single thing." "No, you've convinced me of one thing for sure," Call said, "and that's that you're foolish about women. I expect Clara turned you down because she knew you were too fond of whores," he added. "Not a bit of it," Gus retorted. "She knew I'd give up whores in a minute if she'd marry me." Nonetheless, the thought that what Call said might be true made Augustus so unhappy that he wanted to get down and beat his head against a rock. They had only been in Austin 2 days. What happened with Clara happened so fast that when he thought back on it, it was more like a visit in a dream than something real. He wanted to believe that when they returned to Austin again, things would be as they had always been, with Clara in her father's store, unmarried, waiting for him to rush in and kiss her. Long Bill Coleman rode up to the two captains in hopes of getting some things clarified. He had quickly come to regret his gallantry in allowing himself to be conscripted for the new expedition. Adjusting to the racket of domestic life was hard for him after a long trip. It might have been a little quieter had Pearl not insisted on keeping her chickens in the kitchen, but Pearl couldn't stand to be parted from her chickens. So there was the racket to contend with, on top of which Pearl was a fervent woman who liked to make up his absences by lots of fervor, an overwhelming amount of fervor at times, in fact. Thus, Long Bill was subjected to conflicting feelings. Part of him wanted Pearl and her fervor, while another part longed for the peace of the prairies. For the moment he seemed to have the peace of the prairies, though there was no guarantee that the peace would hold. Several times, moving west along the rivers and creeks, they had struck Indian sign, enough Indian sign to make Long Bill nervous. His opinion of the matter, now that he was too far west to do much about it, was that he ought to have stayed with his wife. The chickens, after all, could be tolerated. Better chickens than Comanches. "Shut up, Bill. I don't know where we are, and neither does Woodrow," Gus said when he saw Long Bill riding up, an interrogative look on his face. "I never asked a question," Long Bill pointed out. "No, but you were about to. I seen it in the way you was holding your mouth," Gus said. "I just wanted to know when we give up on finding the captain," Long Bill said. "I got chores to do at home." "You're a ranger, and that comes first," Gus said tartly. "Your wife's big and stout. She can do the confounded chores." "Well, but she's got a baby in her. That will slow some women down," Long Bill said. "Rather than arguing, we need to be paying attention to the trail," Call said. With Augustus in such an uncertain temper, he wanted to cool things before the argument became a fist fight. "What trail?" Gus said. "There's no trail. We're just following our noses, and our noses are pointed west." "That's what it looks like to me," Long Bill said. "Captain Skull's got clean away. When do we go back?" "I guess we'll go back when we've gone far enough," Call said, aware that it was no answer. "Well, but what's far enough?" Jake Spoon asked, thrusting himself into the conversation, and not for the first time either. P.I. Parker would never have intruded when his elders were talking. P.I. offered an opinion only when asked for one, which was seldom. He tried to determine correct procedure by watching his elders. Jake Spoon didn't think in terms of elders or superiors. It never occurred to him that there were times when the two captains might not want to be bothered with a youngster. Jake just barged in and asked his question. "We're not to the Pecos yet," Call said. "If we don't strike his trail between here and the Pecos, I expect we ought to go back." "I think we ought to look in Mexico myself," Augustus said. "Why?" Call said. "We had no orders to look in Mexico." "No, but there's whores and tequila in Mexico," Gus said. "Bill and me, we could drown our sorrows." "I ain't going all the way to Mexico just so you two can drown your sorrows," Call said. "Woodrow always changes the subject when the talk turns to women," Augustus said. "I didn't know the talk was even about women," Call said. "I thought we were talking about when to give up on the captain and go back home." Long Bill Coleman, to his own surprise and Call's, suddenly burst out with an opinion that he'd been holding in for months. "A man ought to marry, Captain," Long Bill said. "It's a lonely life not having no woman to hold on to, and you bunk down at night." Call was so startled by the remark that he hardly knew what to say. "I'm usually working at night, Bill. I don't spend much time in a bunk," he replied finally. Long Bill's Adam's apple was quivering and his face was red. Call had seen him fight several fierce engagements with the Comanches and exhibit less emotion. "I don't know that little Maggie Tilton too well, but I do know she wasn't meant to be no whore," Long Bill said. "She was meant to be a wife, and she'd make a fine one." Then, embarrassed by what he had said, he abruptly shut up and rode away. "Amen," Gus said. "Now, you see, Woodrow, the sooner you marry Maggie, the happier the rest of us'll be." Call was amazed. Here they were in the middle of the wilderness on a dangerous assignment, and Long Bill Coleman, the solidest man in the troop, had seen fit to deliver a public lecture urging him to get married. Surely the decision to marry was a private matter that need only be discussed between the couple who were thinking of marrying. Worrying about it while patrolling the double mountain fork of the Brazos struck him as highly inappropriate. It would only distract them from the business at hand, which was rangering. While on patrol, he liked to give his full attention to the landscape, the men, the horses, tracks, sign, the behavior of the birds and animals they spotted, anything that might help keep a troop of men alive in a country where a Comanche raiding party could swoop down on them at any moment. It was no time to be clouding the mind with issues of marriage or lustful thoughts, and the mention of slim Maggie Tilton did lead to lustful thoughts. Many a night, on guard, he had been distracted by the thought of Maggie. It was just good luck that he hadn't come under sudden attack at such a moment. Long Bill, embarrassed by his own impertinence, avoided call for the rest of the day. Augustus, as surprised by Long Bill's statement as call had been, thought it best to avoid the subject of marriage for the rest of the day. That evening, as soon as he'd had coffee and his bite, Call walked away from the campfire and sat by himself all night. "I doubt he'll marry her, Gus," Long Bill whispered to Gus McCrae. "I doubt it, too," Gus said. "He ought to, though. You're right about that, Bill." In the middle of the next afternoon, they heard the crack of gunshots from some low rocky hills to the north. Then a dog bayed, a hound of some kind. They had just watered their horses at a thin trickle of creek with a few wild plum bushes scattered along it. While the horses were taking in water and the men relieving themselves of it, Dietz hurried up and down the little creek looking at the plum bushes. Of course, it was too early in the year for plums yet, but he liked to make note of such things in case they passed that way in June, when the sweet plums would be mature. When the shots rang out, Dietz came hurrying back. There were 2 shots, and then silence, except for the hound. Since the party was so small, Call and Augustus decided they had best stay together. They could not afford to send one man to scout. He might be surrounded and cut down. "That ain't a real hound," Augustus ventured. "It's a damn Comanche imitating a hound. They can imitate anything, you know, Indians can." All during his years as a ranger, Augustus had been prone to anxiety because of the Indians' well-known ability to perfectly mimic bird songs and animal sounds. He had never actually caught an Indian imitating a bird, but he knew they could. Long Bill Coleman shared this particular anxiety. "That's Indians for sure, Captain," he said. "They're trying to make us think there's a hound over in those rocks." Call didn't share the anxiety. Dietz himself could mimic several animals and most birds. He could perfectly imitate the snuff an armadillo makes when startled, and Dietz wasn't an Indian. Besides, there was an abundance of wildlife, birds and animals, that did an excellent job of making their own sounds. The ridge of shaly rock where the shots had come from looked uninviting, though. The ridge wrinkled the prairie for miles and could easily shelter an ambushing war party. "They're there, Woodrow," Augustus said. "They're just waiting till we get closer. Look to your weapons, boys." Young Jake Spoon was so terrified that he felt frozen. He put his hand on his pistol but was too scared to pull it out. If an Indian did come running at him, Jake felt the fright alone would kill him. He realized he had been wrong not to stay in town. He felt as good as dead and just hoped the termination would be as quick and painless as possible. "Well, if that's a Comanche, he not only sounds like a dog, he looks like a dog," Call said. A large gray hound had just appeared, trotting back and forth amid the rocks. Long Bill felt immediate relief. "Well, I know that dog," he said. "That's old Howler, Ben Lilly's dog. Ben probably shot a bear. That's all he does, shoot bears." "I doubt there's many bears out in this country," Gus said. "There's one less now. Ben Lilly, he's deadly on bears." The sight of the large gray dog dispelled the general apprehension. As they drew closer to the rocky ridge, the hound started howling again, a dismal sound, P.I. thought. He had never been overly fond of the canine breeds. Sure enough, when they clattered over the rocks that covered the ridge, they came upon a large, stooped man in buckskin clothes, skinning a young brown bear. The man's thick hair and long beard were evidently strangers to the comb or the brush. He favored them with a quick glance and then went on with his work. "Howdy, Mr. Lilly," Long Bill said. "What are you doing out here on the Baldies?" He had intended the remark to be jocular, but Ben Lilly took it literally. "Skinning a bear?" he said. "That bear's not much bigger than a cub," Augustus said. "If his ma's around here, I expect she'll be wanting to eat us." "Shot her yesterday," Ben Lilly said. "Took us a day to catch up with the cub. Howler and me, that's us." Call thought the man looked daft. What use was a dead bear in a place so remote? Of course he could eat some of the meat, but why take the skin, which was heavy and awkward to transport? Where would he take it anyway? Yet the man seemed content at his task. He even began to whistle as he skinned, and he clearly had no interest in the Rangers. "Well, if you shot his ma, where's her skin?" Augustus asked. He, too, was puzzled by the skinning. How many bear skins could a man use? "Buried," Ben Lilly said, a little testily. "I bury skins. Then if I get caught in a blizzard, I can dig up one of my skins and wrap up." "You best be worrying about Indians, not blizzards, Mr. Lilly," Longbill said. "If Buffalo Hump was to catch you, I expect he'd throw you on a campfire and cook you." Ben Lilly disregarded that remark completely. He finished with his skinning and sat down on a rock. He plunged his hunting knife into the ground to cleanse it, then took out a whetstone and began to sharpen the knife. The fact that his task was concluded seemed to put him in a sociable mood. "You can have this bear meat," he informed them. "I don't eat much bear." Dietz had been hoping for such an offer. He immediately got down and began to inspect the carcass, meaning to secure the tenderest cuts. But what was tender on a bear? "We've been sent to look for Captain Einish Skull," Call said. "He was last seen going south with one scout. Have you seen or heard of him?" The name Skull seemed to excite the man. He looked at the group with interest for the first time. "I know Skull," Ben Lilly said. "Took on a hunt once over east. He wanted to shoot bear, and we shot him. One bear got into the cane brakes, and Skull crawled in after him and shot him. He was a small fella. He went right into that cane and shot that quick little bear." "That's him. He's a hunter," Augustus said. "We need to find him if we can." Ben Lilly was carefully folding the bloody bearskin. "Ain't seen Skull since that hunt over east," he said. "I'd know him if I seen him, but I ain't seen him. I expect they took him in the big raid." All the Rangers were startled by the remark. "Big raid? What big raid?" Gus asked. Ben Lilly looked at them with genuine astonishment. "The big raid," he repeated. "Ain't you seen any dead? I buried 6 dead just yesterday back up this creek. 6 dead trying to farm where they oughtn't to farm. Took me all morning to bury 'em. I'd have caught this cub sooner if I hadn't had to do that burying." "We've been on the trail for 2 weeks," Call said. "We don't know anything about a raid. Was it Comanches?" "It was Buffalo Hump," Ben Lilly said. "He came down off the plains with a passel of warriors, 1,000 or more." 1,000 braves? "I doubt it," Call said. "People always think there's more Indians than there are when the Comanches attack." Ben Lilly hoisted his bearskin onto one shoulder and picked up his gun. Then he whistled for his dog. "Go east," he told him. "See how many dead you find. There's dead along every creek. I don't know how many men he came with, but he struck Austin and nearly burned it down. This wasn't just a few scalp snatchers. Buffalo Hump came for war, and he made it." All the Rangers were stunned by his last statement. "Struck Austin? Are you sure?" Longbill said. "Struck it and burned most of it," Ben Lilly repeated. "Killed everybody he saw, that's what I heard." Then, without waiting for further comment or discussion, he took his gun and his bearskin and walked away. He took no more interest in the troop of Rangers. "Do you believe him, Woodrow?" Longbill asked. "My wife's in Austin. My Pearl." "I don't know why he'd lie to us," Call said. "Clara," Gus said. "My Lord, I wonder if she was gone when they struck." "I wonder if Maggie hid where I told her to," Call thought. "Woodrow, we have to go back," Augustus said. "If they burned Austin, Clara might be dead." Longbill remembered the captive they had rescued, Maudie Clark, now demented. What if the Comanches caught Pearl and left her in the same state? "Captain, let's go back," he said. Augustus looked across the emptiness they had just crossed. Now they would have to recross it, riding for days and days in great anxiety. "Lord, I wish I was a bird," Gus said. "I wish I could just fly home." "You ain't a bird, Gus," Call said. All the rangers, even Dietz, seemed stunned by Ben Lilly's news. An Indian force large enough to strike Austin and burn most of it was a calamity greater than they could immediately comprehend. Call felt stunned, too. The first time he and Augustus had gone into the Pecos country with a small surveying troop, 9 Comanches, led by Buffalo Hump, had attacked them, killed 3 men, and captured their ammunition. None of the 9 Comanches had been so much as grazed by a ranger bullet. If 1,000 warriors had indeed come into the settlements, there might be little to defend by the time they reached Austin. "You ain't a bird," he said again to Gus. "We can't fly it. We'll have to ride it. And we don't want to wear out these horses because horses won't be easy to find on the way back. Buffalo Hump's probably run off most of the horses from the ranches out this way." "I don't care about the darn horses. I just hope he ain't took my wife," Long Bill said. "Took her or killed her. I don't think I can do without my Pearl. I should never left her not to come on no silly chase like this." Augustus, though heartsick himself, saw the anguish on Long Bill's face and thought if he joshed him a little it might help. "Now, Billy, don't worry," he said. "Pearl's too bossy to steal. She'd argue those Comanches to a frazzle. I expect she'll be there ready to boss you when we get back." The witticism had no effect. Long Bill looked no less anguished. The rangers sat in silence while Dietz finished taking what he hoped was tender cuts of the bear meat. "I guess Captain Skull will have to find his own way back," Call said, looking south. Then he turned his horse, and the little troop began the long ride home, every man wondering what they would find when they got there. Buffalo Hump took only 1 man with him when he went on to the Great Water. He took Worm, the medicine man. The glory of the great raid was over. The Comanches had harassed and murdered the Texans in town after town, and had even defeated a company of bluecoat soldiers who charged at them foolishly, not realizing how many warriors they faced. By then the Comanches were driving more than 1,000 stolen horses. The bluecoats managed to separate off a few of the horses, but then they had to leave them and flee for their lives. One soldier, whose horse went lame, fell behind. When his gun misfired, Blue Duck killed him with a lance, a thing that would have made Buffalo Hump proud had Blue Duck not spoiled his coup by bragging about it excessively around the campfire that night. It was no great feat to kill a white soldier whose horse was lame and whose gun wouldn't shoot. Blue Duck also bragged excessively about his rapes. Buffalo Hump had meant to take Blue Duck and a few warriors on to the Great Water, but after listening to Blue Duck brag, he decided to leave the boy, let him fight his way back to the plains. He did not want such a braggart with him. Many of the warriors were still crazy for blood. They did not want to stop killing just to see water. The morning after the chase with the bluecoat soldiers, Buffalo Hump decided to leave the war party and go alone with Worm to the Great Water. The raid had been a fine triumph. All the Texans knew again that the Comanche power was still great. The Texans were scattered and frightened. They had their dead to bury, their wounded to heal. The bluecoat soldiers would come in time to the Llano, but it would not be soon. Buffalo Hump spoke to some of the chiefs who had joined the raid with their warriors. He advised them to break into parties of 40 or 50 and filter back up to the plains along the old trails. The whites, if they pursued at all, which he doubted, would wear themselves out trying to decide which party to chase. When Blue Duck saw his father preparing to leave with only old Worm for a companion, he loped over and watched his father filling his quiver with arrows. Buffalo Hump had worked on the arrows most of the night, making sure that the arrowheads were tightly set. "I will come with you," Blue Duck said. "You might need me." "No, you go with the horses," Buffalo Hump instructed. "Keep them together and travel fast. Take them to the canyon and don't lose any. I will come in a few days with Worm." Blue Duck was annoyed. He was a warrior now. He had killed a bluecoat, and yet his father treated him like a horse herder. "What if the Texans trap you?" he asked. "You will not get much help from that old man." "I will not need much help," Buffalo Hump said. It wearied him to have to be always arguing with his son. The boy never accepted any command simply as an obedient son should. He always had words of his own to say about every request. Because Blue Duck was so rude, Buffalo Hump had to keep reminding himself that he was also brave. He was one of the bravest young men in the tribe. He, too, had been brave and daring when he was young, yet he had not been disrespectful. His own father was named Two Arrows. He had once killed the largest grizzly bear anyone had ever seen with only 2 arrows. Buffalo Hump would never have dared question anything Two Arrows told him to do. He seldom spoke to his father unless Two Arrows asked him something. He would not have dared be rude, as Blue Duck was rude. Blue Duck did not like being sent home with the horses. He sulked and pouted and insulted 2 young warriors, hoping to provoke a fight. Buffalo Hump saw it all, but he ignored it. He gathered his things, motioned to Worm, and left the camp. It was a relief to go. He had taken pride in being able once more to gather so many warriors that the whites could not stand before them. But now he felt the need to be alone, to move quietly across the land and just take care of himself, without having to mediate disputes and make decisions for so many warriors. Worm was old. He was a man of silence. He could speak prophecy and make spells, but mostly he was quiet and alert, a pleasure to travel with. For 2 days they traveled through the thick brush country, a country where there were many armadillos. Worm was particularly fond of armadillo meat. Also, the little scaly animal seemed to amuse him. Sometimes he would catch an armadillo that was half in its hold and would have to tickle its testicles to make it come out. When he cooked an armadillo, he carefully preserved the scaly case that had been the beast's defense. Soon he had several armadillo shells dangling from his pack. "Why do you like that meat so much?" Buffalo Hump asked him one night. They were only 1 camp from the Great Water. He himself had killed a javelina that afternoon and was eating it. In his view, pig was tastier by far than armadillo. Worm rarely answered a direct question directly. "The armadillo people are from a time before the Comanche," Worm said. "They were here when we were not. They are so old that they have learned to grow shells, and yet they are not slow like turtles." Worm paused. He was studying the paw of one of the armadillos he had killed. "If we could learn to grow shells, we would be safe in battle," he said. "If I eat enough of these armadillos, maybe I will grow a shell." "You have eaten several, and I don't see any shell on you," Buffalo Hump commented. Worm was silent. He preferred to think his own thoughts about the armadillo people. The next day they came to a country where the trees were low and inward bent from the constant push of the sea wind. The air was so salt Buffalo Hump could lick salt off his lips. The land became swampy, with tall reeds higher than a horse growing in dense thickets. There were inlets of water here and there, with cranes and great storks standing in them. As they grew nearer the sea, both the land and the air were alive with birds. Geese and ducks in great numbers floated on the inlets or waddled through the grass. There were white gulls that rose and dipped. But the most interesting to Buffalo Hump were the great cranes. They came from far in the north and did not stop in the Comanche country. Once, in Nebraska, on the Platte River, he had seen a few of the great cranes, but in the swamps and inlets near the Great Water there were thousands of them. Worm seemed in awe of the birds. His old eyes widened when the storks flapped into the air or when the herons sailed down to the water on their wide wings. He turned his head from side to side and listened when the seagulls spoke. It was as if he were trying to learn their language. Worm had only half an upper lip. The other half had been cut off years before in battle. When he was excited, he licked his half lip. It was a thing he did, too, when his interest in a woman was high. The women of the tribe joked about it. They could always tell when old Worm needed a woman because he licked his lip. All his wives had died of one illness or another. There was a story about him from the old days that the old women told the young women to inform them about the vengefulness of men. Worm had once had a wife who would not open her legs when he wanted her. To teach her obedience, Worm had made a great black cactus grow out of her womb, a cactus with thorns so sharp that the woman could never close her legs again, but had to walk with them widespread even when she was only doing chores. Buffalo Hump had heard the story from Hair on the Lip and did not believe it. "I have been with this tribe since I was born," he said. "I have never seen a woman waddling around with a cactus sticking out of her." "Oh, no, a bear took that woman. You were just a child then," Hair on the Lip assured him. Buffalo Hump still did not believe her, but he did like most of the stories Hair on the Lip told. Many of her stories were about things that happened to humans while they were coupling. Such stories seldom failed to amuse him. After wading through several inlets, frightening many birds off the water, Buffalo Hump and Worm at last came to the long strip of sand that bordered the Great Water. They rode along the edge of the Great Water for many miles. Buffalo Hump liked to ride on the wet sand, so close to the sea that the waves foamed over the hooves of his horse as the waves died. Worm, though, would not come near the Great Water. He kept his horse far back at the edge of the sand, where sand gave way to grass. He tried repeatedly to point out to Buffalo Hump that the Great Water was unsafe to approach, but Buffalo Hump ignored him. He rode where he wanted to ride. "There are great fish in the water, and snakes as long as the tallest pine tree," Worm insisted. "One of those snakes might wrap its tongue around you and pull you under." Buffalo Hump paid no attention to Worm and his talk. Despite Worm's protest, he camped that night on the sandy beach. The air at night was warm and salty. He built a small fire of driftwood and sang as the fire died. Worm finally came and sat with him. They shared a little of the javelina meat. Worm still worried that the water might somehow engulf them. "That water is never still," he told Buffalo Hump suspiciously. "It is always moving." Buffalo Hump shrugged. He liked it that the water moved, that the waves came in and went out. He liked the sound it made, a sound that came from depths he could not see. "I like the land. It doesn't move," Worm said. "This water sighs like a woman who is sad." There was some truth in that comment, Buffalo Hump thought. The ocean did sigh like a woman as she sighed in sorrow or at the slowing of her passion. "There are great fish in that water, with mouths so wide they can swallow buffaloes," Worm worried. Buffalo Hump sang over Worm's droning, his complaints. He sang much of the night in the warm salt air. In the gray mist before the dawn, Buffalo Hump got on his horse and sat waiting for the sun. On impulse, he forced the horse into the water and made him swim until the small waves broke over them. Then he swam back to land. Worm was beside himself when he saw Buffalo Hump in the water. He was worried about the snake as long as a pine tree, but Buffalo Hump had no such worry. He merely wanted to watch the sun rise out of the water. All his life he had watched the sun rise upward out of the prairie. Now he wanted to see it come out of the water. When it came, at first it was only a faint glow in the grayness of water and sky. "We had better move back there in those trees," Worm said when Buffalo Hump came out. "Why?" Buffalo Hump asked. "They say the sun rides all night on the back of a great fish," Worm said. "When it is time for morning, the great fish brings it back so it can shine on the people of the land and make them warm." In the mist it was hard to see the sun clearly. Buffalo Hump wondered if there was a great fish so large that it could carry the sun. He watched the surface of the water and saw no great fish, though that didn't mean that the story was untrue. The sun was now well up. Maybe the great fish that carried it had gone back to its home in the deep water. Maybe the fish slept all day while the people of the land enjoyed the sun. He didn't know. What Buffalo Hump did know was that the ocean was a great mystery. In his country, the stars and the moon were the great mysteries. He had been studying them all his life, and yet he knew nothing of the stars and the moon. The ocean was such a mystery, too. He could live his life on the sand, as the Indians of the seaside did, and yet never know the secrets of the ocean, why its waves moved in and out, why it sighed like a woman. Perhaps the ocean was even more powerful than the moon and stars. After all, it had called him to it, across hundreds of miles of land. Although the fighting had been good, he had finally grown restive with it. He did not want to delay any longer his trip to the great water. When the sun was high, Buffalo Hump rode back to Worm, who was crouched nervously over the little campfire. Often Worm could be irritating, a cranky man with half an upper lip and many fears and complaints. But Worm, for all his complaining, was a powerful prophet, and sometimes his clearest prophecies were called forth by his fears. Buffalo Hump wanted a prophecy. All through the fighting he had wanted one, for his feelings were not good. Although he had felt again the excitement of war and the thrill of running down and killing his enemies, there had been a sadness in him through it all. At night, as the young men sang and bragged of their killing, he had felt apart and could not make the sadness leave. In his life he had had many victories. The young men bragging and singing were as he had been in his youth, brave and unthinking. They expected that they would live their life as warriors and have many victories over the whites and the Mexicans. In their dreams and in their songs they saw themselves as Comanche warriors always, men of the bow and of the horse. Buffalo Hump knew, though, that for most of them it would not be that way. A warrior skilled with the lance and the bow might, if he were bold, prevail over a man with a gun, but 1,000 men with guns, whether they were skilled or not, would win in a battle against even the bravest warriors with bows. His son, Blue Duck, though foolish and rude, would have to fight with the gun if he were to live. Buffalo Hump knew that the blue-coat soldiers would come in thousands some day. Their defeat would sting. They would try to reverse the Comanche victory. They would not come this year, but they would come. There were as many of them as there had once been buffalo. It was a bitter truth, but a truth. The young warriors who were even then stringing white scalps on their lances would either die in battle or end their days as old Slow Tree had predicted, growing corn on little patches of land the white men let them keep. Buffalo Hump wanted to see the ocean because the ocean would always be as it was. Few things could stay forever in the way they were when the spirits made them. Even the great plains of grass, the home of the people, would not be always as it had been. The whites would bring their plows and scar the earth. They would put their cattle on it, and the cattle would bring the ugly mesquite trees. The grass that had been high forever would be trampled and torn. The Llano would not be always as it had been. The ocean and the stars were eternal, things whose power and mystery were greater than the powers of men. Long before, when Buffalo Hump was a boy, his own grandmother had predicted the end of the Comanche people. She thought it would come through sickness and plague, and indeed sickness and plague had carried off almost half the people. Now, looking at the great water, Buffalo Hump wanted to know if Worm had a prophecy that would tell him how the next years would be. He got off his horse and sat for a few minutes with the old man, Worm. It was Worm who had said that the pox and the shitting sickness were caused by gold. He had a vision in which he saw a river of gold flowing out of a mountain to the west. The whites ran through their country like ants, seeking the gold, and left their sicknesses behind them. "I will take you away from this water you dislike so much if you will tell me a prophecy," Buffalo Hump said. "I won't let a great fish get you either, or a snake as long as a pine tree." "I have the vision now," Worm said. "Last night I could not sleep because I heard too many horses squealing in my head." "I heard no horses squeal," Buffalo Hump said. Then he realized he had made a foolish comment. Worm was not talking about their horses, but about the horses in his vision. "It was not these horses with us," Worm said. "It was the horses we have taken in the raid, and the others, the horses at home." "Why did they squeal? Was there a cougar near?" Buffalo Hump asked. "They were squealing because they were dying," Worm said. "The white men were killing them all, and the sky was black, but it was not a storm. The sky was black because all the buzzards in the world had come to eat our horses. There were so many buzzards flying over that I could not see the sun. All I could see were black wings." "Is that the whole prophecy?" Buffalo Hump asked. Worm merely nodded. He seemed tired and sad. "That is a terrible prophecy. We need our horses," Buffalo Hump said. "Eat a little of this meat, then we will go." "We will have to slip along at night," Worm said. "All the whites will be looking for us now." "Eat your meat," Buffalo Hump said. "Don't worry about the whites. I'm going to take you up the Rio Grande. Once we are far enough up it, we can go home along the old war trail we used to ride when we went into Mexico and caught all those Mexicans. I don't think we will see many whites out that way. If we do see whites, I will kill them." Worm was relieved. They had traveled far on the great raid, all the way from the Llano to the sea. He did not care for the sea, he was tired, and he had no more armadillo meat to eat. But Buffalo Hump gave him a little of his pig meat, and he ate it. When Worm had eaten, Buffalo Hump mounted and led him inland, back through the twisted trees, toward Mexico. "It's such a far way back, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I swear I wish we hadn't gone so far from town." He said it at night, as they were burying two men whose scalped and cut-open bodies they found just at dusk at the foot of a small hill. The two men had been traveling in a little wagon with nothing much in it except axes. The Indians hadn't destroyed the wagon, but they had used the axes to hack the two men open. "It's far yet, and we can't make no time for burying folks," Long Bill observed. The three older rangers watched as P.I., Dietz, and Jake Spoon dug the grave. The day before, they had found a family slaughtered by a poor little tent. Evidently they had intended to start a farm. There were 2 women among the 6 dead. Seeing the women, whom they wrapped in blankets and buried properly, put Gus in mind of Clara, Long Bill in mind of his Pearl, and Call in mind of Maggie. It would be many days before they knew whether their womenfolk had suffered the fate of the 2 young women just buried, and the anxiety was tiring them all. For 3 days they had pushed the horses to their limits, and yet they were still 10 days from home. At night none of the older men could sleep. Images rose up in their minds, images that kept them tense. Call usually went off with his rifle and sat in the darkness. Long Bill and Gus stayed by the fire, talking about anything they could think to talk about. P.I., Jake, and Dietz, with no one at home to worry about, said little. Jake had thrown up at the sight of the mutilated bodies. "I never seen how a person looks inside themselves before," he said to P.I., who didn't reply. P.I. was afraid to talk about the deaths for fear that he would cry and embarrass himself before the older men. The sight of dead people made so much sadness come in him that he feared he couldn't contain it. In death people looked so small. The dead adults looked like sad children, and the dead children looked like dolls. The fury that found them was so great that it reduced them as they died. "Why will people come out here, Captain?" Jake asked as they were burying the 2 men who were traveling in the small wagon. "This ain't farm country. What could you grow out here?" Call had often wondered the same thing himself. Over and over, rangering, he and Augustus had come upon little families far out beyond the settlements attempting to farm country that had never felt the plow. Often such pioneers didn't even have a plow. They might have a churn, a spindle, a spade, and a few axes, an almanac, and a primer for the children. Mainly what they had, as far as Call could tell, was their energies and their hopes. At least they had what most of them had never had before, land they could call their own. "You can't stop people from coming out here," Call said. "It's open country now." Later, Call and Augustus walked off from the group a little distance to discuss the problem of Long Bill, who was so distraught at the thought his Pearl might have been killed or kidnapped that he seemed to be losing his mind. "Bill's always been steady," Call said. "I wouldn't have expected him to get this bad." "He's bad, Woodrow," Gus said. I guess he's as crazy about Pearl as I am about Clara." The fact was, Call himself had had a number of disquieting thoughts about Maggie since hearing about the raid. Maggie had tried 3 times to talk about the baby she was carrying, a baby she claimed was his, but in his haste to round up his troop and get them started, he had put her off, a rudeness he regretted. Now Maggie might be dead, and the child too, if there really was a child. "I mean to leave Texas forever if Clara's dead," Augustus told him. "I wouldn't want to live here without my Clara. The memories would be too hard." Call refrained from commenting that the woman Gus was talking about wasn't his anymore. If Clara had left Austin before the big raid, it was because she had married Bob Allen. "Let's get off the damn Brazos tomorrow," Gus suggested. "Why?" Call asked. "There's always abundant water in the Brazos." "I know it, that's why," Augustus said. "Where there's water, there's farmers, or people who are trying to be farmers. It means more people to bury. Me, I'd like to get on home." "It's wrong to leave Christian folk unburied," Call told him. "It ain't if we don't even see 'em," Gus said. "If we get away from all this watered country, we won't happen on so many." It was a still, windless night, and very dark. The 3 young gravediggers had to bring burning sticks from the campfire in order to determine if they had the grave deep enough. The spades they were digging with had belonged to the 2 men who were murdered. "We could start a hardware store with all the spades and axes scattered around out here," Gus remarked. Long Bill had not come out with them to the gravesite. They could see his tall form pacing back and forth in front of the campfire, making wavy shadows. "Oh, St. Peter!" they heard him exclaim. "Oh, St. Paul!" "I wish Billy would hear some new saints to pray to," Gus said. "I'm tired of hearing him pray to Peter and Paul." "He can't read. I guess he's forgot the other saints," Call said. The gravediggers had paused for a moment. They were all exhausted from hard travel and from fear. Call felt sorry for Long Bill Coleman. Seldom had he seen a man so broken by grief, though Pearl, the woman he grieved for, might well be alive and well. Pearl, though large, did not seem to him exceptional in any way. She had none of Clara's wit or spirit, nor Maggie's beauty of face. Pearl must be a mighty good cook for him to take on about her so before he even knows if she's dead. "No, she ain't," Augustus said. "I've had Pearl's cooking, and it was only fair. I expect it's the pokin'." "The what?" Call asked, surprised. "The pokin', Woodrow," Gus said. "Pearl was large, and large women are usually a pleasure to poke." "Well, you would think that," Call said. In the aftermath of the Great Raid, much to her distress, Maggie's business increased. No one knew exactly where the Comanches were, but rumors of widespread carnage swept the town. Some said that Buffalo Hump had killed 300 people in San Antonio and 100 more in Houston. Then a counter-rumor reversed those numbers. Others thought he had burnt Victoria, while someone had heard that he was already in Mexico. There was a general fear that he might come back through Austin and finish what he had begun. Men went about heavily armed, draped with all the weapons they could carry. At night the streets were empty, though the saloons still did a good business. Men were so scared that they drank, and, having drunk, discovered that they were still too nervous to sleep. So they came to Maggie, a stream of men, knocking on her door at all hours of the day or night. She couldn't protest, but she was not welcoming either. She had been sickly of a morning lately, and was often nauseous or queasy during the day. Her belly had begun to swell visibly, yet none of the men seemed to notice. They were so scared that only what she sold them could bring them a little peace. Maggie understood it. She was scared herself. Some nights she even went down and hid in the crawl space under the smokehouse. It brought her a little relief, both from fear and from the men. Maggie longed for Woodrow to show up with the boys. Once Woodrow was there, the men would leave her be. Although they were only 2 men, they were respected. The townspeople took much comfort from their presence, just as she did. Every morning at first light, Maggie looked out her window toward the corrals where the rangers kept their horses. She was hoping to see Woodrow's buckskin, Johnny. If she could just spot Johnny, she would know that he was back. But morning after morning, There was no sign of the Rangers. Maggie found Call's absence almost too much to bear at such a time, with the baby in her. Just as she was hoping to give up whoring forever, all the men wanted her to do was whore, and she was afraid to refuse. The dark thought struck her that Woodrow might be dead. He had left with only 5 men, and the Comanches numbered more than 500, some said. The Rangers might all be dead, and likely were. Even to think it made Maggie feel hopeless. If Woodrow was dead, she would have no father for her baby. Then the whoring wouldn't stop. The men at the door, the men on top of her, the men who counted out money and waited for her to lay back and pull up her skirt. She would go on laying there, lifting her skirt to men who were none too clean, who stank and vomited, who had violence in their eyes, until she got sick or was too old to be worth the money they counted out. She thought she could have borne all the worry and all the doubt a little better if Woodrow had just had time to talk to her about the baby, to give her some hope that he would marry her or at least help her with the child. He hadn't seemed to be angry about it. Just a few words would have been enough. But he had been in a hurry. Usually was. Maggie could not find it in her to tax Woodrow too hard for his failure to speak. She rarely taxed Woodrow too hard about any of the things that bothered her. He was a captain now and had many responsibilities. Her hope was that he would come round to liking the idea of a child, or at least to not minding it much. When Woodrow Call did get angry with her, a coldness showed in him that made her question whether happiness would ever be hers. He could be so cold when angered that Maggie wondered how she had ever come to care for him anyway. He had only been a customer, after all, a young man with quick needs like many another. The older whores had all warned her not to get attached to customers. One named Florrie, who had taught her something of the business, had been emphatic on that score. "I've known whores to marry, but it's a seldom thing," Florrie said. "It's one of those things that if you look for them, you won't find them." "Well, I ain't looking," Maggie declared. She had been much younger then. It wasn't entirely true. She had already met Woodrow Call and already knew she liked him. "I looked once, but not no more," Florrie said. "I just take their money and give 'em a few jerks. It don't take much longer than it takes to wring out a mop, not if you set your hips right." The next year, Florrie stumbled coming down her own steps and broke her neck. She had a big basket of laundry in her arms. It was the laundry that caused her to misstep. She was lying dead at the bottom of the steps with her eyes wide open when they found her. A goat had wandered over and was eating her laundry basket, which was made of coarse straw. Maggie, despite Florrie's advice, had gone on and got attached to Woodrow Call, so attached that she would sometimes put her hand on her belly and imagine that there was a little boy inside who would look just like him. One morning, when she had gone out early to draw a bucket of water, she was surprised to see the sheriff limping up her stairs. The sheriff was named Gawsworth Gibbons. He was a large man and, in the main, kindly. Several times he had taken Maggie's side in disputes with drunken customers, a rare thing for a sheriff to do. Despite Gaw Gibbons' kindly attitude, Maggie was always a little disturbed to see a sheriff coming up her stairs. It could mean she was going to be asked to move or some such thing. The sheriff had a bad limp, the result of a wound sustained in the Mexican War. It took him some time to mount the stairs. All Maggie could do was stand and wait, wondering what she could have done to prompt a visit from the sheriff. "Why, what is it, Gaw?" she asked. She had known Gawsworth Gibbons long before he became a sheriff. Before the Mexican War, he had made his living shoeing horses. "Has somebody complained?" she asked. Gawsworth Gibbons smiled his large, kindly smile and followed Maggie into her room before answering. "No complaints, Mag," he told her. "All that's wrong is just what's apt to be wrong with any feller." To her shock, Maggie saw that he had money in his hand. He was coming to her as a customer, something that had never happened in the years she had known him. It took her a moment to adjust to the notion. The sheriff, out of consideration, turned his back as he lowered his pants. Even from the back, though, Maggie saw that the skin on his legs was twisted in a strange way. The skin had black specks in it, as if Gaw Gibbons had been peppered. Then she recalled that what she had heard about his war wound was that he had been severely burned, A keg of gunpowder had blown up while he stood near it, blowing gunpowder and bits of the barrel into his legs. "My wife, she's about give up on me, Mag," the sheriff said. "I expect she just can't tolerate these burned legs no more." "Oh, gaw," Maggie said. The fact that he spoke so sorrowfully when he mentioned his wife made the business at hand a little less hard. Inish Skull quickly discovered that Ahumado didn't want him to starve too soon or too easily. Every second day, one of the dark men whose duty it was to watch the cages lowered him a small jug of water. Though dizzied at first by the height and the space and the constant swaying of the cage, the lightest wind seemed to move it, Inish Skull gradually persuaded himself that the old man wanted him to live. Why else the water? Perhaps upon consideration, the notion of a large ransom became more appealing. Though in view of Ahumado's searing contempt, to think thus was probably to think too optimistically. Far from wanting him to live, Ahumado may only have wanted him to starve more slowly, thus the fresh, cool water. The first jug tasted as good as a meal. In thinking about his situation, hung off a cliff, a 200-foot drop below him, and an infinite space before him, Skull soon concluded that whatever the black vaquero might want, he wanted to live. He was in good health, had sustained no wounds, was of sound mind. Thinking about the matter soberly, he realized that he had often felt more hopeless in his wife's arms than he did in Ahumado's cage. He was of the mental temperament to relish extreme situations, in fact had spent much of his career seeking them out. Now he had found himself in as extreme a situation as any man could well want. Few of his Harvard brethren had sought the extreme quite so successfully. It would make a good story to tell in the yard next time he was there. Of course, in order to have the pleasure of telling, he first had to meet the challenge of surviving. In practical terms, that meant securing the food most likely to be available, which meant birds. The only possible alternative was worms. His experience as a naturalist taught him that earthworms were to be found almost everywhere. He might be able to scratch a few out of Ahumado's cliff, but probably too few. Of birds there was no scarcity. The cage attracted them, not merely eagles and vultures, but others. On the first morning he caught a pigeon and 2 mourning doves. The pants he wore, once Tudwalls, were ragged things. Skull unraveled one leg a bit and hung the 3 birds with threads from the pants leg. In the Skull family, game was always hung before it was consumed, the customary period of hanging being 3 days. There was no reason to abandon the family standards that he saw. Far below he could see the people of the village. Few of them looked up. They had no doubt seen many people hang and die in the cages. Every day Ahumado sat on his blanket, and he did look up. Not with his naked eye, though. Skull saw the glint of sun on glass, and realized Ahumado was watching him through binoculars, no doubt taken from some murdered officer or traveler. This knowledge perked him up. Contempt or no contempt, at least he had caught the old man's interest. Skull had a spectator now. He meant to give the man on the ground a good show. When Skull searched the pockets of Tudwall's filthy garments, he found a small tool that he had missed when searching the clothes for bullets. The tool was a file of the sort used to improve the sights on a rifle or cut the head off a nail. It wasn't much, but it was something. Although the cage he swung in had a solid bottom, there were cracks in it. Skull took great care not to drop his file. As long as he had it, there were ways he could employ his mind. He could keep a calendar by scratching lines on the rock of the cliff, and he immediately began to do so. Skull knew a bit of geology. He had heard Mr. Lyle lecture on his first visit to America, and had even sat with the great man at a luncheon in Washington. It occurred to him there might be fossils or other geological vestiges in the stony cliff behind him, vestiges he could investigate. To make sure that he didn't drop the file, he unthreaded another cord from his pants leg and used it to secure the little tool, tying one end of the thread to the file and the other end to a bar of the cage. Fortunately, he was small enough to get his legs through the bars of the cage. Wiggling them vigorously was the best he could do by way of exercise. It amused him to consider what Ahumado must think, watching him wiggle his legs. He had caught a curious prisoner this time, one a little more resourceful than the miscreant peasants he had been wont to cage. If his diet was limited, Skull told himself, at least his view was magnificent. In the morning he could see the mist lift off the distant peak as the red sun rose. The nights, though chilly, produced a fine starlight. Skull had not made much progress in astronomy, but he did know his constellations, and they were there to be viewed in sharp and peaceful clarity every night. The fourth day was cloudy. It sprinkled in the morning, which was welcome. It allowed Skull to wash himself. But a mist ensued so thick that he could not see the ground, a fact which dampened his spirits considerably. He liked to look down, observe the life of the camp, and watch Ahumado watch him. It was a competition they were in, the Bostonian and the Mayan, as he saw it. He needed to observe his opponent every day. Now and then, through the mist, he would see one of the great vultures sail by. One vulture flew so close that he saw the bird turn its head and look at him. The bird's old eye reminded him in that instance of Ahumado's. The resemblance was so sharp that it spooked Skull for a moment. It was as if the old Mayan had turned himself into a bird and flown by to taunt him. Skull felt sour all day, sour and discouraged. For all his skill at catching birds, his calendar keeping, his feet wiggling, he was still hung in a cage off a cliff with no way down. The contest wasn't for a day or a week. It was for as long as he could convince himself it was worth it to hang in a cage and eat raw birds at the whim of an old man who sat on a blanket far below. The next day, though, was one of brilliant sunlight, and Skull's spirits improved. He spent much of the morning in close inspection of the cliff above him. They had lowered him some 70 feet, he judged, and the rope that held the cage seemed sound. But the ascent, if he decided to try one, was sheer. He could saw the bindings of the cage with his precious file and break out. But if he chose the climb, he knew he had better do it quickly, while he still had his strength. In a week or two, poor diet and cramped quarters would weaken him to such an extent that he could never make the climb, or escape the dark men and their machetes if he did. For most of the day, Skull weighed his chances. He studied the cliff face. He looked down at Ahumado. In the afternoon, he saw some young women filing out of camp with laundry on their heads, making for a little stream not far from camp. Some vaqueros were there, watering their horses. The young women took the laundry far upstream from the men and the horses. Now and then Skull would hear a rill of laughter as the young women pounded the clothes on the wet rocks. The vaqueros mounted and rode away. As soon as they were gone, the women began to sing as they worked. Skull could only faintly catch the melody, but the sight of the young women cheered him nonetheless. It was a fine joke that his adventuring had finally got him hung off a cliff in Mexico, but it didn't stop the laughter of women or their flirtations with men. As the day waned, Skull fingered his file, wondering how long it would take him to file through the bindings of the cage if he chose to try the climb. While he was looking up and down, considering, he saw a brilliant flash of color coming toward the cage. The brilliancy turned out to be the red and green plumage of a large parrot, which flew past his cage and turned its head for a moment to look at him. Again, Skull was startled. The parrot's eye reminded him of Ahumado's. The impression was so strong that he dropped his file, but fortunately the string he had attached it to saved it. Later, when the sun was down and the canyon lit by strong starlight, Skull decided he must be having altitude visions. He knew from his experiences in the Alps that high air could make a man giddy and prone to false conclusions. The parrot and the vulture were just birds. No dove and no pigeon had lighted on his cage that day. Skull put it down to his jumpiness, his indecision, his nerves. He knew he had better get his thoughts under control and regain some calm, or the fowl of the air would avoid him, and he would starve. The next morning he fixed his mind on a task, which was to remember his Homer. He took his file and began to scratch a Greek word on the surface of the rock behind him. By noon he had completed a hexameter. All day he worked on, scratching Greek into the rock. The giddiness left his head, and the nervousness his limbs. "Hard and clear," he told himself. "Hard and clear." The rock was not easy to work. Skull had to press the file hard to give the Greek letters the graceful shape they deserved. His fingers cramped from gripping the file so hard. Now and then he had to stop and flex them. Below, old Ahumada was watching him through the binoculars. In the stream, the girls were spreading wet clothes again. Skull's nerves no longer put off the birds. In the afternoon, he caught 2 pigeons and a dove. "That takes care of the larder," he told himself, but he did not pause long enough to hang the birds or pluck them. By evening, the great words were there, each letter as distinct as Skull could make it, words hard and clear, to remind him that brave men had battled before. Hoi de mega froneontes anaptolomoio gefuras heato panu krioi, pura disfisi caeto polla. Hostotan urano astra faenen amphiselenen faineta riprepia hote tepleto nenemos aiter. Ectephanan pasai scopiae cae proones acroi cae napai, urano ten dar u perage aspetos aiter. Pantade tedai astra gegetede frena poimen, tosam eseju neon edes antoio roaon troon, caionton pura fainoto iliotipro. Hiliar impedio pura caeto par de hecasto, heato penticon tasalaipuros aitomenoio, hipoi de crileocon ereptomenoi caeoluras, estaotes paroces fin, eothronon, eomimnon. It was Homer enough for one day, Skull felt. He had put the words of a Greek on the face of a cliff in Mexico. It was a victory of sorts over the high air and the old dark man. The words had calmed him. The fowl of the air had come back to perch on his cage. Another night or two, maybe he would file through the rawhide bindings and climb the rope. This night, though, he curled up against the chill and slept, while far below the Mexican campfires glittered, bright as the campfires of old Troy. Eastward, as the rangers hurried home along the valley of the Brazos, they came upon scene after scene of devastation. 6 times they stopped to bury families, some of them so decomposed as to be hardly worth burying. They saw not a single Comanche, though several times a day they crossed the tracks of the retreating war parties. Most of the raiders were driving horses before them, sometimes sizable herds of horses. "They must have stolen half the horses in South Texas," Augustus said. "Killed half the people, too," Long Bill said in a low tone. Convinced by all the corpses that his wife could not possibly have survived, Long Bill had sunk into a state of dull resignation. He scarcely ate and seldom spoke. Call grew more and more vexed as the Indian sign multiplied. "Our main job is to fight Indians, and here we rode off and missed the biggest Indian fight in history." "We didn't ride off, we was sent off, Woodrow, sent by the governor," Augustus reminded him. "He might have tried to recall us, but if he did, the Comanches probably got the messengers," Call said grimly. As they rode into Austin, they passed near the cemetery. They could see from the number of crosses that there were many fresh graves. Tears began to stream down Long Bill's face at the thought of having his conviction about Pearl confirmed. In all, there were nearly 30 fresh graves. Long Bill stumbled from cross to cross, but none had Pearl Coleman written on them. "It may mean they took her," Long Bill said, still anxious. Augustus found 2 crosses with the name Forsyth on them. The sight made him tremble. Tears came, and he sank to his knees. "Oh, God, I knowed it," he said. "I went away, and she's dead." It was Call, looking more closely, who saw that it was her parents, not Clara, who lay buried in the cemetery. "No, Gus, she ain't dead. It's her father and mother," Call said. "Well, I swear. I wonder if she knows," Augustus said, bending closer so he could see the 2 names more clearly. Though he knew it was a terrible blow to Clara, both her parents dead and her a new bride, he felt a relief so powerful that for a time it made him weak. He stayed on his knees in the cemetery, fingering a clod or two of the fresh dirt, while the others tried to make out who was buried in all the fresh graves. "We got the blacksmith," Call said. "Here's the preacher and his wife, got 'em both." He walked on, stopping over every new grave. "Oh, Lord, boys," Call said, "here's Neely and Finch and Teddy. I guess Ikey must be alive." "My God, Neely," Gus said, coming over to look. As they rode on into town, past a grove of live oak or two, they saw house after house that showed evidence of burning, and yet most of the houses still stood. Only the church and one saloon seemed to have been burned to the ground. "They didn't kill Governor Pease, there he stands," Augustus said as they turned into the main street. "I expect he'll be glad to see us back." "We didn't do what we was sent to do. He may fire us," Call said. "I doubt that," Gus said. "He won't have nobody who can fight at all if he fires us." The governor stood in shirt sleeves and black suspenders on the steps of what had been the Forsyth store. He was loading a shotgun when they rode up, and he looked grim. "Hello, Governor," Call said. "Are the Indians still around?" "No, but the coons are," the governor said. "The coyotes got most of my hens after the raid. The coons don't bother the hens, but they're ruining me in the egg department." He sighed and cast a quick glance at the little troop. "Lose any men?" he asked. "No, sir, but we didn't find the captain," Call said. "When we heard about the raid, we thought we better just get home." The governor's buggy stood in the street, but Bingham, who usually drove him, wasn't in it. "I just came down to get some shotgun shells," the governor said. "I need to do something about those coons." Governor Pease was usually clean-shaven, but now had a white stubble on his cheeks. He looked tired. "Where's Bingham, Governor?" Augustus asked. "Dead. They killed most of our niggers," Governor Pease said. "They stole that yellow girl who worked for Inez Skull. She was down by the spring house, and they took her." Just then Long Bill gave a yell. They all turned and saw why. Pearl, the wife he had given up for dead, was in plain view far up the street, hanging out washing. "It's my Pearl! She ain't dead!" Long Bill said. The cares of the last weeks fell away from him in an instant. He wheeled his horse and was off in a run. "That's one happy ending, I guess," Augustus said. The governor did not smile. "She's alive, but she was outraged," he said before going to his buggy. He drove off holding his shotgun, his eggs on his mind. Call saw that the house where Maggie lived was partially burned but still standing, which was a relief. He thought he glimpsed someone at her window, but could not be quite positive. Maggie was ever discreet. She would never lean out her window and look down at him. She didn't feel it was right. He quickly crossed the street and saw her coming down the steps behind the house. She looked so glad to see him that he had to dismount and hug her. When he did, she cried so hard that she wet the front of his shirt, just as she had when he was leaving. "Now hush, I'm back," he said. He had never before touched her outside her room. After a moment he got nervous, and Maggie did too. "They didn't get you. That's good. And they didn't get Pearl either. Bill's been about worried to death," he said. Maggie's face clouded for a moment. "They shot 4 arrows into her, and that ain't all," she said. "But they didn't touch me. I hid where you told me, Woodrow." "I'm glad you hid," Call said. Maggie didn't say more. She still had tears in her eyes. Call went back to the Rangers, who were still in the street where he had left them. Gus had dismounted and was sitting on the steps in front of the Forsyth store, a dejected look on his face. "We ought to get the boys settled and see to the horses," Call said. Jake Spoon and P.I. Parker both looked as if they might go to sleep in their saddles. Even Dietz, who seldom flagged, looked very weary. "You do it, Woodrow," Gus said. He stood up and handed his bridle reins to Dietz as he went by him. Call turned and followed Gus a step or two, curious as to what was the matter. "I guess you're going drinking," he said. "By God, you're a genius, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I ain't even close to a saloon, but you figured it out." Call knew it was Clara, or the fact that she was absent, that caused Gus to look so low. It was usually Clara at the bottom of Gus's dark moods. "She's alive, at least," he said. "You ought to be glad she's alive." "Oh, I am glad she's alive," Gus said. "I'm mighty glad. But the point is she ain't here. Your girl is here, Billy's wife is alive, but my girl's married and gone to Nebraska." Call didn't argue. There would be no point. He turned back to the Rangers, and Augustus McCrae went on across the street. Ahumado had never had a captive who behaved like the small Americano, Captain Skull. Most captives despaired once they realized they were in a place they could never get out of except by death. In his experience, Americans made poor captives. He had had old Goyeto try to skin several Americans, traders, miners, travelers who happened to travel the wrong road, but they all died before Goyeto had got very far with the skinning. Even if he only skinned an arm or a leg, the Americans usually died. They were weak captives, the whites. Once he had had a small Tarahumara Indian from the north who had stood at the skinning post without making a sound while Goyeto took his whole skin off. That Tarahumara had been an exceptional man. Ahumado decided to shelter him and feed him well. He thought it was possible that the man might grow a new skin. But the man took no food and didn't profit much from the shade he was given. He died after 3 days without having grown any new skin. Once or twice Ahumado had tried sticking Americans on the sharpened trees, but there again they had turned out to be disappointing captives, dying after much screaming before the sharpened tree had penetrated very far into their bowels. The Comanches and Apaches he captured on the whole did much better, although it was not unknown for one of them to disgrace himself. Once, though, he put an Apache who had stolen a woman on the sharpened tree, and the Apache lived for 2 days, even after the sharp point of the tree had come out behind his shoulder blade. No Comanche, and so far no whites, had done so well. It was clear, though, that the white man's Skull, the ranger, was an Americano of a different order. Skull had metal, so much metal that Ahumado was surprised, and surprise was a thing he rarely experienced. As for men in the cage, the best survivor had been an old Yaqui man who had been both exceptionally tough and exceptionally lucky. It had rained often while the old man was in the cage, so the man had moisture. Also, since he was a Yaqui of the hot desert, he wasn't used to eating much. In his days in the cage, he cleverly peeled all the bark off the bars of his cage and ate it. The old Yaqui seemed to like the taste of dry bark better than the taste of raw bird meat. Later, the blind woman, Ema, the curandera, told Ahumado that the bark kept the old man from feeling hunger. Even this Yaqui, skilled at going without food, was not as adept at living in the cage as the white man's Skull. No one before Skull had ever put his legs through the cage and wiggled them. Ahumado spent a good deal of time watching Skull through some binoculars he had taken off a dead federale. Once he even let old Goyeto look through the binoculars, and Goyeto was so astonished at what he saw that he did not want to give the binoculars back to Ahumado. He called them the 2 eyes that made things large. Their ability to make things large left Goyeto speechless, and he was a man who usually chattered a lot. Even when Goyeto was skinning a person and the person was screaming, Goyeto would often be running on, talking about things of little interest or importance. Goyeto had always lived in the mountains close to the Yellow Canyon. Though he was an old man, he had only seen jaguar once. Sometimes it amused Ahumado to startle Goyeto with trinkets he had stolen from the whites. Some whites carried watches that made sounds, and these sounds never failed to impress Goyeto, who thought they were magical. Goyeto did not understand mechanical things. Even guns were too complicated for him. He understood only knives. With knives he was better than anyone Ahumado had ever known. Once Ahumado had even had Goyeto skin a great rattlesnake alive, a snake that was more than 8 feet long. The reason for skinning the snake alive was that it had bitten Ahumado's favorite mare, a fleet gray filly that could outrun the Comanche horses. The snake had bitten the filly right in the nose. When the nose swelled up, her air could not get through. She struggled so hard to breathe that her heart gave way. Ahumado saw the old snake lying insolently only a few yards from where he had killed the mare. Because the old snake was insolent, Ahumado caught him with a crooked stick and nailed him to the ground. Then he instructed Goyeto to skin him. And Goyeto did, turning the snake carefully until it was naked of skin. Then, once it was skinned, Ahumado threw it into a pit of hot coals and cooked it. He did not want to turn it loose because snakes were better than humans at growing new skins. If he let the snake go, it might grow a new skin and kill another filly. Some of the pistoleros were made nervous by this treatment of the snake. Many of them feared the vengeance of the snake people. And indeed, the very next day, a pistolero was bitten when he rolled on a rattlesnake in his sleep. But Ahumado was indifferent to such worries. Any man should be able to watch out for snakes. He had the skin of the big snake made into a fine quirt. After Skull had been in the cage 3 days, Ahumado noticed that he had acquired a small tool of some kind. By watching closely with the glasses, he saw that it was a small file that Tudwal had once used to sharpen things. It did not surprise Ahumado that Skull had managed to kill Tudwal, who was not a smart man. But he was curious as to what Skull meant to do with the file now that he had it. Of course, he could use the file to saw through the bindings of the cage, but where would that leave him? He would either fall to his death or have to climb the rope to the top of the cliff. Ahumado suspected that climbing was what Skull had in mind. He immediately sent word to the dark men to watch the rope carefully day and night. If Skull did make it to the top of the cliff, the dark men were instructed to chop off his feet with their machetes. A lack of feet would quickly put an end to his travels. Ahumado noticed, though, that Skull did not seem to be interested in filing through the bindings, at least not in daylight. One day, Skull spent the whole day scratching at the rock face with his file. It was the most puzzling thing he had done since his capture. Ahumado watched closely but could not make out the purpose of the scratching. Skull was so absorbed by his scratching that he did not even try to catch several fat pigeons that lit on the cage while he was working. Most men, once in the cage, made desperate efforts to catch any bird that came near, fearing that they would starve if they didn't. But Skull seemed confident that he could catch birds when he needed them. Hunger didn't seem to worry him. It occurred to Ahumado one day that Skull might be a witch. He had had that suspicion from the beginning, but the suspicion increased when Parrot appeared one day from the south and soared close to Skull's cage. Ahumado was not one who thought much about witches. He didn't believe there were very many witches. Most vision people, in his view, were just charlatans full of foolish talk. That did not mean, though, that there were no witches at all. Ahumado believed there were only a few witches, but those few possessed powers that enabled them to do very unusual things. It was possible that the small ranger, Skull, was just such a rare thing, a witch. Fortunately, the old blind curandera, Ema, knew something about witches. Ema was a woman of the desert who knew more than anyone else about plants that could heal. Ahumado went to her and asked her what she thought Skull might be doing, scratching on the rock with Tudwal's file. Ema, of course, could not see Skull, but she had an acquaintance with witches. Her own sister had been a famous witch who had been taken by the Apache Gomez many years before. Ema was not a witch herself, but she was skilled with herbs and plants. She could help barren women and old men who could no longer couple pleasantly with their wives. One woman, barren for years, had come to Ema and borne 4 babies, one of which was carried off by a she-wolf. She was able to brew concoctions that made the organs of aging men stiffen again when they went to their wives. Sometimes Ahumado talked to Ema when he needed to know about things which were beyond sight. Skull, of course, was not really beyond sight. Ahumado could see him clearly through the binoculars he had secured by killing the Federale. But the fact that Skull was scratching on the rock with a file was worrisome. Why did he scratch on the mountain? Ahumado knew that whites could find things in the earth that others couldn't see. Sometimes they would dig into a mountain at a certain place and come out with gold. Some Indians believed that whites could make the earth shake. They might even be able to make whole mountains fall. In the war with the Americanos, Ahumado himself had seen the little cannons of the whites knock down a great church and several smaller buildings. When the cannonballs hit the earth, they tore it up terribly. Ahumado was a child of the earth. He didn't like the way the guns of the whites could scar it and disturb it. Now the fact that Captain Skull chose to scratch on the mountain annoyed Ahumado. The more he watched it and wondered about it, the more it annoyed him. What if the white man knew how to open a hole or tunnel into the mountain? Then he could simply file through the bindings on the cage and escape. He knew that the whites opened great holes in the mountains when they mined. Then they walked into the earth through the holes. A white man such as Skull might even be able to make the whole cliff fall all at once, like the church that had been knocked down during the war. Ahumado soon developed such a strong curiosity about what Skull was doing on the cliff that he considered having himself lowered down beside him in one of the other cages in order to watch Skull closely. He himself had no fear of heights and would not have minded being in a cage, but he soon rejected the notion of having himself lowered in a cage because of the dark men. Though they were obedient if he ordered them to chop off someone's feet, the truth was that they hated him. Once they got him in a cage, they might simply cut the rope and let him fall, or they might just leave him in the cage to starve and go home to their villages in the south. Though very curious about what Skull was up to, Ahumado was not so foolish as to put himself at the mercy of the dark men. One day he went to the hut where blind Ama sat, and told her his fears about the white man's Skull opening a hole in the mountain. He wanted her to go up to the top and be lowered to the place where Skull was, in hopes that she could determine what he was doing. Though blind, Ama had hearing so sharp that she could tell what sort of bird was flying just by listening to its wing beats. Ahumado wanted her to listen to the rock and see if the rock was all right. If she thought the earth might be about to move, he would have to shift his campsite. Ahumado had become convinced that Skull was not a normal man. He did not put men in cages so that they could enjoy themselves, and yet Skull seemed to be enjoying himself. While Skull scratched on the rock, he sang and whistled so loudly that everyone looked up at him. That in itself was highly unusual. Most of the men put in the cages quickly lost their spirit. They did not sing and whistle. They might yell down please and beg for a day or two, but after that they usually sat quietly and waited for their deaths. Blind Ama listened closely to what Ahumado said. Then she got up and moved slowly to the base of the cliff. She moved along the cliff for an hour or more, putting her ear close to the rock and listening. The longer she moved along, listening to the cliff, the more agitated she became. When she came back to where Ahumado waited, she was trembling. In a moment her teeth began to chatter, and froth came out of her mouth. Ahumado had known the old blind woman for many years, and had never seen her so upset that froth came out of her mouth. "He is calling the serpent," old Ama said. "That is what he is doing when he scratches on the rock. He is sending signals to the great snake that lives in the earth. He wants the serpent to shake the mountain down on us." Then the old blind woman stumbled around the camp until she found someone who would give her tequila. Soon she became drunk, very drunk, so drunk finally that she fell on her face in the dust. She could not stand up for drunkenness, but had to crawl around the camp on all fours. Seeing her on her hands and knees, some of the pistoleros began to tease her. They pulled up her skirts and pretended that they wanted to couple with her in the manner of dogs. Of course, it was only a joke. Ama was an old woman, too old for a man to be interested in. Ahumado paid no attention to the teasing, and not much attention to what old Ama said about the serpent. There were many people who believed that there was a great serpent in the center of the earth whose coilings and uncoilings caused the earth to move. These were not beliefs Ahumado shared. He had seen many large snakes in his youth in the jungles of the south, but no snakes large enough to move the earth, and he did not believe that there was a serpent god who lived within the earth. Even if there was such a serpent in the earth, there would be no reason for it to respond to the scratchings of a small Americano. The gods Ahumado believed in were Jaguar and Parrot. The thing that worried him most about Skull was that Parrot had flown by his cage and looked at him. None of the spirits were as intelligent as Parrot in his view. In his youth in the jungles, he had often seen parrots who could speak the words of men. Though men could imitate the calls of many birds, no man could speak to a bird unless the bird was Parrot. Parrot was to be feared for his brain, Jaguar for his power. Jaguar was not interested in the human beings. He might eat one, but he would not talk to one. In his youth, Ahumado had been like Parrot. He talked to many men. Now that he was old, he had become like Jaguar. Rather than talk to men, he merely had Goyeto skin them, or else thrust them onto the sharpened trees. In the morning, old Ama stumbled back to her hut. She had forgotten her words about the serpent. She had forgotten that her teeth chattered and that froth came out of her mouth. Still, Ahumado kept a close watch on Skull up in his cage. Skull was still scratching on the rock with the little file that had been Tudwall's. But Ahumado no longer cared about that very much. He only wanted to know if Parrot would come again. When Kicking Wolf was halfway home, he began to encounter signs of the Great Raid. He crossed the tracks of many bands of warriors, all of them going north. The bands traveled in a leisurely way. They drove many horses ahead of them, and they were not being pursued. At first he thought that only a few bands had been raiding, but then as he saw more and more tracks all flowing north, he began to realize that a great raid had been launched against the whites. Twice he came upon the bodies of white children who had died in travel. Several times he saw pieces of garments that had been torn off captive women, either by thorny brush or by warriors who had outraged the women and left their clothes. By good luck he even came upon 3 stray horses and was able to catch one of them. The sorrel horse of Three Birds had traveled a long way in rocky country. Its hooves were in poor condition. Kicking Wolf had been about to abandon him and go home on foot. It was a boon to find the 3 horses. The night after he caught the fresh horses, Kicking Wolf heard the faint sound of singing from a camp that was not too distant. Even though at first he could scarcely hear the singing, he recognized the voice of one of the singers, a brave named Red Hand from his own band. He had often raided with Red Hand and did not think he could mistake his voice, which was deep, like the bellow of a bull buffalo. Red Hand was the fattest man in the tribe and the biggest eater. When there was meat, Red Hand ate until he fell back in sleep. When he woke up, he ate some more. He was something of a braggart, who, when he was not eating, sang of his own exploits. Though fat, Red Hand was quick and deadly with the bow. He had 3 wives who complained that he didn't lie with them enough. When Red Hand was at home, he devoted himself to eating and to the making of arrows. Kicking Wolf was tired, but he was also hungry. Ahumado had left him no weapons, and he had had a hard time getting anything to eat on his trip north. He survived on roots and wild onions and several fish he speared with a crude spear when he was crossing the Rio Grande. He had been so hungry that he had been almost ready to kill Three Birds' horse and eat him. Though he had been about to sleep, he decided it was better to go on to the camp where Red Hand was singing. There would probably be food in the camp, unless Red Hand had eaten it all. The camp was farther away than he thought, but Red Hand and a few others were still singing when Kicking Wolf appeared on his new horse. There were almost 20 warriors in the party. They had 2 captive girls. The warriors were so confident that they hadn't even posted guards. When Kicking Wolf appeared, they all stopped singing and stared at him, as if he were someone they didn't know. Red Hand had been eating venison, but he stopped when he saw Kicking Wolf. "If you are a ghost, please go somewhere else," Red Hand said politely. Several of the warriors looked at Kicking Wolf as if they thought he might have come from the spirit world, the place of ghosts. "I am not a ghost," Kicking Wolf assured them. "I hope you don't mind if I eat some of this deer meat. I've been on a long trip and I am very hungry." He could tell that some of the warriors still thought he might be a ghost, but after they watched him eat for a while, they got over their suspicions. Then they all wanted to brag about the great raid they had been on. Several warriors talked so fast that Kicking Wolf had to delay his eating in order to listen politely. They were men of his own band, and yet he felt like a guest. The warriors had been off fighting together, whereas he had been on a quest of a different kind. His own vision was still damaged. He still saw 2 where there was 1. The men talked to him about all the whites they had killed and all the captives they had taken. "I don't see so many captives," Kicking Wolf said. "There are only 2 girls, and one of them looks as if she might die tonight." Then he looked at Red Hand. "I found you because you were singing so loudly," he said. "If the Bluecoat soldiers were after you, they could find you too. You didn't even put out a guard. The Bluecoats could sneak up and shoot you all down with rifles. Buffalo Hump would not be so careless if he were here. "Oh, he went to the Great Water with Worm," Red Hand said. "We don't have to worry about the Bluecoat soldiers. They tried to fight us, and we chased them away." Red Hand had an arrogant side that was apt to come out when he was questioned or criticized. Once, Buffalo Hump had hit him in the head with a club when he was talking arrogantly. The blow would have killed most warriors, but it only made a lump on Red Hand's head. "I am only telling you what any warrior should know," Kicking Wolf said. "You ought to post a guard. Though I have traveled a long way and am tired, I will be your guard tonight if no one else wants to." Before anyone could speak or offer to stand guard, Red Hand started talking about the rapes he committed while on the raid. While Kicking Wolf was listening, he happened to glance across the fire, and when he did, he got a shock. He thought he saw 3 birds sitting there. The sight was so startling that Kicking Wolf began to shake. He thought perhaps the men had been right at first to consider him a ghost. Perhaps he was a ghost. He was becoming more and more disturbed when the warrior who seemed to be 3 birds stood up and went to make sure that the captive girls were tied well. At that point, Kicking Wolf saw that the warrior was not 3 birds, but his brother, Little Wind. The 2 brothers looked so much alike that it was confusing. But the warrior seeing to the girls' bonds was Little Wind. He had been away on a hunt when the buffalo horse was stolen. He might not even know that his brother, 3 birds, had helped Kicking Wolf take him. "Your brother, 3 birds, did a brave thing," he told Little Wind when the man came back and sat down. Little Wind received this news modestly, without comment. Like 3 birds, he seldom spoke, preferring to keep his sentiments to himself. "He helped me steal the buffalo horse from Big Horse Skull," Kicking Wolf informed him. "Yes, everybody knows that," Red Hand said rudely. "The 2 of you went away with the buffalo horse and missed the great raid." "None of us had time to go look for you," Red Hand said, in such a rude tone that Kicking Wolf would have hit him with a war club if one had been handy. "You be quiet. I have to tell Little Wind that his brother is dead," he said, a statement that caused Red Hand to shut up immediately. The death of a warrior was serious business. "I hope he died bravely," Little Wind said. "Can you tell me about it?" "I did not see him die," Kicking Wolf said. "He may even be alive, but I don't think so. He went with me to Mexico, to the Yellow Cliffs where the Black Vaquero has his camp." The warriors who had been moving around, doing small chores, stopped at this moment. The camp became silent. There were no more rude comments from Red Hand. All the warriors knew that to go willingly to the country of Ahumado required great courage. It was a foolish act, of course, for any warrior who wanted to continue with his life, but it was the valor of the act, not its wisdom, that stilled the warriors now. They stood or sat where they were, quiet, in awe. For 2 warriors to go alone into Mexico and put themselves at the mercy of the Black Vaquero was a thing of such manliness that the warriors wanted to be quiet for a time and think about it. Kicking Wolf waited a bit, in silence, for the news of what he was saying to be absorbed. "I stole the buffalo horse and took him to Mexico," he said. "I took him to Ahumado. I wanted to do it." He saw that the warriors understood him. Many warriors would leave the band for a few weeks to go on a quest or see some place they wanted to see. Such journeys became a part of the strength of a warrior. "Ahumado caught us," he said. "He tied me to a horse and made the horse run away. He wanted to kill me, but Big Horse Skull found me while I was in the blackness and cut me loose." Ahs came then from several warriors, exclamations and looks of puzzlement. Why would Big Horse Skull do such a thing? "I did not see him," Kicking Wolf said. "I only saw his track. But now I see 2 things where there is one." Little Wind waited patiently for Kicking Wolf to tell him more about his brother. "3 birds decided to go with me to the Yellow Canyon," Kicking Wolf said. "Even though I told him I would seek Ahumado, he decided to come. When we found Ahumado, he was behind us. He tied me to a horse and made the horse run. That is the last time I saw 3 birds. Ahumado kept him." The warriors continued to be silent. All of them had heard what Ahumado did to Comanches when he caught them. They knew about the cages, the pit, and the sharpened trees. Little Wind felt proud of his brother for doing such a brave thing. In his life with the tribe, Three Birds had never been considered especially brave. He did not lead the hunt when buffalo were running in a great stampede. He had never gone off alone to kill a bear or a cougar, although such a thing was common enough. Several of the warriors at the campfire had done such acts of bravery. Three Birds was seldom in the front of a charge when there was an attack. His main skill as a warrior had been his ability to move quietly. That was why Kicking Wolf had chosen him to help steal the buffalo horse. Since his wives and children had all died of the sickness, Three Birds had been sad, Little Wind knew. He still had his quietness of movement, but he did not join in things. Little Wind thought his brother's sadness might explain why he had decided to do such a brave thing. When Kicking Wolf finished talking, he stood up to go sit on guard, as he had offered to do when he arrived and found that the camp was unguarded. But when he stood up, Red Hand quickly gestured for him to sit again. Red Hand had always liked Kicking Wolf and was ashamed that he had been rude to him earlier. Kicking Wolf had done a great thing, a thing that would be sung about for many years. He should not have to listen to rudeness. It was just that his sudden appearance had startled everyone a lot. Some had taken him for a ghost. Red Hand had sought to challenge the ghost with his rudeness. But now that he had heard Kicking Wolf's story, he was eager to make amends. "I see that you are hungry," Red Hand said. "You should eat some of this deer meat. I will stand guard tonight." Kicking Wolf politely accepted Red Hand's offer. He stayed where he was, but he did not eat much of the deer meat. Now that he was back with the warriors of his own band, a great tiredness came over him. He lay down in the warm ashes of the fire and was soon asleep. Pearl Coleman pushed down her sadness every morning and tried to make her husband a sizable and tasty breakfast. She sat Long Bill down to a good plate of biscuits and 4 tasty pork chops. Then she told him, as she had every morning since his return, that she wanted him to quit the Rangers and quit them now. "I can't stand you going off in the wilds no more, Bill," she said, beginning to weep at the memory of her recent ordeal. "I can't stand it. I get so scared my toes cramp up when I get in bed. I can't get to sleep with my toes cramping up like that." Though he appreciated the biscuits and the pork chops, Long Bill let his wife's remarks pass without comment. He also let her tears flow without trying to staunch them. Tears and entreaties for him to quit the Rangers had become as predictable a part of the morning as the sunrise itself. "There's worse things than cramped toes, Pearl," he answered, a biscuit in one hand and an unhappy look on his face. He said no more than that, but Pearl Coleman felt exasperation growing. For the first time in her marriage, she felt herself in opposition to her husband, and not casual opposition either. About the need for him to quit the Rangers immediately, she was right and he was wrong, and if she couldn't get Bill to accept her view, then she didn't know what to think about their future as husband and wife. "I'd be the one to know what's bad better than you," she told him. "I was here. I had 4 arrows shot into me, and I lost our baby from being so scared. I got so scared our baby died inside me." Long Bill's own view was that the raping Pearl had endured had probably killed the baby, but he didn't say so. He ate another biscuit and held his peace. The overwhelming relief he felt when he saw that Pearl was alive had subsided, drained away by the new problem of adjusting to what had happened to her. One thing Long Bill had to face immediately was that Pearl had been raped by several Comanches. On his anguished, long, nervous ride home, he had half expected to have to cope with the knowledge of rape. But once he got home and discovered that Pearl actually had been raped, he was so shocked that, so far, he had not even attempted the conjugal act that in normal circumstances he looked forward to so much. Not only that, Pearl didn't want him to attempt it. "They done it, and you wasn't here to help me," she told him, weeping, the first night he was back. "I can't be a wife to you no more, Bill." All that night, and every night since, Pearl lay beside her husband, her legs squeezed together, so desperately unhappy that she wished one of the Comanche arrows had killed her. Long Bill, beside her, was no less unhappy. He and the Rangers had buried 13 people on the ride back to Austin. Now, lying beside his unhappy wife, he thought of all the battles he had been in and reflected that a single well-placed bullet could have spared him such a painful dilemma. "How many done you?" he asked Pearl finally. 7, Pearl admitted. "It was over quick." Long Bill said no more, then or ever, but if 7 Comanches had violated his wife, then it didn't seem to him that it could have been over very quick. Since his return, day by day, life had gotten harder. Pearl cooked him lavish, delicious meals, but in bed lay beside him with her legs squeezed shut, and he himself had no desire to persuade her to open them. Through the long, anxious nights on the trail, he had wanted nothing more than to be home and in bed with his wife. Now, though, he left the house the minute supper was over to sit late in the saloon every night drinking with Augustus McCrae. Gus drank to ease his broken heart, Long Bill to blur his own vivid and uneasy thoughts. Sometimes they were even joined by Woodrow Call, who had his own worries but wouldn't voice them. The most he would do was take a whiskey or two. By this time everybody in Austin knew that Maggie Tilton was pregnant, and many people assumed the baby was Woodrow Call's, a fact not of much importance to anyone except the young couple themselves. Austin had the Great Raid to recover from. Most of the townspeople had homes or businesses to repair. They also had griefs to grieve. The fact that a young Texas Ranger had got a whore pregnant was in the normal order of things, and no one thought the worse of Woodrow or of Maggie because of it. Few had the leisure to give the matter more than an occasional thought. Night after night, the 3 of them, Long Bill, Gus, and Call, sat at a table in the back of the saloon, all 3 troubled in mind because of difficulties with women. Augustus had lost the love of his life, Long Bill's wife had been shamed by the Red Comanches, and Woodrow's girl was carrying a child she insisted was his, a child he could not find it in him to want or even to acknowledge. "How would a whore know if a child is one man's or another's?" he asked one night. Long Bill was nodding, so the question was mainly directed at Gus, but Long Bill snapped to attention and answered. "Oh, women know," he said. "They got ways." To Call's annoyance, Augustus casually agreed, though he was so drunk at the time that he could scarcely lift his glass. "If she says it's yours, Gus said. "Now don't you be fidgeting about it." Call had asked Gus because Gus had made a study of women, more or less, while he himself had devoted more attention to the practicalities of ranger life on the frontier. Since Maggie had immediately claimed the baby was his and had remained firm in her opinion, he thought there might be some medical or scientific basis for her conviction, and if there was, he was prepared to do his duty, but he wanted to know the science of it, not merely be told that women knew about such things. "Maggie's honest, that's the point, Woodrow," Gus reminded him. Though drunk, he meant to see that Woodrow Call did not evade the responsibilities of fatherhood. "I know she's honest," Call replied. "That don't mean she's right about everything. Honest people make mistakes, too. I'm honest, and I've made plenty," he added. "I even make mistakes," Long Bill admitted ruefully, "and I'm as honest as the day is long." "Pshaw, you ain't," Gus said. "I expect you told Pearl you was standing guard at night, so you lied within the hour. Ain't that true?" "It's not so much a lie as that Pearl don't need to know everything," Long Bill replied. It was true that he lied to Pearl about his evenings in the saloon, but he didn't think Pearl minded. In fact, she might even prefer to have him out of the house until it was time for them to sleep. Otherwise they would have nothing to do but sit in their chairs or lay in their bed and brood about the fact that they were no longer husband and wife as they had been. "The point is, Maggie ain't a mistake," Gus told Call. "She's a blessing, and you're dumb not to see it." "I am right fond of Maggie," Call said, "but that don't mean the child is mine. I'd just like to know if there's a way she can be sure about the father." Gus, in a poor mood anyway, was annoyed by the very tone of Woodrow Call's voice. "If I say it's yours, and Bill says it's yours, and Maggie says it's yours, and that ought to be enough for you," he said hotly. "Do you need the darned governor to say it's yours?" "No," Call said, making an earnest effort to stay calm about the matter. "I just want to know for sure. I expect any man would want to know for sure, but you can't tell me for sure, and Bill can't either. I don't know what the governor has to do with it." Silence followed. Augustus saw no point in pursuing the matter further. He had been in many arguments with Woodrow Call, but had never, so far as he could recall, succeeded in changing his mind. Long Bill must have felt the same. He stared at his whiskey glass and said nothing. Call got up and left. He had taken to walking by the river for an hour or more at night, but on this occasion he had left his rifle in the bunkhouse and strolled back to get it. Since the raid, no one ventured out of town day or night without a rifle. "Woodrow's hard to convince, ain't he?" Long Bill said once Call left. Augustus didn't reply. Instead, he reached in his pocket and took out a letter he had received the day before from Clara. He had already memorized the letter, but could not resist looking at it again. "Dear Gus, I ride in haste from St. Louis. Tomorrow a boat will take us up the Missouri River. I trust that you are safe. If you are in Austin when you get this letter, you will have heard that Ma and Pa were killed in the big raid. I only got the news 2 days ago. Of course, it's hard, knowing that I will never see Ma and Pa again. As you are my oldest and best friend, I would like you to do this for me. Go and see that they are well buried in the cemetery there by Grandma Forsythe. I would appreciate it if you would hire someone to care for their graves. It is not likely, now that I'm a married woman, that I will return that way for many years, but it would be a comfort for me to know that their graves are being cared for. Perhaps a few flowers, bluebonnets maybe, could be planted above them in the spring. My ma was always taken with bluebonnets. I hope you will do this for me, Gus, and not be bitter about Bob. Once we are settled in Nebraska, I'll send money for the caretaker. It's hard to write you, Gus. We've always just talked, haven't we? But I mean to practice until I get the hang of it. And you need to write me, too, so that I'll know you're safe and well. Your friend, Clara." She don't know, Augustus thought, as he carefully folded the letter and put it back in its envelope. Merely seeing her writing caused such yearning to swell up in him that he didn't think he could stand it. Despite himself, tears welled in his eyes. "I reckon we can tell about that baby of Maggie's once it's born," Long Bill said. He spoke mainly to cover his friend's embarrassment. Merely getting a letter from Clara had brought tears to his eyes. Gus, though, didn't seem to be listening. He put the letter back in his pocket, scattered some money on the table, and left. Long Bill sat alone for a while, drinking, though he knew it was about time he went home to Pearl. No doubt she'd be in bed with her Bible, trying to pray away troubles that just weren't willing to leave. Gus's girl had married someone else, as women would. Maggie Tilton had become pregnant, as women would. But his wife had been shamed by 7 Comanche warriors, causing her to lose a baby that had been legally and pleasurably conceived. Now he wasn't sure that there would be any more such pleasure for himself and Pearl. Her ample flesh, which had once drawn him to her night after night, now repelled him. He didn't mind that Pearl kept her legs squeezed together. Every night now he scooted farther and farther from her in the bed. Even her sweat smelled different to him now. He didn't know what to do. But one thing he did not intend to do was resign from the Rangers, which was the very thing Pearl wanted most. That very morning, before starting in about it, Pearl had run out in the yard and grabbed up a fat hen that he wasn't even too sure was their hen. She had wrung its neck before he could even raise the question of whose hen it might be, and then started talking about the Rangers. "Pearl, I wish you'd stop talking about me quitting the Rangers," he told her bluntly. He didn't think he could survive his sorrows without the companionship of the boys in the troop. Besides that, he had to make a living and had few marketable skills. How did the woman expect him to feed her if he quit the job he was best at? They'd have to poach some neighbor's chicken every day if he did that. "But, Bill, I need you to quit. I can't help it," Pearl said. "Don't be complaining at me today, Pearl," he said. "I gotta help P.I. shoe the horses, and that's tiring work." He had just come down the stairs in time to see the chicken die. Pearl was already gutting it. She flung a handful of guts toward the woodpile, where several hungry cats soon descended on them. Pearl knew Long Bill was tired of her trying to get him to quit the Rangers, but she couldn't stop herself. Sometimes, at the thought of him going away again, she felt such distress that she felt her head might burst, or her heart. She and Long Bill had been so happy before the raid. They hardly ever fussed except over the crease in his pants, which he could never seem to iron well enough to suit him. They had been happy people, but a single hour of horror and torment had changed that. Pearl didn't know how to get their happiness back, but she knew it would never be possible unless Bill moved her to a place where she felt there were no Indians to threaten her. If he wouldn't move to a safer town, then the least he could do was stay home and protect her. The thought of Bill leaving made her so scared that twice recently, just walking down the street, she had grown so nervous that she wet herself, to her great shame. She had no confidence now and knew she had none. The Comanches had come once and done as they pleased with her. There was no reason to think they wouldn't come again. Long Bill paid for his whiskey and walked home under a thin March moon. There had been a spurt of snow the day before, and a little of it lingered in the shaded places near the buildings. It crunched under his feet as he approached the house where he and Pearl lived. It was late, past midnight. Long Bill had hoped to find his wife asleep, but when he tiptoed in, he saw that the lamp by the bed was still lit. There lay Pearl, propped up on a pillow with the lamp lit and a Bible in her lap. "Pearl, if you've been praying, that's enough of it. Let's blow out the lamp and get to sleep," he said. Pearl didn't want to. For hours, while Bill drank in the saloon to avoid coming home to her, Pearl knew that was what he was doing and knew that the rapes were what had driven him out. She had been praying to the Lord to show her a way to get their happiness back. Finally, only a few minutes before Bill stepped in the door, a vision had come to her of what that way was, a vision so bright that it could only have come from the Lord. "Billy, it's come to me," she said, jumping out of bed in her excitement. "Well, what has, Pearl?" Long Bill asked, a little taken aback by his wife's sudden fervor. He had been hoping to slip into bed and sleep off the liquor he had just drunk, but that clearly was not going to be easy. "I know what you can do once you quit the Rangers," Pearl said. "It came to me while I was praying. It's a vision from the Lord." "Pearl, I've learnt rangering, and I don't know how to do anything else," Long Bill said. "What's your notion? Tell me and let's get to bed." Pearl was a little hurt by her husband's tone, which was brusque. Also, he was swaying on his feet, indicating a level of drunkenness that she could not approve. But she hadn't lost hope for her God-sent vision. Not quite. "Billy, you could preach to the multitudes," she said. "Our preacher got killed in the raid, and his wife, too. There's a church open right here in town. I know you'd make a fine preacher once you got the hang of it." Long Bill was so stunned by Pearl's statement that he dropped a little too hard into their one chair, causing a loose rung to pop out as it often did. In his annoyance, he threw the rung out the open window. "We need a better chair than this," he said. "I'm tired of that damn rung popping out every time I sit down." "I know, Bill, but the Forsyths are dead, and the store ain't open," Pearl said, horribly disappointed in Bill's response to her suggestion. She had convinced herself that he would be delighted to become a preacher, but he clearly wasn't delighted at all. He just looked annoyed, which is how he had looked most of the time since his return. "Didn't you hear me?" she asked. "Handsome as you are, I know you'd make a fine preacher. The town needs one, too. One of the deacons has been holding church, but he can't talk plain, and he's boresome to have to listen to." Long Bill felt a good deal of exasperation. In the first place, Pearl had no business being up so late. Now she'd caused him to break their chair, and all because of a notion so foolish that if he had been in a better mood he would have laughed. "Pearl, I can't read," he pointed out. "I've heard some of the Bible read out, but that was a long time ago. The only verse I can recall is that one about the green pastures, and even that one's a little cloudy in my mind." Long Bill paused, noticing that his wife was on the verge of tears. Pearl did not cry thimblefuls either. Once she got started crying, it was wise to have a bucket handy, or at least a good-sized rag. "I do not know how you got such a notion, honey," he said in the gentlest tone he could manage. "If I was to put myself up to be a preacher, I expect the boys would laugh me out of town." Pearl Coleman wasn't ready to give up her God-sent vision, though. Faith was supposed to move mountains. It was just a question of convincing Bill that faith and his handsome looks was all he would need to start out on a preaching career. "I can read, Billy," she said. "I can read just fine. I could read you the text in the morning before church, and then you could preach on it." Long Bill just shook his head. He felt a weariness so deep he thought he might go to sleep right in the chair. "Would you help me off with my boots, Pearl?" he asked, stretching out a leg. "I'm tired to the bone." Pearl helped her husband off with his boots. Later, in bed, as silently as possible, she had her cry. Then she got up, went out into the street, and managed to locate the chair rung Long Bill had flung out the window. There was no telling how long it would be before the store opened again, and meanwhile they had to have their chair. Old Ben Mickelson had been so badly frightened during the great Comanche raid that as soon as it was clear that he had survived it, he attempted to give notice and leave. "Leave and go where?" Inez Skull asked him, a moment or two before she took the long black bullwhip to him. In the Skull mansion, of course, there was little room to employ a bullwhip properly, and old Ben, when it became a question of his hide, proved surprisingly nimble, darting through the halls and managing to keep the heavy furniture between himself and his enraged mistress. The best Inez managed was to strike the old butler a few times across the shoulders with the coiled whip before driving him outside, where she cornered him on the high porch. "Leave and go where, you scabby old fool?" Inez said, waving the whip back and forth. "Why, back to Brooklyn, madame," Ben Mickelson said. He was calculating the risk of jumping off the porch. It wasn't that high, but neither was it that low, and he had no desire to break an ankle or any other limb. "There's no Red Indians in Brooklyn," he added. "A man needn't fear mutilation, not in honest Brooklyn." "You'll get worse than mutilation if you think you can give notice on me," Inez hissed at him. "Where do you suppose I can get another butler in these wilds? If you leave, who do you suppose will serve the brandy and the port?" She swung the whip, but clumsily. Mostly she employed the bullwhip more as a club than a whip in her fights with Inish. Old Ben Mickelson deflected the blow and leapt off the porch. He failed to make a clean landing, though. One ankle twisted beneath him so painfully that when Inez Skull followed him and attempted to apply a sound lashing, Ben Mickelson was forced to crawl away. That was the sight that greeted Augustus McCrae as he came trotting up from the town. Old Ben Mickelson was crawling down the long slope toward the springhouse, while Inez Skull followed, attempting to whack him with the bullwhip. Nothing that happened at the Skull mansion surprised Augustus very much. The one thing that was obvious in the present encounter was that Madame Skull could have done the old butler more damage if she'd used a quirt and not a bullwhip. He arrived just in time to hear her deliver a final comment. "If you attempt to leave me again, Ben, I'll put it out that you stole my emeralds," she said. "You won't have to worry about Red Indians if I do that, because the sheriff will haul you off and hang you." "All right, let me be. I'll stay and serve your damned port," old Ben said, standing up but favoring his ankle. Inez promptly whacked him again. "Damned port, indeed," she said. "Don't you presume to swear at your mistress." Augustus watched with amusement. Lately he and Ben Mickelson had become allies in crime. Before going upstairs to engage in what Inez Skull described as a good trot, he and old Ben would often sneak in and raid the cabinet where Captain Skull kept his fine whiskies and brandies. At first he had underestimated the potency of the brandy to such an extent that he represented himself poorly once he got to the boudoir, a fact which never failed to draw a stinging reproach from Madame Skull. "It looks as if you've crippled Ben," he said to the lady, watching the old butler limp away. "The scabby old beast attempted to quit just because a few Comanches chased through town," she said. "I won't have desertion. You should bear that in mind yourself, Captain McCrae." Her face was fiery red, and she flung him a look of contempt. "I detest contrary servants," she said. "Ben Mickelson has too much damned gall to think he could just walk in and quit." Augustus got off his horse, a nervous filly. He thought it best to walk along with Madame Skull until she calmed down. Sometimes a jumpy horse would start bucking even if it only heard a voice it didn't like. Woodrow had some skill with bucking horses, but he himself had none. 3 jumps and he usually went flying. Better to dismount and walk when Inez Skull was waving her bullwhip around. "Your husband's in Mexico. That's the news," he told her, "or at least that's the rumor." "Not interested in rumors, and not especially interested in where Inish is," Inez said. "Anyway, I doubt he's that close. Inish usually goes farther afield when he strays. I expected him to be in Egypt at least. Who says he's in Mexico?" "It's a third-hand rumor," Augustus said. "A miner heard it from a Mexican, and the governor heard it from the miner." "Does the news disturb you, Gussie?" she asked, smiling at him suddenly and taking his arm as they walked. Then she lifted his hand and gave his finger a hard bite. She set her teeth into it and looked at him as she bit. "I suppose we'll have to leave off trotting if Inish shows up," she said. "He's a very jealous man. I have no doubt he'd find a reason to hang you if he knew we'd been doing all this fine trotting." "Well, but who would tell him?" Augustus asked. He had never known quite such a devilish woman. Clara Forsythe could be extremely vexing, but her contrariness was done mostly in play, whereas Inez Skull's devilment had anger in it, and defiance, and even lust. It wasn't a thing done in play, as Clara's was. Inez had just bitten his finger so hard there was blood on her front teeth. He wiped his finger on his pants leg and walked on with her toward the big house. "I might tell him myself, if you displease me," Inez said. "I do rather like to be the center of attention when I choose a man, and I can't say you're lavish with your attention. My Jakey was much more attentive while he lasted." "Jake Spoon, that pup," Gus said. "Why, he's barely dry behind the ears." "I wasn't interested in his ears, Captain," Mrs. Skull said. "I've a notion that you're not sorry that Inish is returning." "Ma'am, I didn't say he was returning," Gus said. "I just said he's in Mexico. You didn't let me finish my report." "Why wouldn't he return if he's in Mexico?" Inez asked. "I hardly think those brown whores would interest him for long." "We heard he was a captive," Gus told her. "We think the black vaquero caught him." "Oh, well, no one keeps Inish a captive long. He's too troublesome," Inez said. "You don't really like me, do you, Gussie?" "Ma'am, I'm walking along with you. Ain't that a sign that I like you?" Augustus asked. He wanted to curse her, though, for being so bold as to ask such a question. The fact was, he didn't like her. It was just that he had an emptiness in him, an emptiness that hadn't been there until Clara left. It was the emptiness that brought him up the hill to Madame's skull. Being with her invariably left a bad taste in his mouth, yet he kept coming. "You coward! Why can't you say it? You despise me!" Inez said with bitter scorn. "You'd be happy to see Inish back. Then you could just drink whiskey all day and moon about that Forsythe girl. I'm jealous of that girl, I can tell you that. I've more to offer than any girl who works in a store, and yet you've had her on your mind the whole time I've known you." Gus didn't answer. He wondered how women so easily found out what men were feeling. He had never so much as mentioned Clara's name to Inez Skull. How did she know it was Clara on his mind? Women could smell feelings as a dog could smell a fox. He had just told Madame Skull that her husband was a prisoner of the cruelest man in Mexico, and yet she hadn't turned a hair. She was far more disturbed by the fact that he loved Clara Forsythe and not her. Even in their passion, though he seemed to be there, he wasn't, and Mrs. Skull knew it. "Well, I better just go," he said. "I mainly came up to give you the news." "Liar!" Inez said, slapping him. "You're a liar and a coward. If I hadn't dropped my bullwhip, I'd cut you to ribbons. You didn't come up to tell me about Inish. You came here because I know more about certain things than any whore you can afford on your puny little salary." She was red in the face again. Gus's nervous young horse was backing away. "You and your village maiden, I despise you both," Inez said. "You and your calf love. You come to me, though, with your mangy grin, and Inish will come for the same reason when he's through wandering." "What's the reason?" Augustus asked, annoyed by the woman's violent tone, a tone that even scared his horse. "Lust, sir. Free lust," Inez said. "Do you hear me? Lust!" She yelled the last so loudly that anyone within half a mile could have heard her. It made him nervous. Lust was one thing, telling the whole town about it was something else. He decided he could leave, but when he stepped toward his horse, Madame Skull struck at him with the coiled bullwhip. "There, go along, you coward," she said. "In your whole life you'll never find a woman who will make herself so free, and yet you're too callow to appreciate it." With that, she turned and stalked off toward her mansion, while Gus stroked and soothed his agitated mount. He thought of following Madame Skull into the house, but in the end mounted and rode back down the hill toward town. The first person he saw when he reached the lots was young Jake Spoon, idle as usual, though there was plenty of work available. Dietz, P.I., and Long Bill Coleman were struggling to subdue a stout young gelding so they could shoe him. Jake, though, sat on an empty nail keg playing a game of solitaire, using an overturned wheelbarrow for a table. It evidently didn't bother Jake to play while others worked, a fact that annoyed Gus so that he walked over and kicked the nail keg out from under. It sent him sprawling. Then, not satisfied, he bent over, grabbed Jake by his curly hair, and knocked his head against the ground a time or two. Jake saw from Gus's face that he was very angry. He had no idea why Gus had chosen to take it out on him, but he knew better than to resist. Gus McCrae was fully capable of doing worse. "There! You better play possum or I'll have your damn gizzard," Gus said. The three men struggling with the Mustang noticed the little altercation. They stopped what they were doing to watch, but there was nothing more to see. A little wind swirled through the lots, blowing several of Jake Spoon's cards off the wheelbarrow. Gus left Jake on his back in the dust and walked over to the horseshoeing crew. "Jake's a lazy one, ain't he?" Long Bill said. "The whores like him, though. They fancy that curly hair." Jakey, Mrs. Skull called him, Gus remembered. Probably she, too, had fancied his curly hair. The thought brought the bad taste back to his mouth. Jake Spoon picked himself up, but cautiously. He left the wind-blown cards to lie in the dust. Gus McCrae looked as if he were in the mood to give someone a thorough licking. The men resumed working with the horse, but they kept one eye on Gus, who stood with his back to them. It was clear that it wouldn't take much to set him off. But when Gus turned, it was to motion for Dietz to come with him. "You there," he said to Jake. "Leave them cards alone and help the boy shoe that horse." Long Bill started to protest the order. Dietz was handy with a hasp and a horseshoe nail, and there was nothing in the way of labor that Jake was handy with. But he saw that Gus was upset and held his tongue. Augustus walked Dietz out of town to where the cemetery lay, in a curve of a stream. They could hear the water rushing before they reached the stream. Once amid the live oaks that bordered the river, Gus felt a little relief from his sour mood, a mood mostly caused by Inez Skull. He didn't like the woman, but she exuded a strong nectar, too strong to easily ignore. Dietz followed Gus quietly, glad to be relieved of the horseshoeing. When they came to the cemetery, he took off his hat, an old felt Captain Call had given him only the day before. It had belonged to one of the rangers killed in the raid. Dietz was mighty proud of his hat, but he took it off quickly when they came to the graveyard. It wouldn't do to be disrespectful of the dead. Augustus walked him carefully through the fresh graves until he came to those of Clara's mother and father. He knew Dietz couldn't read the names on the wooden crosses, so he wanted him to take care to note exactly where the two graves were. "These are the Forsyths," he told Dietz. "They were parents of a good friend of mine. I aim to put up good stone headstones when I get time. She'd want me to, I expect." The thought of Clara entrusting him with the care of her parents' graves left him briefly overcome. He knelt down and didn't try to speak. "Dietz, can you garden?" he asked when the mood passed and he had better control of his voice. "I can garden," Dietz assured him. "Kept a big one back home. Lord, we grew the string beans." Augustus realized he knew almost nothing about the young black man. Dietz had just shown up one day, as people did, black people particularly. Their owners died, and they were set to wandering. "Where was back home, Dietz?" Gus asked. "Louisy, I believe," Dietz said after a moment. "It was in Louisy, somewhere on the river." "Oh, Louisiana, I guess you mean," Gus said. "I want you to tend these graves like you would a garden. Only you don't need to grow no string beans, just flowers. My friend's mother was partial to bluebonnets, particularly. I'd like you to get some flowers growing on these graves come spring." It was clear to Dietz that Mr. Gus had a powerful affection for the friend he mentioned. When he mentioned her, his voice shook. As for flowers, that was easy. "The flowers be coming soon," he said. "I'll get some of the bluebonnets and put 'em on these graves." "I'll see you get a wage for it, a fair wage," Augustus said. I want you to keep tending these 2 graves as long as you're in these parts. Just these 2 now. You don't have time to be flowering up other people's graves." "No, sir," Dietz said. "I see which 2. I'll make 'em pretty." "You tend 'em, come what may," Gus said. "It's how my friend wants it." He paused. He seemed to have difficulty with his voice. Dietz waited. "You'll need to be keeping 'em pretty year after year," Gus said, with a glance at the young black man who knelt, hat in hand, a few feet away. "You'll need to do it whatever happens to me," Gus said, looking down at the clods of brown earth on the fresh grave. These last words startled Dietz. It was clear that Mr. Gus was mighty concerned about the upkeep of the 2 graves. Dietz could not but feel proud that he had been selected from all the company to be the one to see that the burial places were well maintained. But now Mr. Gus was concerning him a little. What did he mean, whatever happened to him? It sounded as if he might be intending to leave, which was startling and upsetting. Of all the rangers, only P.I., a young man like himself, had been as kind to him as Mr. Gus. "I expect you be seeing for yourself what a good job I do, Captain," Dietz said. He tried to pick his words carefully, for the matter clearly meant a lot to Mr. Gus. "But if I ain't here to see it for myself, you tend these graves anyway," Gus said, with force in his voice suddenly. "You make 'em pretty anyway, Dietz, even if I'm dead and in a grave myself." It had suddenly come to Augustus that he might die without ever seeing Clara again. Or, even worse, Clara herself might die before they could ever have another moment together with one another. It was a terrible thought to think, and yet men and women died every day on the frontier, and Nebraska, where Clara had gone, was no less a frontier than Texas. 30 people, all of them alive when he and Call left Austin, lay buried under the freshly turned earth just before him. "I ain't guaranteed tomorrow. You ain't either," he told Dietz. "If I should fall, I wouldn't want my friend to have to be worrying about these graves not being tended." Dietz had never heard Mr. Gus speak so. He realized he had been given a solemn responsibility. "I be seeing to the graves, Captain," he said. Mr. Gus nodded. He was looking away. It was as if he were thinking of a far place, a place well distant from the little graveyard outside of Austin. He nodded, but he didn't speak. Dietz thought it might be best just to leave him alone to do his looking away. He walked out of the graveyard, put his hat back on, and began to inspect some of the first spring flowers to see if any of them might do for prettying up the 2 graves. Maggie now seldom went out. The baby was growing inside her, its kicks stronger every day. Even with her coat on, it was obvious to everyone who saw her that she was with child. Fortunately, her room was light, with a good south breeze blowing through it most of the time. Woodrow had started taking most of his meals with her, which meant that she did have to go out and shop a little in the market. Since the raid, beef had become scarce and pricey. There were plenty of cattle, but few hunters bold enough to go into the brush country to slaughter them for fear of encountering Comanches. Fortunately, Woodrow liked goat, which was available and cheap. Sometimes Gus McCrae would come up and eat with him. He was always tipsy, it seemed. "I fear my partner will end up a drunkard," Woodrow said one night after Gus had left. They stood by the window and watched him make straight for a saloon. "That's because of Clara," Maggie said. "He had his heart set on her." "Yes, but she's gone," Call said. "He needs to let it go and find himself another girl." "He can't," Maggie said. "Some folks can't just bend their feelings that way." "Well, he ought to try," Woodrow said. "There's plenty of girls that would make him a decent wife if he'd just give him a chance." Then he picked up his rifle and left to walk the river, as he did most every night. He scarcely lingered with Maggie 10 minutes now after taking his meal. When he returned, it would be nearly dawn. He would merely sleep an hour or 2 with her before going down to the Rangers. Each night's departure left Maggie feeling empty and sad. She wanted to say to him what he had just said about the girls Gus might marry. "I could make you a decent wife if you just give me the chance." Already she tried to treat Woodrow as she would treat a beloved husband, yet all it seemed to get her was the hastiest attentions. The thing that seemed to please him most was that she kept his clothes clean and nicely pressed. As the weather grew warmer, Maggie sometimes felt faint ironing in the heat, and yet she kept on because Woodrow liked to dress neatly, and his pleasure in wearing well-placed clothes was a kind of bond they had, a stronger one than their pleasure, even. Anyway, the pleasure had become hasty and more intermittent. Woodrow seemed to feel that much indulgence in the carnal appetites would be medically inadvisable. Or perhaps he was merely put off by her swelling body. He withdrew and walked the river. Maggie felt sad, but continued to do her best. The baby that was so visibly there inside her she had given up mentioning at all. That she was pregnant was a fact of their existence, yet a fact they both ignored. Maggie longed for a good chance to talk to Woodrow about the baby, but he was careful in his speech and never gave her one. "Best wait," she thought. "Best wait until it's here." Her hope was that once the child was born, Woodrow would see it and take to it. In her daydream she imagined him pleased by the little child, so pleased that he would want everybody to know he was its father, and yet at night, alone, with Woodrow gone, she couldn't keep herself from wondering if it would really be that way. One day she would be hopeful, the next day despairing. She could well understand why Gus McCrae had turned to drink from missing Clara Forsythe, now Clara Allen. Maggie missed her too. Although circumstance had not permitted much conversation to pass between them, Maggie felt that Clara liked her. Sometimes, sweeping the boardwalk in front of the store, Clara would look up at Maggie's window and smile and wave. When some small need took Maggie into the store, Clara was invariably friendly and welcoming. Knowing that Maggie had a yearning for fine goods, gloves, or shoes often well beyond her purse, Clara would sometimes mark a little off-an item, so that Maggie could have at least a few things that pleased her. Having Clara there broke the loneliness. Now there was no one with such a fine spirit who might break it. Maggie had once talked to Pearl Coleman now and then, but since the raid Pearl herself had become too despondent to chatter in the light way she once had. Maggie saw her almost every day in the market, but Pearl barely responded to her hello. From being an aggressive customer willing to haggle tirelessly and loudly over the price of a pepper or a squash, Pearl had become indifferent, merely raking a few foodstuffs into her basket and paying the price without dispute. Seeing Pearl Coleman, a woman who had always been cheerful and well able to take care of herself, so despondent, made Maggie reflect on how precarious life was in such a place. 30 people had lost their lives, and several women had had their marriages destroyed by the rapes they endured. Most of the children had stopped going to school for fear that the Indians would come back and take them, and the men were nervous about venturing much beyond the outskirts of Austin. Maggie herself felt like going to a safer place, San Antonio perhaps, or one of the towns on the coast. But she knew that if she moved, she would lose all hope of marriage to Woodrow Call. The Rangers were quartered in Austin, and he had been promoted to captain. He would not be likely to leave. One good thing about the promotion was that Woodrow had started giving her $6 a month toward her housekeeping expenses. "Woodrow, what's this for?" Maggie asked, very startled the first time he gave her the money. "Take it. It'll be easier for you to make ends meet," Call said. The fact was, he lived frugally and seldom spent all his salary. A factor in his modest prosperity was that Maggie fed him several meals a week and looked after his laundry. Nobody gave her the food she served him, and she could scarcely do much whoring with her belly so swollen. He felt that he was an expense Maggie could ill afford. Mainly he would just put the money on the table or by the cupboard. Often he would leave it at night, before he left to walk the river. When Maggie saw the $6 on her table, something stirred in her, something mixed. She realized it was as close as Woodrow could come to admitting that he lived with her. On the other hand, she had always cared for herself. She might long for a man who might marry her and want to support her, and yet she could not convince herself that Woodrow really did want to support her. He just felt he ought to. It was his conscience, not his heart, which moved him to put the $6 on her table every month. Sometimes Maggie left the money on the table a day or two before she picked it up. The sight of it made her feel both better and worse. It made her feel that she was being kept by a man who, though he might care for her, had no true desire to keep her, much less marry her and claim their child. Still, Woodrow Call, with his nightly absences and the $6 a month which he punctually left, was still the best that life offered, or was likely to offer in the place where Maggie was. Sometimes she felt so defeated that she wondered if she ought to give up on the idea of respectability altogether. She might as well just whore and whore and whore until she got too old. Even if she only saw a few customers now and then, she could still make a lot more than $6 a month. They had traveled up the Rio Grande almost to the crossings on the Great War Trail when they saw the Old One. Worm at once became upset and began to shake and to speak incoherently, although the Old One was merely squatting by a little fire, carefully removing the quills from a large porcupine he had shot. The Old One, whose long white hair touched the ground when he squatted, was devoting careful attention to the dead porcupine. He did not want to break any of the porcupine quills. One by one he took them out and laid them on a little strip of buckskin he had unfurled and placed on a rock by his campfire. The big wolf that traveled with the Old One gave one howl when he smelled Buffalo Hump and Worm and loped away into the bed of the river. Buffalo Hump stopped respectfully a good distance away. The Old One turned his head briefly and looked at them. Then he went back to the careful extraction of the porcupine quills. "We must not stay here," Worm said in a shaky voice. "The wolf can hide in a dream. In the dream it will be a bird or a woman you want to couple with, but when you do, the wolf will come out of the dream and open your throat." "Be quiet," Buffalo Hump said. "I am not afraid of any wolf. If we are respectful, the Old One might give us some of those nice quills." "No, we cannot take the quills," Worm protested. "The Old One might witch them. They might turn into scorpions while you carry them. Nothing about the Old One is as it seems." Buffalo Hump was beginning to wish he had sent Worm home after the great raid. Worm had become too nervous to make good company. Everything he had seen on their ride up the river seemed malign to him. At the mouth of the river, where the water was salt, they had caught a young alligator that had got into the wrong waters somehow. Worm made a big fuss over the alligator. Later they came upon a dead eagle, and Worm made a big fuss about that too. Now they had stumbled on the Old One, and Worm was terrified. Once Worm had been a competent medicine man, but now everything seemed to scare him or upset him. "The Old One is just an old man," Buffalo Hump said. "I have seen him several times, and he has never witched me. He probably found that wolf when it was a pup and raised it as we would a dog. The Old One is not a fighting man now," he added, but Worm was still not reassured. "He is too old," Worm contended. "He belongs to death, and he brings death with him. His breath is the breath of death." Buffalo Hump decided just to ignore Worm. If Worm didn't want to visit with the Old One, then Worm could take himself home. "The Old One isn't dead," he pointed out. "He belongs to the river, and he has killed a fine porcupine. It is hard to find a porcupine on the Llano now. I want some of those quills for my wives. They always like porcupine quills." He rode slowly on down to where the Old One was working. Worm hung back, but he did not leave for home. Buffalo Hump knew all the stories about Ephaniah, the Old One, the man who walked with a wolf. It was said that he had come to the west with the first whites, the ones who took the beaver. One story was that he had bathed in a stream where the river was born, in a place no one else had ever found, and that the water in that place had made him unable to die. It was said that he would only die when the world died. That was why he called himself the Lord of the Last Day. Because the sacred waters of the spring of life had bathed him, he had been able to escape the dangers that had long ago finished all the other white men who took the beaver. Once, it was said, the fastest warriors the Blackfeet could muster got after the Old One for taking their beaver. They ran him hard for 100 miles. Though the warriors were young and fleet, Ephaniah was faster. He ran on and could not be overtaken. It was said, too, that he had made a pact with the beaver people so that they would let him hide in their houses when he was in danger. Worm believed that the Old One could breathe in water like a fish. He bathed in the icy water of the high streams and did not seem to be affected. Some thought his power was in his hair, and that if he could be scalped he would die like other men. But no one yet had been able to take his hair, though he had more hair than any woman. Others thought that he could speak the language of animals and birds and even fish. Some had seen him put his head under water. They believed that he could call the fish and make them come to him when he was hungry. He was often seen eating fish when others could find no fish. It was certain that the Old One knew the languages of many tribes. It might be that he knew the language of fish and birds as well, or the language of wolves. Buffalo Hump neither believed the stories nor disbelieved them. He was not a man who felt that he always knew the truth of things. He liked to watch and listen. A man such as the Old One must know things that other people had forgotten. It might be that the Old One had stumbled on the spring of life and could not die. But was that good? In life was much pain. What man would want to bear it forever? Besides, any man who was curious would want at last to enter the mystery, to walk the plains of the spirit land. Buffalo Hump was in no hurry to have his own life end, and yet the knowledge that it would end some day, and that he would go to where the spirits were, brought a kind of peace after struggles and warfare and wounds and the quarrels of women. And yet what he had noticed the few times he had come across the Old One was that he seemed to be a cheerful man, and practical. His first request was always for tobacco, and so it was now. "Those are fine quills you are taking from that porcupine," Buffalo Hump said, once he had dismounted at the Old One's camp. "Leave off the talk. I'm counting, and don't want to lose my count," Ephaniah said, which amused Buffalo Hump no end. Worm was a long distance back, quivering and trying to make a protective spell of some kind, while the Old One with the long white hair was merely counting the quills of his porcupine. Buffalo Hump accepted his rebuke and sat quietly by the campfire as the old man plucked out each quill carefully and laid it on the buckskin. He worked with ease and skill. Not once, while Buffalo Hump watched, did he break a single quill. Now and then Buffalo Hump turned and gestured for Worm to come to the camp, but Worm was too fearful. Soon the dusk hid him. When darkness filled the sky with only the small speckle of firelight to interrupt it, the old man put the porcupine aside. He had not been able to finish his work before dark, and evidently did not want to jeopardize it by working when the light was poor. "That's 1,001 so far," Ephaniah said. "I'm stopping till daylight. Got any tobacco?" Buffalo Hump had none, but Worm had plenty. He had filled several pouches with it during the great raid. Once back with the tribe, he meant to trade it for a young woman who belonged to old Spotted Bull, a warrior with a great taste for tobacco, who was much too decrepit to need the young woman. "Worm will give you some when he comes to the camp," Buffalo Hump said. "Right now he is scared you will witch him, so he is staying back." The Old One, Ephaniah, seemed to be amused by this comment. He cupped his hands around his mouth and produced the howl of a wolf. It was such a good howl that Buffalo Hump himself was startled for a moment. Then, from the darkness, there came an answering howl from the wolf that had trotted away when the two Comanches appeared. It was only a few minutes later that Worm came into the camp. He did not enjoy being alone by the river with wolves howling all around. He did not want to fall asleep in a place where a wolf might come out of his dream and rip his throat. Once he discovered that the Old One wanted some of his tobacco, Worm forgot about being witched. Since the Old One was their host, he had to give him some tobacco or else be thought a bad guest. But he only offered him the smallest of the many plugs of tobacco he had looted from the Texans. The Old One accepted the plug without comment, but Buffalo Hump frowned. "If you would be a little more generous, the Old One might give us some of those nice porcupine quills," he said. "My wives would be pleased if they had such nice quills." "You know Spotted Bull," Worm said. "He won't give me that woman unless he gets a lot of tobacco." "You have enough tobacco to buy 5 or 6 women," Buffalo Hump told him. "If you can't talk Spotted Bull out of that woman, buy someone else. What you are doing is impolite. If you can't be a better guest than this, you deserve to have the Dream Wolf come and eat you." Worm did not enjoy being spoken to so sternly. Buffalo Hump was a man whose moods were uncertain, and they were still a long way from home. Worm was torn. He very much wanted the young wife of Spotted Bull, yet he did not want to make an enemy of Buffalo Hump, not while they had such a way to travel. In the end, he gave the old one 3 more plugs of tobacco. The old man took them without comment. In the morning, though, in the clear sunlight, he continued to remove quills from the hide of the porcupine. Buffalo Hump sat in silence, watching. The great wolf who traveled with the old one stood on a little bluff to the east. Worm would have liked to ask the old one a few questions. He wanted particularly to know if the old one could speak to fish. But Buffalo Hump discouraged him. He did not want the old man to be bothered while he was extracting the porcupine quills. When the last quill had been coaxed from the porcupine's hide and laid on the little piece of buckskin, the old one quickly separated about 1/4 of the quills and offered them to Buffalo Hump, who nodded in thanks. The old one then carefully folded the rest of the quills into the buckskin, put them in a little pouch he carried, and then went down to the cold river to wash his face. While the 2 Comanches watched, he put his head under the water. When he stood up, he shook water off his long hair as a dog might. "I think he was just talking to the fish people," Worm said. "What did he say to them?" Buffalo Hump asked. "He is an old white man. I think he just likes to wash himself." Worm was stumped by the question. He had no idea what the old one might have said to the fish, but he was convinced there was witching involved, witching of some kind. He was also wishing he had not given away so much tobacco. It would tell against him when he began his trade with Spotted Bull. The second time the young Comanches caught him, Famous Shoes thought it was probably going to be his time to die. He had found his grandmother at a poor little camp near the Arkansas, but did not have a very good visit. His grandmother had immediately set in complaining about his grandfather and had kept up her complaining for 2 days. Every time Famous Shoes tried to get her to consider more important things, such as how the Kickapoo people had come to be, his grandmother grew irritated and brushed aside his question. Everybody knew, of course, that the Kickapoo people had come out of a hole in the earth at the time when there were only buffalo in the world. The Kickapoo had been chosen by the buffalo to be the first human beings. Father Buffalo himself had pawed open the hole and allowed the Kickapoo to come up from their deep caves. Everybody knew about the hole and Father Buffalo, and that the Kickapoo had become human beings at a time before rain clouds, when all creatures received their moisture from the dew. They knew that rain had only begun to fall out of the sky once the Kickapoo people had made a prayer that caused the sky to let down its waters. But what no one knew, or at least what his grandmother could not be bothered to tell him,